Bro, get up, help me with my little invention. Early Saturday morning, Jiang Yan hadn't slept enough when he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Jiang Yan checked the time, immediately frowned. 6 o'clock. Jiang Yan pushed the door open fiercely and shouted unhappily, Jiang Xiaomeng. It's early in the morning, what do you want? Seeing Jiang Yan unhappy, Jiang Xiaomeng immediately started acting cute. Brother, my dear brother, help me make a little invention. A little invention. Can't you do it yourself? The door that had just been opened was about to be closed by Jiang Yan. Wait, Jiang Xiaomeng shouted, and at the same time kicked her foot into the door crack, squeezing into Jiang Yan's bedroom. She grinned foolishly. I just don't know how. Jiang Yan looked at his shameless sister with disgust. Can't. If you can't, why do you want a little invention? Jiang Xiaomeng scratched her head. No choice, our elementary school has a little invention competition on Monday. The homeroom teacher asked me to fill in. She said, if I participate, I can get 10 little red flowers. That's 10 little red flowers, hee, I agreed. Get out. Jiang Yan struggled to push the little girl out of the bedroom. But at that moment, a clear mechanical sound rang in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Temporary mission released. Jiang Xiaomeng's shining day. Although Jiang Xiaomeng is just a filler, you can choose to let Jiang Xiaomeng shine brilliantly at the little invention competition, stunning everyone. Mission reward 1,000 tech points. Does the host wish to accept this mission? Seeing that the mission reward was actually 1,000 tech points, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. As a transmigrator, Jiang Yan had awakened the future technology system half a year ago. As long as he shocked others with technology or completed the system's random tasks, he could obtain tech points to exchange for future technology and materials. But in the past 6 months, the tasks released by the system were not only scarce, but also pitifully rewarding, with the most being 20 points at one time. In order to get the system's tech points, Jiang Yan had to make some small inventions himself, but up to now he had only accumulated 200 tech points. Therefore, when Jiang Yan saw the 1,000 point reward, he even doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. After confirming the reward value in his mind, he did not hesitate. Accept. I must accept this mission. Jiang Yan answered in his mind. Ding. Mission accepted for the host Jiang Xiaomeng's shining day. Mission time limit before the little invention competition ends. After being rebuffed by Jiang Yan, Jiang Xiaomeng was a bit dejected. She was about to get some breakfast when Jiang Yan suddenly called her back. Your little invention competition, it's next Monday, right? Hearing Jiang Yan's question, Jiang Xiaomeng immediately replied, yes. It's next Monday, my good brother, you promised to help me, yeah? Jiang Yan still looked disgusted, but he nodded helplessly. Seeing Jiang Yan agree, Jiang Xiaomeng jumped with joy. Great. If you didn't help me, I would have had to fold a paper airplane to compete. Just thinking about it is embarrassing, haha. Jiang Yan ignored Jiang Xiaomeng, thinking about the plan for this mission. With only 2 days left, and needing to ensure Jiang Xiaomeng would 100% shock everyone, the best plan was to find something ready-made and modify it. Jiang Yan thought of his father's nearly bankrupt toy factory, which was currently producing a rideable electric toy car. Although the toy car sales were dismal, using this ready-made toy car for modification was the fastest and most reliable plan. And it saved points. After all, saved materials could be exchanged for tech points with the system. Xiaomeng, go get one of Dad's big toy cars as soon as possible. I'll modify it into a little invention for you. But Jiang Xiaomeng's expression showed some refusal. Huh. That car is too ugly, really too ugly. I don't want it, I don't want to drive it to the competition. Jiang Yan said seriously, do you still want the little invention? Seeing Jiang Xiaomeng still resisting, Jiang Yan added, don't worry, I'll make the appearance beautiful. With Jiang Yan's assurance, Jiang Xiaomeng reluctantly called their father Jiang Dashan. Dad, do you still have that toy car? Give me one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dashan suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of emotion inside. His own daughter actually wanted the latest toy car. This toy car was designed by him personally, and Jiang Dashan had even pinned the last hope of the toy factory on it. Not only had he invested a lot of manpower and material resources, but he had also burned a lot of money on promotion. But for so long, the result had been dismal sales. Everyone even said the toy car was ugly. But now finally someone liked it. And it was his own daughter. How could he not be happy? Yes, must have. How many do you want? I'll bring them back the day after tomorrow. No, I need one now. The sooner the better. Hearing Jiang Xiaomeng's urgent request, Jiang Dashan was so moved, he almost cried. He never expected Jiang Xiaomeng to like this toy car so much. Alright, I'll have someone send one home right now. Hey Xiaozhong, send a new toy car to my house. My daughter says she likes it, hahaha. The sooner the better. She's in a hurry. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan got the toy car and transported it to the basement, which had been converted into his dedicated workshop. Jiang Xiaomeng looked at the toy car with disgust. Bro, are you sure you want to use this ugly thing to help me make an invention? Jiang Yan kicked Jiang Xiaomeng out of the workshop. Don't worry, I'll definitely make the appearance beautiful. Jiang Yan closed the iron door and called out in his mind, system. Analyze the maximum points modification plan. Because of the generous reward for this mission, Jiang Yan decided to go all in, planning to use all 200 points at once. If the mission was completed smoothly, even without counting the tech points gained from shocking others, just the mission reward alone would net 800 tech points. So this temporary mission must not fail. The system was awakened by Jiang Yan. Ding. Detected one toy car. Ding. Analyzing modification plan based on the host's current maximum points. Ding. Modification plan generated. Ding. The modification plan is as follows. 1. Future anti-gravity car exterior design. 2. High-power particle thruster. 3. High-hardness nano-alloy. 4. Unmanned driving flight control system. 5. Modification plan and materials total consumption 199 tech points, 1 tech point remaining. Materials have been distributed to the special space. Please take as needed. If the host has leftover materials, they can be exchanged for corresponding tech points. All points were spent in one go. Although Jiang Yan felt a pang of pain, he knew this gamble was worth taking. Then a vast amount of future knowledge poured into Jiang Yan's mind like a tide. Countless rare materials appeared out of thin air in a special space available for Jiang Yan to use. To successfully obtain the system mission reward, Jiang Yan worked all night. Finally at 4 a.m. on Monday, Jiang Yan successfully completed all the work and also sprayed the paint, printing the logo of Jiang Toy Factory on it. To prevent the newly painted paint from fading, Jiang Yan covered the entire car with an iron cover. Jiang Yan looked at his watch. It was only 4 a.m. Still early. He immediately went to the side of Jiang Xiaomeng's bedroom and violently banged on the door. Little sis, get up. Receive the goods. Xiaomeng, wake up. Jiang Yan called out loudly while knocking on Jiang Xiaomeng's bedroom door. Soon Jiang Xiaomeng's loud shout came from the bedroom. Jiang Yan, are you trying to kill me? It's 4 a.m. You woke me up. Jiang Yan chuckled. Such a great time of life, why sleep? Get up and have fun. As they say, why sleep when you're alive? You'll have plenty of time to sleep after death. Bang. The bedroom door was yanked open violently by Jiang Xiaomeng hitting the wall. Jiang Xiaomeng's face darkened, her resentful eyes staring fiercely at Jiang Yan. Just as she was about to pounce and bite him, Jiang Yan quickly put on a tense expression and began to talk about business. Little sis, calm down, come and see your stuff. By now Jiang Xiaomeng's sleepiness had faded quite a bit. Hearing this, she immediately perked up. The little invention, is it finished? Jiang Yan nodded proudly. The two came to the small warehouse outside the house. When Jiang Yan opened the warehouse door, Jiang Xiaomeng's eyes widened, and she almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Jiang Yan, you've been busy for days and all you made is a metal box. This is worse than my paper airplane. Iron box, my foot, I just finished painting the car and used a shell to protect it. If any dust falls on it, it'll all be ruined. Jiang Xiaomeng looked at Jiang Yan with suspicion. Brother, is this little invention of yours actually any good? Jiang Yan gave a cold laugh. Not good. Let me tell you the truth, this toy car has black technology you can't imagine. Fully intelligent AI voice control. Fully automatic safe driving. The strongest anti-gravity system. It can reach the 9 heavens to catch the moon. It can dive into the eastern sea to catch a flood dragon. Enough. Brother, stop talking. I believe you, okay? Really? I believe you, my foot. Although Jiang Xiaomeng was sure Jiang Yan was talking nonsense, she didn't mind. Because she was just going to be a filler, as long as she didn't take a paper airplane on stage, anything was fine. In order to be on time for sleeping in the classroom right after breakfast, Jiang Yan drove the family's small truck, and together with Jiang Xiaomeng, they transported the toy car to the entrance of the experimental elementary school. After arguing with the security guard for a while, they finally managed to transport the toy car to the invention competition venue. Little sis, the paint is still wet, don't open it until it's your turn to go on stage. I know. Nothing else, I'm going to school to sleep. Then you can control the toy car with voice commands. Jiang Xiaomeng was stunned. What's the point of voice control? Jiang Yan's expression became serious again. It can control it to reach the 9 heavens to catch the moon, dive into the eastern sea. Before he finished, Jiang Xiaomeng interrupted him. Oh, cut it out, just go. Jiang Xiaomeng couldn't stand Jiang Yan's ridiculous boasting anymore and pushed him out of the elementary school. Regardless of whether the toy car really had all those fancy functions as Jiang Yan said, Jiang Xiaomeng simply didn't want to perform. She just wanted to get a participation award. She had planned the whole process: go on stage, open the box, applause, get off stage. The only thing she worried about was the appearance of the toy car. The toy car Dad made was really ugly. Even though Jiang Yan had repainted it, Jiang Xiaomeng was still worried. On the other side, Jiang Yan arrived early at the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1, and found his seat settled and put on earplugs and fell into a deep sleep. Now he just needed to wait patiently for the results. He hadn't slept for 2 days, so today he had to get a good rest. The 8th invention competition at Dajiang City Experimental Elementary School was about to begin. Jiang Xiaomeng's big iron box attracted the attention of her classmates. Haha, Xiaomeng, I told you, if you don't know how to make inventions, don't sign up randomly. A big iron box doesn't count as an invention. You're going to embarrass yourself. Xiaomeng, do you want me to fold a paper airplane for you to compete? It's definitely better than this iron box. Jiang Xiaomeng sat on the big iron box, waving her hands at them. Go away, what do you know? My dad's toy car is too ugly, so I asked my brother to repaint it. It's still not dry yet. Xiaohong, the classmate who was closest to Jiang Xiaomeng, reminded her, Xiaomeng, if you directly bring a toy car from home, the judges will definitely give you a low score. Jiang Xiaomeng looked indifferent. I'm just here to make up the numbers, why would I care about the score? Her indifferent attitude left everyone speechless. Just then the students suddenly became restless. Look, why are there so many reporters? With a cry of surprise, all the students noticed the anomaly. Our school's invention competition isn't important enough to be on TV, is it? I don't know. Amid everyone's confusion, several high-end business cars slowly drove into the elementary school, instantly making all the students' hearts race. The murmurs instantly became noisy. Under the crowd's gather and gaze, a white-haired old man stepped out of the leading car. Many students and teachers recognized this person, and the scene erupted again. Look, that's Liu Tianhe. I saw him in an approaching science documentary. That's right, students. He is Liu Tianhe. Our country's 4th and 5th generation fighter jets were all built based on his manuscripts. Oh my God, so amazing. I'm so excited. Our elementary school is this impressive. They can invite such a great person. The school leaders went forward to greet him, and the reporters began a live broadcast. Dear viewers, I am now at Dajiang City Experimental Elementary School. That elderly gentleman is the chief engineer of the Southern Academy of Sciences, Professor Liu Tianhe. Professor Liu participated in and designed our country's 4th and 5th generation fighters. He once presented 2 sharp swords that can awe the world to our Air Force. Under the gaze of everyone, Liu Tianhe took the microphone handed by the school. Surrounded by the crowd, he walked to the center of the competition stage. He was all smiles, kind and amiable, but deep down he was reluctant. He didn't want to appear in public at all, especially in front of a bunch of clueless kids. It's all Director Zhou's fault. He said the publicity work of the Southern Academy of Sciences should start from children. He also helped arrange this competition-style publicity event. Although he didn't agree with this publicity method, after all, the other person was the director. At this moment, Liu Tianhe could only sigh silently in his heart. He adjusted his emotions, briefly recalled the prepared speech. Hello children, I am Liu Tianhe from the Southern Academy of Sciences, Old Liu. Old Liu's self-deprecating joke immediately amused the students. I heard you have an invention competition, so I sneaked over immediately, hoping that no one at the meeting there has noticed an old man is missing. As he said, the students laughed again. I'm old, I don't have many hobbies, I just like technology, I just like innovation. Today I came to see what level our country's young buds have reached in technological innovation. I hope that among you there will be a technology genius. I hope that among you someone in the near future can design the 7th or 8th generation fighter jets, contributing to the strength and prosperity of our motherland. Old Liu's brief speech instantly ignited a spontaneous and fervent applause from the entire faculty and student body, as if a flame had been kindled within every heart. At this moment, Principal Zhang Hongji was already brimming with anticipation offstage. Although he knew that this small invention competition was merely a promotional effort for the Nanko Institute, it was undoubtedly a major opportunity for the school. That was why he had gone to great lengths to increase the number of participants, making the event appear more grand. At the same time, he had spared no expense in hiring a professional drone team to elevate the entry of Fang Xiaofei, the school's strongest inventor, directly matching the level of top university teams in the Long Kingdom. He hoped that this small invention competition would leave everyone truly impressed. The competition officially began with participants presenting their inventions one by one according to the drawing order. Jiang Xiaomeng frowned at the performance order displayed on the big screen, so far back. She simply lay down on the large iron box to sleep, having been woken up early by Jiang Yan, and she was indeed quite drowsy. Next, the contestants took the stage one after another, passionately demonstrating their small inventions. Most of the works were merely mediocre in Old Liu's eyes, though the host kept an expression of astonishment, as if each one was special and creative. But those works were simply not presentable. Old Liu could only glance at them, unable to offer any critique. It wasn't until a contestant named Fang Xiaofei unveiled his drones that Old Liu perked up. Principal Zhang Hongji clenched his fists nervously, fully aware that all the other contestants were merely foils for Fang Xiaofei. The school's success hinged entirely on Fang Xiaofei. When the students and teachers present saw Fang Xiaofei's drones, they erupted in exclamations. Because his drones were not a single unit, but dozens. Under his control, the swarm suddenly rose from the rooftop of the teaching building. They flew toward the students, but seemed to have a consciousness, avoiding everyone, and finally converging around Fang Xiaofei, causing a commotion. Then the drones took off again, weaving between the various teaching buildings. At this moment, Liu Tianhe also gave a rare smile. Everyone present stood up, applauding Fang Xiaofei. Teacher, how does Fang Xiaofei control so many drones by himself? Oh, the teacher doesn't know either. Even the live stream reporter became excited. Dear viewers, what you are seeing now is a drone swarm. The entire drone team mimics the behavior of a bee colony, with each individual drone being part of the swarm. This requires very advanced image recognition technology and the most cutting-edge AI self-learning algorithms. In the future, it will have great potential in search and rescue, and even in military applications. Currently, only a few university teams can replicate such a model. Under Fang Xiaofei's simple control, the drone swarm explored the entire elementary school in no time. They returned to Fang Xiaofei's side in just 3 minutes. At this moment, his laptop was rapidly generating a three-dimensional stereogram. It was a complete 3D visual model of the school. When he projected the stereogram onto the big screen, it garnered rounds of applause. The live stream window on the TV station's official website was flooded with barrage comments. Netizens were also quite impressed with Fang Xiaofei. Can this still be considered a primary school student's work? I think he's better than many graduate students. This kid has a boundless future. Liu Tianhe finally saw a work that was not only acceptable, but far more outstanding than he had imagined. He had someone hand him the microphone and offered his first critique. Fang Xiaofei. First of all, congratulations. Your work is excellent and quite mature, far exceeding the standard expected of a small invention competition. It even surpasses the level of many university graduate students. Most importantly, your work has already demonstrated a certain commercial value, which is very significant. This is the kind of small invention I want to see. I hope all the young students here can take Fang Xiaofei as a role model. As he spoke, old Lu's expression turned serious. The promotional words he had prepared finally had a chance to be spoken. One day we old bones will all be buried in the ground. And you, all of you here, are the future of our long kingdom. The Nanko Institute has great expectations for you. I hope you grow up quickly to become pillars of the Nanko Institute and pillars of the long kingdom. Zhang Hongji could hardly contain his excitement. He had never expected Fang Xiaofei to receive such high praise from old Lu. Fang Xiaofei was already moved to tears and brimming with passion. His voice choked slightly. Grandpa Lu, I will remain humble and diligent and keep inventing even greater things. Hearing this, old Lu nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Fang Xiaofei's homeroom teacher was beaming with pride. All the other homeroom teachers cast envious glances her way. Her hefty bonus this month is secured. I'm a bit jealous. Well, there's no helping it. Such things are rare. Talent only appears in a few children, and she was just lucky to have such an outstanding student. Although the small invention competition had not yet concluded, Fang Xiaofei was already the undisputed first in everyone's minds. Jiang Xiaomeng's best friend Xiao Hong was utterly overwhelmed by the climax of the competition. She excitedly shouted to Jiang Xiaomeng, Xiaomeng, did you see that? The drone swarm was amazing. Oh my god, you fell asleep. At Xiao Hong's exclamation, Jiang Xiaomeng rubbed her eyes and said, what's wrong? Xiao Hong, why are you so excited? Xiao Hong was speechless at Jiang Xiaomeng's indifference. That was a drone swarm. You missed it, such a shame. And old Lu's comments just now were so inspiring. You didn't even hear that. I feel sorry for you. Jiang Xiaomeng yawned. Oh, just then the host's voice rang out. Next contestant, Jiang Xiaomeng. After a long wait, a response came from below. Hold on. This thing is too heavy, I can't push it. Jiang Xiaomeng was struggling to push a large iron box, her face flushed, drawing laughter from the students. Teacher Jiang Xiaomeng doesn't really have to participate. Haha, I never expected Jiang Xiaomeng to join the invention competition. Maybe she's hiding some treasure in that iron box. Jiang Xiaomeng turned around and glared at her classmates. What are you looking at? Come help me push. Finally, with the help of her entire class and the homeroom teacher, Jiang Xiaomeng's large iron box was pushed to the center of the stage. Jiang Xiaomeng grinned sheepishly and picked up the microphone. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. I have to do this for a little red flower, hee. The students below burst into laughter again. They perked up, mostly expecting to see Jiang Xiaomeng make a fool of herself. She usually only folded paper airplanes and knew nothing about other inventions. Everyone was curious about what Jiang Xiaomeng would present. Regardless of the strange, expectant looks, Jiang Xiaomeng decided to start directly. So I'll show you my humble creation. This is my toy car. As her words fell, the iron shell slowly opened, revealing a highly futuristic-looking toy car. Its sleek design instantly electrified the entire audience. This is way too cool. What a domineering car. Is Jiang Xiaomeng's design talent that amazing? Jiang Xiaomeng's toy car stunned the entire audience. Even the teachers present were in awe. They all turned their eyes to Jiang Xiaomeng's homeroom teacher. You're something else, your class's Jiang Xiaomeng's work is so amazing, and just now you were joining us in envying Fang Xiaofei. Your class is going to win the championship. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaomeng's homeroom teacher was completely dumbfounded. She had only encouraged Jiang Xiaomeng to come as a filler, as she never expected this. Jiang Xiaomeng actually brought out such a stunning work. The toy car had a deep blue body and adopted an astonishing fluid design. Dozens of mechanical scales on the car's back rose and fell rhythmically as if breathing. It seemed alive. With each breath, the deep blue body brightened and dimmed, like a beast holding itself back, ready to unleash a final roar. Everyone present felt their scalp tingle. Before the live reporter could even comment, the streaming window was already filled with dense bullet comments. Wow, this toy car is way too cool. It gave me goosebumps. The students at this elementary school are truly amazing. As an adult, I want to buy that toy car. Am I normal? Same question. Normal because I want one too. What are today's car designers doing? They can't even compete with an elementary school student. Exactly. Suddenly my Lamborghini doesn't feel so cool anymore. At this moment, even Jiang Xiaomeng was stunned by its appearance. Because its prototype was the hideous toy car her father made, she never expected Jiang Yan could transform it into something so cool. As someone who cared about appearance, she was already mesmerized. Meanwhile, Xiaohong, Fang Xiaofei, and all the other classmates below the stage were filled with awe. Even old Lu's eyes lit up. The level of this exterior design rivaled world-class standards. It even incorporated aerodynamic design, typically found in fighter jets. He never expected to see such a world-class work at an elementary school student invention competition. The students present all began to shout loudly. So cool, really so cool. Jiang Xiaomeng awesome. Jiang Xiaomeng #1. At that moment, someone noticed the logo on the toy car. Look at the logo, isn't that the symbol of Jiang Toy Factory? I thought Xiaomeng's family toy factory had already gone bankrupt. Not only has it not gone bankrupt, but it seems about to rise. Just this toy car alone can crush those big toy companies. I'm tempted, I'm really tempted. I must make my dad buy me one too. I want one too. But I wonder if this car can actually drive. If it could drive on the road, that would be awesome. At that moment, someone suddenly started loudly egging them on. Jiang Xiaomeng, drive it. Jiang Xiaomeng, drive the car. Amid the crowd's cheers, Jiang Xiaomeng felt a bit embarrassed. Although Jiang Yan had told her the car could be voice-activated, she knew it couldn't actually drive. Because being the closest, she had seen the car's condition clearly. Although the surface was gorgeous and even had a central control screen, there was no steering wheel. Not only was there no steering wheel, there weren't even any wheels. How was it supposed to drive? And knowing Jiang Yan's habit of tricking her, once the car started, it would probably play that song. The one often played by toy cars at supermarket entrances about how to address family relatives. But the cheers from the audience were unceasing, and even many teachers joined in. The principal was smiling and nodding at her. Jiang Xiaomeng was truly in a dilemma, but she soon came to terms with it. Jiang Yan had worked hard without sleep and spent 2 days modifying the toy car to look this cool. It was indeed not easy. Jiang Xiaomeng hesitated for a moment and heaved a sigh. Fine, I'll let Jiang Yan have his way this time. She reluctantly sat in the car. She waved and smiled awkwardly at everyone. Then she pretended to press some start button in the air and shouted loudly, "Start." Jiang Xiaomeng didn't want to perform in the first place. Now, thinking of the prank music that might appear at any moment, she was about to die of embarrassment. But as her start command was given the next second, her smile froze. The toy car seemed to have actually received the command. A two-way seatbelt suddenly burst out of nowhere. In an instant, it locked her into the seat. At the same time, the glass sunroof of the toy car quietly closed, creating a safe, sealed space inside. As the window closed within the safe space, an invisible special force field materialized. Its function was to eliminate the gravitational acceleration the human body would experience under extreme speed. At this moment, the deep blue light on the body grew even brighter, instantly amplifying the toy car's technological aura. This sight gave everyone goosebumps. The astonished bullet comments online flew again. Just as everyone thought Jiang Xiaomeng's demonstration was over, the toy car suddenly erupted with a violent roar. It startled everyone on the scene. That was the sound of an engine starting. What the heck? This toy car startup is that loud. This toy car has an engine. But Jiang Xiaomeng's classmates were unimpressed. That's definitely just Jiang Xiaomeng's sound effect. Jiang Xiaomeng, your sound effect is pretty scary, haha. You almost fooled us again. Then everyone's expressions gradually returned to normal. But old Lu was still extremely tense. He had worked on fighter jets for most of his life, and this engine start sound could not be fake. Just by listening to the engine sound and the faint resonance in the air, he could judge the engine's performance. According to old Lu's assessment, its performance was at least 5 times that of the current 6th-generation fighter jet engines of Longhua. Although he felt this completely defied common sense, his instinct drove him to stand up abruptly. He waved his arm and shouted, "Students, run! Run quickly!" Jiang Xiaomeng's toy car was now facing hundreds of teachers and students. If the toy car suddenly darted forward, the casualties would be incalculable. As soon as he said this, all the teachers and students were bewildered. It's just a sound effect, why run? Old Lu probably doesn't understand Jiang Xiaomeng, as she often pulls off scary tricks. I grew up being scared by Jiang Xiaomeng. Just as everyone hesitated, Jiang Xiaomeng's toy car suddenly shot out. But it wasn't toward the crowd, it was toward the sky. As the toy car ascended straight up, Lu Tianhe, the engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences, the principal, all the teachers and students, and every reporter present were all frozen in place. Everyone gasped simultaneously. A toy car ascending vertically. What the heck? Even fighter jets wouldn't dare to do that. With a whoosh, the toy car seemed to defy gravity and flew straight into the blue sky at an incomprehensible speed. Old Lu's face turned pale, because the toy car's speed at that moment was simply unbelievable. He shouted to the engineers accompanying him, quickly measure the flight speed. Among the flustered engineers, someone finally found the speed measuring instrument. Seeing the value on the device, they gasped again. The maximum speed has reached 980 kilometers per hour. The speed is still rising, approaching the speed of sound, already reaching 1,100 kilometers per hour. The toy car continuously ascending left everyone in shock, shattering their understanding of reality. All spectators watched in horror at that unbelievable toy car. Their minds were absolutely astounded. The toy car took off vertically, at a speed approaching the speed of sound. How is this possible? The engineers from the Nank Academy of Sciences felt even more like they were going mad. After all, the Nank Academy's fighter jets were still in the experimental phase for vertical takeoff, and failures were frequent during testing. To achieve a successful slow vertical ascent and descent was already cause for celebration. Mach speed vertical takeoff. They never dared to dream of such a thing. Just as everyone was in a state of extreme shock, Lu Tianhe once again issued a loud warning. Everyone cover your ears. Sonic boom. It's coming. A sonic boom. Hearing Elder Lu's warning, everyone was startled once more. Before everyone could react, the air began to vibrate violently, the piercing sound of breaking through the atmosphere, growing ever more shrill, as if tearing apart the entire sky. The very next instant, a deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. The wall of air instantly shattered, and an extraordinarily stunning sonic boom cloud formed around the toy car. The sonic boom hit with full force. Everyone felt an immense pressure from the air and instinctively covered their ears. They looked up at the toy car in the sky, their eyes filled with terror. But Elder Lu noticed something was amiss. The cracking sound of the air had already diminished considerably, yet the toy car seemed to be by no means decelerating. 1250 km/h, 1330 km/h, 1520 km/h. The sound barrier had been effortlessly breached, and the toy car's speed continued to climb rapidly. At this moment, the engineers from the Nank Academy of Sciences stood dumbfounded, once again struck with disbelief. This was because it had already shattered their understanding of physics. This defies the laws of science. To reach a speed far exceeding Mach 1 within such a short time, let alone ordinary materials, even the special alloys used for fighter jet fuselages would be torn to shreds. Then what material is that toy car shell made of? An engineer adjusted his glasses and offered an even more shocking inference. Based on the acceleration performance, the capabilities of this toy car should be 5 to 6 times that of a 6th-generation fighter. These words only served to send the other engineers into an uproar. The performance of 6th-generation fighters doesn't even measure up to this toy car. Is this even possible? The engineers from the Nank Academy of Sciences felt as though their minds were about to split open. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live stream room erupted completely. Bullet comments flooded the screen densely. Madness. Vertical sonic boom ascension. What the hell is this? Who is it that said this thing was a toy car? Come out and face me. This is even more formidable than a 6th-generation fighter. Movies wouldn't dare to film this. My scalp is already numb. Numb. I've been numb for ages. At this moment, the live stream reporter had completely lost composure, managing only to provide feeble commentary. Viewers, what you just witnessed, I can no longer explain it through the lens of science. Currently, young Jiang Xiaomeng has already piloted her toy car to an altitude of at least 10,000 meters. At this moment, Jiang Xiaomeng's heart pounded inside the toy car. She was somewhat afraid, but excitement dominated. From the beginning, the toy car's AI had repeatedly assured her that as long as she stayed inside, she would be absolutely safe. At first, Jiang Xiaomeng refused to believe it and struggled desperately. To prove its safety, the AI then rapidly ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Facts proved it was indeed safe. From startup through the sonic boom ascent up to the 10,000-meter altitude. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Xiaomeng felt absolutely no discomfort. Sitting inside the car was remarkably quiet, not only warm, but quite comfortable. This thoroughly convinced Jiang Xiaomeng. Now growing bolder, she began actively issuing commands to the AI. Little car, let's circle around Dajiang City. Little car received. Let's go slower this time. If we go too fast, our eyes will blur. Received. The toy car descended, now flying at just 300 meters above ground level at a low speed of 400 kilometers per hour, circling around the city. Xiaohong was extremely anxious at this moment. She felt that Jiang Xiaomeng must be in grave danger right now. Flying so high, if she fell, she was done for. She pondered for a moment and finally decided to seek help from the fire department. Xiaohong pulled out her smartwatch and dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this the fire department? Hello officer, my name is Yuan Xiaohong. My friend is in trouble right now and might be in life-threatening danger. Please, you must save her. The operator sensed the panic in the caller's voice and immediately became tense. Young miss, don't worry. Take your time and clearly explain the effective information. Xiaohong continued, my good friend Jiang Xiaomeng is driving her toy car and has flown into the sky. Please, I beg you to save her. The operator was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Could you repeat that? My good friend Jiang Xiaomeng flew into the sky in a toy car. The operator confirmed again, flew into the sky. Yes. And then? Well, she's already been flying for several minutes. We can't see her car anymore. We don't know if she's already flown into outer space. Upon hearing this, the operator's eye twitched. He understood now. Young miss, how did your mother teach you? How did your teacher teach you? Can fire department numbers be dialed at will? This constitutes filing a false emergency report, do you understand? Xiaohong also grew anxious. I'm really not lying. All right, tell me your current location. The principal, still shaken, finally came to his senses. He obtained the parent contact information from Jiang Xiaomeng's homeroom teacher, also learning the name Jiang Dashan. After the call connected, the principal was extremely agitated. Jiang Dashan. Are you sick in the head? Jiang Dashan didn't have the principal's number. Having just picked up an unknown call to be verbally abused, his temper also flared. As the director of a factory, although the factory was declining, he was also a man with pride. None of your business whether I'm sick or not. I am Jiang Xiaomeng's principal. What's so special about being a principal? I'm a factory director. The principal forcibly composed himself. Jiang Dashan, tell me yourself. What did you build for Jiang Xiaomeng? It's just a small invention competition. Is this necessary? Jiang Dashan did remember that Jiang Xiaomeng had asked him a few days ago for the latest model toy car. I naturally build a toy car for Jiang Xiaomeng, so what? Does the small invention competition prohibit using toy cars to participate? You're something else. Do you have any idea how dangerous this car is? How dare you let your own child drive such a vehicle? At this moment, it seemed as though the other party had crossed Jiang Dashan's bottom line. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Are you questioning our quality control? Let me tell you, although our factory has declined, I guarantee with my personal integrity that the quality control at our Jiangjiang toy factory is absolutely flawless. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Dashan lit a cigarette in frustration. Sales were already poor, and now someone was questioning their quality control. What a lousy principal. Jiang Dashan immediately blocked him. When the principal tried to call back, he couldn't get through. Dumbfounded. Crazy, this Jiang Dashan is absolutely crazy. The principal was now convinced that Jiang Dashan was a science fanatic obsessed with science. What a time to be worrying about quality control. He looked towards the city center hoping Jiang Xiaomeng was okay. Jiang Xiaomeng's toy car continued to fly. In a residential building, a sick boy skipping school was staring out the window. He suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Mom, Mom, look, there's a toy car flying in the sky. I want a flying toy car like that." His mother smacked him on the back of the head. "I told you to watch less cartoons, now you're dreaming in broad daylight." After the slap, she let out a gasp. "Oh my God, there really is a car flying in the sky." The boy rubbed his throbbing head. "Mom, buy it for me. Get lost. A flying car like that. Can we afford it?" The mother watched the swiftly flying toy car, utterly confused. Was she a housewife for too long? Had technology really advanced to this extent? Toy cars could fly now. The flying toy car instantly became the talk of the town. Many people used Huawei phones with 100x zoom and motion capture cameras to finally capture clear images of the flying toy car. Damn, this car is so cool. Its design totally obliterates my Luhu. Luhu is nothing, even my lousy Lacy doesn't look good anymore. Cars can fly. I must be dreaming. It's not that exaggerated. Our Dalong country's flying car just had a test flight in Dubai not long ago, right? Don't make a fuss. I saw that test flight too. It only flew about 5 meters, or was it 4? This one is truly amazing. It's flying around the city. Which big tech company came to our city to test a flying car? Look, I just took a photo with a super high magnification camera, and the logo seems to be our city's Jiangjiang toy factory. After the high definition photo of the toy car's logo was circulated, it caused an uproar. What a, our city's Jiangjiang toy factory. Geez, it really seems to be true. I thought Jiangjiang toy factory was about to go bankrupt. Has Jiangjiang toy factory become this awesome? Jiangjiang toy cars invincible. Our great Jiangjiang city invincible. At this moment at Jiangjiang toy factory, Jiang Dashan decided to go to the production workshop. Although he didn't believe it, if what that so-called principal said was true and the toy car had quality control issues, then there would be big trouble. He had just arrived at the production workshop and hadn't even started checking the production process when the factory's telemarketing supervisor hurriedly found him. "Boss Jiang, something big happened. Our phones are ringing off the hook." Jiang Dashan's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be a problem? He quickly asked, "What's the situation? Are there complaints?" The sales supervisor was excited, his breathing a bit rapid. He hurriedly reported, "We've received thousands of calls this morning, all of them orders. They said they want to order our company's flying toy car, and many people said they'll buy as many as we have." Hearing this, Jiang Dashan was stunned and utterly confused. What's going on? The sales supervisor pulled up a photo taken with a super high definition camera and handed it over. "Boss Jiang, look, it's this model." The sales supervisor was not involved in R&D and didn't know the latest developments of the toy car. But seeing the Jiangjiang toy factory logo on the car, he was certain it must be the factory's latest experimental model. This model would surely bring the toy factory back from the brink. Jiang Dashan saw the photo and gasped. A sci-fi visual impact hit him. A toy car seemingly alive was flying steadily in the air. So cool. Jiang Dashan got goosebumps. But Jiang Dashan's expression turned even more puzzled. He clearly hadn't developed this car, nor did he have the capability to do so. How much money would it take to develop a flying toy car? After enlarging the photo, the unique logo of Jiangjiang Toy Factory was unmistakable. What was going on? Jiang Dashan enlarged the photo again, focusing on the driver's seat. The next second, he broke out in a cold sweat from shock. Damn it, Xiaomeng. After enlarging the high-definition photo, Jiang Dashan clearly saw that the driver in the car was none other than his daughter Jiang Xiaomeng. At that moment, Jiang Dashan's heart was in turmoil. He immediately dialed the number he had blocked. A principal, that was a misunderstanding. "How is Jiang Xiaomeng now?" Principal Jiang said grumpily. "How is she? I don't know. She's probably still in the sky." Jiang Dashan, I know you might have an unparalleled passion for technology and have created something incredible, but you're an adult. How could you let your own child personally test a machine like this? Please don't risk your child's life. Jiang Dashan didn't know how to explain. That car, I didn't make it. After confirming over the phone that the driver was indeed Jiang Xiaomeng, Jiang Dashan became even more anxious. He quickly hung up on the principal. He stared at Jiang Xiaomeng's phone number, but hesitated. He was really worried that a phone call might distract Jiang Xiaomeng while she was driving. She was flying after all. After much hesitation, Jiang Dashan still called. At that moment, Jiang Xiaomeng was crossing her legs, enjoying the scenery outside the window, looking completely relaxed. Seeing her father's call on her children's watch, she answered slowly. "Hello, Daddy. What am I doing? I'm flying. Where's the danger? It's not dangerous. Go back." "No, I haven't flown enough yet." Okay. Hanging up, Jiang Xiaomeng reluctantly gave the AI the return command. Jiang Dashan quickly got in his car and sped towards the elementary school. On the playground of the experimental elementary school, the students had been dismissed early. The reporters were also sent away. Old Lu's team and the school's top management, after receiving Jiang Dashan's message, were all waiting for Jiang Xiaomeng's return. Soon enough, Jiang Xiaomeng flew back to the school. The toy car slowly descended vertically, as steady as could be. On the road, Jiang Dashan saw the flying toy car landing from a distance. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still deeply shocked. After their worries subsided, old Lu and the other's eyes burned with eager anticipation. As Jiang Xiaomeng stepped out of the toy car, a crowd gathered around. Jiang Xiaomeng shouted, "Awesome! This is really awesome!" Jiang Xiaomeng looked around and found that few people remained. What she didn't know was that during her flight, everyone had already signed a confidentiality agreement and been dismissed directly. As for the firefighters who had rushed over upon hearing the news, they were utterly bewildered. For no apparent reason, they were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. Even a false alarm reported by a little girl required secrecy. What was the world coming to? Meanwhile, Lu Tianhe had promptly notified the military, otherwise they would have already taken action against this unidentified flying object. However, whether they could defeat Jiang Xiaomeng's little car was uncertain. At least in terms of speed, the military's 5th and 6th generation fighters could only eat dust behind that toy car. Lu Tianhe had also urgently contacted his superiors, initiating a full-scale information blackout. This matter was indeed serious. It had directly alarmed the Strategic Deception Bureau, and even the bureau chief had personally intervened. The fact that Dragon Country possessed black technology must never be known to foreigners. At that moment, Jiang Xiaomeng looked at the principal suspiciously. Where have all the teachers and classmates gone? Where's Xiaomeng? I told her to come and sit in this car too. At that moment, Jiang Dashan arrived, having heard Jiang Xiaomeng's voice from afar. Sit my head. You little brat, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Dashan, utterly speechless. You damn well know it's dangerous. Yet no one dared to voice it aloud. Because everyone reasoned that a man capable of creating such a terrifying toy car could not be an ordinary person. Old Lu now approached with a smile, extending his hand. Mr. Jiang, I am Lu Tianhe. The toy car you built is astonishingly powerful. If you are willing, the Southern Academy of Sciences can collaborate with you. Lu Tianhe's gesture left Jiang Dashan at a loss. He immediately recognized the big shot from the Southern Academy of Sciences. A titan of the Southern Academy of Sciences. He had appeared frequently on television talk shows. The 4th and 5th generation fighters had all been developed under his guidance. A figure of such stature wanted to shake his hand. Jiang Dashan quickly stepped back, waving his hands. Mr. Lu, I think you are mistaken. I did not build this toy car. Seeing that old Lu and the others looked unconvinced, Jiang Dashan explained bitterly. If I had such technology, my toy factory wouldn't be on the verge of bankruptcy. At these words, everyone found it reasonable, but they were also more perplexed. If not Jiang Dashan, then who could have the ability to build this car? And it even bore the logo of Jiang Toy Factory. Seeing everyone's bewilderment, Jiang Xiaomeng raised her little hand high above her head. I know who made it. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xiaomeng proudly revealed the culprit. It's my brother Jiang Yan. Hearing this, Jiang Dashan immediately scolded. Xiaomeng, stop messing around. Tell me the truth, where did you get this car? Jiang Xiaomeng, upset by her father's harsh tone, said aggrievedly. It really was my brother. He spent 2 days fixing it up for me. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. If she had said 20 years, people might have believed it. 2 days. What a joke. Lu Tianhe immediately asked for Jiang Yan's phone number. No matter what, he wanted to hear Jiang Yan's explanation, but the other's phone was always switched off. Jiang Dashan quickly recovered and explained to Lu Tianhe, sorry old Lu, Jiang Yan school city no. One high school is quite strict. Phones are not allowed to be turned on during class. Unable to contact Jiang Yan, old Lu had to proceed with the next step. The top priority now was to secretly transport the toy car away. It could not be exposed any further. Subsequently, Lu Tianhe secretly transported the toy car to the Fangshan testing facility. Jiang Dashan and Jiang Xiaomeng were also asked to accompany them. At this moment, Lu Tianhe looked at the car with mixed feelings. In 1 month, the internal arms race of Dragon Country would begin. The outcome of this arms race would directly affect the development direction of Dragon Country's next-generation fighters. Not only that, but it was also highly likely that the next-generation fighters would directly face off against foreign top-tier fighters in the year-end joint military exercise. However, Lu Tianhe had no confidence in Dragon Country's current fighter technology. But this black tech car was different. Old Lu even saw the shadow of a futuristic super fighter in it. If the black technology of this car could be applied to fighters, it would surely elevate Dragon Country's fighter technology to a level surpassing the world. Even crushing the supersonic fighters of the Corn Country would be no problem. If it could be transformed into a fighter and participate in the internal arms race in over a month, Dragon Country would avoid many years of detours, and in the year-end joint military exercise, Dragon Country would no longer have to swallow its pride. But time was too tight. If they wanted to produce a fighter with black technology before the military exercise, they could not afford to wait a single moment. Thinking this, Lu Tianhe looked at Jiang Dashan and asked, Mr. Jiang, would you mind if we reverse engineer this toy car? Because the year-end joint military exercise sees many countries approaching aggressively, and the technology of this toy car is extremely important to our Dragon Country. Rest assured, the Southern Academy of Sciences will not take a single cent from the profits generated by these technologies. Hearing this, Jiang Dashan, though willing, was also helpless. This car isn't mine. Why don't you ask Xiaomeng? Old Lu looked at Jiang Xiaomeng sincerely. Student Jiang Xiaomeng. Jiang Xiaomeng thought for a moment. This was indeed her own little car. I suppose I can lend it to you to play with. But this is my beloved little car. You must give me enough benefits. and if you break it you must compensate me with a new one. Hearing this, Jiang Dashan was helpless. Jiang Xiaomeng was again imitating her brother's tone. Lu Tianhe, upon receiving Jiang Xiaomeng's affirmative answer, was immediately overjoyed. After 20 seconds of bargaining, Jiang Xiaomeng secured a guarantee of unlimited snacks for 10 years and 1,000 little red flowers annually, and old Lu readily agreed. Only then did Jiang Xiaomeng agree to lend him the little car. But Lu Tianhe still said to Jiang Dashan, Mr. Jiang, since we can't reach Jiang Yan, I wouldn't have taken the liberty to reverse engineer this car, if not for the time constraint. If it was indeed built by Jiang Yan, I Lu Tianhe guarantee on my honor that I will not let him down. Jiang Dashan waved his hand and said, Old Lu, you are overthinking. If it really was that kid Jiang Yan who built it, I'll agree on his behalf. Old Lu nodded gratefully. Thank you. Afterwards, Old Lu made a call to Dean Zhou. Before long, the engineering department director called back. A roar came from the other end of the line. Lu Tianhe, are you out of your mind? You want our entire department to drop everything and cooperate with you on researching a toy car. And you want us to bring the most advanced testing equipment. And I still don't even know what kind of car it is. You won't even show me a picture, just saying I'll know when I get there. Isn't that looking down on me, Jiang Yan too? You've gone too far. Just because I didn't help you reverse engineer the American fighter immediately last year, do you have to hold such a grudge? Lu Tianhe quickly soothed him. Old Jiang, calm down. We're both half in the grave already. Why are you still so hot-tempered? Besides, am I the kind of person who holds grudges? Jiang Yan replied without hesitation, you are. Lu Tianhe's mouth twitched slightly. I really didn't mean to trick you this time. I truly need your skills. Son, enough, you'll understand when you get here. You just wait. Jiang Yan left a harsh threat and slammed the phone down. Lu Tianhe knew that research and development was his strength, but when it came to reverse engineering, he was far inferior to Jiang Yan. Throughout the Southern Academy of Sciences, Jiang Yan's reverse engineering ability was second to none. Calling him the strongest reverse engineering engineer was no exaggeration. Back in the day when Dragon Country was still unable to independently build aircraft carriers, they purchased a scrap carrier from Little Bear Country. But no one expected that the other side had provided blank fake blueprints. Thus, with no blueprints at all, Jiang Yan led a mere few hundred people and dismantled the engine in less than half a year. Afterward, he reassembled it in front of everyone. Shortly thereafter, Dragon Country successfully broke through the technological blockade of carrier-grade engines. Although Jiang Yan had a foul temper, Lu Tianhe admitted that his reverse engineering skills were unmatched. For this task of reverse engineering the toy car, Jiang Yan was indispensable. After hanging up, Jiang Yan was still indignant. Not only he, but even the engineers under him were grumbling. Although they worked under Jiang Yan, they were all top-tier engineers in the country. In particular, a software engineer still young had single-handedly reverse engineered the most advanced anti-missile control system from Corn Country. Now they were being asked to mobilize in full force, bringing the most advanced equipment to study a toy car. This was downright insulting. But seeing that Jiang Yan was already arranging helicopters, they dared not say anything. Before long, over a dozen helicopters arrived in a grand procession at the Fangshan testing facility. The top engineers who stepped off the helicopters all had dark faces. But Lu Tianhe didn't mind, as they were all there to help. Lu Tianhe walked over to Jiang Yan with a smile and greeted him. Old Jiang, thank you for coming all the way to support me. Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Where is that lousy toy car of yours? I'm going to cut it into 20 pieces with my laser cutter, and then you can study it yourself. Hearing this, Lu Tianhe's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, Jiang Yan, I hope that was a joke. The technology in that car is enough to affect Dragon Country's future. If you destroy it, you will be a traitor for all eternity. Jiang Yan was taken aback because Lu Tianhe was usually quite easygoing, and he rarely saw Lu Tianhe lose his temper. Jiang Yan now began to feel a bit curious about the toy car. All right. Where's the toy car? Let me see it. The group followed old Lu with their equipment to a secret laboratory. There in the center of the lab, a small car radiating a sci-fi aura emitted a ghostly blue light. Its backscales pulsed rhythmically as if breathing. Even more astonishing, the car seemed to be hovering above the ground. The engineers from the engineering department all felt a tremor in their hearts upon seeing the small car. At that moment, even Jiang Yan was stunned. What kind of technology was this? It was simply unheard of. To help everyone in the engineering department better understand this toy car, old Lu called for Jiang Xiaomeng. After all, the toy car currently only accepted commands from her. Lu Tianhe suspected that the car had undergone some form of biometric authentication with Jiang Xiaomeng. She didn't even need to get inside. From afar, she simply called out to the toy car. Toy car. Here, take flight. As Jiang Xiaomeng issued her command, the engine roared to life, and before everyone's eyes, the toy car shot upward from the ground. Due to limited space, the toy car could only travel 15 meters. Yet even so, it burst forth with astonishing speed. The air current generated during its movement formed a fierce gale, forcing everyone to step back 2 paces. Finally, the toy car came to a stable hover 10 meters above the ground. It made no further sound. It was as if gravity simply did not exist for it. Witnessing this scene, all the engineers present erupted into stunned exclamations. It actually achieved real levitation. How is this possible? One engineer seemed to have grasped the key detail. His expression grew grave as he firmly pushed up his glasses. Its propulsion system isn't wind-based, nor is it the combustion medium propulsion used by fighter jets. It's massless propulsion. At these words, the crowd erupted into even greater commotion. How is this possible? Massless propulsion. To make this toy car levitate, how much power would that require? Our country's most advanced massless propulsion device can barely lift an A4 sheet of paper. At this moment, Jiang Yan's expression turned troubled. While everyone was still in shock, Lu Tianhe projected a video. He explained, "This is footage we recorded several hours ago. Given the massive impact of the process, it wouldn't be suitable to repeat it. So just watch this video." As the video played, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Sonic boom, vertical takeoff. Breaking the sound barrier. Is this even scientific? The engineers from the engineering department had been utterly shattered by what they were witnessing. At that moment, when they looked at the toy car again, they actually felt fear. Old Lu asked Jiang Yan at this point, "Old Jiang, do you still think I brought you here to set you up?" Jiang Yan immediately voiced his true thoughts. This toy car's black technology has already surpassed this era. At that moment, Jiang Yan couldn't suppress his excitement. If Dragon Kingdom could possess such technology, which country could compete with it? He immediately issued his orders. All engineering department personnel, let's get to work. Under Jiang Yan's shout, all the top engineers from the Southern Academy's engineering department sprang into action with electric enthusiasm. Many young engineers had long been unable to contain themselves. Such era-defying black technology had quietly ignited the blood within their chests. But an hour later, the expressions on their faces were worse than having swallowed a fly. A software engineer was the first to unplug his engineering computer. The control program cannot be cracked. The speaker was none other than Yang Yan, the top software engineer who had single-handedly reverse-engineered America's missile defense control system. Hearing this, old Lu felt somewhat displeased. Encountering difficulties when trying to crack such black technology is perfectly normal. Moreover, it had only been an hour. Why unplug the power so readily? This is a bit too impetuous. Old Lu reprimanded him in a calm tone. Young Yang encountering difficulties with such black technology is perfectly normal. It's truly inappropriate to give up so easily. And unplugging the power directly, it doesn't seem fitting for someone with your status as a top software engineer. Faced with old Lu's criticism, Jiang Yan felt quite wronged. He explained with a crestfallen expression, "Old Lu, you've misunderstood. It's not that I'm giving up easily. It's just that my engineering computer is about to be destroyed. This toy car only took 1 hour to reverse engineer my computer system. My engineering computer uses 9-level encryption. The security level is even higher than the payment software on your phone." Jiang Yan continued helplessly, "But just now my computer completely lost control. The CPU severely overloaded and was about to burn out. If I hadn't pulled the plug, my super engineering computer would have been ruined." Just as Jiang Yan was explaining to old Lu, on the other side, a materials engineer let out a startled cry. "It's over, the motor's burnt out." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a pained expression. His diamond drill nearby slowly came to a halt, black smoke rising from the motor area. When he inspected the diamond drill bit, his eye twitched violently. Damn, the diamond drill bit has cracked. What kind of hellish material is this fuselage shell made of? Jiang Yan, who was directing from the side, immediately frowned. Is it really this difficult to take a small sample for spectroscopic analysis? Even the diamond drill has shattered now, yet the toy car's shell isn't even scratched. What kind of super alloy is it using? The toughness of this toy car's shell material has far exceeded everyone's limits of imagination. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yan ordered, "Bring out the laser cutter." Originally, Jiang Yan had brought the laser cutter merely to intimidate Lu Tianhe with no intention of actually using it. But now, with his top-tier equipment nearly destroyed, he desperately wanted to know the true limits of this toy car's shell material. Before long, a massive laser generator appeared before the toy car. To build this cutter, the engineering department had spent years' worth of funding in one go. To date, no material had proven resistant to this cutter. Its only drawbacks were the enormous energy consumption and exceptionally long charging time. Apart from that, it was flawless. After 30 minutes of preheating and charging, Jiang Yan took the controls himself. He carefully aimed the laser output at a corner of the toy car, deeply concerned that if the laser pierced through the shell, it might damage the precious internal components. At that moment, Lu Tianhe also began to feel tense. He warned Jiang Yan, "Old Jiang, perhaps we should just give up. This laser cutter's power is simply too immense. If we're careless and destroy the toy car, everything will be lost." Jiang Yan responded with tight nerves, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I'm only aiming at a corner approximately 1 millimeter. It will absolutely not reach its core." Having said this, Jiang Yan immediately got to work. But the next moment, everyone was stunned speechless. The high-energy laser struck the toy car's shell alloy, which rippled with an energy wave and then directly reflected the laser back. The energy contained within the high-energy laser was completely reflected. The reflected laser beam struck directly into the laser cutter's control console. Jiang Yan's pupils instantly contracted. That massive laser cutter had been split in two by its own beam in an instant. Minister, are you alright?" This sight threw the engineers on site into chaos. With a loud bang, the laser cutting machine was split in two. Fortunately, Jiang Yan was lucky. The high-energy laser only grazed past him. Jiang Yan jumped off the console, feeling his legs go weak and a chill down his spine. Seeing his beloved laser cutting machine destroy Jiang Yan felt as if his heart was about to stop. He couldn't help cursing, which lunatic is it? Using superparticle alloy to build a toy car. A metal that can perfectly reflect laser light must be the legendary superparticle alloy. The material it used was so formidable that Jiang Yan never expected it. This alloy only existed in theory and no one had been able to create it in reality. Using such a transcendent metal to build a toy car was simply preposterous. Was it meant to expand territory and conquer cities with this toy car? This is an utter waste of heavenly resources. Every single technology could revolutionize the world, yet it's used to make a toy car. Are you crazy? Absolutely insane. While Jiang Yan was breaking down, the engineers of the entire engineering department were also extremely frustrated. The entire engineering department mobilized, bringing the most advanced equipment to crack a toy car. This ridiculous story alone would make others laugh their heads off. In the end, they not only failed to crack anything, but the cutting-edge equipment of the engineering department was almost entirely destroyed. Who could they complain to? At this moment, Lu Tianhe shook his head. He admitted that he had been arrogant. Old Jiang, this is my fault. I was too arrogant. I thought that by directly tackling the crack we could save some time. But I severely underestimated the power of this car, and now we've wasted even more time. This car is not something we are qualified to crack. Lend me your helicopter, I will go directly to find Jiang Yan. Although I don't know if Jiang Yan is actually the maker of this toy car, it is certain that there is some connection between Jiang Yan and the maker. Now we can only spend time investigating slowly. On the other side, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1, Dazhengno, 1 middle school. At the window seat in the second-to-last row, a teenager who was lying on the desk slowly woke up from a sweet dream. This person was Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hadn't slept for 2 days to help Jiang Xiaomeng build the toy car, so he was extremely tired. At this moment, the system messages in his mind had become dense, forcing him to wake up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 21 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 17 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Reward 1,000 tech points. The final result, 1890 extraction points plus the task completion reward of 1,000 points, totaling 2,890 points. Noticing the change in his tech points, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Unaware that he was still in physics class, he suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "Holy crap! I actually earned 2,890. I'm rich." As soon as he said this, the whole class burst into laughter. Jiang Yan looked around then at Teacher Wang on the podium and realized something was wrong. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I'll sit down now." "You don't need to sit." "Perfect. Jiang Yan, come up and solve this problem." At this moment, the veins on Teacher Wang's temples were bulging. She had noticed Jiang Yan sleeping earlier, but since he hadn't disrupted her lecture, she tolerated it. Now Jiang Yan had stood up and talked in his sleep. How could she tolerate that? If she didn't teach Jiang Yan a lesson, her authority as a teacher would be completely lost. As Teacher Wang said this, the students laughed even harder. They all began to anticipate Jiang Yan's embarrassment. Jiang Yan calmed down and looked at the physics problem on the blackboard. He found that it didn't seem very difficult. By applying a simple algorithm he had used when building the toy car, he could easily get the answer. Just then, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Temporary mission released. Ding. Please solve the problem on the blackboard using a single line of formula. Mission reward 200 tech points. May I ask if the host wishes to accept the mission? He had just finished a big 1,000-point mission, so Jiang Yan looked down on this small 200-point task. But a 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step, and a river is formed by countless small streams. Even a grasshopper, however small, is still meat. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and decided to reluctantly accept the mission. He answered in his mind, "Accept." Ding. Temporary mission accepted successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. In response to the teacher's demand, Jiang Yan replied affirmatively. "All right, I'll solve it." Upon hearing this, class monitor Shen Lang sneered disdainfully. This problem was beyond the syllabus, and the teacher had only given a small hint at the beginning. Let alone Jiang Yan, who had been sleeping all along. Even Fang Yue, the physics representative, who always took careful notes, might not be able to solve it. Shen Lang had originally wanted to go up and solve the problem himself, but he thought it was better this way. After Jiang Yan completely failed, he would step in and show his superiority. As Jiang Yan walked to the podium, he passed by Fang Yue and suddenly felt something in his hand. He looked back and found that Fang Yue had stuffed a piece of paper into his hand. At this moment, Fang Yue's face was red and her head was lowered. She had a crush on Jiang Yan for a long time, and she knew that Jiang Yan definitely couldn't solve this advanced problem. But she didn't want Jiang Yan to embarrass himself in front of everyone, so she quickly wrote the answer on a scrap of paper. The moment she handed it to Jiang Yan, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, despite the time pressure, she managed to write the answer in the shortest possible time and give it to Jiang Yan. She didn't even know she could unleash such powerful abilities when pushed to the limit. Could this be the power of that something? Thinking of this, her face grew even redder. Jiang Yan quickly judged and realized that the paper ball must have been stuffed by Fang Yue. She was still lowering her head, definitely guilty. Jiang Yan frowned and threw the paper ball back. He said loudly, "Fang Yue, you have hands and feet. If you want to throw away trash, do it yourself." After saying that, he walked toward the podium without looking back. Fang Yu was dumbfounded. Did this guy Jiang Yan not know that she had given him the answer? At that moment she finally understood the true meaning of a steel straight man. He was too dense. The classmates realized what happened and burst into laughter. Some couldn't help but slap the table in laughter. That Jiang Yan is hilarious. He threw the answer back like trash. Jiang Yan, you're too dense, haha. At that moment class monitor Shen Lang was completely dumbfounded. Everyone else in the class was laughing, but he alone could not bring himself to smile. Because he had harbored feelings for Fang Yu for a very long time. He had even publicly expressed his admiration for Fang Yu in class. But Fang Yu always declined, citing her studies as the reason. Now even a fool could see that the person Fang Yu actually liked was Jiang Yan. At this thought Shen Lang felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. The bitterness and confusion in his heart could no longer be contained, erupting all at once. He gripped his disheveled hair with both hands and shouted uncontrollably, "This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it." His deskmate Xiaomeng immediately comforted him. "Monitor, don't blame yourself so hard. I can't do it either. Because this question goes beyond the curriculum." But soon, bolstered by his deskmate's words, class monitor Shen Lang found his only point of equilibrium. That balance lay in talent and brilliance. Of course Fang Yu had been blinded by Jiang Yan's appearance. That was typical of young girls. But that was precisely a sign of immaturity. He muttered under his breath, "What's so great about being handsome? Someday I will make everyone understand that talent and brilliance are the most precious qualities." Amidst the students' commotion, teacher Wang finally snapped back to reality. Her physics representative had openly passed answers to Jiang Yan. She immediately cried out in anger, "Fang Yu, you are not to help him. If you chose to sleep in class, then prepare to face humiliation." Students, let this serve as a reminder to all of you. Freshman year, it is of crucial importance to the college entrance examination and indeed to your entire lives. One day thousands will vie for a single narrow path. The competition will be fierce. A single weak point in your knowledge may render years of effort futile. While teacher Wang was still delivering her impassioned lecture, Jiang Yan had already written out the complete solution steps and answer. Jiang Yan brushed the chalk dust from his hands and walked straight back to his seat. At that moment the students were utterly bewildered. "What's going on? So fast? What on earth is that he wrote?" The students glanced at the gibberish Jiang Yan had scrawled on the blackboard, and their expressions turned vivid. Jiang Yan is so bold, daring to mock the teacher even now. Jiang Yan actually has some talent. The formulas look surprisingly plausible. As everyone mocked him, Fang Yu stood up and declared loudly, "Jiang Yan's answer is correct. It matches the answer I calculated." At this class monitor Shen Lang also immediately rose. "What good is a correct answer if his entire process is fabricated? He must have just seen the answer you gave him." Shen Lang completely disregarded Fang Yu's feelings, countering her with logical precision. For a moment Fang Yu was left speechless with frustration. Because Fang Yu genuinely hadn't understood Jiang Yan's solution process either. Not to mention understanding it. Most of the symbols used were ones she had never even seen before. At that moment the student's conviction that Jiang Yan had merely scribbled nonsense solidified. But just then teacher Wang let out a thunderous roar. "Enough! Be quiet!" The roar instantly silenced every student. Teacher Wang's expression was extremely grave, with a trace of shock and panic visible on her face. She nearly ran to the blackboard, gesturing wildly with chalk in midair, as if pondering some extraordinarily difficult scientific proposition. This scene left the entire class completely baffled. Meanwhile, a military helicopter had quietly landed on the sports field of No. 1 high school. The entire school had heard the commotion but assumed the helicopter was merely passing by. No one would have guessed it would actually land on campus. The principal, who had been alerted in advance, welcomed the visitors with utmost respect alongside the school leadership. After exchanging brief pleasantries under the pretext of an inspection toward the two elders, the group escorted the two elders and hurried toward the classroom where Jiang Yan sat. Inside the classroom, teacher Wang had already erased the problem she had written. Only Jiang Yan's notes remained. Using his process as a foundation, she began calculating rapidly on the blank space of the blackboard. As she worked, her expression grew increasingly stunned, even fearful. She could be seen harshly tugging at her own hair, muttering to herself, "Impossible. This cannot be. How could such a formula possibly exist?" Having said that, she fell back into a frenzied state of calculation. This sight left all the students dumbfounded. "What's wrong with teacher Wang?" "I don't know. Does Jiang Yan's formula come with some kind of illusion?" "Crazy talk. Told you to watch less anime. Teacher Wang has lost her mind. What should we do? Should we call the infirmary?" "The infirmary probably isn't equipped to treat mental illness, is it? Should we invite Jiang Yan to snap teacher Wang out of her trance?" At that moment the entire class stared in shock at Jiang Yan, who had fallen back asleep, as if gazing upon a monster. Meanwhile, several students could not restrain themselves and attempted to decipher the formula Jiang Yan had written on the board. One student noticed his deskmate already calculating, and his face instantly paled as he loudly shouted to stop him. "Are you insane? Daring to calculate? Can't you see what happened to the teacher?" But his deskmate grinned cheekily, acting as if nothing were wrong. In truth, many students in the class had attempted the calculation, but they had gotten absolutely nowhere, because they couldn't understand a single thing. Only teacher Wang understood. She alone grasped the terrifying magnitude and preciousness of this formula. At that moment, teacher Wang seemed stuck at a critical juncture, her expression one of extreme anguish, yet she could not continue writing. Just then the two elders arrived in the classroom. Upon seeing the formula on the blackboard, Lu Tianhe's expression immediately grew grave. Without even bothering to pick up the eraser, he directly used his palm to wipe away everything Jiang Yan had written. Jiang Yan too also quickly grabbed the eraser and thoroughly wiped clean the last remaining traces. This scene left every student in the class frozen in shock. Startled, teacher Wang flew into a rage. Her hands clutching the chalk trembled with fury. Her eyes bloodshot, she roared at the two elders, "You two old fools, are you crazy? Do you have any idea what you just destroyed? Those were physics formulas capable of changing this era. Madness. Pure madness." As she spoke, teacher Wang grew so angry that tears nearly welled in her eyes. This outburst sent the principal into a cold sweat. He immediately reprimanded her sternly. "Teacher Wang, what sort of language is that? Do you even know who these two gentlemen are? These two are the preeminent authorities of the Southern Academy of Sciences, Elder Lu Tianhe and Elder Jiang Yan too." Upon hearing this, teacher Wang was instantly stricken with panic. As the principal finished speaking, the entire class gasped in astonishment. "What the hell? Lu Tianhe, Jiang Yan too? It's really those two. Oh my god. Two scientific giants are coming to our class. Am I dreaming? Elder Lu is my idol. I have several models of 5th-generation fighters at home. Elder Jiang is even more incredible. Without him, our Longhua might still be unable to build aircraft carriers. Is our school that awesome? It can even invite people of this caliber." Oh no, teacher Wang just scolded both of them. "I think teacher Wang's teaching career is over." At that moment, teacher Wang quickly bowed his head to apologize to the two elders. But Elder Lu casually waved his hand. He said in a gentle tone, "No harm done. Anyone who sees such a formula would treasure it as a precious gem. But please understand that this formula is still classified at the highest national level and is not yet ready to be released to the public. Whoever wrote it on the blackboard, please refrain from doing so in the future." At that moment, having seen the top-secret formula, Elder Lu had a bold suspicion, could this formula have been written by that kid named Jiang Yan? It was only in recent years that top scientists from the South Academy of Sciences had learned of the existence of this formula, and it was still in the secret research stage. A whole team of top mathematicians was dedicated to this project. Thinking of this, Elder Lu's eyes shone with hope. Perhaps that black tech car was really made by Jiang Yan. Elder Lu then asked, "May I ask which one is Jiang Yan?" At that moment, the entire class turned their gazes to Jiang Yan, who was still sleeping at his desk. The students' hearts were filled with both confusion and envy. It seemed that Jiang Yan had caught Elder Lu's attention, and his future was bound to soar to great heights. Jiang Yan was awakened by a classmate behind him. He opened his eyes, equally puzzled, because he found many more people in the classroom, including the Dean of Academic Affairs. Holy cow, even the principal is here. Wait, is sleeping in class really that serious? No way, right? At that moment, Elder Lu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Student Jiang Yan, please come with us." The two elders walked out of the classroom, while Jiang Yan looked bewildered. The principal saw Jiang Yan still sitting there dumbfounded, and gave him a sharp glare. "Jiang Yan, hurry up and follow." Only then did Jiang Yan reluctantly stand up and reply, "Oh." The principal had no idea what was going on, nor did he understand the formula on the blackboard. All his attention was on the two elders. He only knew that if he treated them well, the school's future might change accordingly. The two elders calling for Jiang Yan was most likely a sample survey to assess the student's knowledge level. Thinking of this, the principal couldn't help but feel nervous. Jiang Yan was usually lackadaisical and had never stood out. He only hoped Jiang Yan would perform exceptionally well and not mess up. After they left, a group of uniformed staff immediately inspected everyone's draft paper, confiscating any that contained related formulas. At that moment, Jiang Yan followed the two elders into a meeting room. The principal also wanted to sit in, but was stopped by their attendants. As the meeting room door was firmly shut, the principal grew more and more anxious. Inside the room, Lu Tianhe took out his phone. He showed Jiang Yan a photo of the toy car. "Jiang Yan, did you make this toy car?" As Lu Tianhe spoke, Jiang Yan's heart was also filled with anticipation. Jiang Yan recognized it at once. This toy car was the one he had made for Jiang Xiaomeng. Jiang Yan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's a little invention I made for Jiang Xiaomeng." Upon Jiang Yan's confirmation, Lu Tianhe and Jiang Yan's hearts raced wildly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing their strange expressions, Jiang Yan immediately asked nervously, "What's wrong? Did Jiang Xiaomeng get into trouble with it?" Elder Lu quickly waved his hand. "No, she didn't get into trouble." Although the facts were clear, Lu Tianhe wanted further verification. "How did you achieve its levitation flight?" If Jiang Yan could answer this question, it would confirm that he was the true creator of the toy car. Jiang Yan, hearing this, relaxed. So they came seeking knowledge. Why didn't they say so earlier? Jiang Yan began to explain. The essence of this problem is actually a gravitational algorithm. Gravitational algorithm. Hearing this, Jiang Yan too also leaned in. Another old man joined the lecture, and Jiang Yan didn't mind. Afraid they might not understand, he even sketched on the draft paper. He explained slowly while writing. Elder Lu and Elder Jiang, listening attentively, looked like two students hungry for knowledge, their eyes burning with fervor. But as Jiang Yan's explanation progressed, the expressions of the two elders shifted from shock to distortion. At first they could barely keep up, but gradually both began to lose comprehension. The secret formula they regarded as classified was merely an opening argument for Jiang Yan. When his algorithm filled the second page, the two scientific giants' expressions became increasingly twisted. When Jiang Yan brought out the third page, the two elders were in despair. His knowledge was like a celestial script. They couldn't understand a single word. Yet both Elder Lu and Elder Zhang tacitly pretended to understand their expressions, relaxed, nodding occasionally, and even taking notes with feigned seriousness. Neither of them was willing to admit that they had completely fallen behind. By the time Jiang Yan finished explaining the entire gravitational algorithm, it filled 12 full pages. Can you understand? I might have spoken a bit fast. How could the two elders lose face? Someone had fed the knowledge right to their mouths. How could they not swallow it? Both gave a firm affirmative. Of course we understand. I Lu Tianhe have greatly benefited. I Jiang Yan have also gained a lot, ha ha ha. After saying this, Lu Tianhe reached out to take Jiang Yan's draft paper. Young friend Jiang Yan, do you mind? Jiang Yan shook his head. Please go ahead. Lu Tianhe took the paper and carefully folded the 12 pages neatly, then sealed them in a plastic bag, as if they were treasures. Jiang Yan glared at Lu Tianhe and hissed, "Old Lu." Lu Tianhe immediately looked embarrassed. He leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and whispered, "I won't keep it to myself, or we'll study it together." Hearing this, Elder Zhang's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Thus the two elders were fully convinced that Jiang Yan was the super genius who could create the black tech car, though they still didn't understand how he had done it. They exchanged a glance, then spoke in unison. "Jiang Yan, we sincerely invite you to join the South Academy of Sciences." At these words, Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. Upon receiving the invitation from the two elders, Jiang Yan did not immediately accept, but fell into thought. Had it been anyone else in his position, they would have been overjoyed. It was an invitation from the South Academy of Sciences after all. The minimum entry requirement was a doctoral degree, which was even more daunting since Jiang Yan was still a first-year high school student. However, Jiang Yan possessed the system and did not require technical support from any organization. Jiang Yan felt that he had already secured his first pot of gold, and even if he pursued independent development, he would rise quickly enough. Without sufficient incentive, he would by no means recklessly agree. Thus Jiang Yan timidly asked, "May I decline?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhe's expression immediately grew grave. Having lived through more than half his life, he could already guess Jiang Yan's thoughts. For a peerless genius like Jiang Yan, if there were not sufficient benefits, why would he allow himself to be courted so casually? He pondered for a moment before speaking again. "If you can successfully migrate the black technology from that vehicle onto a fighter jet within 1 month, our South Academy of Sciences is willing to offer you a monthly salary of 1 billion. Elder Lu thought for a moment and felt it was still not enough, so he continued, "Once the fighter jets enter mass production, you will also receive an additional 20% patent commission. Moreover, full access to special materials will be granted with first priority guaranteed. This is the maximum benefit that I Lu can secure for you." Elder Lu stared intently at Jiang Yan, eagerly awaiting an affirmative response. These terms already represented his absolute limit. He held nothing back, laying everything out in one breath, hoping the other party could see his sincerity and the South Academy of Sciences' desperate desire to recruit talent. Upon hearing these terms, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. He was indeed shaken by the figure Elder Lu had quoted. 1 billion. Such an astronomical sum was merely a monthly salary. Wouldn't he only need to work for a few days to purchase his father's entire toy factory? Moreover, Jiang Yan estimated that if the fighter jets he produced became a sensation, the 20% patent commission would likely be the real bulk of his earnings. As for money, Jiang Yan was only briefly surprised before quickly regaining his composure. What concerned him most was full access to special materials, a privilege he could never obtain on his own. Many rare materials were exclusively available to state-designated research institutions. If he could conserve the materials in his special space and exchange them for system points instead, that would be by far the most considerable wealth. Compared to mere money, scientific and technological points held an irresistible allure for Jiang Yan. The prospect of being able to farm them in abundance filled him with quiet anticipation. Seeing that Jiang Yan still seemed to be pondering, Jiang Yan grew anxious as well. Longshan Experimental Institute, the finest research facility under our South Academy of Sciences, spans 30,000 acres at your complete disposal. Jiang Yan, this is the utmost benefit that I, old Jiang, can secure for you. I sincerely invite you to join our South Academy of Sciences. I truly hope to work alongside you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan could not help but be moved. An entire experimental institute dedicated solely to him. That would make his future creations so much more convenient. After hearing Elder Zhang's additional offer, Jiang Yan could sense the sincerity of the South Academy of Sciences. He confirmed once more, "The South Academy of Sciences only requires me to build a new fighter jet within 1 month, correct?" Elder Lu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. As long as you can migrate the black technology from that vehicle onto a fighter jet within 1 month. And if you have other plans after completing the fighter jet project, we will support you as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded. Building a fighter jet within a month was all they asked, too simple by their standards. And the compensation they offered was indeed highly attractive. Jiang Yan nodded. "Very well, I will build you a fighter jet that transcends its era." Hearing Jiang Yan's reply, both elders were filled with excitement. With Jiang Yan's addition, the South Academy of Sciences had an extremely high chance of coming out on top in the arms competition a month later. And at the joint military exercises at year's end, Dragon Country might very well use these new generation fighter jets to confront the powers of the world. As the conference room doors slowly opened, the principal peered inside anxiously. He was eager to know the outcome after Jiang Yan was questioned, and he also wanted to understand how the two elders evaluated the school. When the principal saw the satisfied smiles upon the elders' faces, the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Elder Lu, Elder Zhang, how did Jiang Yan perform? This question nearly left the two elders speechless. What performance? They had been listening to Jiang Yan's lecture the entire time, and truthfully they hadn't understood a word. Only now did they recall that their official purpose for this visit was a school inspection. Lu Tianhe cleared his throat lightly, and said, "Your school excels remarkably in cultivating talent. Jiang Yan has already been recruited by our South Academy of Sciences. Henceforth he need not continue his studies here." Upon hearing these words, the principal was momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Yan had been directly recruited by the South Academy of Sciences. What was going on? But he quickly turned joyful. Jiang Yan's exceptional recruitment and the school's favorable evaluation from the South Academy of Sciences would surely drive the school's reputation skyward. As Jiang Yan boarded the helicopter and departed, news of his recruitment by the South Academy of Sciences through extraordinary means spread throughout the entire school instantly. Envy and jealousy erupted in waves one after another. The whole school was thrown into an uproar. I heard about it. Jiang Yan was recruited by the South Academy of Sciences on the strength of a single formula. How incredible. That's the South Academy of Sciences. A doctoral degree is merely the threshold, and he didn't even need one. Let me calculate. 3 years of high school, 4 years of university graduate school doctoral studies. Good heavens, Jiang Yan skipped 15 years of detours with just one formula. I'm so envious. What formula was it so impressive? Who has it? Let me see it. I took a glance at it once and couldn't understand a thing, and the two elders stopped me right then. I tried calculating it myself, and my entire notebook was confiscated. Even if it existed, I'd advise against looking at it. Not understanding it is fine, but once you understand it, you'll end up like our physics teacher. She's still catatonic and hasn't recovered. That's sinister. At this moment, class monitor Shen Lang sat dazed in the classroom, his mind completely blank. He was utterly dumbfounded. Now his only spiritual pillar had completely collapsed. He never imagined that his talent, much like his handsomeness, was as insignificant as dust before Jiang Yan. And Fang Yue at this moment also felt a sting of loss, for she knew that perhaps she would never cross paths with Jiang Yan again in this life. While the school remained in an uproar, Jiang Yan had already received a task reward of 200 technological points along with numerous points earned from others' astonishment, bringing his total technological points from 2,890 to 3,200. Although the increase was modest, any growth was undoubtedly a good thing. Jiang Yan had arrived at Fangshan Experimental Institute alongside the two elders. Not long after his arrival, he began dismantling the toy car. At first, the engineers refused to believe that the maker of the toy car was Jiang Yan, for he was far too young. It was only after Jiang Yan effortlessly removed a section of the back armor that they were thoroughly convinced. Because that piece of back armor was precisely the super alloy armor capable of reflecting laser beams and destroying the most powerful laser cutter. Moreover, Jiang Yan's movements were so swift that no one could discern what had just occurred. Fortunately, professional all-round recording equipment was in place, otherwise once Jiang Yan finished disassembling it, everyone would have been left staring blankly with no idea how to reassemble anything. Half an hour later, the toy car had been dismantled into scattered pieces. A super anti-gravity engine lay prominently before everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone was filled with excitement. Jiang Yan wished to continue dismantling the engine further, but Elder Lu immediately stopped him. Jiang Yan, that's enough, that's enough. Don't dismantle this engine any further. Let us take it back for separate testing. Elder Zhang also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a bitter smile, if you continue dismantling, no one will be able to reassemble it. The toy car parts dismantled by Jiang Yan were carefully wiped clean and packaged by everyone, ready to be transported back to the South Academy of Sciences for deeper research. Jiang Xiaomeng was stunned to learn that her little car had been dismantled by Jiang Yan. She immediately rushed to Jiang Yan's temporary dormitory. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already consumed 1000 tech points, leaving 200 tech points. He exchanged a large number of other black tech toy technologies for Jiang Xiaomeng as a spiritual compensation. After all, that anti-gravity toy car was truly too astonishing and had immense military value. Once targeted by malicious individuals, Jiang Xiaomeng might be in danger. After storing all those black tech toy technologies into a USB drive, Jiang Yan was about to go out to find Jiang Dashan. But as soon as the door opened, Jiang Yan saw a pouting little face. Jiang Xiaomeng glared at Jiang Yan. Stupid Jiang Yan. Nasty Jiang Yan. Why did you dismantle my little car? Jiang Yan wanted to reach out to comfort her, but Jiang Xiaomeng ran away directly. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. This little girl. Soon Jiang Yan found Jiang Dashan and then asked Jiang Yuntu for an encrypted engineering computer. The two returned to the dormitory. When Jiang Yan opened the data on the USB drive, Jiang Dashan was stunned. Because what Jiang Yan showed him were dozens of various super black tech toys. All technical details were extremely detailed, and the key was that every toy was full of a futuristic technological feel. From truly invisible drones to transformable intelligent toys, everything was available. Seeing these, Jiang Dashan couldn't help exclaiming, "Jiang Yan, these are." Jiang Yan said calmly, "These are all the toys that can subvert the entire toy industry. Jiang Xiaomeng won't lack toys in the future." If Jiang Yan had said this before, Jiang Dashan would have dismissed it, and even mocked Jiang Yan for not focusing on his proper work. But at this moment, after Jiang Yan finished speaking, Jiang Dashan only felt awe. Besides the anti-gravity toy car, Jiang Yan had actually designed so many toys that surpassed this era. After the anti-gravity toy car incident, Jiang Yan's ability was beyond doubt, although Jiang Dashan also didn't know how he could have given birth to such an extraordinary son. But this did not prevent him from being proud of Jiang Yan's amazing talent. And at this moment, seeing Jiang Yan offer so many black tech toys to Jiangjiang Toy Factory, Jiang Dashan was so moved that he almost cried. The next day, Jiang Yan was about to board a helicopter to the Southern Academy of Sciences. He patted Jiang Xiaomeng's head. "Xiaomeng, your brother is leaving. You need to listen to Dad, okay? The security level of the Southern Academy of Sciences is quite high, so I can't contact you anytime. But your brother signed the shortest 2-year contract. In 2 years I'll be back. Then I'll take you to eat lots of delicious food. Don't put on a long face." Jiang Xiaomeng's mood improved a bit, but she still pouted. At this moment she still felt a little heartache. What she felt sorry for was not the little car, but the little car that Jiang Yan had personally made for her. At this moment Jiang Yan had already boarded the helicopter. Jiang Dashan held Jiang Xiaomeng's little hand, and the two watched the departing helicopter. Jiang Xiaomeng murmured softly, "Brother, come back soon." After completing the tedious information registration at the personnel department of the Southern Academy of Sciences, Jiang Yan followed Elder Lu and Elder Zhang to Longshan Test Institute. This was also the place promised to Jiang Yan by the Southern Academy of Sciences. The experimental institute had a very large area which could be said to exceed Jiang Yan's imagination. It had dozens of laboratory buildings and was equipped with a large production workshop. Jiang Yan was very satisfied with this. Just as they were wandering around, a woman with a good figure walked over. She was wearing a white uniform and a work badge on her chest, looking like a fresh graduate intern. But she was followed by dozens of engineers. Clearly, she was the leader of this team. The visitor was Xia Tianyi. Before coming, Elder Lu had already introduced to Jiang Yan that Xia Tianyi's mecha project had been making slow progress and had been suspended by the Southern Academy of Sciences, so the Longshan Test Institute had been freed up. Now Xia Tianyi and her previous team were all under Jiang Yan's command. At this moment, Elder Lu spoke. "Xia Tianyi, I called you here to let you two get to know each other in advance. From now on you will be comrades fighting side by side." Jiang Yan. This is Xia Tianyi, the youngest heavy mecha expert in our Southern Academy of Sciences. Although the mecha project has been suspended, Xia Tianyi's skills and strength are beyond doubt. I hope you two can cooperate well in the future. Jiang Yan and Xia Tianyi both nodded politely. Afraid that Xia Tianyi might have a knot in her heart, Elder Lu comforted again. "Tianyi, now our Southern Academy of Sciences is not optimistic about funding. The higher-ups are constantly pressuring us. For the armament competition a month later, we must produce decent results. Your heavy mecha is a good project, but the research and development cycle is too long. At present, we need to concentrate our efforts to win the armament competition. Please understand now. After you cooperate with Jiang Yan to win the armament competition, Lu will definitely help you apply to the higher-ups to restart the mecha project." Xia Tianyi nodded politely again. No one could see her inner thoughts. At this moment, the two elders also felt there was nothing more to say and left at the same time. After the two elders left, Xia Tianyi also turned around and left. She didn't even greet Jiang Yan. Now she didn't care about the new director or the super genius at all. She had never planned to stay long at the Southern Academy of Sciences, nor did she intend to work under Jiang Yan. Xia Tianyi planned to settle the mecha and then leave the Southern Academy. This heavy mecha project was originally brought by her to the Southern Academy of Sciences. Since the Southern Academy looked down on the mecha, she had no reason to stay any longer. If the Southern Academy of Sciences wouldn't study heavy mecha, then she would do it herself. Although she couldn't take the mecha away, she didn't want her years of hard work to be treated like garbage. Xia Tianyi came to the production workshop in the central area of the Test Institute, using her remaining authority to command everyone to prepare to move the mecha out. She had already contacted an old warehouse of the Southern Academy of Sciences, planning to temporarily store the mecha there, and if there was an opportunity in the future to reactivate it. For this matter, Xia Tianyi had used a lot of connections and relationships, working hard for several days, and only this morning she got the approval of the director. Now Xia Tianyi didn't want to waste any more time. At this moment, Jiang Yan also came to the production workshop. He originally had no interest in this heavy mecha project at all. The task given to him by the Southern Academy of Sciences was to use anti-gravity car technology to integrate a new fighter jet within a month. This was completely unrelated to the mecha. He just wanted to see when the workshop could be vacated for him, after all his time was quite tight. But when Jiang Yan saw the mecha with his own eyes, an inexplicable shock arose. His thoughts changed at that moment, because in the center of the workshop stood the EVA first-generation unit. At this moment, in the center of the spacious workshop, a giant purple mecha, its arms suspended by iron chains, knelt on both knees. It had an iconic horn on its forehead, a towering 40-meter body like a sovereign reigning over the world. Its deep, profound eyes seemed to gaze down upon the ants on the ground. The overwhelming aura even made Jiang Yan feel a tremendous sense of oppression. It was precisely the EVA first unit that Jiang Yan was extremely familiar with from another world. The unicorn. Jiang Yan glanced at Xia Tianyi, who was directing the engineers, and felt a sense of disbelief. You must know, in this world there was no such anime as EVA. Even the concept of mecha was extremely rare in films and TV dramas. This was a parallel world after all. And yet this first unit had been replicated so vividly that even Jiang Yan only recalled many of its details after seeing it. How did this girl manage to do it? Xia Tianyi was directing her former subordinates preparing to transport the mecha out of the workshop. At this moment her heart was filled with complex emotions and her eyes were full of reluctance. This heavy mecha project was one she had brought to Nanqiyuan, and it had only been underway for 2 years so far. Although she hadn't yet made it stand up, Xia Tianyi firmly believed that if given another 2 years she would definitely make the mecha walk. But evidently Nanqiyuan had lost patience with this. Xia Tianyi gritted her teeth fiercely. Forget 2 years. Even if it took 20 years or 100 years, she was determined to complete this mecha and shock the world. In fact, she had been having the same strange dream since childhood. In the dream she was inside a sealed cockpit, and with a single thought her entire consciousness merged into a colossal towering mecha. At that moment she felt like a deity, with the sky above her head, overlooking the earth. When she woke up, everything in the dream was so vivid. Whenever she recalled it, the details were so clear that she couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. She had studied and advanced relentlessly since childhood, forcing herself to become a genius for no other reason than to completely recreate her dream. Xia Tianyi felt that completing the mecha was not only her dream, but also a mission she must fulfill in this life. Although she had hit a wall, now she would never give up. If Nanqiyuan was unwilling, then she would do it herself. She planned to settle the mecha first, then temporarily leave Nanqiyuan, and after earning enough money build her own mecha laboratory. She believed that with her abilities she could surely achieve it. But just then an accident occurred. One of the steel cables suspending the mecha suddenly snapped. The huge machine tilted and fell, causing such a commotion that everyone present was startled. A sweating engineer reported to Xia Tianyi, "Sister Xia, the steel cable snapped. It seems we can't transport the mecha today." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi couldn't help frowning. Because the director had only given her 1 day to transport the mecha. If it couldn't be moved, the authority to handle the mecha would fall into Jiang Yan's hands. Whether to keep it or scrap, it would be entirely up to Jiang Yan. After all, this place was now Jiang Yan's laboratory. She thought of something and suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. Because earlier she had never shown Jiang Yan a friendly face. Hesitantly, she dialed Jiang Yan's number. But at that moment a ringtone immediately sounded in the workshop. Jiang Yan was standing not far behind the crowd watching everything. Realizing Jiang Yan was right behind her, Xia Tianyi felt even more oppressed. It seemed Jiang Yan couldn't wait any longer. In fact, she could understand. If the mecha couldn't be moved, then Jiang Yan's own project couldn't proceed either. Xia Tianyi immediately walked over. At this moment, she also tried to suppress her negative emotions. Director Jiang, you saw it too. The steel cable snapped. Please give me 1 more day. I need to contact a large crane to attach a new steel cable, otherwise the mecha can't be moved. Jiang Yan didn't hear Xia Tianyi's words at all because his mind was churning like a tidal wave. His first project at Nanqiyuan was developing a next-generation fighter jet. But Jiang Yan had felt from the start that no matter how it was developed, the fighter jet was still a fighter jet. It was really not creative at all. But when the handsome first unit appeared, Jiang Yan was suddenly inspired. A bold idea immediately surfaced. If the first unit could be fully built and given flight capability, wouldn't that be a true next-generation fighter? And a flying mecha would surely create an even greater shock, and the technology points he would gain would be even larger. Moreover, this was the first unit. Jiang Yan truly wanted to complete it. Having confirmed his idea, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. And just then the system's voice rang out simultaneously. Ding. Detected an incomplete future mecha, and no one can complete it. Ding. Temporary mission released. Ding. Mission content fully complete the first unit and make everyone's jaws drop. Mission completion reward 2,000 technology points. May the host accept the mission. Seeing that the system had also issued a mission, Jiang Yan's breathing quickened again. Moreover, the reward of 2,000 technology points made Jiang Yan's heart race. Without any hesitation, he responded in his mind. Accept. This mission must be accepted. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Please ensure the host completes the mission within 1 week. Seeing the final prompt, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Only 1 week. With such a short time, Jiang Yan felt immense pressure. He sighed inwardly. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep again. Time was pressing. Jiang Yan suddenly shouted in a deep voice to everyone, "All of you get out." Jiang Yan did not need helpers, but these people had no rapport with him at all. Coupled with the extremely tight deadline for this system mission, rather than letting them stay and hinder progress, it was better to drive them all away. Once they were well coordinated in the future, these people could become considerable assets. Now Jiang Yan was the boss of Longshan Laboratory, so the other engineers naturally obeyed. Seeing the engineers leaving one by one, Xia Tianyi was immediately filled with anger and demanded loudly at Jiang Yan, "Jiang Yan, what do you mean by this? The director has already agreed to give me 1 day to move the mecha. You actually..." Jiang Yan had no mood to deal with her, waved his hand, and gestured for her to leave as well. If there's nothing else, you don't need to come for the next week. At this, was it the new brooms sweeping clean? Was he directly kicking her out? Then Xia Tianyi was directly pushed out of the production workshop by Jiang Yan. The workshop door was immediately locked. She shouted at the door that Jiang Yan had closed. Tomorrow I'll call a crane no matter what you mean, I'm going to move the mecha away. But Jiang Yan didn't respond. Xia Tianyi was so angry she gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had already summoned the system again. In his mind, Jiang Yan shouted, "System, analyze the ultimate point transformation plan." This time Jiang Yan decided to spend all his points in one go. Without holding back. Ding. Detected an incomplete future mecha. Ding. System is analyzing transformation plan. Ding. The modification plan has been generated as follows: 1. EVA bionic mechanical technology. 2A. T. Field technology. 3. Intelligent combat assistance system. 4. Superconducting particle power system. 5. Mecha weapon automatic guidance system. 6. Mecha piloting techniques. 7. Neural human-computer interaction technology. 8. Mecha self-repair technology. Total technology points consumed for the plan and materials 1800. Remaining 400 points. Jiang Yan gazed at the final plan generated by the system. Even though his points had been completely exhausted once again, his inner excitement surged uncontrollably. These technologies were simply incredible. Each one had the potential to turn the world upside down. A wave of passion coursed through Jiang Yan's body. He rolled up his sleeves and plunged into a state of frenzied work. That night Xia Tianyi tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Although she had already arranged for a heavy crane for the next day, the memory of Jiang Yan's behavior that afternoon lingered in her mind, making her feel that something was amiss. She got up and made her way to the main door of the production workshop, only to freeze in astonishment. The workshop should have been dark at this hour, yet it was brilliantly illuminated. Loud metallic crashing sounds echoed from within from time to time. Her heart clenched tightly. She frantically pounded on the door, but received no response. In desperation, she retrieved a lift, and without anyone steadying it, climbed tremblingly toward the nearest ventilation window alone. Peering through the ventilation window, over 10 meters high, she looked inside. The moment she did, her face turned green with rage. At the very center of the production workshop, Jiang Yan stood on an elevating rotary platform, wearing protective goggles, wielding some special tool that emitted a dazzling laser beam. Wherever the laser swept, plates of the mecha's outer armor fell away one by one, crashing heavily onto the ground with thunderous noise and vibration. By then the mecha had been almost completely dismantled by Jiang Yan. All sorts of parts, large and small, were scattered across the floor like garbage strewn upon an oil-stained surface. The sight made Xia Tianyi's heart nearly stop. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was humming a tune, and she could easily imagine the thoroughly satisfied smile beneath his protective mask. Insane. Absolutely outrageous. Xia Tianyi was so furious she could spit blood. How could such a despicable person exist in this world? He didn't even bother to greet her before working through the night to dismantle the mecha. Jiang Yan, you bastard. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Xia Tianyi unleashed a furious curse at him from the ventilation window. The moment the curse reached him, Jiang Yan was taken aback. Though he couldn't see who it was or recognize the voice, his brows immediately furrowed. Who on earth was peeking at this hour? Determined to prevent any disturbance, he manipulated the overhead crane and directly blocked that window. The sudden movement nearly made Xia Tianyi fall from the ladder. Seeing that there seemed to be no further activity, Jiang Yan dismissed it and returned to his work. Xia Tianyi climbed down the ladder trembling with rage and immediately dialed the director's number. She complained fiercely. "Director, didn't you promise me that you could temporarily preserve the mecha? That damn Jiang Yan. He completely dismantled it. I'm so furious." The director on the other end was also startled. He had never expected Jiang Yan to act so swiftly. However, the director did not consider this a major issue. First, the mecha project had indeed been suspended. Moreover, the Longshan testing facility was now firmly under Jiang Yan's jurisdiction. Jiang Yan already had the authority to dispose of the scrapped mecha. The director hastened to comfort her. "Xia Tianyi, please calm down. Jiang Yan is likely just eager to begin new projects. You see, the internal military competition will begin in a month. I believe Jiang Yan is equally anxious at this moment. If he can produce a next-generation fighter within a month, it would be an excellent opportunity for both him personally and for our South Academy of Sciences. I hope you can consider the bigger picture and show understanding." After ending the call, Xia Tianyi was utterly disheartened. From the director's words, she already knew he would take absolutely no action. Jiang Yan was now the rising star of the South Academy. Meanwhile, she had not only failed her project, but also lost her position as director. She had completely lost her voice. The dismantling of the mecha was now an accomplished fact. Xia Tianyi could only curse herself for still not being strong enough. She lacked the strength to complete the mecha, let alone the power to protect it. At this moment, a sharp ache rose in Xia Tianyi's nose. She had never felt such intense powerlessness before. It was as if the entire night sky were pressing down upon her, making it impossible to breathe. The next day, Xia Tianyi did not contact the crane operator either. With the mecha already dismantled, everything was meaningless. She planned to finish organizing the documentation for the first-generation model before leaving the South Academy. For the following week, all the engineers at the Longshan laboratory were left completely unmanaged. Xia Tianyi spent her days organizing documents ignoring them, while Jiang Yan locked himself in the production workshop also ignoring them. No one was allowed into the production workshop, leaving them wondering what the new director was up to. Jiang Yan's only assigned task for them was to deliver 3 meals to the workshop on time along with several large boxes of energy drinks. The engineers at the Longshan Experimental Institute suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. This complete idleness made them somewhat uncomfortable. A week later, Jiang Yan, who had worked tirelessly for 7 days, finally completed the task on schedule. Inside the production workshop with deep dark circles under his eyes, he looked at the fully modified mecha and immediately broke into a satisfied smile. For various reasons, this first-generation model had not yet undergone power-on testing. Although it had not been energized, Jiang Yan was full of confidence in his own abilities. Once he completed it, there would be no possibility of failure. Jiang Yan was eager to know just what level of performance his latest creation could achieve. However, since the first-generation model adopted a superconducting particle power system, the Experimental Institute had not yet had time to install the large-capacity circuits dedicated to the mecha. Drawing power directly from the grid would cause severe fluctuations throughout the area's electrical system. This was precisely why Jiang Yan had never conducted power-on testing. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and decided that since this matter would inevitably affect other nearby testing facilities, it was necessary to notify Elder Lu. Jiang Yan picked up the phone and dialed Lu Tian's number. Normally, he should have contacted the director about this, but he was not close with him, so he ultimately chose to reach out to Elder Lu. On the other end of the line, Elder Lu gasped sharply upon hearing Jiang Yan's description. It will affect the power system of the entire testing zone. You're requesting a collective power outage for 16 connected testing facilities. Wait, Jiang Yan, it's only been a week. There's no need to make such a huge stir, is there? Though Elder Lu was deeply reluctant, Jiang Yan remained steadfast. In the end, he brought Jiang Yuntu along, and the two of them nervously discussed the matter with the director, eventually obtaining his approval. Elder Lu made all the necessary arrangements in advance before contacting Jiang Yan again. Alright, I've smoothed things over for you. You just need to submit the application. You haven't registered yet. Then register. The approval process will take at most a day. You can't even wait a single day. If you truly cannot wait, you can submit the application through Xia Tianyi's account on the internal network for now. Just submit the application. I'll handle the rest for you. Such an excessive demand. If it were anyone else, Lu Tianhe would have surely cursed it out loud. But now that it was Jiang Yan, Lu Tianhe not only didn't feel any aversion, but even brought in Elder Zhang to persuade the dean together. It was evident how much weight Jiang Yan carried in old Lu's heart. Moreover, after old Lu and old Zhang's in-depth study of the anti-gravity vehicle parts last night, they felt even more keenly the terror of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had already dismantled the anti-gravity vehicle thoroughly, and even the design drawings and related materials were all given generously by Jiang Yan without any reservation. Yet even with such open access for them to study in a week's time, they had only managed to grasp 1% of it. The two elders had now deeply realized the formidable power of Jiang Yan, and their hearts were profoundly shaken. Jiang Yan's test application made old Lu and old Zhang's hearts involuntarily rise with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, having figured out the procedure, turned on the computer in the director's office, which was originally used by Xia Tianyi. Jiang Yan had originally intended to call Xia Tianyi, but after the computer booted up, he was amused. The computer had no password, and the intranet account password was also auto-saved by the browser. This girl really has a lot of nerve. After a sigh of admiration, Jiang Yan directly logged into Xia Tianyi's intranet account, following the principle of not troubling others if possible. Jiang Yan filled out and submitted the application using Xia Tianyi's account, an application for the first-generation prototype functional test. Thanks to the efforts of the two elders, the approval process went through extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, all levels of approval were granted. But then the other experimental institutes erupted in chaos. In the Nank directors group, chat exploded instantly. Xia Tianyi, what are you doing? You actually demand that all 16 research institutes cut power together. My electromagnetic cannon research also requires a huge amount of electricity. The backup diesel generator simply can't handle it. Do you expect my hundreds of researchers to be idle today? As if our institute doesn't need electricity either. The diesel generator can only support the most basic equipment. Once the power is cut, our institute is done for. What the hell is this mecha test that needs so much electricity? Incomprehensible. Fortunately, our diesel generator is barely enough heat. Get lost. This kind of application actually got approved by the higher-ups. I'm truly speechless. Xia Tianyi, how much electricity can your crappy mecha use? And power grid instability bullshit. No, wasn't the mecha project already suspended? How can experiments continue? Right, I saw the notice about the suspension of the mecha project last week. So it's been restarted. I'm going to call the dean and complain. You are seriously disrupting the research environment. Xia Tianyi, cancel your application immediately. At this moment, Xia Tianyi had already organized the mecha's materials. She was about to leave Nank Institute. She remembered that she hadn't left the director's group yet, so she decided to start by leaving the group. But when she saw hundreds of unread messages in the group, she was stunned. Previously, there was little communication among the directors, and the group had almost no messages. Yet today's messages had exploded like a bomb, which was truly bizarre. Xia Tianyi opened the group chat and read through them one by one, and instantly, it was like a bolt from the blue, her head buzzing. What's going on? Why is everyone cursing her? Mecha test. What mecha test? The mecha was dismantled by Jiang Yan. How to test? The more Xia Tianyi read, the more rapid her breathing became. Her first reaction was Jiang Yan. She was about to pull out Jiang Yan's phone number to ask for an explanation. But Jiang Yan's call came in first. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yan's words only made Xia Tianyi more confused. Xia Tianyi, gather everyone. We are conducting the first functional test of the first-generation prototype today. First-generation prototype test. There really is a test. Xia Tianyi was puzzled. No, wasn't my mecha dismantled by you? What's there to test? At this moment, Jiang Yan realized that the one who came to peek that night was Xia Tianyi. Jiang Yan also felt it was hard to explain. He spoke solemnly. You'll know when you come. 830 M. At the workshop main entrance. Be on time. After hanging up, although Xia Tianyi still didn't understand the situation, she felt it necessary to go. At the same time, following Jiang Yan's request, she notified all engineers of Longshan Experimental Institute. Meanwhile, the engineers of the other 16 experimental institutes were all complaining bitterly. The mecha test was scheduled for 900 M, and the 16 institutes had to cut power before 830 M. The time for cutting power was approaching. Although they were unwilling, since it was an order from higher-ups, they had to carry out the power outage. The directors of each experimental institute had also called to appeal, but all were rejected. Hundreds of people from the affected institutes gradually gathered spontaneously. After gathering in fury, they marched in a mighty procession toward Longshan Experimental Institute. They wanted to see what Xia Tianyi was really up to. Meanwhile, at this moment, all members of Longshan Experimental Institute had assembled in the production workshop. As the workshop door slowly opened, all the researchers were stunned, especially Xia Tianyi, whose emotions were incredibly complex at this moment, because now the mecha was not only intact, but it had also stood up. In the center of the workshop, the first-generation prototype was gleaming with a purple metallic luster, looking brand new. The rough lifting ropes and iron chains from before had been replaced by heavier special fixing devices at some unknown time. These devices seemed not to be fixing the mecha, but rather restraining it. Countless thick cables were connected to its back. The entire scene was filled with a sense of technological oppression. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Yan alone could have completed such a massive project in just 1 week. But at this moment, not only all the engineers of Longshan Experimental Institute, but even Xia Tianyi, when looking at Jiang Yan, couldn't help but show expressions of awe. At this moment, an engineer couldn't help but ask, Director Jiang, how did you make it stand? Given its tonnage, no alloy could possibly withstand the joint stress. Although they had previously thought the mecha project wouldn't succeed, it didn't mean they were just coasting. On the contrary, they were clearer than anyone about the difficulties and bottlenecks. Other engineers also chimed in. That's right, Director Jiang. We worked hard for 2 years, but we're stuck at the standing stage. How did you solve it in just 1 week? Everyone stared at Jiang Yan with burning eyes. Xia Tianyi, even more excited, waited for Jiang Yan's answer. But Jiang Yan's next words shook their minds. Stand. Is that your only ambition? Today I will not only make it stand, but also make it fly. Jiang Yan said these words with a firm gaze and a forceful tone. At this moment, not only Xia Tianyi, but also all the engineers present felt a strange hope and passion ignited in their hearts. Fly. Is that possible? Before the crowd's emotions could settle, Jiang Yan directly gave orders. Xia Tianyi, get into the mecha. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's command, Xia Tianyi was momentarily stunned. Which mech? Previously, even the external control system of the prototype was incomplete. She had no idea what Jiang Yan's command meant. Yet Xia Tianyi did not refuse. At present, Jiang Yan seemed to intend to revive the mech project, and Xia Tianyi was already deeply grateful for that. Whatever Jiang Yan wanted her to do, even if it was just a show, she would not refuse. Under Jiang Yan's direction, Xia Tianyi changed into a special tight-fitting protective suit. She took the earpiece Jiang Yan handed her and boarded the elevating ladder, reaching the top of the mech. From there, as she observed the prototype up close, her expression shifted and her heart grew complicated. Because the prototype now was vastly different from before, both in its material and the articulation of its joints. It was more refined and more delicate, especially the joints where the gaps were almost imperceptible. This sent a tremendous shock through Xia Tianyi's heart. Such a joint design was not something she could achieve, nor could anyone in the entire Nank Institute. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Yan on the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, all the engineers had already taken their assigned positions under Jiang Yan's arrangements, and everyone was waiting for the hour to strike. At that time, personnel from other laboratories arrived at the production workshop of Longshan Test Institute. Their faces were filled with anger as they crowded at the entrance, cursing and complaining. TCH, I thought Xia Tianyi had made some new breakthrough, but she just made the mech stand up. Isn't it just standing up? Why all this fuss and showmanship? This piece of junk mech consumes so much electricity and even causes grid fluctuations. How ridiculous. My entire lab has been shut down. I want to see what tricks Xia Tianyi can pull off. At this moment, Lu Tianhe and Zhang Yuntu also arrived. Seeing two vice deans appear, the crowd seemed to find support. The disgruntled people began to pour out their grievances. Elder Lu, Elder Zhang, you've come just in time. This Xia Tianyi is nothing but unreasonable. Exactly, testing some broken machine requires all 16 labs to cut power. Isn't that a joke? Now all our research projects are stalled just to play along with her. This is a severe disruption to the research environment. Both Lu and Jiang could only smile bitterly, saying nothing. Because it was precisely through their unremitting efforts that the prototype test application had been approved. They nervously stared at the giant mech, hoping that Jiang Yan was not being unreasonable. The time came to 9 o'clock sharp. Jiang Yan shouted to all the engineers of Longshan Test Institute, "Begin charging." As Jiang Yan gave the order, the engineers at each switch station simultaneously slammed the switches. Dozens of switches surged power at once. A massive amount of electricity flowed through countless cables converging toward the core of the prototype. Hum, hum, hum. The hum of the current grew louder, and then the lighting in the workshop began to flicker abnormally. The system voltage truly began to fluctuate. Seeing this, the engineers from other institutes frowned astonishment in their hearts. What kind of power system does this mech use to consume so much electricity? As the abundant electrical energy was supplied, the mech's autonomous control system finally started up. Accompanied by a peculiar hum, the prototype's eyes suddenly blazed to life. In that moment, it seemed as if it had come alive. The overwhelming pressure made everyone present's scalps tingle. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. At this time, Xia Tianyi, standing alone on top of the mech, felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. As the functional indicator lights inside the mech lit up one after another, she could even faintly sense a massive surge of energy about to burst forth from its colossal body, as if an ancient primordial beast was awakening. Then Jiang Yan's voice suddenly rang through all channels. "Prepare for plug ejection. Xia Tianyi, get ready to enter the cockpit." Jiang Yan pressed a button. The mech began to move. The prototype slightly lowered its head, and a wave of heat burst from the joint at the back of its neck. Without the special protective suit, Xia Tianyi would have been severely burned. As the hatch at the back of the neck slowly opened, a huge white cylindrical object rose from within, spiraling upward. Then a large mechanical grabbing device began to operate automatically. It gently extracted the white cylinder and moved it to the platform where Xia Tianyi stood. Seeing this, the engineers from the other institutes had stopped their earlier clamor. They all held their breath. Both the intense pressure emanating from the prototype and the sci-fi method of extracting the cockpit made them instinctively feel that this mech was no ordinary machine. And at this moment, seeing the special cockpit, Xia Tianyi's mind seemed to thunder. This was the plug-in cockpit from her dreams. Xia Tianyi shook her head violently, trying to confirm if she was dreaming. She had only seen this special cockpit in her dreams. Moreover, its structure was so complex that Xia Tianyi had no idea how to replicate it. But now this dream object was real before her eyes. How could she not be shocked? Her eyes were full of disbelief. She didn't know how Jiang Yan had learned of her dreams, nor how he had brought this dream object into reality. Xia Tianyi couldn't help but look down at Jiang Yan on the ground, her expression complicated. Jiang Yan noticed her hesitation and commanded her through the earpiece to enter the cockpit. Xia Tianyi's mind was completely dazed, but in the end she chose to go on. Even if this were a dream, she would see it through. She gritted her teeth, jumped directly onto the plug, opened the entrance, and crawled inside. Because it resembled her dream so closely, she found herself familiar with the procedure and took her seat effortlessly. As the cockpit closed, the plug rotated back into position. The prototype's head slowly lifted and the gap where the plug had been inserted gradually healed. In the end, no trace of the seam remained. If anyone had observed the back of the prototype at that moment, they would have been stunned. This was exactly the sci-fi-like organic metal technology. Inside the mech, Xia Tianyi sat down at the console with practiced ease, feeling a strange familiarity. Everything felt as if she had lived through it countless times in her dreams. Suddenly, Xia Tianyi had a bad premonition if this was exactly like her dream. Then, the next step. She instinctively held her breath. A shock ran through her heart. Just as she feared, a pale yellow viscous liquid suddenly poured in from all sides, swiftly flooding the entire cockpit. Just then Jiang Yan's voice came through the earpiece. "Xia Tianyi, don't be too nervous. This is LCL solution. Once it fills your lungs, your blood will pass directly through it to absorb the oxygen you need. You can breathe normally in this solution." Receiving Jiang Yan's instructions, Xia Tianyi gradually relaxed her entire body, allowing the special liquid to flow into her body. In fact, she had previously experienced being enveloped by LCL solution throughout her entire body in her dreams. She even sensed that Jiang Yan had not fully explained everything to her. LCL, short for waters of life, its molecular composition forms the foundation of all life. It not only directly supplies oxygen to the pilot's lungs, but also cushions physical impacts and blocks mental attacks during combat, sustaining the pilot's life. When electrified, its molecular structure transforms, serving as the neural connection medium between the mecha and the pilot. These were the pieces of information she had gathered from her dreams. However, this waters of life far surpassed modern technology. How it was produced, and what its constituent elements were, Xia Tianyi had no idea whatsoever. At that moment, gazing from inside the cockpit at Jiang Yan, who commanded everything, waves of astonishment surged within her once more. Before long, Xia Tianyi's entire body was submerged in the LCL solution. The visuals inside the cockpit were transmitted to the large screen. There Xia Tianyi floated calmly within the solution, breathing freely. This sight left everyone present utterly incredulous. What exactly is this LCL solution? How can Xia Tianyi breathe inside it? Just piloting a mecha. Does it really require such an extreme solution? What kind of technology is this? Completely unheard of. Truly an eye-opening experience today. The engineers from Longshan Research Institute were equally astonished, yet they remained at their posts without much comment. They methodically reported the latest data from their monitoring stations according to Jiang Yan's instructions. Main power connected. Internal power charging at 30. External power connected normally, but voltage dropped by 24. Power transmitted to all circuits. Neural connection nominal. LCL levels normal. Thought pattern and dragon speech. Bidirectional circuit open. Synchronization rate 98. Harmonics within normal range. No loss of control detected. As each engineer reported the monitoring data from their stations, Jiang Yan rapidly analyzed each phase in his mind. Aside from the voltage instability, which had been anticipated, all other data was normal. In fact, one core metric was so excellent that even Jiang Yan couldn't help but be surprised. That 98% synchronization rate. Even Jiang Yan found himself drawing in a sharp breath. According to his estimation, a synchronization rate exceeding 50% would already meet the standard, the minimum requirement to operate the prototype. A rate of 80% would already be considered extraordinarily impressive human-machine synchronization. The prototype was controlled through imagination. The pilot visualized themselves as the mecha, then transmitted commands directly via synchronized brainwaves. Yet humans and mechs were vastly different. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to completely imagine themselves as a machine. Jiang Yan knew that even if he piloted it himself, the synchronization rate would peak at around 70%. And this Xia Tianyi had somehow pushed it to 98%. This was nothing short of perfect human-machine unity. Jiang Yan half believed the prototype had been crafted specifically for her. With data exceeding all expectations, Jiang Yan issued another command. Release restraint devices 1 and 2. Roger that. Restraint device 1 disengaged. Mother bridge beginning movement. Restraint device 2 disengaged. Everything proceeded smoothly. Jiang Yan continued with his next order. Release safety locks 1 through 15. Copy. All safety locks disengaged. Prototype is now in free mode. At this point, every constraint on the prototype had been completely removed, and the peculiar pressure emanating from it intensified further. It was as though a terrifying beast was about to awaken. Everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back. The engineers from other research divisions swallowed hard. Don't tell me it's actually going to go berserk. I can't shake this feeling. It's as if something primal is stirring. What's with this strange pressure? I feel it too. This defies all logic. Meanwhile, some were so overcome with excitement that their hands trembled as they murmured to themselves. I have a strong premonition. This mecha might exceed anything we've ever imagined. With all preparations complete, Jiang Yan's commanding voice suddenly echoed across the entire communication channel. Xia Tianyi. Launch. Xia Tianyi's eyes narrowed sharply, and at that very instant the prototype's optics flared with renewed intensity. Copy. Her brainwaves were now perfectly synchronized with the prototype. She could almost feel that the prototype was her, and she was the prototype. This ineffable sensation was indescribable, filling her with overwhelming excitement and a sense of being utterly captivated. As Xia Tianyi willed it, the prototype's right foot stepped forward heavily, planting itself firmly upon the ground. The high-strength concrete surface cracked after a deafening tremor. The concrete at the point of impact was crushed into powder. Thud, thud, thud. Each step Xia Tianyi took was exceedingly steady. The prototype didn't merely shatter the ground. It shattered everyone's understanding and preconceptions. Stunned and dumbfounded, the crowd retreated to clear a path for her. The prototype moved like a deity walking among mortals, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Xia Tianyi actually built something this terrifying. Even small robots struggle to move with such natural grace, let alone a colossal machine weighing thousands of tons. The technical difficulty here is simply inconceivable. Xia Tianyi has effectively conquered locomotion technology. Once past this hurdle, we'll likely witness true military-grade war machinery soon. War machinery. Even the one who spoke it shuddered at the implication. If such a monstrous creation were to become a weapon, the entire global balance of power would be irrevocably altered. At this point, many began to draw similar conclusions. Just imagine every border outpost of our nation guarded by these things. Which country wouldn't lose sleep over it? If this thing sees actual battlefield service, it would truly be the king of land warfare. At that moment, everyone present, even those who had previously harbored prejudices against Xia Tianyi, felt a surge of anticipation for the prototype's future. Lu Tianhe and Jiang Yan were simultaneously stunned and thrilled. Unlike the others, they knew this prototype was undoubtedly Jiang Yan's handiwork. Words failed them to describe Jiang Yan. He had produced something so terrifyingly advanced in merely a single week. If Jiang Yan stayed at the South Academy of Sciences for much longer, just thinking about it made them both pulse racing. They felt profoundly grateful for their decision to recruit him at any cost back then. It seemed the technology Jiang Yan possessed went beyond mere innovation. It was a direct glimpse into the future itself. Just as everyone thought the prototype's testing was drawing to a close, the next scene would once again send shockwaves through every heart present. As Xia Tianyi stepped out of the production workshop, the first-generation mecha stood under the blue sky. A surge of freedom abruptly rose in Xia Tianyi's heart. Like a trapped beast confined in a cage for years finally regaining its freedom. For a moment Xia Tianyi could not tell whether it was her own thought or that of the first-generation mecha. But she did not pay much attention, for at this moment her entire being was immensely comfortable. It was a feeling of exhilaration she had never experienced in her life. She was even on the verge of losing herself in this comfortable sensation. That sense of loss spread rapidly. Suddenly a powerful impulse surged violently. Driven by this intense impulse, Xia Tianyi somehow half-squatted, placing both palms on the ground. The massive head of the first-generation mecha lowered slightly. At this moment many noticed that the first-generation mecha's mouth seemed to open slightly, with a cloudy breath leaking out. Then its lips curled upward gently. Was it smiling? This sent a chill down the spines of those who noticed this detail. Then a vast and majestic aura suddenly exploded from within the first-generation mecha. That inexplicable sense of palpitation was felt by everyone present simultaneously. Amidst their astonishment, the first-generation mecha suddenly leaped into the air. This leap released an immense amount of energy. The ground beneath it instantly caved in. The shockwave generated in that moment burst from the mecha's body, causing even those dozens of meters away to lose their footing and fall one after another. At the same time they were all astounded. What the hell kind of capability is this? To be so explosive? Is this a test? This is not a capability demonstration. Dreaming, I must be dreaming. And at this moment the first-generation mecha like a savage beast shot forward. It whistled across the sky. Its massive body swiftly traversed several thousand meters like a cannonball, smashing violently into a distant giant mountain. A tremendous tremor spread in all directions. On the dust-shrouded mountain, the first-generation mecha was seen landing on all fours, firmly embedded in the mountain. Its huge head lifted high, roaring at the sky with a heart-rending howl. The roar was so loud that it shook the hearts of everyone within a 10-mile radius. All eyes turned toward the mecha. This roar seemed like a release. It also seemed to declare to the entire world the king has returned. All this happened too fast. Those knocked down by the shockwave scrambled to their feet. Looking at the godlike mecha on the distant mountain, an inexplicable fear rose in everyone's hearts. What is this thing? It's terrifying. This mecha can leap thousands of meters. Can someone tell me if I'm dreaming? Why is it roaring? Is this mecha berserk? How is that possible? I feel like the one operating it now is not Xia Tianyi. This mecha feels alive. I have a creepy sensation all over my body. At this moment, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. Lu Tianhe and Jiang Yan were now too shocked to speak. Such capability, such explosive power, such stability. If the anti-gravity toy car could shock the world, then this first-generation mecha was enough to upend the world. For if this first-generation mecha could be deployed on the battlefield, it would be an unparalleled super weapon. But they still felt that the mecha's movements and behavior were somewhat off. Its movements were filled with ferocity and wildness. It did not seem like Xia Tianyi was controlling it. Although they were now thousands of meters away from the mecha, a sense of life and death crisis suddenly welled up in their hearts. At this moment Jiang Yan also frowned. He hadn't expected that Xia Tianyi's synchronization rate would surge again, directly causing the autonomous consciousness of the first-generation mecha to begin awakening. Jiang Yan didn't need to check the data on the monitoring instruments to know. At this moment the synchronization rate between Xia Tianyi and the mecha had reached its limit. 100. Jiang Yan made a prompt decision and immediately pressed a special button. As the button was pressed, the huge horn on the mecha's forehead directly shattered in part, becoming incomplete. Originally Jiang Yan had no intention of using this button. But Xia Tianyi's talent was simply too extraordinary. She achieved 100 synchronization rate from the very start. You see, every one increase in synchronization rate required months or even years of repeated training. Jiang Yan truly hadn't anticipated that someone like Xia Tianyi could max out the synchronization rate right away. Therefore Jiang Yan hadn't initially arranged for Xia Tianyi to undergo confrontation training with the mecha's consciousness. Destroying part of the mecha's horn to forcibly lower the synchronization rate was originally a safety measure set for future confrontation training. Jiang Yan never expected to use it on the very first day of testing. If Jiang Yan hadn't forcibly lowered the synchronization rate, Xia Tianyi's consciousness would have been gradually assimilated by the mecha. Once fully assimilated, even if Xia Tianyi were dragged out of the cockpit, her mind could never be restored. But if one day in the future Xia Tianyi, through extensive consciousness confrontation training, could instead invade the mecha's original consciousness, at that time the first-generation mecha would become its complete form, and the mecha would be able to unleash its true combat power. Just how strong that ultimate combat power would be, even Jiang Yan was somewhat looking forward to it. Earlier Jiang Yan felt that even he himself would need decades to achieve this final form. It was very uneconomical. Rather than spending decades constantly training, it was better to work harder in exchange for a few more black technologies. But now Xia Tianyi's astonishing talent made Jiang Yan feel that if this mecha were entrusted to her, it would not be long before the complete form of the first-generation mecha could be seen. As Jiang Yan forcibly shattered part of the mecha's horn, Xia Tianyi's eyes suddenly changed, as if she emerged from a certain frenzied state. Her eyes gradually regained clarity. But an inexplicable strong impulse still surged within her heart, hard to calm for a long time. Staggering, she manipulated the mecha to slowly stand up, restoring its upright posture. With her mind restored, Xia Tianyi was now deeply puzzled. She had just walked out of the production workshop, so how did she suddenly appear on this giant mountain? The fragments of memory from before were still very blurry despite her efforts to recall. She only vaguely remembered that she seemed to be roaring. Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. This was consciousness assimilation. She had experienced the process of consciousness assimilation once in a dream. Once fully assimilated, her consciousness would no longer belong to herself. In a state of lingering fear, she noticed that the horn on the mecha's head had been partly broken and her forehead was also aching faintly. She guessed that the assimilation process must have been forcibly interrupted by Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan's voice also sounded through all channels. A small accident just occurred, nothing serious. Next, let's begin the official test. Formal testing. As Jiang Yan's order for formal testing was announced, everyone present was instantly stunned, utterly overwhelmed with shock. If formal testing was only beginning now, then what were those heart-stopping scenes before? Was the Genesis unit's earth-shattering leap of thousands of meters not considered formal testing either? Just as everyone was still in disbelief, Jiang Yan's next words left even Xia Tianyi, who had experienced so much in her dreams, utterly bewildered. Xia Tianyi, have you ever imagined flight? The moment he spoke these words, Xia Tianyi immediately guessed Jiang Yan's intent. The meaning behind his words filled her with both shock and confusion. Because the Genesis unit's control system relied on precise imagination. And when Jiang Yan asked if she had ever imagined flight, what he meant was clear. The Genesis unit could fly. The Genesis unit had the ability to fly. Was that even possible? Thinking of this, Xia Tianyi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Because even in her dreams, the mecha she piloted had never demonstrated any form of flight. So she had never once believed this mecha could take to the skies. From the very beginning, she had made no attempt to imagine flight. Noticing Xia Tianyi's hesitation, Jiang Yan continued, Xia Tianyi, there's no need to be nervous. Just give it a try. Even if you lose control after taking flight and crash, you'll remain absolutely safe within the LCL solution. In truth, Xia Tianyi wasn't afraid. She could indeed feel that profound sense of absolute security within the Genesis unit. She didn't need to check any data displays to effortlessly grasp the mecha status. Because at this moment, she was one with the Genesis unit. Even after that tremendous leap of thousands of meters, the mecha's condition remained excellent. Aside from the power level dropping from 30 to 29, no other parameters showed any abnormalities. Xia Tianyi took a deep breath. What puzzled her now was how exactly one should imagine flight. She could only try gradually. Xia Tianyi closed her eyes, beginning to imagine herself rising from the ground, hovering high in the sky, imagining herself as a deity. But the next moment, everyone present felt their scalps tingle as though their hearts had nearly stopped. They saw Xia Tianyi extend her arms, and the entire mecha slowly lifted off the ground, as if gravity had become meaningless to the Genesis unit at that very instant. Fly. It's flying. It's really flying. Good heavens. Levitating. Am I dreaming? Wait, where's its propulsion engine? I can't see any flame trails. Its propulsion method isn't fuel-based. With this tonnage, how is it achieving levitation while relying entirely on electric power? I feel like all my physics education was wasted. Damn, this is a massless particle thruster. And with enormous power output. Am I dreaming or not? Massless propulsion of tens of tons per second. I'm going insane, I truly am. If I recall correctly, China's most powerful particle thruster generates only 6 newtons of thrust. Xia Tianyi's mecha must be multiplying that by tens of millions of times. How is this even possible? Compared to Xia Tianyi, I suddenly feel like everything I've been researching is trash. Lu Tianhe and Zhang Yintu were extremely familiar with this levitation scene. It was precisely the anti-gravity engine that had appeared on that toy car. The two elders exchanged a glance, each seeing excitement and astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They never expected that Jiang Yan would manage to replicate this technology onto a mecha, giving the mecha the ability to fly. This was simply unbelievable. But Elder Lu and Elder Zhang both felt something was slightly off. After a moment of suspicion, they immediately spotted the key point. Silence. Yes, it was far too quiet. The massive Genesis unit was slowly rising into the air, which was impressive enough. Yet it lacked that heart-stopping sensation they'd experienced when the toy car broke the sound barrier during its ascent or when the Genesis unit performed those violent leaps. This didn't match Jiang Yan's style. Moreover, Jiang Yan had only just announced the start of formal testing. Based on their past experiences with him, this level of silence was impossible. Realizing this, the two elders instinctively stepped back 2 paces, feeling that being too close wasn't safe. Both were elderly and couldn't handle too many shocks. As expected, the scene that unfolded the next moment sent everyone's scalp tingling once more. The mecha's ascent speed began to climb relentlessly. The Genesis unit seemed to have completely broken free from gravitational bonds, surging toward the clouds at an incomprehensible speed. Unlike when the toy car ascended, the Genesis unit's size and tonnage had reached grotesque proportions. The moment the Genesis unit began to accelerate, a colossal wave of air rushed toward them, making it impossible for everyone to stay on their feet. They stumbled backward, and many fell outright. The suffocating pressure emanating from the Genesis unit reached its peak at that moment. Engineers at Longshan Testing Institute found it hard to breathe as they watched the speeds on their instruments. Reporting the readings in disbelief, flight speed has reached 500 kilometers per hour. The speed has hit 700. 900 kilometers per hour. 1,100 kilometers per hour. The speed keeps climbing. 1,200 kilometers per hour. Sound boom. The sonic boom is coming. Prompted by the engineer's warnings, everyone covered their ears. Elder Lu and Elder Zhang quickly inserted the noise-canceling earplugs they had prepared in advance. Discovering that the other had also come prepared, they shared a knowing smile. Then a deafening sonic boom erupted across the entire experimental zone, resounding throughout the entire Southern Academy of Sciences. Everyone felt goosebumps rise across their bodies. Everyone's scalps went numb to the extreme. They gazed at the colossal mecha soaring through the skies as though beholding a deity. At that moment, Elder Lu suddenly realized that Jiang Yan's first project at the Southern Academy of Sciences had already been completed. The Genesis unit now appearing in the clouds could already be called a next-generation fighter. Though its appearance differed from what everyone's common sense suggested, there was no denying it might surpass any form of fighter jet. He never expected that Jiang Yan, having arrived at the Southern Academy of Sciences for only a week, would drop such an ace card in front of so many people. This matter had grown enormously significant. Information containment was inevitable. Lu Tianhe immediately dialed the director's number. At 10,000 meters high, Xia Tianyi opened her eyes. Discovering she had reached the cloud top in the blink of an eye, she was startled into a shiver. She nearly fell, but she quickly regained the mecha's balance, her heart pounding wildly as excitement washed over her face. This was too incredible. At this moment, golden sunlight illuminated the Genesis unit's metallic surface, gleaming brilliantly. Viewed from afar, it was as though a deity had truly appeared in the sky. Above the firmament, Xia Tianyi soared freely in the first-generation mecha, experiencing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and fulfillment. At this moment, she never imagined that the ultimate dream of her life would be realized by Jiang Yan. Moreover, it was far more extravagant than she had ever imagined. Piloting a mecha to fly, she wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. He had no idea how Jiang Yan had managed it, but precisely because of this, in Xia Tianyi's eyes, Jiang Yan became even more mysterious and formidable. A surge of gratitude welled up within her. On the ground, the engineers stared at the freely soaring first-generation mecha, all utterly dumbfounded. This had far surpassed everyone's common sense and understanding. At this moment, the shock within their hearts was beyond words. Xia Tianyi's first-generation mecha was not just unscientific. These scenes were simply science fiction. Moreover, from the start of the test until now, except for the initial loss of control of the mecha, which sent chills down everyone's spines, no further accidents occurred. All controls were perfect, and the performance of the mecha was so powerful that it reached a level beyond anyone's imagination. A colossal machine weighing thousands of tons could lift off at will and even achieve supersonic flight. If this were told to others, who would believe it? Such a mecha could be said to be an existence that crushes the world's technology. Once mass-produced, how would the world's landscape change? Everyone couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Since the battery was not fully charged at the start, considering the power issue, Jiang Yan told Xia Tianyi to come back first. After receiving the instructions, Xia Tianyi reluctantly returned to the ground and to the dedicated restraint device of the first-generation mecha. The device restrained the first-generation mecha. The insertion bolt was extracted by the gripping device. As Xia Tianyi climbed out of the cockpit, a burst of enthusiastic applause thundered forth. The applause lasted for several minutes, as if only then did it vent the shock and awe within everyone's hearts. Xia Tianyi noticed that in everyone's eyes now there was no longer the previous disdain. Those eyes were filled with recognition and admiration. Xia Tianyi returned to the ground via the lifting platform. A crowd of people also gathered around. Some of them even showed flattering expressions on their faces. After all, being able to create such a monster, Xia Tianyi was destined to soar to great heights in the future. At this moment, in the eyes of these engineers, Xia Tianyi had already become a technology magnate. Xia Tianyi, you are truly incredible. Incredible. Today I have really broadened my horizons. This mecha is truly too powerful, so powerful that it cannot be explained by science. This is the most powerful weapon I have ever seen. This mecha will completely change the future. Xia Tianyi, how exactly was your mecha built? It's simply inconceivable. Hearing everyone's flattery, Xia Tianyi immediately waved her hand and quickly explained, No, this first-generation mecha was not built by me. It was director Jiang Yan. Following Xia Tianyi's gaze, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yan, all stunned. Each one looked as if they were seeing a monster, their expressions incredibly vivid. They were all deeply puzzled. Xia Tianyi had researched this mecha for years without progress, but Jiang Yan had only been on the job for a week. In just 1 week, he could turn Xia Tianyi's broken mecha into a divine artifact. How was that possible? After saying this, Xia Tianyi walked up to Jiang Yan and bowed deeply. Director Jiang, thank you for helping me fulfill my ultimate dream. At this moment, Xia Tianyi was indeed incredibly grateful. All her life's struggles and efforts had been to recreate the first-generation mecha from her dreams. What she had not been able to achieve, Jiang Yan had helped her accomplish. Not only did he achieve it, but he even surpassed the limits of her imagination. Jiang Yan casually waved his hand as if all of this was just a piece of cake. At this moment Jiang Yan was more concerned about how many points he had already earned. Earlier Jiang Yan had been busy analyzing and directing, unable to stop. The system prompts in his mind had been ringing for tens of minutes. Now he finally had the leisure to turn his attention inward and check the points he had obtained. The system messages in his mind were densely packed. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gained 21 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gained 26 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gained 31 tech points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, completed system task. Reward 2,000 tech points. Mission reward 2,000 tech points received. Astonished the crowd 1,600 tech points. Previous balance 400 tech points. Jiang Yan looked at the final total points, tech points balance 4,000 tech points. Suddenly ecstatic, Jiang Yan felt that he was now incredibly wealthy. At that moment Lu Tianhe solemnly spoke to the crowd. Everyone, since Director Zhou is not here, I will announce an important notice on his behalf. After the crowd quieted down, Lu Tianhe continued to announce. Jiang Yan's next-generation fighter jet project has been completed beyond expectations. Moreover, the performance of the first-generation mecha has far exceeded the expectations of our Southern Academy of Sciences. It fully meets the standard for winning the armament competition. Jiang Yan is hereby specially approved as the Minister of the Southwest Production Base. The 17 experimental institutes under the jurisdiction of the Southwest Experimental Zone are now merged into the Southwest Production Base to be uniformly managed by Jiang Yan. At this point Elder Lu specially paused and took a deep breath. The task is to mass-produce the first-generation mecha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. All 17 experimental institutes merged into a production base. This is unprecedented. Moreover, the first-generation mecha has just passed the experimental stage, direct mass production without any orders. Think about it. With the strength of this first-generation mecha, how could there be no orders? Director, this is directly preparing for the year-end joint military exercise. The armament competition was originally supposed to be held once every 5 years, but because the Baogu country and other 6 countries were conducting joint military exercises in our territorial waters, this caused the high-level officials to be extremely tense and concerned. Therefore, they advanced this specially significant armament competition by 2 years and started it directly. Now there are less than 3 weeks until the armament competition. This competition is not only a major contest of strength among various research organizations, but also determines the development direction of Longwa's cutting-edge armaments for the next 5 years. And this decision by the high-level officials even led some to speculate that the Longwa military might be planning a major move. In the past, when the Baogu country led people to conduct military exercises in Longwa's coastal waters, our Longwa chose to tolerate and remain silent. But this time perhaps there will be a different outcome. It is even possible that they might simultaneously conduct military exercises. If the high-level officials have such intentions, then they will certainly mass-produce the latest armaments within a year and reach a certain scale before the year-end military exercise. And this time the director directly merged 17 experimental institutes into a production base, which is essentially abandoning research on other projects and pouring all resources into this first-generation mecha. Many people also saw the director's determination. This armament competition that will determine Longwa's future, the Southern Academy of Sciences, is determined to win. Under Jiang Yan's leadership, the construction of the Southwest Production Base began in full swing. A week later, in the highest meeting room of the Southern Academy of Sciences, Lu Tianhe and Jiang Yan connected with Director Zhou, who was still in the capital, via an online video conference. Old Lu, how on earth did that boy Jiang Yan manage to do it? That flying mech made even my scalp tingle. Director Zhou had witnessed the astonishing combat power of the initial model through Old Lu's real-time feed, and even a seasoned veteran like him was deeply shaken. That was what prompted the plan to merge all the research institutes in the entire southwestern region. Lu Tianhe awkwardly stroked his beard. Don't ask me, ask old Jiang. I'm completely in the dark. Right now I can't even figure out that toy car he built. Although Lu Tianhe had brought Jiang Yan and he truly couldn't fathom Jiang Yan's abilities. He had thought the toy car was impressive enough, but then another super mech appeared. Who could possibly understand that? Jiang Yan also gave an awkward smile. I'm even more clueless. That kid's strength is utterly unfathomable. I still haven't figured out his toy car either. A couple of days ago, I lost another 5 diamond drills and 1 laser cutter. As he spoke, Elder Zhang's face showed a bitter expression. He had thought that by obtaining Jiang Yan's manuscripts he could easily understand the toy car, but his overconfidence had cost him dearly once again. Director Zhou immediately comforted him. Don't fret, old Jiang. I'll approve a few new ones for you later. If we can thoroughly study Jiang Yan's technologies, no amount of money is too much. That was Zhou Hongtu's genuine thought at the moment. These technologies simply could not be measured in monetary terms. Anti-gravity engines, super alloys, super AI. The value of every single technology is immeasurable. The technology in this initial model he's building now is so mind-boggling that I can't even name it. If I weren't tied up right now, I'd really want to go and learn from that kid, haha. Old Lu added, exactly. Old Jiang and I once attended a lecture he gave, and I only understood 1% of it at the time. Now after studying for so many days, I've finally grasped 10%. Once Jiang Yan finishes with the production base, I'll have to find another time for him to give me another lecture. Elder Jiang felt that old Lu had spoken straight to his heart and quickly chimed in. When that happens, you must include me. Just studying his manuscripts these past few days has driven me nearly mad. It's so difficult. If the production base weren't so urgent, I would have gone to consult him long ago. Speaking of the production base, it was also Director Zhou's current focus. He asked, by the way, how is that production base of Jiang Yan's coming along? Is the schedule on track? After all this time, we need to produce enough units by the end of the year. That's a multinational military exercise. Lu Tianhe was just about to report the progress to Director Zhou and promptly said, Director, you need not worry about the production base. I never expected that Jiang Yan would be so skillful even at setting up assembly lines. He was actually building the assembly line while piloting the mech. I was dumbfounded. Of the 20 production lines, 5 were completed this morning, and the remaining 15 should be fully finished in a few weeks. And just now Jiang Yan messaged me that the 5 completed lines are already running at full capacity. It is estimated that before the armaments race begins we can produce 10 mechs. Even though Zhou Hongtu had some mental preparation, he was still astounded by old Lu's report. Especially the production speed. It was incredibly fast. This time the Southern Academy might finally turn the tables. Since the 6th generation fighter jets, the Northern Academy had firmly suppressed the Southern Academy, never allowing it to recover. It had been over a decade now. If old Lu retired, the Southern Academy's fighter jet field would hit rock bottom. And in ground warfare, the Northern Academy had always been dominant. All ground tanks were dictated by them. Now the only area where the Southern Academy could compete with the Northern Academy was aircraft carriers, but this armaments race had no carrier project. For so many years, serving as the director of the Southern Academy had been a frustrating experience. Many had already proposed at meetings to disband the Southern Academy. Some even directly said that the Southern Academy was outdated and had fallen behind the times. After repeated efforts, Zhou Hongtu had even used many connections to preserve the Southern Academy. He knew that the Northern Academy had been secretly fanning the flames. But he had no choice. The Southern Academy had indeed been too weak over the past decade. It wasn't until Jiang Yan's initial model appeared that hope was rekindled. It even inspired him to make a bold gamble. But now seeing the terrifying mass production capability of the mech, Zhou Hongtu felt that even that plan was conservative. At this moment, an even bolder idea came to him. Zhou Hongtu hastily ended the video conference with the 2 elders and submitted an application to participate in the ground combat armaments race to the higher authorities. The moment the application was submitted, even the senior officials of the higher unit showed a different expression. They knew that although the Southern Academy had some research in ground combat tanks, it was far from impressive. Therefore, in previous internal armaments races, the Southern Academy had always directly given up on competing in ground combat tanks. But this time Zhou Hongtu had submitted an application. Could it be that the Southern Academy had finally made a breakthrough in ground combat tank research? Not long after, when Zhou Hongtu learned that the application was approved, he immediately contacted the 2 elders again via video and informed them of the news. Elder Jiang immediately guessed the director's intention. Could it be that you want the initial model to compete in both the fighter jet and tank competitions? Hearing this, Zhou Hongtu's eyes shone with sharp light. Exactly. We will not only dominate the fighter jet competition, but also the tank competition. Lu Tianhe felt a storm surge within him. This armaments race might be the moment the Southern Academy completely turned the tide. But he also raised a question. Our initial model currently lacks a cannon system. Participating in the tank competition seems a bit far-fetched. Zhou Hongtu's tone turned serious. That is what I'm about to say. Elder Lu, Elder Jiang, you must assist Jiang Yan in equipping our initial model with a cannon system before the armaments race. Lu Tianhe and Jiang Yan immediately accepted the order, yes. At this moment, thinking of the upcoming armaments race, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel anticipation. After ending the video conference, Elder Lu and Elder Jiang sought out a person and then hastily brought him to find Jiang Yan. At that moment, Jiang Yan was idly strolling around the production base. Now Jiang Yan had entrusted all the construction and production work of the first-generation machines to Xia Tianyi. Xia Tianyi lived up to the trust. Although slower than Jiang Yan, he carried out all tasks in an orderly manner. He had not made any mistakes, which left Jiang Yan completely idle. Thus he had the leisure to survey his current domain. Jiang Yan walked leisurely through the base as if strolling in his own backyard. The merged production base was so vast that its end was nowhere in sight. This greatly satisfied Jiang Yan. Everyone who saw Jiang Yan nodded respectfully and took the initiative to greet him. Good day, Director Jiang. Good day, Director Jiang. Jiang Yan could even feel the admiration and fervor in their eyes. At this moment, he was not only the boss in the base, but also an idol and an aspirational goal. This also filled Jiang Yan's heart with immense pride. He simply found a car and sped wildly around the base, taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with who his subordinates were. This made it quite a search for the 2 elders Lu and Jiang. They had to make several phone calls and change vehicles multiple times before finally encountering Jiang Yan. Elder Lu got into Jiang Yan's car alone and eagerly told Jiang Yan about the dean's plan to win both the fighter jet and tank competition championships. Jiang Yan agreed with this. Jiang Yan, time is short and the task is heavy. We must equip the first-generation machines with an artillery system. Let's go, I'll introduce you to someone. After the 2 got out of the car, Elder Jiang also alighted with the person beside him. Elder Lu began to introduce. This is Su Yonghui, a heavy artillery expert. Our Southern Academy's tank research may not match that of the Northern Academy, but in heavy artillery research we can still outdo them. If you can make good use of Su Yonghui's heavy artillery, we might secure a sure win in this ground tank competition. Hearing this, Jiang Yan did not show his stance. He also knew that the first-generation machines indeed needed an artillery system, but not just any artillery was worthy of them. The most important factor was appearance. Where is the thing? Let me take a look first. When Su Yonghui saw Jiang Yan, he was immediately astonished. He did not expect that the director of the mysterious Southwest production base would be so young. The Southern Academy already occupied a vast area, and although the Southwest sector was large, it was only a small part of the Southern Academy. There were so many colleagues that one might not know everyone even after years, let alone someone like Jiang Yan, who was classified as top secret on his first day. Su Yonghui had no impression of him at all. He couldn't help but marvel that the Southern Academy truly harbored hidden talents. However, he did not belittle himself because of this. Instead, he thought that much of it was a matter of opportunity. For instance, the Southern Academy's research on ground tanks was very weak, which held him back. If he were at the Northern Academy working with their tank research, he would have risen to prominence long ago. He had actually long considered switching to the Northern Academy, but now the Southern Academy seemed to have given him an opportunity. This mysterious production base actually needed heavy artillery. Perhaps after this he too would rise to prominence. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Su Yonghui took out his phone. He pulled up a test video of his heavy artillery and proudly handed it to Jiang Yan. This heavy artillery was his proudest work, a 180mm caliber. Its power was so immense that he was confident it would make the Northern Academy's jaw drop. It was even only slightly inferior to the artillery of the land war king of the Baogu country. Director Jiang, take a look at the video first. If you want to test it, we can go to the eastern range shortly. But Jiang Yan only glanced at it and immediately frowned, feeling extreme resistance in his heart. The reason was simple: ugly. It was really too ugly. Jiang Yan barely looked at it a few times and immediately returned the phone. He said perfunctorily, "We'll see." The undisguised expression of disgust on his face was noticed by everyone present. Su Yonghui immediately felt displeased, and his earlier expectations rapidly crumbled. With such power still not satisfied, and he barely looked at it, what could he see? This Jiang Yan was far too casual and unprofessional. At this moment, Su Yonghui could conclude that Jiang Yan must have gotten his position through connections. So young with no professional competence at all. If not through connections, could it be through ability? But Su Yonghui dared not challenge Jiang Yan to his face. If the other party relied on ability, he would dare, but if it was through connections, he truly did not. Su Yonghui forcibly suppressed his displeasure, even forced a smile, and awkwardly withdrew his phone. He was even racking his brain to recall which big leader had the surname Jiang. At this moment, even Jiang Yan too anxiously began to persuade. Jiang Yan, time is indeed tight, and this heavy artillery can truly be considered excellent. You can't possibly still be thinking of designing from scratch at this critical juncture, can you? Jiang Yan really couldn't bring himself to say in front of others that the cannon was unspeakably ugly. He could only reply perfunctorily, "Let's take another look, this matter can't be rushed." At this moment, even Elder Lu shook his head helplessly. Su Yonghui's heavy artillery was indeed the only presentable artillery the Southern Academy had. If Jiang Yan didn't even fancy this, then the other artillery were mere fancy flourishes unworthy of the stage. Just then a transport truck drove in from the distance, about to deliver a large object out of the base. After seeing clearly what was on it, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed to be an electromagnetic railgun. But what it was didn't matter. What mattered was that it was so cool. This stunning appearance was truly worthy of the first-generation machines. Jiang Yan immediately stopped the transport truck. The few people present were stunned, completely unable to understand what Jiang Yan was doing. The driver recognized Jiang Yan, immediately got out of the car, and respectfully called out, "Good day, Director Jiang." Jiang Yan was quite pleased, nodded slightly, and asked, "Hey, what's this thing?" The driver replied, truthfully, "Oh, this is a semi-finished railgun from the former Hongzhou laboratory. Now that all 17 institutes have merged, the previous research has naturally been terminated. Vice Director Xia ordered us to transport these scrap items to the southern warehouse for storage. She said these scrap items take up too much space. She wants to free up all space for storing production materials." Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately spoke up. "All right, you don't need to transport this cannon out. Just take it directly to my personal warehouse." The driver immediately acknowledged the order. "Yes, Director Jiang." Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction and walked back to Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, Elder Jiang, you can all go back. I've decided to use that railgun from the former Hongzhou laboratory as the main cannon." Hearing this, Elder Lu and Elder Jiang broke out in cold sweat, and Su Yonghui even showed a contemptuous expression. Elder Jiang was the first to dissuade Jiang Yan. "This absolutely won't do. This railgun is not only a semi-finished product, it also had a barrel explosion last year. Last year, the railgun explosion incident had a huge impact. Although no one died, dozens were injured and hospitalized. There are still a few people lying in the hospital now. The stuff made by that girl Zhou Ying is unreliable." As if feeling Elder Zhang's explanation was insufficient, Elder Lu also added a remark. "Extremely unreliable." Su Yonghui sneered inwardly, even more disdainful of Jiang Yan's decision. That Zhou Ying's electromagnetic railgun only focused on appearance, neglecting the core, and was nothing but a flashy facade with no substance. Zhou Ying had never grasped the true essence of artillery. That railgun lacked both power and stability. The barrel explosion incident last year turned Zhou Ying into a laughingstock at Nanqiyuan. Hisu would not even deign to be associated with her. Comparing that railgun to his own giant cannon, it was utterly worthless. His giant cannon was second to none in the entire Nanqiyuan, and even the giant cannon experts from Baikiyuan had once admitted their inferiority. Even compared to the heavy artillery equipped by the land battle king of Baohua, it was only slightly inferior, not losing by much. Su Yonghui never expected Jiang Yan to be so amateurish, lacking even the most basic common sense. But it was precisely this point that led Su Yonghui to judge that Jiang Yan had probably risen through connections. Without ability, yet able to become the minister of the mysterious Southwest production base, Su Yonghui could think of no other possibility but connections. Thus, Su Yonghui dared not cause trouble even more. Heaven knows what level of figure stood behind Jiang Yan. Su Yonghui was a smart man. He was unwilling to court disaster over his own feelings. But he still wanted to try one more time. After all, Zhou Ying's railgun was truly inadequate, a fact well known to all, and his own heavy cannon was the best choice. Moreover, this opportunity was indeed quite important to him. Su Yonghui suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and pleaded for himself again. Minister Jiang, I think you should reconsider. Zhou Ying's railgun not only lacks power, but also carries the risk of barrel explosion. My giant cannon might be the better choice. At this moment, even Elder Lu couldn't help but interject. Jiang Yan, Xiao Su is right. Zhou Ying's railgun is indeed not up to standard, while Xiao Su's giant cannon is the top-tier existence in our Nanqiyuan and even in the entire Longhua. How about you reconsider? But no matter what they said, Jiang Yan remained steadfast in his own view. Since I have made my choice, my decision will not change. Jiang Yan, to seeing Jiang Yan's stubbornness, immediately became anxious. Jiang Yan, how about this? In the northern district, there is a light railgun. Though it can't compare to Su Yonghui's giant cannon, it is at least much better than Zhou Ying's railgun. I can take you to see it right now. Jiang Yan at this point could barely tolerate their persuasions, growing irritated inside. Just as he was hesitating whether to speak his true thoughts, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Temporary mission released. Save Zhou Ying's electromagnetic railgun. Since this railgun's appearance is stunningly magnificent, perfectly matching the aura of future technology, but its core is beyond redemption. Please have the host recast this railgun within 1 week, granting it power that matches its appearance. Let this electromagnetic railgun astonish everyone. Ding. Mission reward 1800 tech points. Ding. Do you accept this mission? 1800 tech points. What a big deal. And it didn't seem too difficult. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan replied in his mind, accept. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Please complete the mission within the specified time. After accepting the mission, Jiang Yan stopped hesitating. To prevent them from bothering him further, he directly spoke his true thoughts. Stop trying to persuade me. To be honest with you, it's because Su Yonghui's giant cannon is so ugly that I absolutely cannot accept it. If you insist on me using this cannon, I'd rather die. Besides, you all saw that electromagnetic railgun just now, didn't you? The lines, the sci-fi aura, the seamlessly natural design. That is the main cannon I want. Say no more. Today I must have that railgun. My decision is final. At these words, the three people present felt as if a thunderbolt struck their hearts. Coupled with Jiang Yan's extremely serious expression, they suddenly felt their entire worldview collapse. This was choosing a main cannon. It's not like choosing clothes. Jiang Yan actually made his decision based solely on appearance. Crazy, absolutely crazy. In fact, Lu Tianhe and Zhang Yuntu were slightly better off, as they had witnessed Jiang Yan's formidable abilities. Even if Jiang Yan really chose this railgun after his modifications, it might not be unusable. However, at present time was too tight. Having a ready shortcut, but insisting on taking a detour, they were somewhat worried. Now, with only 3 weeks left until the arms race, if the main cannon plan couldn't be finalized within a week, it would be troublesome. But they couldn't say anything about Jiang Yan's willfulness. After all, he was the one who built the prototype. Only he could decide what kind of main cannon the prototype would ultimately use. But Su Yonghui had not witnessed Jiang Yan's abilities. He had always believed Jiang Yan rose through connections. At this moment, learning Jiang Yan's true thoughts, he felt as if he were shattered. He never imagined that his giant cannon would lose on appearance. Who the hell chooses a cannon without considering power and stability solely based on looks? He was mad, completely mad. This Jiang Yan was not only an amateur, but also an idiot. But precisely because of this, Su Yonghui suppressed his urge to go berserk with all his might. Jiang Yan was this stupid, yet he could still become the minister of the Southwest production base. How powerful must the person behind him be? Thinking of this, Su Yonghui felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly judged that the person before him must not be offended in the slightest. He now also felt it was time to consider jumping ship to Baikiyuan. He felt that the foundation of Nanqiyuan had already rotted. It took Su Yonghui a long while, but he still could not calm his complex emotions. He clasped his hands in an awkward bow, his expression somewhat distorted. Since Minister Jiang looks down on my giant cannon, I Su will take my leave. Goodbye. Elder Lu and Elder Zhang also shook their heads and sighed. The three left together. After they left, Jiang Yan immediately drove off in a frenzy, rushing to the enormous warehouse that belonged exclusively to him. Touching the electromagnetic railgun already in place, Jiang Yan shouted in his mind, "System, analyze the modification plan. Use the standard that will shock the world." Ding. Detected one magnificent yet junk electromagnetic railgun. Ding. Generating modification plan for the host. Ding. Modification plan generated successfully. Ding. The super railgun plan is generated as follows. 1. High-density particle aggregate energy cannon. 2. Subcritical energy gathering rail. 3. Ultra-cold launch system. 4. Dimensional space shock-absorbing force field. 5. Total plan and material consumption 1,600 technology points. Remaining 2,400 technology points. The materials required for the plan have been issued to the special space. Please take them as needed, host. Seeing the remaining 2,400 points, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Finally having surplus technology points. This feeling of having extra provisions is truly full of security. Then Jiang Yan also ordered people to scour the base. Soon batches of supplies and materials rapidly converged from all directions. Although these engineers under Jiang Yan had no idea what he intended to do, they had witnessed Jiang Yan's power and the terror of the first-generation machine. Even without knowing the reason, they chose to unconditionally carry out Jiang Yan's orders. Seeing these supplies and materials, Jiang Yan was also very satisfied. Except for some ultra-rare materials, most of the materials were actually found. Later, the remaining materials in the special space could be exchanged for a considerable number of technology points. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help feeling joyful inside. The feeling of being able to fleece the system was truly great. Unlike before, this time Jiang Yan did not intend to build this super railgun alone. Because now not only was the time for the arms race pressing, but the time for the system mission was also tight. To be safe, Jiang Yan planned to call on Xia Tianyi. The construction of the assembly line was already in its final stages. Even if Xia Tianyi did not go to the site to direct the construction and production, work would proceed in an orderly manner. The assembly line was even fully automated, so there was no need for the workers to know too much. Most importantly, after observing these days, Jiang Yan discovered that Xia Tianyi was the only one among his thousands of subordinates who could quickly absorb these futuristic technologies. Xia Tianyi would not be counterproductive. After Jiang Yan took out all the materials needed from the special space, he called Xia Tianyi. Jiang Yan did not intend to let anyone know about the existence of this special space. After receiving Jiang Yan's instructions, Xia Tianyi immediately reiterated and confirmed the key points of construction and production with the managers under her. After confirming there were no issues, Xia Tianyi quickly rushed to Jiang Yan's personal warehouse. But when she saw that impressive electromagnetic railgun, she instantly recalled the terrifying memories of the railgun explosion incident last year. The expression on her face involuntarily began to distort. That scene from back then was truly too shocking and horrifying. She asked in fear, "Director Jiang, this is..." Jiang Yan laughed excitedly. "So doesn't this railgun match the first-generation machine? Look, this intense sense of technology, these graceful body lines. This is art. I didn't expect that besides your Southwest production base still has such a genius. This railgun, I am very satisfied with it. I want it to become the main cannon of the first-generation machine." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi suddenly exclaimed, "Director, no. You may not know the history of this cannon. When it exploded last year, the terrifying scene was comparable to a nuclear bomb. The scene at that time was extremely terrifying. The sky and earth roared, a mushroom cloud rose, buildings collapsed, and screams were incessant." Recalling those scenes from back then, Xia Tianyi felt a chill run down her spine. At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled. She clearly remembered that she had ordered someone to move this terrifying thing away, so how had it now fallen into Jiang Yan's hands? Seeing Xia Tianyi's startled expression, Jiang Yan quickly comforted her. "Tianyi, don't be afraid. I have already thoroughly investigated its history. It's nothing special. This time I intend to make it completely transform and create new glory." Ignoring Xia Tianyi's inner resistance at that moment, Jiang Yan forcibly pulled her to the workbench. "First, take a look at the blueprint and documents." The moment Xia Tianyi saw the blueprint, her tense and resisting body began to relax. A gleam of excitement gradually appeared in her eyes. This is such terrifying technology. In the blueprint, the railgun had been completely overhauled. Although its appearance remained unchanged, its core had been entirely replaced with black technology. Even though she had already seen the design of the first-generation machine, she was still deeply shocked by the black technology of the railgun. And thinking that such black technology would serve as the main cannon of the first-generation machine, Xia Tianyi also began to feel anticipation. Noticing the change in Xia Tianyi's expression, Jiang Yan began to explain it to her in detail. Under Jiang Yan's explanation, Xia Tianyi was shocked time and again. And Jiang Yan was also satisfied with Xia Tianyi's comprehension ability. Time flew by. With Xia Tianyi's assistance, the two of them completed this super railgun in just a few days. Xia Tianyi looked at the super electromagnetic railgun before her, thinking that she had actually participated in the creation of this terrifying thing. Her emotions were extremely complicated. She even began to look forward to what other miracles she could create by following Jiang Yan. After Jiang Yan thoroughly admired and indulged in self-satisfaction, he did not dare to delay too long and immediately dialed Elder Lu's phone. Elder Lu, lend me that new shooting range in the East District. Elder Lu asked in confusion. Wait, isn't there a shooting range in your Southwest production base? That range is too small, it can't be tested. Lu Tianhe had never heard such a statement before. The range is too small. What kind of ridiculous reason is that? As if thinking of something, Elder Lu's heart tightened and his voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yan, what exactly are you testing? Jiang Yan said calmly, hey, what else could it be? It's that railgun you saw that day. Elder Lu immediately realized. As expected, Zhou Ying's railgun. Wait, you're not planning to wreak havoc on the East District, are you? That railgun's explosion is no ordinary power. Jiang Yan quickly reassured him, don't worry. I've already modified it. There won't be any problems. I guarantee it won't explode. If you have no objections, I'll submit the application now. I'll trouble you with the approval process, Elder. Time is tight, so that's it. Goodbye. Ignoring Elder Lu's feelings, Jiang Yan hung up the phone and directly submitted the application using his own account. Elder Lu shook his head, filled with helplessness, but now the situation was special and Jiang Yan's priority was even higher than his own. The director had also repeatedly emphasized unconditionally satisfying all of Jiang Yan's requests. This application now had to be approved whether one wanted to or not. But when Elder Lu saw the specific content of the application, he felt his heart shudder. Apply to use the East District shooting range at 1:00 noon, clear all irrelevant personnel, and evacuate nearby personnel to a distance of 5 kilometers from the range. This, requiring all personnel to evacuate, and evacuate 5 kilometers. And he still dares to say it won't explode. This is clearly prepared for an explosion. Elder Lu even felt that Jiang Yan didn't use his own shooting range, but instead went to the East District. This was clearly because he was afraid of causing irreparable damage to the Southwest production base if it exploded. But thinking of the importance of the Southwest production base at this moment, Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Approved directly. Alas, we can only sacrifice the East District. Jiang Yan's application to use the East District shooting range stirred quite a commotion. Naturally, Su Yonghui was there to fan the flames. Initially, no one paid much mind to it since borrowing ranges was a common occurrence across all districts. Even though Jiang Yan's application called for the evacuation of non-essential personnel, they merely surmised that the Southwest production base might be conducting large-scale weapons testing and therefore needed to borrow the new range in the East District. After all, the old range in the Southwest District was indeed on the small side. If large-scale weapons testing was to be conducted, then the new range in the East District would be required. Nearly everyone had brushed it off. But since Su Yonghui had quietly leaked the news, the collective anger in the East District was instantly ignited. What? The Southwest production base is coming here to test that electromagnetic railgun. Which one? The devastating railgun of Zhou Ying, of course. No way. Why? They have their own range and refuse to use it, insisting on testing here instead. It's clear they're out to cause trouble for us. Don't let others manipulate the narrative. I just saw the applicant's name. It's not Zhou Ying, but someone named Jiang Yan. Hey, you think we haven't seen it? If I hadn't received reliable insider information, I would have been kept in the dark too. Not only are they testing that railgun, but they've also substituted the applicant. Think it over. These words sent gasps of realization from the crowd in the East District. Damn it, they're playing dirty tricks on us. Exactly. If they'd applied under Zhou Ying's name, do you really think headquarters would have approved it? Afraid to test their railgun on their own turf, so they come to someone else's domain. Do you think leadership would approve of such behavior? Absolutely not. I'm sure many still don't believe it, but please pay attention to one detail on the application. The application specifies that all nearby personnel must evacuate to a distance of 5 kilometers from the range. Those are the exact words. Now recall the destruction caused by Zhou Ying's railgun explosion last year. Think it through. At these words, nearly everyone in the East District shuddered with dread. If I remember correctly, last year Zhou Ying's railgun explosion damaged buildings within a 4.8-kilometer radius. TSK, the people from the Southwest production base are too cunning. They're afraid of an explosion, so they come test here as if our area could withstand the blast. I'm going to file a complaint with the director. Actually, I've already complained, but my voice carries little weight. The director wouldn't listen to me alone. Then let's file a joint complaint. We can't tolerate others scheming against us with despicable tactics. Right? Well said. Let's submit a joint complaint. Count me in. And me too. News spread like wildfire, and within no time it reached Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying had been carrying out Xia Tianyi's assignments, responsible for leading the team to inspect the production stability of assembly lines 7 through 14 for the first-generation aircraft. During a break, one of her engineers glanced at his phone and suddenly grinned, saying to Zhou Ying with admiration, "Sister, Zhou, I never expected you to orchestrate such a grand scheme behind the scenes. I'm thoroughly impressed." Zhou Ying paused, completely bewildered. "What scheme? What are you talking about?" "Sister Zhou, stop pretending. Your plan has already been exposed, but even if they figured it out, it's too late. The deed is done." "You brat, what are you on about? Let me see." Zhou Ying snatched the phone from him, and when she read the post, her expression turned wonderfully complicated. She couldn't help but exclaim aloud. "What? I'm plotting to test an electromagnetic railgun at the East District range. I pulled strings to get the higher-ups to approve this application. And calling me inhumane. After reading the analytical posts on the forum, Zhou Ying collapsed in despair. What is this nonsense? Who the hell wrote these baseless filthy posts? They're insane. My electromagnetic railgun project was terminated long ago. I'd love to test at the East District range, but I don't even have a gun. My railgun was taken out of the base by Xiatiani a few days ago and sent to the scrap warehouse. Sikuyu smiled with her eyes closed, watching Zhou Ying with great interest, clearly enjoying her current performance. Only after Zhou Ying had said her piece did the atmosphere gradually quiet down. Sikuyu spoke calmly. Sister Zhou, keep acting. I'm listening. This infuriated Zhou Ying, who grabbed her around the neck, making Sikuyu squirm and shrink back. You brat, what do you mean? You don't trust your sister Zhou, huh? You don't believe me, do you? Sikuyu couldn't withstand Zhou Ying's grip and kept begging for mercy. Sister Zhou, look at this. How am I supposed to believe you? In the meantime, Sikuyu had mustered all her strength to pull up an image on her phone. It was a photo of Jiang Yan's private warehouse interior, and right there in the center stood a magnificent electromagnetic railgun. Anyone from the South Academy of Sciences could recognize that gun at a glance. It was Zhou Ying's electromagnetic railgun. In the moment Zhou Ying was stunned. Sikuyu, you successfully broke free. My second brother sent me this photo through the internal network this morning, Sister Zhou. You've really hurt my feelings. We're so close, and you kept me in the dark. At this point, Zhou Ying wanted to say something to explain, but she found herself at a loss for words, for even she couldn't make sense of it herself. Seeing Zhou Ying fall silent, Sikuyu, you continued. The test begins in 3 hours, Sister Zhou. Stop pretending now. Everyone already knows. It's pointless. Be a sport and just go. I'm looking forward to seeing you unleash your power. By now, Zhou Ying was completely dazed. Without a word, she got into a military vehicle and sped toward Jiang Yan's private warehouse. Sikuyu waved and cheered from behind. Go for it, Sister Zhou. Make it work this time. Even if it doesn't, it's fine. Let those guys in the East District see what a barrel explosion looks like. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's car, which had been driving straight, suddenly lost control, swerving back and forth several times before barely managing to steer back onto the main road. Meanwhile, everyone in the East District wore expressions of disbelief. They had assumed that a joint complaint against Jiang Yan would cancel this premeditated test. But what none of them expected was that the director hadn't even looked at it and had flatly rejected it in seconds. This was hard for the East District residents to accept. What? Our 23-person joint complaint was rejected. What is the director thinking? When you drafted it, didn't you clearly describe Zhou Ying's treacherous tactics? I did write it. I not only wrote it. I spent 90% of the space detailing Zhou Ying's schemes and machinations. I don't know what the director is thinking, Sai. Su Yonghui among them shook his head helplessly, feeling deeply disappointed. The foundation of the South Academy of Sciences, it seemed, was truly beyond repair. Zhou Ying drove to Jiang Yan's personal warehouse. There, placed outside the warehouse, was unmistakably her electromagnetic railgun. But now it was connected to an enormous number of cables, so many that it was hair-raising to behold. Zhou Ying made a rough estimate. At least 10 times the amount of cables used during her own test. How much electrical energy was Jiang Yan intending to gather? Thinking back to the terrifying consequences of using even a small amount of electricity last year, she now looked at the dense web of cables as intricate as a spider's web. Zhou Ying swallowed hard. Even though it was her own cannon, she felt a chill run down her spine. She hurried over to Jiang Yan, who was performing adjustments, and pleaded, Director Jiang, this is too dangerous. Seeing that it was Zhou Ying, Jiang Yan beamed with joy. What's too dangerous? It's perfectly fine. Zhou Ying, come take a look at your new railgun. I promise I haven't changed a thing about the appearance. You're an absolute genius. This design TSK. Every time I see it, I love it more. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying grew anxious and quickly added, Director Jiang, it's not the appearance I'm talking about. It's the power supply. You've connected too many. You're using so much power. Did you increase its power output tenfold? Thinking that a barrel explosion would also be 10 times worse, Zhou Ying felt her entire being sink. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and replied, not 10 times. I roughly calculated it. Should be just under 1,000 times, about 986 times. 986 times. Zhou Ying stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. If Jiang Yan were just speaking casually, that would be one thing. But if it were true and the barrel exploded, wouldn't it be total annihilation? Not just the entire East District, but the entire Southern Academy of Sciences would be buried with it. At this thought, Zhou Ying grew frantic. Director Jiang, if the barrel explodes, the consequences would be unimaginable. This cannon of mine has quite a bit of dark history. You might not know yet. Before Zhou Ying could continue, Jiang Yan patted her shoulder confidently. Zhou Ying, don't be afraid. It won't explode. With that, Jiang Yan began to demonstrate the design concepts and principles behind the railgun's modification. An hour quickly passed. Although it was only a brief explanation, Zhou Ying's mood shifted from initial worry to surprise, then shock, then fear, and finally, even a hint of anticipation. Perhaps because Zhou Ying was the original designer of the railgun, Jiang Yan noticed that she was able to absorb the black technology of these super railguns quite quickly, even rivaling Xiatiani. Jiang Yan was pleasantly surprised. Having more help would save him a lot of trouble. As time passed, the moment of the final test drew closer and closer. The people of the East District had gradually accepted the fact that they could not stop the railgun test firing. But because of the commotion, more and more people were paying attention to this matter. Not only were the people of the East District watching closely, but those in the Southwest District were also working while glancing toward the East District range from time to time, their hearts filled with anticipation. Even people from other districts came to watch the excitement. They found the best vantage points and even prepared small stools and popcorn. Their eyes all reflected a peculiar anticipation. The time for the Southwest Experimental Base's railgun test firing was approaching, but it was the East District, not the Southwest, that was the most nervous. They clenched their fists, standing more than 5 kilometers from the range, anxiously searching for the fearsome railgun. But it never appeared, and they waited in vain. What's going on? Is it not coming? I don't know. The time is almost up. Could our joint complaint have worked? While the East District people were puzzled, old Lu and old Jiang also grew tense. After all, the test window was limited, and this time it had already sparked public outrage. If they missed this test, reapplying would be difficult. The two elders rushed to the Southwest base to find Jiang Yan, only to discover him leisurely explaining the principles and operation of the railgun to Zhou. Jiang Yan spoke with a smile, narrating in detail, while Zhou listened with great interest. The two elders felt a thunderclap in their minds. At a time like this, what were these two doing? Did they not feel any urgency? Old Lu said helplessly, Jiang Yan, are you going to test it or not? It's almost too late. Seeing the two elders arrive, Jiang Yan was delighted, as he was in excellent form today. While lecturing Zhou, he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. His thoughts were clear, his priorities distinct, and everything was methodical. Zhou Ying's absorption of knowledge was also accelerating. Today was truly a good day for teaching. No rush, no rush. There's still half an hour, right? Old Lu, old Jiang, come, since I'm in such a good teaching mood today, you two should also listen to my lecture. The two elders were speechless. Although they truly wanted to attend the lecture, now was not the time. Old Jiang also grew anxious. Let's do it another day, Jiang Yan. You don't realize that your test has already sparked outrage in the East District. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to get approval again. Hurry, hurry. I'll call a transport truck for you. Let's pack up quickly and move the railgun over. There's still time. Hearing this, Jiang Yan asked in confusion, why would I need to move it? There's no need to move it. The East District range isn't that far. I'll test it right here. Old Lu and old Jiang were stunned, speechless. Not far. 68 kilometers is not far. Jiang Yan must have a misunderstanding of the unit kilometer. Old Jiang reminded him again. Jiang Yan, are you sure you want to test it directly from here? It's 68 kilometers to the East District range. 68 kilometers. Old Jiang stressed the distance again, especially the unit, afraid Jiang Yan might not hear clearly. Jiang Yan nodded affirmatively. Yes, this railgun's precision strike range is 700 kilometers. Hitting a target 68 kilometers away, why would I need to move? Hearing Jiang Yan's answer, old Lu and old Jiang nearly crumbled on the spot. 700 kilometers range. Was that possible? But thinking of Jiang Yan's ability to turn the impossible into reality, both elders were struck speechless with shock. If this railgun truly had a range of 700 kilometers, the way the Dragon Nation measured its territory would change forever. With this thought, the two elders said no more and began to feel a sense of anticipation. Soon the appointed time arrived. After confirming with Xia Tianyi over the phone that personnel had been evacuated, Jiang Yan said to Zhou, Xiao Zhou, did you understand everything I told you earlier? Zhou nodded firmly. I remember it all. Good. Since this cannon is your creation, let it be you who brings it glory once more. Zhou, I accept the order. With these words, Zhou took her seat at the railgun's control console. At that moment, a sharp glint shone in her eyes. Outside the cordon of the eastern range, a group of people from an external unit pulled open the barrier fence and attempted to crawl in. Fortunately, Xia Tianyi spotted them in time and immediately shouted them to a halt. You lot, get back here. Are you tired of living? The test firing is about to start, and you still dare to go in there. One of their team leaders immediately put on a smile and explained to Xia Tianyi, esteemed leader, we are from the Western Civil Engineering Group. This target hill was built by our group a year ago. At the end of the first year, we must conduct a comprehensive inspection and evaluation of the target hill's reliability. Please make an exception for us. Xia Tianyi's face darkened. No, I don't care what you need to inspect, but it must wait until after this railgun test firing. The team leader continued to explain, we need to measure the amplitude of the mountain's vibration based on the munition's power precisely during your test firing. After your test firing, we won't be able to detect and evaluate it anymore. Xia Tianyi remained stern, her words resolute. No, absolutely not. This railgun was built by her and Jiang Yan together. She knew its power well. Once Jiang Yan fired it, let alone measuring the target hill's vibration, whether the hill would even still be there was debatable. Seeing that Xia Tianyi was being unreasonable, the team leader's anger flared up. Come on, our Western Civil Engineering always tests this way wherever we go. Why is your Southern Science Academy being so unreasonable? Xia Tianyi explained impatiently, because this railgun is too powerful. If you go in, you might be in mortal danger. The team leader curled his lip in disbelief. Esteemed leader, we are not unfamiliar with railgun test firings, and we are not amateurs. An ordinary railgun's power is at most that of a heavy cannon, sometimes even less. I understand your good intentions. You're just worried about our safety. Don't worry, we have experience. If anything happens, we'll take responsibility. Xia Tianyi didn't want to hear any more of their babbling and directly ordered her people to forcibly drag them away. The team leader was utterly speechless. Why are you people from Southern Science so unreasonable? Do you even let people do their jobs? On the other side, Zhou Ying had already prepared, and all data checks were normal. Jiang Yan watched from the side, and after confirming there were no errors, he nodded to Zhou Ying. After receiving Jiang Yan's confirmation, Zhou Ying put on a special panoramic helmet. The moment the helmet was on, the turret slowly rose. Her perspective began to change. Her perspective not only rose with the turret, but accelerated, pulling farther and farther away. Before long, she seemed to be suspended in the sky, able to overlook the land and rivers below. At this moment, Zhou Ying had gained a god's eye view. Although she had been informed of this process by Jiang Yan beforehand, experiencing it firsthand still sent a tremor through her heart and mind. It was as if heaven and earth were under her control. With a mere thought, she quickly locked onto the eastern range. A clear real-time image of the target hill appeared in Zhou Ying's mind. The sensation of images appearing directly in her mind was profoundly mystical. She could even sense every movement within a 10-mile radius of the target hill. This sci-fi-like control method was completely beyond her imagination. Jiang Yan checked the time and issued a countdown command to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, get ready. 3, 2, 1, fire. As Zhou Ying pulled the trigger, the entire railgun emitted a whining sound that rapidly escalated to its peak. Then a terrifying alloy projectile violently shot out from the heavy rail. Carrying an unimaginable kinetic energy, it shot straight toward the eastern range. Wherever it passed, the air instantly compressed and twisted, producing terrifying red clouds and swirling vortices around the trajectory. The two elders Lu and Zhang were horrified by the sight and gasped sharply. The people of Southern Science Academy felt their very souls tremble. No one had expected that the origin of this terrifying trajectory was actually in the direction of the Southwest production base. Under the horrified gazes of the Southern Science crowd, the high-density particle projectile trailing a straight beam of light met the eastern target hill in the blink of an eye. At the moment of impact, a dazzling white flash burst forth. Even though it was noon, the flash was unbearably bright. A chorus of holy SHD erupted simultaneously across the entire Southern Science Academy, and a mushroom cloud rose in the center of the eastern range, replacing the former target hill. Then the entire eastern district seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. The ground quaked violently. A gale of sand and debris swept through. It nearly engulfed the entire eastern district of the Southern Science Academy. Onlookers from other districts were stunned, their jaws dropping, and their snacks and fruits fell to the ground. The workers at the Southwest production base paused their busy tasks for a moment. Everyone's hearts were pounding with shock. Did such a terrifying thing really come from our Southwest production base? The people in the Eastern District were utterly disoriented in the wind and sand. Su Yonghui, who had been closest to the range for a better view, was so terrified that he lost his wits and fell to his knees. Everyone in the Southern Science Academy was beyond shocked. So this was Zhou Ying's electromagnetic railgun. And this was Zhou Ying's power. For a moment, the name Zhou Ying was once again etched deeply into the souls of everyone in the Southern Science Academy. Terrifying. It was so terrifying. Xia Tianyi, braving the howling wind, looked at the scene and actually broke into a smile. Thinking that she had personally participated in building this cannon, a surge of pride welled up in her heart. The people from the Western Civil Engineering Group looked at Xia Tianyi with gratitude. If not for her insistence on stopping them, they would probably have been reduced to nothing but dust by now. One by one, they expressed their thanks to Xia Tianyi as if they had survived a catastrophe. Inside the Southwest production base, the two elders Lu and Zhang watched the rising mushroom cloud, too shocked to speak. They looked at Jiang Yan, that little monster, and a sense of awe rose again in their hearts. How is Zhou Ying? Is the power satisfactory? Jiang Yan was very satisfied with the railgun's power. He also wanted to know others' opinions, so he asked Zhou Ying, who was closest to him. But Zhou Ying was also utterly stunned. Even though she had fired the gun herself, she was still lost in shock for a long time. Zhou Ying, Zhou Ying, Jiang Yan called out several times before Zhou Ying snapped back to reality. Director Jiang, did you call me? What do you think of the power? Zhou Ying took a while to recover before finally finding the words. Astonishing. Hearing Zhou Ying's reply, Jiang Yan felt even more satisfied. At that moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 1,800 tech points have been credited. The mission reward of 1,800 tech points was credited. Astonishing the crowd, 1,500 tech points were credited. Added to the original 2,400 tech points, and the 300 tech points obtained from farming, though not much, he did manage to get some this time. With a total of 6,000 tech points, Jiang Yan became even happier. After waiting for an hour, the dust finally settled, and the people of the Western Civil Engineering Group could vaguely see the current state of the target hill. Now the target hill had completely vanished, replaced by a horrifying deep pit. The team leader's expression turned panicked as he hurriedly reported to his superiors, "The target hill we just built at Southern Science Academy is gone." The CEO of Western Civil Construction Group frowned as he listened to the report on the other end of the phone. "Are you certain they leveled the target mountain with merely a single shell?" "Yes, mister. Why, I'm certain." "Send me the photographs. Let me see them." "Very well." The moment Mr. Who viewed the images sent over, a chill seized his scalp. The colossal crater that had replaced the target mountain was utterly horrifying to behold. Even a man as worldly experienced as him could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He recalled that the target mountain constructed by the group for the Nank Academy was of the highest L5 grade. Let alone artillery shells, even a direct missile strike would not have chipped a corner off it. Unless it was a nuclear warhead. At this most plausible scenario, he immediately bellowed into the phone. Run fast. You must evacuate the Nank Academy at once. Hearing this, the team leader was thoroughly bewildered. Mr. Well, why should we run? We have received notification that their testing is complete and no further danger remains. Mr. Guo's voice erupted once more, nearly a roar. Those bastards. They may have been testing nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Upon hearing Mr. Guo's speculation, the team leader felt a cold dread creep up his spine. If the opposing side had employed a miniaturized nuclear device, then everything suddenly made sense. Otherwise, how could an electromagnetic railgun possibly possess such catastrophic power? And moreover, a small mushroom cloud had indeed appeared earlier. A nuclear warhead. There was no other explanation. The team leader suddenly realized that when he had stepped forward to take photographs, he had been no more than a few dozen meters from that nuclear crater. At that moment, he felt as though his entire being had turned to ice. After he relayed Mr. Guo's thoughts and his own conjectures to those around him, everyone from Western civil construction collapsed into despair. It's over, it's all over. There's nuclear fallout everywhere around here. Is it still too late to run? Who knows? Just run first and figure it out later. Like souls stripped from their bodies, they fled the Nank Academy with reckless desperation. Meanwhile, many in the East District had finally shaken off their stupor. They began converging toward the firing range. Upon seeing the vanished target mountain and the monstrous crater that had taken its place, every person present experienced the shattering of their worldview. How is this possible? The target mountain has simply disappeared. It was only a railgun. How could it possess such annihilating power? Just recently we tested high destructive missiles, and the target mountain was untouched. What magnitude of destructive force would be required for this? Tell me, could it be that the projectile fired from that railgun was not an ordinary shell, but a nuclear warhead? The moment those words were spoken, every face in the crowd turned deathly pale. If that were true, then everyone present was already as good as dead. People from the Southwest District wouldn't be so ruthless, would they? If it truly was a nuclear weapon, they would be finished too. The radiation fallout would inevitably spread across the entire Nank Academy. If not a nuclear weapon, what else could possess such power? I absolutely refuse to believe a single railgun obliterated that target mountain. With that, everyone fell silent. Just as the crowd wavered in uncertainty, someone suddenly cried out. I just saw a small group sprinting out with their lives on the line. Who were they? I don't know. I've never seen them before, but they all looked ashen-faced as though staring death in the eyes. Could they have already detected radiation? At these words, the crowd fell into chaos, and everyone frantically fled toward the eastern perimeter. Other East District engineers, unaware of the truth, were stunned by the sight of such frantic flight. Fear seized them, and they instinctively began running as well. Bro, what's going on? Why are you running? Shut up, there's radioactive fallout in the air. Radioactive fallout? What are you talking about? They just tested a nuclear weapon. What? In that case, wait for me. Don't run so fast. The act of fleeing seemed contagious, spreading from 10 to 100. The vast East District was soon emptied of all people. On another end, Director Zhou, still attending a meeting in the capital, suddenly received a call from the CEO of Western Civil Construction. Director Zhou, has your Nank Academy lost its mind? Testing nuclear weapons on campus. The words left Director Zhou utterly stunned, and he immediately asked, what's the situation? Mr. Guo continued. Today 12 of our employees inspected the East District target mountain at your Nank Academy, and that target mountain was obliterated in a single blast. Gone completely, with not even debris remaining. Tell me yourself what weapon besides a nuclear warhead could instantly erase an L5 grade target mountain. Faced with this question, Director Zhou found himself unable to answer. Because beyond nuclear weapons, indeed no armament could achieve such a feat. The Nank Academy did possess one nuclear warhead, but Zhou Hongtu glanced at the vault key in his hand. The key was in his possession. Who could possibly have accessed it? Mr. Will please remain calm. There may be a misunderstanding here. Our Nank Academy would never test nuclear weapons. What misunderstanding could this be? The target mountain has vanished, and you still dare claim no nuclear weapons were used. Now 12 of our valued employees are suspected of suffering radiation exposure from your weapons. If anything happens to them, I will not let this go. With that, Mr. Guo hung up immediately. Zhou Hongtu remained utterly bewildered. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that Jiang Yan's railgun testing had indeed been scheduled for today, utilizing the East District target mountain. But it was only a railgun. It shouldn't have come to this, should it? Just then, calls began pouring in from the East District. Not just one. His phone was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Engineers from the East District filed complaints one after another. Jiang Yan and Zhou Ying used a nuclear weapon. The radiation fallout has already enveloped the entire East District, and the fallout is spreading to other zones. Upon hearing all of this, Director Zhou was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He immediately contacted Elder Liu. In no time, Elder Lu took a radiation detector and headed straight for the East District firing range without even putting on a protective suit. This caused everyone in the East District to gasp in alarm. Elder Lu, don't. There's radiation. Elder Lu, please put on your protective suit at once. But Lu Tianhe regarded them as though they were fools. He had been standing right beside the railgun when it fired. Afterward, he had even asked Jiang Yan for one of the projectiles, a perfectly ordinary alloy metal sphere. If there was anything remarkable about it, it was merely that the alloy sphere was unusually heavy. What nuclear warhead resembled such a sphere? Lu Tianhe was inwardly utterly speechless, wondering what on earth was happening in the East District with everyone shouting and panicking. Elder Lu's personal intervention proved that the crater registered 0 radiation, and after considerable time spent soothing fears, the unrest was gradually quelled. Yet this only deepened the terror within the hearts of everyone in the East District, because it meant that the Southwest District had somehow endowed a single shell with the destructive power of a nuclear warhead. Their worldviews collapsed all over again in an instant. Time flew by. The final moment of the arms competition had quietly arrived. Within the Nanyuan Academy, people from the East District and other areas were just beginning to recover from their shock at the rail cannon. And today, everyone at the Southwest production base also paused their work, and rare occurrence, for today was the day the first-generation machine set forth. Under the solemn gaze of more than 2,000 Southwest District engineers, Xia Tianyi and 9 other trained pilots boarded 10 first-generation mechas, now equipped with main cannons. These pilots had been personally selected and trained by Xia Tianyi. At this moment, their synchronization rate with the mechas had all reached an astonishing 70% or higher. As the optical sensors of all 10 mechas flickered to life, the engineers at the Southwest production base surged with emotion. In that singular moment when the mecha squad lifted off together, an inexplicable sense of anticipation and pride rose quietly within the hearts of over 2,000 engineers simultaneously. For these mechas they had personally crafted were like their own children. At this moment, all of them hoped these machines would return victorious. 10 mechas accelerated rapidly into the sky from the Southwest District and swiftly flew out of the Nanyuan Academy. The destination, the Western Desert. The very site of this arms competition. The reason for openly revealing themselves now was simple. The Nanyuan Academy had fully mastered the capability to mass-produce first-generation mechas. Thus, the director also decided to stop concealing their strength. He even issued an order for a grand entrance. So after some deliberation, they decided to form a 10-person mecha squad and fly directly there. Only Elder Lu raised an objection, wondering if this was not too ostentatious. But Jiang Yan vetoed the proposal with a single vote. Why decline free technology points when they are offered? Every bit of astonishment gathered along the route translated into technology points. When personnel from other districts of the Nanyuan Academy discovered that terrifying mecha squadron, many couldn't help but scream. It was simply too futuristic, too breathtaking. In an instant, news of the next-generation mechas erupted once again across the recently tranquil districts of the Nanyuan Academy. We have flying mechas at our Nanyuan Academy. How is that possible? There's video proof. I already recorded it, and it clearly shows them taking off from the Southwest production base. I recognize this mecha's design. Its creator seems to be someone named Xia Tianyi. Indeed, she appears to be a beautiful young woman who joined our Nanyuan Academy about 2 years ago. I have some impression of her as well. Good heavens. She accomplished something this terrifying in only 2 years. I feel as though all my decades of research have been wasted. What exactly is going on at the Southwest production base? First Zhou Ying's electromagnetic rail cannon comparable to a nuclear bomb, and now Xia Tianyi's flying mecha? I can't help but feel we don't belong to the same Nanyuan Academy at all. The gap between people could truly be this vast. High above, considering that sonic booms would cause damage to ground structures, Xia Tianyi had the mecha squadron already ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With sufficient safety distance established, Xia Tianyi immediately issued the command. Mecha squadron, full speed ahead. All responded in unison, yes. Instantly, a terrifying sonic boom erupted in the high atmosphere, resounding across the skies. 10 massive figures transformed into streaks of light, speeding through the heavens. Wherever they passed, it was as though heavenly thunder rolled, shocking everyone's spirit. Although they had ascended to extreme altitude, reducing the direct destructive force on ground structures, the affected area grew considerably larger. Each city they passed through triggered considerable panic. Tens of thousands of people looked up at the sky in terror. What's going on? It's an omen from heaven and earth. Look, there seem to be 10 small dark spots in the sky. Could they be a fighter jet formation? Impossible, fighter jets cannot fly that high. UFO, definitely a UFO. Meanwhile, in another location, an endless desert of yellow sand stretched beyond the horizon. Jiang Yan finally met the legendary director Zhou. He appeared as a middle-aged man with a round face and fleshy features, his expression so simple and endearing. Almost comically naive, easy to bully, utterly unlike someone devoted to scientific research. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, director Zhou was overwhelmingly excited and immediately reached out to shake his hand with vigor. You must be Jiang Yan, truly heroes emerge from the youth. Haha, these past months I truly owe everything to you. He also invited the two elders Lu and Zhang, but before they could exchange more than a few courteous words, a person with an imposing presence approached. He wore a military uniform, and the aura radiating from him was so formidable it made one's breath catch. His arrival alone compelled even the elders Lu and Zhang to straighten and greet him respectfully. "Greetings, Commander Zhou." The newcomer was none other than Zhou Hongtu's own maternal uncle Zhou Zhinshan. He served as the commander of the Southern Air Force and was a person of immense authority and influence. After nodding to the two elders, Commander Zhou turned to Zhou Hongtu and asked, "Young Zhou, how confident are you that you can win the fighter competition this time?" Zhou Hongtu pondered for a moment. He had only seen the first-generation mecha and rail cannon's capabilities through videos sent by Elder Lu without having witnessed the true machines with his own eyes, so he dared not speak too confidently. He muttered weakly to Commander Zhou, 60%. Commander Zhou immediately frowned, concern rising within his heart. With a grave expression he said, "I just received intelligence that the elders of the Northern Military Region intend to use this arms competition to firmly elevate the Northern Academy's position. In other words, their strike against the Southern Academy is imminent. While we have managed to suppress their previous hostile attacks, this time is different from before. They will have competition results as justification. If your performance is unsatisfactory, they may well begin cutting your research funding this year." Just then a tall, burly figure also approached. He too wore a military uniform, and his formidable presence was no less intimidating than Zhou Zhinshan's. "Damn it. Let me see who dares lay a hand on my brother, who dares cut his research funding. I'll send the tank torrent straight to their doorstep." This newcomer was none other than the Academy Director's own elder brother, Zhou Honyuan. He had risen to the position of Deputy Commander of the Southern Army and commanded a tank legion that struck terror into all who heard of it. This person's arrival caused both Zhou Hongtu and Zhou Zhinshan to feel an immediate headache. Zhou Hongtu quickly spoke up, "Brother, I'm fine. No one is bullying me and no one is cutting my funding." "Really? Really?" Zhou Honyuan pounded his chest emphatically and declared, "Brother, compete without worry. Even if you lose, it's nothing. Your brother is here. If anyone dares to scheme during this opportunity, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Especially the last sentence, which he spoke loudly, seemingly for the benefit of others nearby. That powerful aura naturally intimidated all who encountered it, and no one wished to provoke his wrath. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yan stood dumbfounded. He never imagined his director was actually a military second-generation heir. Dean Zhou exchanged a few brief pleasantries with the two relatives, and then parted ways. The arms race was about to commence. Zhou Hongtu led the team from South Science Institute to a massive stone-built grandstand. The grandstand was immensely imposing, bearing the marks of age, evoking a profound sense of time-worn grandeur. From atop it, the boundless expanse of the desert was laid bare in all its magnificence before the eyes of the onlookers. Dean Zhou walked along, explaining to the group, "This western desert was originally intended for nuclear bomb testing. But later our Dragon Kingdom's nuclear technology achieved a complete breakthrough, making subsequent tests unnecessary. Now this desert has become one of the exclusive venues for the arms race." At this point, Dean Zhou paused deliberately, then continued, "In other words, in a word, let's go all out." At that moment, Dean Zhou even looked specifically at Jiang Yan, his gaze hinting at something meaningful. Zhou Hongtu knew the power of Jiang Yan's railgun, and the impact it had on the South Science Institute had yet to fade. Thus he felt a bit worried. He worried that Jiang Yan might hold back during this arms race. But this time there was no room for restraint. They must give it their all. The outcome of this arms race would have a significant impact on the South Science Institute both now and in the future. Dean Zhou's gesture left even Jiang Yan momentarily stunned. Soon, however, Jiang Yan grasped Dean Zhou's intention. Jiang Yan spoke quietly, "Dean Zhou, if we go all out, I fear the consequences might be too great to contain." Zhou Hongtu immediately replied, his tone resolute. "Don't be afraid. We'll use all our strength, put every bit of effort into it. If something goes wrong, I'll bear the responsibility. If I can't handle it, my brother will. If my brother can't, my uncle will." Seeing Dean Zhou's unwavering willingness to take responsibility, Jiang Yan felt completely reassured. All right. In truth, this aligned perfectly with Jiang Yan's desire to earn more points. Moreover, a sudden inspiration struck Jiang Yan. Originally, he had planned for Xia Tianyi to lead the team in a conventional manner after assembling. But now he conceived a creative entrance. He quietly called Xia Tianyi. "Tianyi, lead the team directly to an altitude of 800 meters. Try not to be detected when you take position. Make a spectacular entrance for them." "Roger. We'll arrive over the desert in about 3 minutes." "Good." Ending the call, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyi had already led the team straight up to 800 meters, as if they had entered space. At that moment, no matter how fast they moved, not a sound reached the ground. The South Science team arrived at the center of the grandstand. Now the top brass of several participating units had gathered here. As soon as Zhou Hongtu appeared with his team, a group approached them. Beneath their smiling expressions seemed to hide a hint of contempt. The newcomers were the top brass of the North Science Institute. Their leader was Su Weidong, the current dean of the North Science Institute. Under his leadership, the North Science Institute had quietly surpassed the South and reached its pinnacle. He was undoubtedly the greatest dean in the Institute's history. Su Weidong spoke first with a smile. "Oh, if it isn't old Zhou. I thought your South Science team wasn't coming this time." Zhou Hongtu didn't back down. "Come. How could we not? If we didn't come, we'd miss seeing your long faces later. A pity." No sooner had they exchanged a few words than the tense atmosphere escalated to its peak. Just as the two seemed about to explode, a young man from the North Science Institute, wearing glasses, stepped forward seemingly to defuse the tension. He bowed respectfully to Liu Tianhe. Senior Liu, a pleasure. This junior is Chen Tiansong. I have long admired you. Looking at the young man, Liu Tianhe felt a mix of emotions. It was this young man who had designed the 6th-generation fighter, completely replacing the 4th and 5th-generation fighters Liu had designed, becoming the strongest force in the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force. Although this young man had personally dethroned Liu Tianhe from his pedestal, Liu harbored no resentment toward him. On the contrary, Liu felt fortunate to witness the younger generation of Dragon Kingdom surpassing him before his time. After all, countless brilliant successors were the guarantee of the Dragon Kingdom's continued prosperity. Liu sighed with emotion and smiled. Truly, the waves behind drive the waves ahead. Xiaoqin, you are quite impressive. Receiving Liu's praise, Chen Tiansong's smile brightened instantly like a child who had earned the approval of an elder. Su Weidong immediately gloated to Zhou Hongtu. This young brother of mine has SOSO talent. It took him a whole year to design a quasi-7th-generation fighter, and its performance improved by only 80. Please go easy on us in the competition, ha. He dared to call it a quasi-7th-generation fighter precisely because the 80 performance boost was such a monumental challenge that it bordered on a miracle. The entire North Science Institute believed no other fighter could rival it, not even facing the stealth fighters of the Bagu Kingdom directly. Su Weidong's self-congratulatory tone was written all over his face, making Zhou Hongtu want to kick him. The other top brass of the North Science Institute were also brimming with confidence. On hearing this, Liu Tianhe was astonished. Although Liu had witnessed Jiang Yan's prowess, and his shock had diminished compared to before, he couldn't help but admire Chen Tiansong's talent. In just 1 year you managed to improve the 6th-generation fighter's performance by 80 again. Young friend Tiansong is truly gifted. This old man is humbled. Chen Tiansong immediately waved his hands modestly. No, my designs drew heavily from your design philosophy. I merely stood on the shoulders of a giant. Liu was deeply gratified by Chen's humility. Not arrogant, not impetuous, and exceptionally gifted. Excellent, truly excellent. In the future your achievements will reach heights no one can surpass. At that moment, only these two from the South and North Institutes shared mutual admiration, while everyone else remained in a state of tension. Chen Tiansong asked again humbly, may I ask what model you plan to use in the competition, Senior Liu? Liu smiled and shook his head. This old man is past his prime. The one competing this time is not me. The fighter representing our South Science Institute is built by our rising star Jiang Yan. I believe it will not disappoint you. As for the model, it must remain confidential for now. Following Liu Tianhe's gaze, the North Science team looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. The person before them was handsome and youthful, dressed in casual attire. Most importantly, he was far too young, only about 15 or 16. Previously, they had all assumed Jiang Yan was merely the son of some high-ranking official at the South Science Institute brought along to broaden his horizons. No one imagined he was a contestant. Even Chen Tiansong was inwardly shocked. He prided himself on being a super genius capable of designing a quasi-7th-generation fighter at the age of 29 and standing on his own. But Jiang Yan was far too young. For a moment, Chen Tiansong even doubted his own life. Although he hadn't seen Jiang Yan's work, anyone representing the South Science Institute in the arms race could not be an ordinary creation. Even if the final product might not surpass his own in terms of talent, Jiang Yan absolutely dwarfed him by several degrees. He recalled himself at 15 or 16 like a fanboy, borrowing money everywhere to buy tech magazines about Liu Tianhe and chasing the latest technological works from Liu. Yet this Jiang Yan at that age had already brought his work to the arms competition. Thinking of this, Chen Tiansong felt a chill down his spine. Silently, the arms race had officially begun. The first to commence was the fighter jet competition. In an arms race, there was no room for ostentation or predetermined order. Whoever believed they were capable stepped forward. The Northern Institute of Science and Technology NIST took the lead, determined to leave an indelible impression on everyone from the very start. After Su Weidong made a brief application to the high-ranking officials in the bunker, NIST obtained the privilege of the first flight in this fighter jet competition. On a temporary runway in the desert, the NIST team pulled down the black cloth covering their quasi-7th-generation fighter jet. A majestic and unprecedented fighter jet appeared before the crowd. Chen Tiansong stood at the forefront of the stands, his gaze losing all its gentleness in that moment. A resolute aura erupted as he shouted towards the fighter jet, NIST fighter, take off. The engine roared and 4 tongues of fire shot out from directly beneath it. Then under the gaze of the crowd, the fighter jet slowly rose vertically. It was incredibly stable, without even a hint of tremor. Many gasped in surprise. That's vertical takeoff and landing. Although many institutions had achieved VTOL, none had been as stable as this. The NIST team wore expressions of pride. When the fighter jet reached a sufficient altitude, the fire snakes behind it erupted violently, propelling it with unparalleled speed. As it accelerated further, it broke the sound barrier, and the sonic boom echoed across the entire desert. In the bunker, technicians reported the fighter jet's data to the high-ranking officials. NIST fighter jet 35 seconds to reach Mach 1, maximum speed Mach 4. 3. Mach 4. 3. Such data brought satisfied smiles to the faces of the high-ranking officials in the bunker. Even the chief commander directly remarked, "NIST not bad." These simple words made Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Hongyuan tense up, worrying for Zhou Hongtu. The performance of NIST's fighter jet had improved far beyond their expectations. At Mach 4.3, it was an 80 increase over the original 6th-generation fighter. It was only a step away from the Baga Nation's 6th-generation supersonic fighter jet's Mach 5 speed. Such an achievement was almost unassailable within the Dragon Kingdom. Other research institutions in the stands broke out in cold sweat. NIST's progress was simply too rapid. Although many institutions had prepared fighter jets that exceeded the Mach 2, for limit of 6th-generation fighters, they hesitated to embarrass themselves by going up next. The opponent boasted a terrifying speed of Mach 4.3, matching the Baga Nation's latest supersonic fighter. As NIST's demonstration ended, the high-ranking officials in the bunker engaged in heated discussion. Their excitement was indescribable, and they showered the fighter jet with praise. After all, it had already reached the level of the Baga Nation's supersonic fighter. At that moment, the high-ranking officials in the bunker wore expressions of relief. The commander of the Northern Military Region was filled with pride. It seemed as if this fighter jet was already the champion of the competition. The stands fell into dead silence, almost all institutions stunned by NIST's powerful strike. For a time, no one was willing to go second, as the contrast would be too stark and severely damage their institution's reputation. No one wanted to be the object of comparison with NIST's fighter jet. Su Weidong was riding high, feeling utterly exhilarated. He said to Zhou Hongtu, "Forgive me, brother Zhou." The pilot couldn't hold back and unleashed full power. I had told him to keep a low profile, but he just wouldn't listen. He waved at Chen Tiansong and shouted, "Well done." Xiao Chen. Su Weidong's smug demeanor made Zhou Hongtu nearly lose his temper several times. Jiang Yan noticed that no one seemed willing to take the stage. He sighed. He had hoped to embarrass more people, but it seemed unlikely. He looked at Zhou Hongtu and said loudly, "Dean, since no one else wants to go, we'll go." Zhou Hongtu immediately replied, "Good." He was eager to wipe the smug look off Su Weidong's face. Soon Dean Zhou received approval for the Southern Institute of Science and Technology (SGST) to take the stage. When Jiang Yan stood at the forefront of the stands, the crowd noticed something was off. The temporary runway for SGST was empty. For a moment, everyone forgot the oppressive pressure of NIST's fighter jet, and the atmosphere became awkward, punctuated by laughter. SGST hasn't even prepared their fighter jet at this point. Oh man, I just realized SGST has nothing but a few military vehicles. Did they forget? Haha, forgot. That's hilarious. Are they about to pull off the biggest blunder in arms race history? Huh. Even Su Weidong couldn't help but laugh. Huh. Brother Zhou, you didn't really forget to bring your fighter jet, did you? It's okay, I have a spare, I can lend it to you. At that moment, Jiang Yan looked up at the empty sky and shouted into the headset, "SGST fighter squad, take off." This scene made the audience burst into laughter. Haha, SGST is determined to play along with the act. Haha, I can't take it. Let's go first. No, we should go first. We go first. With SGST as the bottom line, other research institutions regained their confidence. But Zhou Hongtu and the two elders Lu and Zhang remained calm. Jiang Yan had already secretly informed them of the plan and that the mecha squad was in position. At that time, Zhou Hongtu noticed that many people could still read the room. They held back their laughter, though they were clearly struggling. Zhou Hongtu decided to play the act to the end. The slap in the face would be even louder. So he scratched his head with a sheepish grin and turned to the crowd, apologizing, "Our fighter jet is still on the way. Please bear with us for a moment." At these words, the audience could no longer contain themselves. Laughter erupted. "Dean Zhou, you really forgot. Haha, you're too funny. Why don't you have that young man come down? The wind is strong up there, haha." In the bunker, Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Hongyuan covered their faces, utterly embarrassed. The high-ranking officials all wore grim expressions. One official couldn't help but laugh, but quickly coughed and returned to a stern face. The solemn arms race was momentarily filled with sporadic laughter. But the next moment, the air began to tremble, and the tremors grew increasingly intense. When 10 eerie black dots appeared in the sky, all smiles froze on everyone's faces. No one laughed anymore. In the sky, 10 black dots were descending at extreme speed, the air around them burning and distorting. Each carried immense momentum, diving toward the center of the desert. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the silhouettes of 10 mechas began to gradually become clear. At this moment, the vibration in the air grew increasingly intense, the very atmosphere seeming to tremble, as if the very heavens and earth feared their arrival. Accompanied by the violent shaking of the airwaves of ear-splittingly terrifying sonic booms, swept through, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Someone was the first to recognize the outline of those mechas, instantly drawing in a sharp breath and exclaiming loudly, "Heavens! Those appear to be mechas. Mecha! How is that possible? Truly mechas. Could such things actually exist?" Zhou Hongtu clenched his fists tightly at this moment, his gaze locked onto these awe-inspiring next-generation mechas, his heart filled with both tension and excitement. The moment of the Southern Academy of Sciences' rise had finally arrived. This was Zhou Hongtu's first time witnessing the mechas produced by his own Southern Academy of Sciences with his own eyes, and their formidable power far exceeded even his imagination, making him shudder with unease. Su Weidong's mind was now in complete disarray. He could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the Southern Academy of Sciences could produce such terrifying machinery. This was beyond anything the technology of this era should be capable of crafting. His inner world was on the verge of collapse. How was this possible? How could the Southern Academy of Sciences possess such strength and technology? Meanwhile, after a moment of bewilderment, Chen Tianzong's eyes suddenly gleamed with an extraordinary light, as if the direction of his life after shattering completely was once again coalescing. At this moment, the senior figures in the bunker had forgotten all about their own safety, rushing out one after another, their eyes wide with shock, as they beheld this utterly unbelievable scene. Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Hongyuan were simultaneously overwhelmed with shock and excitement. They could never have imagined that Zhou Hong, that troublesome boy who never ceased to cause worry, had actually managed to develop such extraordinary technology. The army commander-in-chief snatched the electronic binoculars from a technician's hands, determined to witness with his own eyes what exactly this thing was that sent chills down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the mecha squad crashed into the ground with terrifying potential energy, the massive force erupting instantaneously like a meteorite impact. For a moment, the entire desert seemed like a calm water surface struck by a colossal boulder beginning to churn violently. Under this violent turbulence, the ground surface itself began to twist and deform. Sandstorms surged outward in all directions like tidal waves. Although both the viewing stands and the bunker were far from the explosion's epicenter, the earth still began to shake violently, causing many people to lose their footing and fall. What followed was a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Although everyone found cover to shelter, they still ended up with mouths full of sand. That apocalyptic scene instantly branded a deep fear into the souls of all present. As the sandstorm gradually cleared, nearly everyone produced their binoculars, staring fixedly at the explosion center. 10 immensely imposing mechas suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The heat on their bodies had not yet cooled, and merely the thermal waves rising from this residual warmth caused severe distortion in the surrounding air. At that moment, the sandy ground beneath them had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of transparent vitrified material radiating heat. This sight drew involuntary gasps from the onlookers. This vitrification only occurs from meteorite impacts. Heavens, they seem completely unharmed. They use their own bodies as meteorites. Actually unscathed. How is this possible? What material are their fuselages made of? Actually, they weren't entirely unscathed. Despite the LCL solution providing protection, the 10-person squad still felt a slight dizziness. Xia Tianyi wanted a more spectacular entrance, so she not only relied on gravitational acceleration, but also ordered the activation of sonic boom acceleration mode. That's why the devastating spectacle just occurred. Facts proved that while the mechas could withstand it, the pilots were slightly overwhelmed. Next time, unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't dare take such risks. At this moment, all 10 mechas simultaneously turned their gaze toward the viewing stands, awaiting Jiang Yan's next instructions. When their gazes coincidentally met those through the binoculars, everyone present felt as though the mechas were looking directly at them, sending shivers down their spines. Some were so frightened they literally dropped their binoculars. Jiang Yan continued to wait quietly, for at this moment a massive wave of technology points was flooding in like tide. He thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of seeing those points accumulate. Jiang Yan hadn't anticipated that Xia Tianyi would perform so exceptionally, the shocking impact far exceeding his expectations. Only when the technology points ceased increasing did Jiang Yan decide to unleash the next wave of spectacle. He gave a light cough, spitting out a mouthful of sand. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yan called out loudly, "The entrance ceremony is concluded. Now commencing the official demonstration." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was momentarily stunned, sharply inhaling in disbelief. That world-destroying spectacle was merely an entrance ceremony. The earth itself had trembled, and that didn't even count as the official demonstration. It was just an entrance. There was no need to make it look like they were going to destroy the world. In the midst of everyone's disbelief, in the central area of the desert, 10 mechas suddenly exploded upward, ascending rapidly at an unbelievable speed. Then they flew at extreme speed toward the crowd. The ferocious sonic booms swept across the entire desert. The sand grains on the ground could not stop trembling. As if in this moment, across the entire desert, the 10 of them were the sovereign rulers. On the viewing stands, as people saw the terrifying mecha squad flying toward them, none could avoid feeling their limbs grow weak and their minds go blank. Some even felt an irresistible urge to kneel. At this moment, the people of the Southern Academy of Sciences stood tall and proud, all feeling deeply honored by the Academy's might. Su Weidong was completely dazed, frozen in place. From the moment the mechas appeared, the Northern Academy of Sciences had already lost the battle for fighter jets. This was simply not a contest on the same level. Su Weidong felt as though he had been subjected to a dimensional strike, with absolutely no room to fight back. Chen Tianzong steadied his glasses, which seemed ready to be blown away by the fierce wind, his heart surging with emotion. This was true technology. These mechas were worthy of Dragon Nation's future. For a moment, he actually harbored the thought of defecting to the Southern Academy of Sciences. He could forsake his salary, even his status, if only they would grant him a chance to study mechas, even if it were just for a few years. However, at this moment, no one could read his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, the representatives from other research institutions on the viewing stands had completely abandoned any intention of presenting their own entries. Because this was not a competition on the same dimension at all, what was there left to compete? Some had already begun to predict that before long fighter jets would be entirely replaced by flying mechas, and the development of fighter jets would ultimately become history. Outside the bunker, technicians were reporting the detected data to the senior officials, their voices trembling slightly. The Southern Academy of Sciences fighter jet reaches supersonic speed within 1 second, with a maximum velocity of 50 Mach. Upon hearing the technician's report, even though the senior officials present had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still utterly shocked by the final figures. 1 second to supersonic. 50 Mach. 50 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of the Northern Academy's fighter jets. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Team Xiaotiani had already screamed past at an altitude of 50,000 meters above their heads. The incredibly ferocious sonic booms sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Zhou Jinshan gazed at that terrifying mecha, an indescribable joy swelling within his heart. Not only had the fuselage remained unscathed despite being struck by a meteorite, its flight speed had reached the absurdly unimaginable 50 times the speed of sound, directly surpassing the Bagu nation's 6th-generation supersonic fighter by a factor of 10. Thinking that all these mechas originated from the Nank Academy, Zhou Jinshan felt that all his efforts over the years to protect the academy had not been in vain. If his Southern Air Force were to be equipped with 100 of these mechas as a priority, he couldn't wait to see who would dare to challenge him. Zhou Hanyuan felt a deep sense of relief. His troublesome younger brother had finally grown up. After today, who would still look down on the Nank Academy? Who would still dare to covet it? Although the fighter competition hadn't concluded, the senior leadership already knew the outcome. Such terrifying mecha technology from the Nank Academy, let alone anyone catching up now, even over the next 20 or 50 years, might no one be able to surpass it. This was fundamentally technology that transcended the current era. The senior leadership all turned to the chief military commander. At this moment, his expression had reached the peak of excitement, with longing shining in his eyes. He almost wished he could replace all of Longwa's fighter jets with the Nank Academy's mechas right now. Just when everyone thought the Nank Academy's demonstration was completely over, Jiang Yan spoke loudly into his earpiece once more. Xiaotiani, go ahead with your plan. At this moment, everyone's hearts raced in surprise again. It's not over yet. After being so terrifying, is there still another card up their sleeve? Jiang Yan had originally intended to end things here, but just now Xiaotiani contacted Jiang Yan. He told him that a pilot named Sikong Yu had discovered a way to further increase the mecha speed. The mecha squad had already cross-verified it internally, and everyone agreed it was viable. The improvement would be substantial, and the feasibility was extremely high. They just needed one more test run to fully confirm it, so they submitted a test application to Jiang Yan. The mecha squad assumed Jiang Yan would deliberate carefully, since this was an important military competition venue. If something went wrong, it would reflect poorly on the Nank Academy and the competition results. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Yan barely hesitated. He agreed immediately without a second thought. They simply didn't understand his mindset. If it failed, he'd lose nothing anyway, but if it succeeded, he'd gain a huge amount of technology points for free. For such a favorable deal, Jiang Yan never hesitated. Upon receiving Jiang Yan's approval, Xiaotiani immediately issued the command. Form the ring. Yes. At extreme high speeds, the 10 mechas began shifting formation, forming a rapidly rotating ring in the sky. As the ring gradually rotated and drew closer, all the mechas interlocked their fingers. A tightly connected mecha ring instantly formed in the high altitude. Then something miraculous happened. Even though the mecha squad couldn't increase their power output any further, the entire ring began accelerating. And it kept getting faster. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle with shock. They gasped again. It's already at 50 Mach, and it can still accelerate. The technicians outside the bunker also noticed this change. In astonishment, he reported the measurement results to the senior leadership. The mecha squad's speed has increased again. 60 Mach, 80 Mach, 100 Mach, 100 times the speed of sound. Good heavens! How is this possible? The technician realized he'd lost his composure and immediately fell silent. But he noticed that even in his stunned state, no one would reprimand him. Because at this moment, every senior leader present had completely lost their composure. They stood with mouths agape, staring toward the mecha ring, utterly spellbound. At this moment, the mecha squad had already turned around and was charging toward the stands again. This time they ascended once more to an altitude of 100,000 meters. Even so, that terrifying sonic roar still came crashing down toward the ground like a tidal wave. At this point, the sand and gravel in the desert were actually floating up from the vibrations. They seemed to have completely submitted, bowing before the ruler of this desert. The terrifying sight left everyone present shaken to their core, their scalps numb with awe. Chief Military Commander returned to the bunker at once. Many were worried about the commander's safety and tried to pull him back. After all, this sonic roar was simply too terrifying. There was no guarantee it wouldn't cause harm to the human body. But given the mecha ring's terrifying speed, there was simply no time. Before the words were even finished, the mecha squad had already burst past them. A wildly violent sonic shockwave hit them instantly. Under that explosive roar, everyone felt as though they were bearing the overwhelming weight of heavenly might. Many couldn't withstand it and actually fell to their knees. Some were so overwhelmed they had collapsed entirely. The Nank Academy team had prepared in advance, finding cover beforehand, yet they still felt physically distressed throughout their bodies. But at this moment, the chief military commander tensed every muscle in his body, straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and forcibly held his ground. Under that oppressive pressure, he even felt his internal organs suffering significant damage. A thin trickle of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. This sight caused the other senior leaders to panic immediately. But then the chief military commander erupted in hearty laughter, laughing with utter carefree joy. The other senior leaders had never even seen the chief military commander laugh like this before. Ha ha ha. With just a sonic roar we can kill the enemy. In our Longwa, who else would dare to invade? At this moment the chief military commander's eyes blazed with fervor. He knew the opportunity for Longwa's rise had arrived. Thinking of the joint military exercises at years, and he suddenly felt an inexhaustible sense of confidence. You want to pressure us? You want to see how we'll respond? Come on then, all of you. Come and face us. Now that the senior leaders had personally experienced that terrifying sonic roar, they didn't need the technicians to explain. They already understood the destructive power of that mecha ring. The mecha squad had already ascended to extreme altitudes, yet they could still cause harm to the human body. If they descended to half that height, they would surely cause blood to flow from all the orifices of everyone present. They could even kill outright. These mechas didn't need to be equipped with any weapons. At their incredibly high speeds, the sonic roars alone could easily eliminate enemies. What a terrifying weapon this was. No one had ever conceived of such a form of ultimate weapon. Even if they had, it would have been impossible to achieve. But now the Nank Academy had made it possible. This ring-forming mecha was more than capable of becoming a national treasure. As soon as the Nank Academy's mecha demonstration concluded, the senior leaders immediately announced, for this military competition's fighter jet project, Nank Academy wins. Additionally, the Nank Academy's mecha will serve as Longwa's 7th-generation fighter jet. The competition hadn't even finished yet the results were announced immediately. This completely disregarded the feelings of other research institutions, but it also demonstrated the senior leadership's recognition and respect for the Nank Academy. Yet no one dared to object to this. At this moment, everyone from the Nank Academy had tears welling in their eyes, though such an outcome had been anticipated. But when the results were truly announced, they still couldn't hold back their tears of excitement. The Nank Academy, suppressed and frustrated for 16 long years, had finally risen again today. Above the stands, representatives from various research institutions had not yet recovered from the terror induced by the ring hybrid mecha. Yet the jaw-dropping spectacle that followed would once again leave them utterly shaken, their worldviews completely shattered. To everyone's astonishment, one individual from the Northern Academy of Sciences contingent suddenly broke away from the ranks. He adjusted his glasses, which had been cracked by the sonic boom. His gaze was filled with resolute determination. This person was none other than the strongest rising star of the Northern Academy of Sciences, the super genius who had independently developed Longwa's 6th-generation fighter jet, and in a remarkably short span of time boosted its performance by an additional 80%. His name was Chun Tiansong. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he strode purposefully toward the Southern Academy of Sciences team, and he bowed deeply to all of them. I am Chun Tiansong. I voluntarily leave the Northern Academy of Sciences. I hereby apply to join the Southern Academy of Sciences. I am willing to forego my salary. I am willing to forego any position. I am content to merely assist. I only ask that the Southern Academy of Sciences grant me an opportunity to learn about mecha technology. This unprecedented scene of the Northern Academy's future star publicly changing allegiance on the spot sent the onlookers into a state of utter shock. The representatives from the Northern Academy of Sciences were completely devastated on the spot. Their director Su Weidong nearly vomited blood right there. This spectacle was simply too much, shattering one's entire worldview. Zhou Hongtu, the director of the Southern Academy of Sciences, was equally startled by this turn of events, having never anticipated such a scene. But composing himself, he quickly pondered and immediately stepped forward to meet them. Chun Tiansong was indeed a remarkable talent. Not only Old Man Liu, but also Zhou Hongtu himself held him in high regard. Had their positions not been opposed before, Zhou Hongtu would have eagerly seized the chance to recruit this promising young man. Zhou Hongtu instantly adopted an expression of eager anticipation for talented individuals and declared, "How could you forego your salary? How could you forego a position? You absolutely must. And our Southern Academy of Sciences must provide it. We not only need you to make contributions in key positions, but we will also offer you triple the industry standard salary. We at the Southern Academy of Sciences have great need for top talents like you, young Master Chun. As future mecha production capacity expands, the Southern Academy of Sciences will need even more talents like yourself." When Zhou Hongtu emphasized the word more, he deliberately raised his voice, fearful that others might not hear or understand. After finishing his words, Zhou Hongtu deliberately paused and said no more. He patted Chun Tiansong's shoulder with profound meaning, his eyes revealing a look of gratification and satisfaction. At this moment, the rising stars from other research institutions immediately understood everything. Damn it! This Chun Tiansong reacted with incredible speed and displayed extraordinary courage. No wonder he was the strongest rising star at the Northern Academy of Sciences. Such a bold gamble, and he hadn't hesitated at all. But Zhou Hongtu's final remarks shattered the last line of defense in all their hearts almost instantly. With Chun Tiansung's successful example already set as a precedent one after another figures began to step out of their respective teams without permission. Amidst the onlookers' continuous exclamations of astonishment, they approached the Southern Academy of Sciences contingent. They all bowed deeply. I am Hu Ersha. I voluntarily leave the Western Science and Technology Group. I apply to join the Southern Academy of Sciences. I can forego my. I am Lu Minghu. I voluntarily leave the Northern Science and Technology Research Institute. I apply to join the Southern Academy of Sciences. I can also. I am Su Jinghong. I voluntarily leave. I am. In an instant, what had been a solemn arms competition had inexplicably transformed into a recruitment interview at the Southern Academy of Sciences. And those who came forward to apply were all the most elite young engineers from various research institutions. None of them failed to be the future stars of their respective research organizations. At this moment, those who felt they were not young enough or lacked exceptional skills dared not step forward. Being qualified to report to the Southern Academy of Sciences had suddenly become a symbol of honor. This scene left everyone present with their jaws dropped. The senior officials from various research institutions appeared, as if struck by lightning, their expressions contorted in dismay. At this moment, even the senior officials in the bunker were completely stunned, unsure of how to respond. The commander of the Northern Air Force spoke first. Commander-in-Chief, don't you think this violates the principle of fair competition? Should we not intervene? The commander of the Southern Air Force immediately rose to his feet and retorted loudly, intervene? What for? Didn't you see that they all voluntarily left their previous institutions? And now you don't want them to join the Southern Academy? Could it be that you want these top talents to suffer from hunger and eventually go abroad to contribute to other countries? This heavy accusation left the Northern Air Force commander speechless with anger. Just then the commander-in-chief suddenly spoke up. Enough, everyone has seen this. This is their voluntary choice. If our great Longhua cannot even extend this basic level of respect to these scientific workers, then we would truly be a failure. Let them go. As long as they contribute to Longhua, does it matter where they make their dedication? The commander-in-chief's words convinced everyone wholeheartedly, and the dispute between the two commanders was immediately quelled. By the way, weren't those mechas created by that Jiang Yan? Next up is the land tank competition, which shouldn't involve him anymore. Zhou Jinshan, go fetch both Jiang Yan and Zhou Hongtu. I have some questions for them. Deep down, Zhou Jinshan was delighted and immediately responded with a crisp yes. Above the stands, Zhou Hongtu was overflowing with vigor at this moment, feeling as though he had already reached the pinnacle of life. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Su Weidong's expression was even more unpleasant than having swallowed a fly, which further satisfied him to the fullest extent. Zhou Hongtu turned to each of the geniuses with welcoming gestures. Welcome, all of you are welcome. With your addition, our Southern Academy of Sciences will one day undoubtedly elevate Longhua's technology to the forefront of world science. I believe that the moment when foreign powers must revere our Longhua's technology is imminent. Let us strive together for the rise of Longhua. Zhou Hongtu's impassioned speech ignited fierce excitement within the hearts of those newly joined geniuses one by one. It confirmed for them the correctness of their choices. The simultaneous defection of 26 super geniuses instantly transformed the entire landscape of Longhua's technological arty, as these individuals essentially represented the entirety of Longhua's emerging talents. The sudden rise of the Southern Academy of Sciences set every member ablaze with enthusiasm. Just then Zhou Jinshan approached with a radiant expression. He conveyed the commander-in-chief's orders. Zhou Hongtu, Jiang Yan, the commander-in-chief wishes to ask you both several questions. Also, the land tank competition can now commence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan asked in surprise, Military Commander, Zhou, does the commander-in-chief wish to question me now? Then how can I possibly participate in the land tank competition? His words sent shockwaves through not only the representatives from other research institutions present, but also Zhou Jinshan himself. The participant from the Southern Academy of Sciences in the land tank competition was actually Jiang Yan. Recalling the terrifying pressure exerted by the ring hybrid mecha, in an instant, an inexplicable sense of dread once again silently arose within everyone's hearts. Zhou Jinshan informed the commander-in-chief that Jiang Yan intended to continue competing. At that moment, the commander-in-chief paused in surprise, then actually broke into a smile. This Jiang Yan actually has something more to showcase. I find myself growing quite curious now. As for the questioning matter, no matter. Let him compete first. Perhaps I'll question him about the land combat tank simultaneously shortly. Upon hearing that Jiang Yan would also participate in the land combat tank competition, the senior executives of the various research institutions fell into panic. No one dared to go first, and excuses were raised one after another. I say, shouldn't Northern Academy of Sciences go first this time? Su Weidong was at his wits' end by now. No need. We already presented first during the aircraft demonstration. This time let's give others a chance. I think Western Technology Group would be suitable. Upon hearing this, the chief executive of Western Technology Group immediately waved his hand. No. Our land combat tanks still need further calibration. I think Eastern Academy's tanks are well calibrated right now. The director of Eastern Academy fell speechless at the moment. At this point, everyone knew Jiang Yan had entered the competition. Who would dare compete against him? Moreover, the engineers from Eastern Academy who developed not only fighters, but also tanks had all jumped ship to Southern Academy. Did they intend to personally take command when the tanks went onto the battlefield? With this thought in mind, Eastern Academy had already decided to withdraw directly. In fact, it was not only Eastern Academy. Many tank engineers from other research institutions had joined those who defected. This put them in an extremely awkward position. How could they possibly announce publicly that their tank engineers had already defected? At that moment, apart from the tank engineers of Northern Academy of Sciences who had not yet defected, the vast majority of tank engineers from other research institutions had already stood on the side of Southern Academy. How could this competition continue? Nearly every institution was on the verge of frustration. Jiang Yan also perceived how delicate the current situation had become. He shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. We'll have to go directly. After Zhou Hongtu filed a simple application, Southern Academy obtained permission to field their land combat tank. Under Jiang Yan's command, 10 heavy military trucks drove into the arena. Once again, everyone was bewildered. Where were the tanks? But at this moment, no one dared to ridicule or jeer at this anomaly. Because the person in command was Jiang Yan. If there was anything abnormal, it must be extraordinarily powerful beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone in the stands, as well as the high-ranking officials in the bunker, widened their eyes. Their hearts couldn't help but anticipate what kind of tank Jiang Yan would produce. However, at this moment, the mech squad activated once again. This time they did not fly. Instead, they marched forward with steady and uniform steps, moving toward the 10 heavy military trucks. Every step they took sent violent tremors through the earth, and each tremor seemed to remind everyone present who truly dominated this desert. When every mech retrieved an orbital cannon from the corresponding military truck, those present were shocked once more. Good heavens, the tanks Southern Academy is fielding are still these mechs. No need to demonstrate, I concede. No need to watch, I concede too. I concede. Before Jiang Yan's demonstration had even begun, voices of concession filled the air. Even the tank engineers from Northern Academy of Sciences shook their heads, one after another, conceding defeat. Jiang Yan felt utterly speechless inside. For a moment, Jiang Yan was at a loss. Don't do this. If you don't watch my performance, how am I supposed to collect technology points? At this moment, even the senior officials in the bunker felt helpless. Southern Academy didn't even need to compete and had already won. This was the first time in the history of arms competitions. The senior officials had no idea what to do. Fortunately, the commander-in-chief spoke up directly. Continue the demonstration. His anticipation had reached its peak. If he did not see Jiang Yan's demonstration today, he feared he would not be able to sleep tonight. The interpreter also conveyed the commander-in-chief's words to Jiang Yan. Only then did Jiang Yan feel relieved. As long as he could perform, and there were still spectators, that was all that mattered. Jiang Yan wanted to confirm once more with the senior officials his lingering concerns. After all, relying solely on Dean Zhou's assurance, he felt somewhat unreliable. Leaders, I'd like to confirm something. Speak. The power of our orbital cannons might be a bit excessive. If I destroy this desert in a moment, would you hold us accountable? This inexplicable remark left the interpreter completely bewildered. Destroy the desert and hold them accountable? What nonsense. But at that moment, he dared not be careless at all, because everyone present already had experience. With Jiang Yan, the more inexplicable things he said, the greater the consequences might be. He immediately passed Jiang Yan's words verbatim to the commander-in-chief by the radio. The commander-in-chief burst into laughter. This kid, he's quite boastful. Let him go all out. Absolutely no accountability. The interpreter nodded and said to Jiang Yan. The commander-in-chief said to let you go all out with absolutely no accountability. Hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded with relief, his concerns completely dispelled. He returned to the very front of the stands and shouted loudly into his earpiece. Xia Tianyi, throw the signal flare. Yes. It was then that the lead mech from the mech squad stepped forward from the formation. A slender black alloy rod appeared suddenly in its hand. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't a signal flare be launched with a signal gun? It was holding a black rod. What was it trying to do? Just as everyone was bewildered, Xia Tianyi made a sudden sprint, moving so fast that the sand around her parted like the sea. Then the alloy rod in the mech's hand exploded outward at incredible speed. The alloy rod tore through the sky in an instant, and the sound of breaking through the air rang out once again. Wherever it passed, it left a scorching helical trail where the air had burned, deformed, and twisted. To everyone's shock, the alloy rod pierced straight through 50 kilometers, arriving at the designated location. It drove directly into the sandy ground, smashing through the surface rock layer. At the moment of impact with the rock layer, it seemed as though a high-energy missile had been detonated. A tremendous explosive energy burst forth from the point of contact. The sand within a 1-kilometer radius actually vanished instantaneously before everyone's eyes. In its place was a circular red rock layer, molten and blazing hot. This terrifying spectacle made everyone profoundly understand just how powerful these mechs truly were. Such a simple throw could be so terrifying, piercing through 50 kilometers, melting the surface rock layer within a 1-kilometer radius. Seeing this, everyone present was shaken to their cores. And only at this moment did everyone realize the true terror of these mechs. Once such mechs entered the battlefield, there would be absolutely no need to prepare any ammunition or weapons. Anything nearby, whether boulders or tree stumps, could be transformed into devastatingly destructive weapons. Thinking of this, everyone felt their hair stand on end once more. Just then Jiang Yan shouted out again. Signal flare deployed. Mech squad prepare. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present completely broke down. This was just throwing a signal flare, and the rock layer had melted. It was only a signal flare, there was no need to melt the rock layer within a 1-kilometer radius. Just at that moment, the interpreter received a question from the commander-in-chief. But he was not in a position to ask Jiang Yan directly, so he could only turn to the Southern Academy people and asked. The commander-in-chief would like to know what exactly was that weapon the mech just threw. How could it have such destructive power? Liu Tianhe immediately replied with utmost respect. Oh, that was not a weapon. It was merely some scraps left over from when we were manufacturing artillery shells. Someone felt it was a pity to discard them, so they were used as signal flares instead. Leftover scraps. Feeling sorry to throw them away. What kind of talk was this? These words caused the interpreter to completely crumble. The messenger reported to the Supreme Commander, Sir, that black rod is not a weapon. The Southern Academy of Sciences said it was merely leftover scrap from artillery shell production. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Commander was utterly bewildered. What kind of shells were they producing if even the leftover scraps were so terrifying? While the Supreme Commander was still in shock, Jiang Yan issued the final order, concentrate fire, open fire. As Jiang Yan's command was given, the 10 mechas of the Southern Academy of Sciences each raised their rail cannons, emitting a series of soul-piercing whines. As the whine reached its peak, 10 chilling red beams shot forth. Carrying unimaginable kinetic energy, they hurtled straight toward the designated target. Wherever they passed, the air twisted and collapsed, and some even heard the sound of space shattering. Around the 10 crimson trajectories, terrifying red mist and swirling vortices appeared. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was filled with dread, drawing in sharp breaths. Many were already trembling uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, 10 high-density particle shells, each trailing a straight beam of light, converged simultaneously on the target point. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst forth. It turned the entire desert into a pale white. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, but in that moment, a gigantic mushroom cloud erupted violently in the center of the desert. Then a thunderous roar that seemed to annihilate heaven and earth resounded across the entire desert. For a moment, it felt as if the very sky and earth had shattered. Soon the ground trembled violently. No one present could stay on their feet. Except for the 10 mechas, everyone fell to the ground. As they watched the overwhelming sandstorm sweeping toward them, despair welled up in their hearts. In that moment, everyone understood what it meant to witness the apocalypse. Seeing the danger, the 10 mechas immediately soared into the air, charging toward the sandstorm with a sonic boom. Before long, the terrifying sandstorm gradually dissipated under the mecha's sonic roar. But the fear in everyone's hearts had been deeply etched into their souls. As the sandstorm cleared, the desert once again became visible to all. At the center of the explosion, 4 bottomless ravines had spread out with sand pouring down into them. The entire desert was slowly disappearing. The stone viewing platform had developed several terrifying massive cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment, causing everyone to flee in panic. As for the bunker, which could easily withstand missile attacks, it too was now covered in numerous cracks. This alarmed all the senior officials present. Everyone present looked at Jiang Yan as if he were a monster. At that moment, a large influx of technology points arrived. The combined effect of the mecha's core fusion and the rail cannon salvo earned Jiang Yan a net gain of 700 technology points. Adding the 6000 he already had, his wealth soared to an astonishing 13000 technology points. Jiang Yan's emotions were mixed. He rejoiced at the huge profit, but he also worried about the consequences of the rail cannon salvo. He had only told the Supreme Commander that the desert might be destroyed, but he hadn't expected the desert to be completely obliterated. And the stone viewing platform was on the verge of collapse. The bunker too seemed unable to hold out much longer. He hadn't anticipated that firing 10 rail cannons simultaneously at a single target would produce such cataclysmic effects. He couldn't really blame himself, he had never tried it before. If anyone was to blame, it was Dean Zhou and the Supreme Commander, who had told him to go all out. Just then the Supreme Commander strode out of the bunker, heedless of any danger. He walked quickly toward Jiang Yan. Those in his path instinctively stepped aside. His aggressive demeanor combined with his overwhelming aura that could suffocate others left Jiang Yan somewhat at a loss. Soon the Supreme Commander stood before Jiang Yan. It was the first time Jiang Yan had seen him up close, and the fierce scar on his face added an extra layer of dominance to his presence. Nervous Jiang Yan was about to speak when the Supreme Commander asked first, "How many more rounds can that cannon fire?" Jiang Yan was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be held accountable? Why did he immediately ask about the rail cannon's endurance? Since it was a professional question, Jiang Yan gave a professional answer. If ammunition is plentiful and power is sufficient, each mecha's battery can sustain 100 shots. But the mechas have already consumed most of their power. At most they can fire about 20 more rounds. Moreover, the high-density particle shells are made from rare materials. We currently have enough materials to produce only 20 more, and we've already used 10. So we can still launch one more salvo of that magnitude. As soon as Jiang Yan finished, the Supreme Commander suddenly burst into laughter. His wild laughter combined with his hideous scar sent a chill down Jiang Yan's spine. Jiang Yan even had the illusion that he might be eliminated in the next second. Excellent. 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 But the Supreme Commander's sudden 3 excellence left Jiang Yan utterly confused. Was he still going to be held accountable or not? The Supreme Commander spoke again loudly. Zhou Hongtu. Hongtu is here. You come too. Didn't we have a few questions for you two earlier? Follow me to the bunker. Shortly after, the two followed the Supreme Commander into the bunker. At that moment, facing dozens of top military officials of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yuntu were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of their superiors, making it hard to breathe. But Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Hongyuan subtly signaled them not to worry. The Supreme Commander spoke first. What is the production capacity of the Southern Academy of Sciences for those mechas? Zhou Hongtu couldn't answer that question. He only oversaw the general direction of the Southern Academy and was essentially a hands-off manager for such specific matters. Zhou Hongtu remained silent, simply looking at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan calculated in his mind and decided to be conservative. If funding is sufficient with the existing 20 production lines at the Southern Academy, we can produce 800 units per year. As soon as he said this, all the senior officials present were stunned. An annual production capacity of 800 mechas. The Dragon Kingdom currently had only 3000 active aircraft. If the Southern Academy operated at full capacity, it would take only 4 years to replace the entire Air Force fleet. Even replacing all 5000 active ground combat tanks would require only another 6 or 7 years. If the Dragon Kingdom could have 3000 such terrifying mechas in 4 years, it would be enough to change the entire global landscape. Everyone present was already thrilled at the thought. But what Jiang Yan said next shattered them completely. If funding is ample, space is unlimited, and personnel are abundant, the Southern Academy can first spend a month building 200 production lines, then begin full-scale production. By the end of the year, we can produce another 800 mechas. These words hit the senior officials like a bolt from the blue. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Supreme Commander's voice trembled as he confirmed, "Can the Southern Academy really build 200 more production lines in 1 month?" Jiang Yan replied confidently, "When everyone was still inexperienced, we could build 20 production lines in a week. Now that everyone is skilled, speeding up to 200 production lines in a month shouldn't be too much to ask. Moreover, if we need to rush, we'll definitely hire more people. 200 production lines in a month is more than feasible." Inexperienced, yet they built 20 lines in a week. Upon hearing this, the senior officials present were utterly shattered. Though Jiang Yan spoke with great certainty, the commander-in-chief still looked at Zhou Hongtu with undisguised skepticism. After all, the notion of establishing 20 assembly lines within a single week was utterly preposterous, a flagrant violation of common sense. Had it been a year, he might have reluctantly believed it, but a week was far too outrageous. Moreover, the capability to construct these mecha assembly lines was pivotal to the decisive actions at years, and leaving no room for rashness. The moment the commander-in-chief fixed his gaze upon him, Zhou Hongtu began to tremble uncontrollably. Under the commander-in-chief's overwhelming authority, he dared not conceal or fabricate a single detail. "Commander-in-chief, to be honest, Jiang Yan only joined the Southern Academy of Sciences a month ago. I had been in a month-long meeting, and the moment it concluded, the mecha squad was already completed. To tell the truth, today is the first time I've seen our academy's mecha." According to the timeline and Liu Tian's reports, it is indeed true that 20 assembly lines were set up within a week, with no exaggeration whatsoever. Zhou Hongtu had laid bare all his secrets. After speaking, he felt somewhat embarrassed himself. After all, as the dean of the academy, he had seemingly done nothing at all in the research, development, and mass production of the next-generation mecha. Once Zhou Hongtu finished, the assembled high-level officials erupted into an uproar. A kaleidoscope of extraordinary expressions flickered across the eyes of the military elite. They were not only shocked that this terrifying mecha had been developed by Jiang Yan in just a month, his genius was utterly beyond comprehension, but also because Zhou Hongtu's confirmation validated Jiang Yan's claims. With this, the prospect of mass-producing 8,000 mecha before years and transforming the entirety of the Dragon Nation's air and ground forces became a tangible possibility. At this thought, every military leader present felt their hearts surge with exhilaration. At this rate, by the time of the joint military exercises at years, in the Dragon Nation might well reshape the global order. Inwardly, the leaders roared with silent fervor. Weren't they coming to intimidate our Dragon Nation? Weren't they coming to see how we would react? Let them come. After only a moment's deliberation, the commander-in-chief issued a direct order. "Zhou Hongtu, Jiang Yan, proceed with the plan for 8,000 mecha by year's end. The two of you will spare no effort. You will be given funds, personnel, and land as needed. As for the special shells Jiang Yan mentioned, submit the list of required materials directly to the military headquarters. As long as the reports are honest, the military will procure whatever quantities you need. But if I do not see 8,000 mecha before the joint exercises at year's end, the two of you will answer with your heads." Under the commander-in-chief's crushing pressure, they immediately accepted the order. "Yes, sir." At that moment, the commander-in-chief turned his piercing gaze upon the other senior officers. "Pass this down before the end of the year. Anyone who dares to obstruct the Southern Academy of Sciences production tasks will be opposing the entire Dragon Nation military." The commander-in-chief's words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. All the high-ranking officers promptly acknowledged, "Yes, sir." In truth, every one of these leaders hoped the Southern Academy of Sciences would succeed. The mecha output was so massive that there were no conflicts of interest. Each district would receive a sufficient share of mecha. More crucially, if the Southern Academy of Sciences succeeded before the year-end joint exercises, the Dragon Nation could at that moment change everything. They had served in the military for many years, but they had also endured years of humiliation. Under the intimidation and oppression of foreign powers, they had long yearned for the day when the Dragon Nation's army could display its divine might before those who belittled it. Now the Southern Academy of Sciences had the power to make that happen. If anyone tried to sabotage it, they would be the first to object. No need for the commander-in-chief to say so. Zhou Hongtu was now extremely nervous, as he had never personally participated in the mecha development or assembly line construction. To be honest, he felt deeply uncertain. At this moment, he stole a glance at Jiang Yan, his eyes almost pitiful, as if clutching at a thick, sturdy leg. He sincerely hoped Jiang Yan could hold on. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief, inwardly rejoicing. Good thing I played it safe with the numbers. If he had told the truth, that the maximum annual output could reach 80,000, he might well have received a death order. If I don't see 80,000 mecha by year's end, your heads will roll. Just thinking about it made Jiang Yan feel incredibly clever. He had not told the commander-in-chief the whole truth. If the assembly lines were built entirely with human labor, the absolute limit would indeed be around 8,000 mecha by year's end. But now they had mecha. Why bother with manual labor for assembly line construction? If Xia Tianyi led the mecha squad to do the work, setting up assembly lines would be a matter of minutes. As long as funds and materials were in place, Jiang Yan could build not just 200 assembly lines, but even 2,000. After the commander-in-chief issued his order, everyone present immediately began discussing the details. They learned that mecha pilots must have a synchronization rate of over 50%. The high-level officials also promised to arrange suitable candidates to undergo unified synchronization testing and training at the Southern Academy of Sciences. All matters regarding material supplies, funding, and land acquisition would be coordinated by Zhou Hongtu and Zhou Zhinshan, who would then report the details to the military headquarters through Zhou Zhinshan. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yan and Zhou Hongtu left the bunker. They intended to return directly to the Southern Academy of Sciences, as failure to complete the task would mean losing their heads. Zhou Hongtu, horrified at the thought of his young life ending over a production task, was utterly frantic. Such an absurd fate must never befall him. All personnel of the Southern Academy of Sciences withdraw. Return to the main headquarters building immediately. Some confused engineers asked Dean Zhou, aren't we going to participate in the subsequent competitions? After all, the aircraft and tank competitions were only the two most important events. There were still over a dozen smaller events, such as machine guns, mortars, and radar detection. Engineers from other departments of the academy had prepared for these events, but Dean Zhou was already frantic. We are withdrawing from all remaining events. With that, he immediately retreated. The other engineers hesitated only briefly before following him. After all, the Southern Academy of Sciences had achieved sweeping, crushing victories in the two most critical events. If they also competed in the minor events, they might provoke widespread resentment. Although the engineers who had prepared for those events felt a bitter reluctance, they had no choice but to accept it. After the Southern Academy of Sciences withdrew, the other research institutions breathed a collective sigh of relief. The subsequent competitions proceeded as planned, but after witnessing the Southern Academy's mecha, everyone felt utterly listless. They recalled the ear-splitting roar of the mecha's synchronization, the devastating combined strike that could erase an entire desert. Even though the Southern Academy had left long ago, the shock and terror lingered in everyone's hearts. In the remaining competitions, no matter how novel or advanced the technology appeared, it all seemed insipid. Meanwhile, the high-level officials in the bunker were distracted. Even as the mortar competition unfolded, many of them were preoccupied with the speed of the Southern Academy's assembly line construction and mecha production capacity. A crucial and serious arms race was still being conducted in a hasty manner. The commander-in-chief didn't even wait for the competition to conclude before walking off. This scene left the senior figures from the research institutions present utterly dumbfounded. It was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of arms races. Everyone from the research institutions present felt overwhelmed with helplessness and despondency. With the commander-in-chief already gone, who was left to demonstrate for? Yet they could all understand. After witnessing the might of the Nank Academy mecha, anyone would have reacted the same way. Facing the overwhelming power of that mecha, all other technological advancements seemed trivial and insignificant. The commander-in-chief hurried back overnight. At that moment, inside a building, an elderly man was steeping tea. Qinggang, you've arrived? The commander-in-chief Feng Tiangong nodded reverently. The old man gestured with his hand, indicating Feng Tiangong should take a seat. Qinggang, you've had a long journey. Come try this premium Longjing tea. Only after receiving permission did the commander-in-chief dare to sit down. How did the arms competition go? Was there any new weaponry that caught your eyes? I was about to report to you. As he spoke, Feng Tiangong took out a tablet, which was playing footage of the Nank Academy mecha squad descending from the sky. Feng Tiangong explained beside him, this is the 7th-generation fighter we've selected for Dragon Country. At the same time, it can also replace our current land combat tanks. As the footage played, the old man's inner thoughts grew complex, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. When the mecha formed its ring, its speed surged dramatically, once again breaking through 100 times the speed of sound. The corner of his eye twitched almost imperceptibly, but when the scene showed the mecha squad firing their railguns in unison, completely obliterating the desert. At that moment his mouth opened slightly as he drew in a sharp breath. Even he was shaken by this terrifying spectacle. The old man spoke calmly. They're not using nuclear weapons. Feng Tiangong replied immediately, no, they use alloy projectiles made from special metals. On-site personnel have conducted multiple inspections and detected no harmful radiation. This explosion, surpassing the power of nuclear weapons, had no radiation. Upon hearing this, the old man's mind was thrown into turmoil. This not only shattered his understanding, but could overturn the very foundations of global physics. The mecha's formidable capabilities alone would drive nations to desperation, and those cannons firing in unison could make the great powers tremble. Because this meant that Dragon Country, without violating nuclear weapons limitation treaties, could still possess the destructive power of nuclear weapons. The old man spoke again, this time with an unmistakable curiosity he couldn't suppress. Which institution produced this mecha? Nank Academy. Hearing Feng Tiangong's answer, the old man found it hard to believe. He never expected that Zhou Hongtu, the carefree director, could bring him such a surprise. Just recently he had been considering whether to cut funding for Nank Academy. After all, several senior officials from the north had repeatedly suggested it. Looking back now, those men truly had sinister intentions. Fortunately, he hadn't acted on their advice, or he would have broken the hearts of Nank Academy's researchers. Tiangong, you must support Nank Academy and help them rapidly increase their mass production capacity. For such mechas, each additional unit before year-end strengthens our deterrent. The old man had assumed these terrifying mechas were extremely rare. He had even believed that Zhou Hongtu, the seemingly careless director, had spent years biding his time, enduring hardship in secret, accumulating strength, until now, producing these 10 precious mechas despite immense pressure from all sides. After all, just these 10 mechas alone could match the combat capability of an entire legion. That was already extraordinary. But what Feng Tiangong said next completely shattered his assumptions. I've already ordered the entire military to fully support Nank Academy's mass production of the initial model. We expect Nank Academy to deliver 8000 of these mechas before year-end. Before year-end, deliver 8000 units. Upon hearing this, the old man was stunned and actually sprayed his tea. At this moment, he could no longer contain his astonishment. Tiangong, say that again. How many units? Feng Tiangong repeated it clearly, word by word. 8000 mechas before year-end. The old man confirmed once more, is this true? Currently, Nank Academy has 20 production lines and can deliver 800 units before year-end. With our military support, they're replicating production lines at full capacity. We expect the number to increase tenfold within a month. Based on my own assessment, delivering 8000 units before year-end is achievable. After hearing Feng Tiangong's explanation, the old man's heart could no longer remain calm. This could fundamentally alter the current balance of power. Indeed, and time is critical, which is why I took the liberty of advancing 5 years' worth of military funding without your prior approval to fully support Nank Academy. I acted beyond my authority and submit to your judgment. As he spoke, Feng Tiangong rose to his feet, ready to accept whatever punishment awaited him. He felt he had indeed overstepped his bounds. But the old man merely laughed. Tiangong, my dear friend, there's no need for such caution between us. These authorities already fall within your purview as commander-in-chief. You needn't seek my approval for every matter. If everyone behaved as you do, I'd be exhausted. It's merely the matter of advancing 5 years' worth of military funds that presents some difficulty. Let me handle this expense matter. You needn't worry it insurmountable. I'll assign someone to coordinate the logistics for you. Tiangong, my dear, this time you did exceptionally well. Not only was he not punished, but he was also commended. Feng Tiangong felt deeply grateful. The old man gestured for Feng Tiangong to sit again, and they continued savoring their tea. Feng Tiangong drank humbly, though he had urgent words he needed to speak. He could only wait, waiting for the other to speak first. Finally, the old man drew out the very topic Feng Tiangong had been waiting to discuss. Tiangong, what are your thoughts on the upcoming foreign military exercises near our coast? Feng Tiangong set down his teacup, his gaze flashing with murderous intent. They've pushed us too far. The old man continued, if you had sufficient strength at your disposal, what would you do? I would strike them decisively. Once we inflict real pain, they'll understand the boundaries. The old man also set down his teacup, shaking his head as he spoke calmly. Tiangong, my dear, the higher we rise in position, the more we must set aside personal emotions. Once conflict erupts, it is always the people who suffer. Their coming is nothing more than executing the balance of power among great nations. Moreover, their performance is not directed solely at us, but at other nations as well. Whoever acts on impulse falls directly into their trap. Feng Tiangong pressed on, then what should we do? The old man took a sip of tea and replied, had we not possessed these mechas, we would simply watch them perform like fools. But now that we have these mechas, first, on the day of their military exercises, we can choose to conduct our own synchronized drills. Second, if they can come to our coastal waters, we can certainly go to theirs. Upon hearing this, Feng Tiangong was instantly invigorated, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes. While Feng Tiangong was contemplating the year-end plans, the elder raised a detailed question. All the supporting facilities on our Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers are designed for 6th generation and below fighter jets. If those 800 mechas ultimately replace the 6th-generation fighters, wouldn't our aircraft carriers become mere ornaments? Have you thought about this problem? Upon hearing this, Feng Tiangang was taken aback. He had indeed never considered this issue before. In previous fighter jet iterations, most were incremental upgrades posing no major compatibility problems. But this mecha iteration was a fundamental change in design structure. Aircraft carriers simply could not be compatible with mechas. An aircraft carrier is not only a national treasure for ultra-long-range operations, but also a symbol of a nation's military power. If the carriers could not match the mechas, it would undoubtedly be a colossal failure. Having been reminded, Feng Tiangang now knew what to do. I understand. I will immediately set about the work of modifying the carriers for mecha compatibility after I get back. Well, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Yes, sir. Just as Feng Tiangang was about to step out of the door, the elder called him back again, genuine emotion flowing in his eyes. Tiangang, I entrust this to you. At this sight, Feng Tiangang felt a sudden stir in his heart and nodded with grave determination. I swear to fulfill my duty without fail. A few days later, Feng Tiangang had arranged with Nanhai Heavy Industry, which specialized in building aircraft carriers, and agreed upon the specific requirements for mecha compatibility. He also prepared to personally go to the Nank Institute to borrow several mechas to assist in the carrier modification work and to inspect the mecha assembly line construction there. Because yesterday Zhou Jinshan had submitted the fund expenditure report, and the figure on that report had directly blown the chart. The magnitude of the number was something even Feng Tiangang had never seen in his lifetime. Although he was reluctant to interfere, he did have a supervisory duty. He boarded a military helicopter accompanied by 9 other helicopters, and they flew together towards the Nank Institute. When the helicopter squadron arrived over the Nank Institute, a mecha suddenly intercepted directly in front of the helicopter formation. That was actually the Dragon Nation's 7th-generation fighter, the Nank Institute's 1st-generation mecha. At the same time, the mecha issued a warning. No one may enter the Nank Institute without permission. Please follow me to the designated landing area for registration and inspection. If there is any resistance, you will be shot down directly. The voice was emitted by the mecha, and its heavy and ethereal mechanical sound instantly made everyone on the helicopter's scalps tingle. These helicopter pilots had never seen such a scene, and their hands couldn't help trembling. The next moment, the mecha abruptly appeared beside them, as if teleporting. Then the sudden glow that flared in the mecha's eyes frightened the pilots so much that their legs went weak. For a moment, they even forgot how to operate the helicopter. 10 helicopters began to sway wildly in the air. The commander-in-chief directly shouted at the mecha, I am the commander-in-chief Feng Tiangang. Where are Jiang Yan and Zhou Hongtu? Only then did the mecha pilot recognize the commander-in-chief. Commander, sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Please follow me. Although the sudden appearance of the mecha had startled them all, Feng Tiangang was very satisfied with it. If there were no such security in a critical location for mecha production, he would actually be worried. Soon they arrived over the southwest production base. They passed through a special camouflage barrier, and only then did the true scene of the southwest production base appear before them. Feng Tiangang looked down from the air and saw rows of mecha production assembly lines neatly arranged. Some of the assembly lines already had mechas being produced from them, undergoing inspection by technicians. At the construction sites, the workers were actually mechas themselves. They saw groups of mechas like swarms of bees busy shuttling between various construction sites. They effortlessly inserted load-bearing steel rails into the foundations. Enormous steel walls were held in their hands as easily as cardboard. The scene was extremely shocking. This is how assembly lines are built. Feng Tiangang could never have dreamed of this. He counted the newly built assembly lines and was shocked to find that there were already 86 of them. In other words, Jiang Yan had lied. The claim that only 200 assembly lines could be built in a month was completely nonsense. That Jiang Yan had built 86 mecha assembly lines in just a few days, adding the previous 20 assembly lines that made 106 in total. At this moment, Feng Tiangang was both shocked and excited. Yesterday, when Zhou Jinshan reported the funds used, he was so angry that he trembled. But today he immediately felt that the money was well spent. In a few days, all the assembly lines would be completed. Actually, Feng Tiangang was taken directly to the southwest area. He did not see the conditions in other districts of the Nank Institute. What he did not know was that the requirement of 200 assembly lines had already been fulfilled by the Nank Institute. The East District, Southeast District, Northeast District, and Northwest District were all in full operation. Originally, Jiang Yan and Zhou Hongtu said that expanding only in the Southwest District would be sufficient. But Zhou Hongtu insisted otherwise. He always felt it was not safe enough. If they failed to build 200 assembly lines, he would die. Even if they built 200 assembly lines, if any link went wrong and the final production fell short of 800 units, he would still die. So Zhou Hongtu decided to make the entire Nank Institute bloom everywhere, fitting in wherever possible. Any empty space that could accommodate an assembly line was to be used. For places that couldn't fit, they would demolish infrequently used buildings to make room. Thus, the entire Nank Institute had quietly become a massive mecha production base. Jiang Yan estimated that if Zhou Hongtu continued like this, in a month the Nank Institute's mecha production capacity would reach an annual output of 100 units. Zhou Hongtu's approach gave Jiang Yan a headache. But after all, this territory belonged to him, so he could do whatever he wanted. and it wasn't his money being burned, so Jiang Yan didn't care at all. At that moment, Jiang Yan was lying on the grass basking in the sun. He had originally thought he would be busy for a while, but to his surprise, Xia Tianyi Zhouing and a girl named Sikongyu, these three, each leading a team, had directly taken over all the production work of the assembly lines. Moreover, the new stars who had just switched to the Nank Institute from the arms race were actually competing with each other. None of them would admit defeat, competing to see who learned faster and did more. Chun Tiansong even adjusted his new glasses and declared that everyone present was trash. This instantly ignited their indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone was like a shot of adrenaline, becoming machines that worked without sleep or rest. This left Jiang Yan with nothing to do. Seeing them so busy, Jiang Yan felt embarrassed to lie in bed all day. So he found a patch of grass on site, lay down, put a blade of grass in his mouth, and pretended to be supervising. At that moment, a patrol mecha led a squadron of helicopters flying in from afar. Jiang Yan sensed trouble. It must be the commander-in-chief coming for an inspection. Thinking about how much money Zhou Hongtu had burned through in the past 2 days, he absolutely could not let them see him looking so idle. So Jiang Yan immediately ran to a construction site, grabbed some tools, and started working with great enthusiasm. At that moment, a mecha became unhappy. Minister Jiang, could you please move aside? Don't block me. Another mecha was also not pleased. Minister Jiang, could you stop making things worse? You're getting in the way. How am I supposed to work? If you keep interfering, I might lose. Please go back to that patch of grass and lie down, okay? What kind of talk is that? Jiang Yan was speechless, suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since when did I become the one who makes things worse? Before long, the chief commander arrived at the construction site where Jiang Yan was stationed. At that moment, Jiang Yan had rolled up his sleeves, gripping his tools, determined to keep working no matter what. Meanwhile, 2 mecha were desperately attempting to restrain him from ahead. The sight entering the chief commander's eyes somehow stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. In his imagination, Jiang Yan must have gone days and nights without sleep, and his subordinates simply could not bear to watch him continue pushing himself so relentlessly. At this moment, the chief commander felt a surge of emotion well up within him. It was precisely because of generations of young engineers like Jiang Yan who disregarded their own health, pouring out their passion and devotion for the Dragon Nation. Only then could the production lines be built at such astonishing speed. He shouted toward Jiang Yan, "Jiang Yan, you have worked tirelessly. Take better care of yourself. Come here, I have something to discuss with you." Only then did Jiang Yan and the 2 mecha realize the chief commander had arrived. But upon recalling the chief commander's words, the 2 mecha found themselves bewildered. Jiang Yan worked hard. Take care of himself. Director Jiang had no idea what madness had taken him, constantly getting in the way. Yet after all, Jiang Yan was the director, and they hesitated to undermine him publicly. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yan immediately put on a wan, exhausted appearance. He trudged laboriously toward the chief commander. "It is all what I should do." The moment those words left his lips, both mecha stood utterly stunned. The chief commander smiled, clapped him on the shoulder, and nodded in satisfaction. Amid the 2 mechas' astonished stares, the 2 men departed from the noisy construction site. Shortly after, Zhou Hongtu also arrived upon hearing the news. "Greetings, Chief Commander." The Chief Commander nodded approvingly. "Zhou Hongtu, Jiang Yan, you have both done excellent work. I have reviewed these production lines, and the progress is remarkably swift. Keep up the pace. As long as you can complete the task before years end, the Dragon Nation will never forget your dedication." Hearing this, Zhou Hongtu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately replied, "We guarantee the mission will be completed." The inspection was merely secondary. The Chief Commander then shifted to the real matter at hand. "By the way, lend me several mecha. I need them for an aircraft carrier compatibility retrofit." Jiang Yan asked in confusion. "Compatibility retrofit? What is that for?" The Chief Commander continued, "Aren't the aircraft carriers currently equipped with older generation fighter jets? Since we are planning to switch entirely to mecha, the carriers must of course be retrofitted, otherwise they will become nothing but decorations by the time we are ready." Jiang Yan also understood the Chief Commander's meaning and agreed that the aircraft carrier indeed needed modification. Although the first-generation units had considerable endurance, they still had their limits. On extended missions, pilots would inevitably develop anxiety over battery depletion. If the aircraft carrier could be converted into a charging station for the mecha operating alongside them, it would grant the mecha virtually unlimited range. The feeling of always being fully charged was of great importance. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before replying. "Very well, I will select 2 mecha and their pilots. I will accompany you shortly." Hearing this, the Chief Commander immediately waved his hand. "Jiang Yan, you must not go. Return and rest properly. Once you have recovered, the production line matters still depend on you." At this moment, the Chief Commander's mind was filled with touching images of Jiang Yan working tirelessly for the sake of his duties. "Chief Commander, if I do not go, I fear they will not manage." The Chief Commander patted Jiang Yan's shoulder with a mixture of pride and deep concern. "Jiang Yan, you are a fine comrade. But one cannot take on every task personally. One day you will exhaust yourself to collapse, and that would be a monumental loss to the Dragon Nation." Seeing Jiang Yan still resisting, the Chief Commander continued, "Enough of this stubbornness. Do as I say, go and rest. Besides, this is hardly an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industries are the absolute finest in the Dragon Nation when it comes to carrier modifications. This falls outside your assigned duties, so leave it to me, Jiang Yan added. Then remember to install the mecha charging equipment. The chief commander was becoming somewhat impatient. Alright, it will certainly be added. The people of Nanhai Heavy Industries know far more about carrier modifications than you do. With that, he asked Jiang Yan to select the mecha. Jiang Yan chose 2 mecha with pilots boasting high synchronization rates, and shortly after they departed hurriedly from the South Academy alongside the chief commander. After the chief commander left, Zhou Hongtu stared at Jiang Yan in utter astonishment. Jiang Yan, impressive. The chief commander rarely shows concern for anyone. He seemed genuinely preoccupied with your health just now. How did you manage that? Even Jiang Yan was somewhat puzzled as to why the chief commander would suddenly care about him. He offered a casual reply. Because I am handsome, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtu was left utterly speechless and returned to his workstation. The chief commander's party rushed directly to Nanhai Heavy Industries. Several hours later, they arrived at a coastal bay. Moored in the bay was a colossal aircraft carrier, the Xinshai, the most powerful vessel among the Dragon Nation's 4 active carriers. Spanning 402 meters in length and 46 meters in width with a full displacement exceeding 9,000 tons. Except for lacking nuclear propulsion, its performance rivaled that of American carriers. It was both the pride of the Dragon Nation and one of its most critical strategic assets. On the flight deck, a group had already gathered, all awaiting the chief commander's arrival. At their head stood Guo Haodong, commander of the Southern Navy. Given the critical importance of this retrofit operation, he had replaced the ship's captain to personally command the Xinshai and coordinate the modification work. Standing beside him was Shui Guoqing, chief engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industries, the acknowledged foremost expert in aircraft carrier construction in the Dragon Nation. The engineers behind him brimmed with anticipation. This historically significant retrofit, Nanhai Heavy Industries would see it through no matter what. Within moments, 10 helicopters and 2 mecha touched down on the flight deck. The chief commander approached the assembled group and spoke directly. Time is of the essence. This retrofit mission allows for only success. Failure is not an option. Your first priority is resolving the mecha charging problem. Enough talk. Get to work. Under the chief commander's commanding presence, everyone accepted their orders. Yes. The modification work proceeded without hesitation. Their first task was to determine the charging power and methodology. Under Chief Engineer Shui Guoqing's direction, a remotely operated engineering vehicle approached the mecha, hauling a thick cable. This cable was manufactured by Nanhai Heavy Industries according to the engineering drawings from the South Academy, designed to perfectly match the mecha's charging port. The chief engineer had also accounted for the Xinshai's electrical circuit limits, setting the output power to maximum. The mecha operator cooperated by opening the protective cover on the charging port. The heavy cable was gradually connected under the remote engineering vehicle's control. At this site, many military personnel could not help but praise, as expected of Nanhai Heavy Industries. They managed to retrofit the carrier's circuits to match the South Academy's mecha specifications in such a short time. Hearing this, the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industries immediately swelled with pride. Of course, we at Nanhai Heavy Industries build aircraft carriers. That is what we do. The Xinshai was personally designed and led into completion by our former chief engineer. Though our former chief engineer has passed, our current chief engineer remains the undisputed leading figure in heavy industry technology. Hearing such confident words, the military personnel felt even more respect. But the chief commander felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He sensed something was amiss, yet could not quite put his finger on it. He turned to Southern Navy Commander Guo Haodong and asked, "Old Guo, what confidence do you have in this retrofit?" Guo Haodong replied with unshaken confidence, "Chief Commander, rest assured. The Nanhai Heavy Industries I recommended is undoubtedly the best choice. And their chief engineer is personally involved. I would say there is at least a 90% chance of success. Shui Guoqing is the foremost expert in carrier technology in our Dragon Nation. If he cannot handle it, then no one in our nation can." After hearing Guo Haodong's words, the chief commander grew even more alarmed. He immediately recalled that similar scenes had occurred during the arms race. Indeed, the next moment, everyone present was shattered. As the cable made full contact, a thunderous roar erupted from the interface. Terrifying arcs of purple lightning swept in every direction. That massive cable, along with the engineering vehicle, was instantaneously melted away. In an instant, the terrifying electric arcs reduced the specially prepared cables and engineering vehicles of Nanhai Heavy Industry to nothing. Even the deck of the deep sea suffered several gaping holes. The damage inflicted in that split second was considerable, and every engineer felt a pang of anguish. Yet none of them had fully grasped the true extent of the loss. Before long, technicians at various posts cried out in panic. The reports they delivered sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present. The main switch is burned out. 70% of the secondary cables are destroyed. Both bus bars have completely melted. The power hubs in the east, southwest, and north regions are all damaged by over 70% to varying degrees. The integrated circuit of the power distribution center is burned out. The heavy oil engine is severely damaged and has been forced to shut down. With the final report, the entire aircraft carrier lost all power. All lighting fixtures went dark. At that moment, fires had already broken out in many places inside the deep sea, and thick black smoke was pouring from every crevice of the carrier. Everyone present was utterly stunned, their minds blank. What on earth had just happened in that instant? Shui Guoqing, the chief engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industry, was now completely shattered. Impossible. This can't be. What is wrong with this mecha? Could it be that it's not powered by ordinary batteries? Even if I had directly connected this cable to the power grid, it would never have produced such a terrifying short-circuit arc. But even more devastated was Guo Haodong, the commander of the Southern Navy. At that moment he grabbed his hair in despair, unable to believe the scene before him, seemingly on the verge of madness. The deep sea was a national treasure personally entrusted to him by the commander-in-chief. It was the jewel of the Southern Navy. More critically, it was a one-of-a-kind vessel. Although it had been built by Nanhai Heavy Industry, its designer and maker had already passed away. After the death of that brilliant former chief engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industry, no one in the entire company, or even in the entire Dragon Nation, could ever build a mothership comparable to the deep sea. As such a precious and unique national treasure, Guo Haodong would never have sent the deep sea on a mission unless absolutely necessary. Ordinarily, he cared for it with utmost devotion, ordering every railing, every inch of steel plate, and every corner to be cleaned spotlessly, leaving not a speck of dust. It was as if the dust fell not on the deep sea, but on his own body. And now several large holes had appeared on the deck of the vessel he cherished so dearly. Looking around, he could see dozens of thick columns of smoke rising from various parts of the deep sea. Beneath every plume of smoke, he discovered raging flames. Although the workers near the fire sources were doing their utmost to extinguish the flames, the fire seemed to be spreading inexorably. It was hard to imagine how severe the internal damage to the deep sea must be. At that moment his heart was not merely bleeding. It felt as if it might stop beating altogether. Guo Haodong let out a furious roar. His expression twisted almost beyond recognition. Shui Guoqing, what have you done? The roar left Shui Guoqing frozen in place. Commander Guo, let me explain. But before he could finish, Commander Guo's fist had already swung. Shui, being a technical expert, was no match for the blow. He let out a cry of pain and flew backward. Fortunately, the Supreme Commander intervened in time, or Shui would have ended up in the hospital with serious injuries. Enough. Put out the fire first. The Supreme Commander's imposing presence radiated outward, and even Commander Guo, who had faced countless battles, felt a tremor in his heart. Everyone immediately joined the effort to save the deep sea before it was completely destroyed. Fortunately, the fire was soon brought under control by the combined efforts of the crew. Staring at the devastated deep sea, the Supreme Commander felt a heavy weight in his heart. He immediately called Zhou Hongtu. Originally, he had wanted to contact Jiang Yan directly, but now that trouble had struck, the Supreme Commander found it awkward to notify him personally. Earlier, Jiang Yan had said that the people at Nanhai Heavy Industry wouldn't be able to handle it, but the Supreme Commander had refused to believe him. He had thought it was no big deal, and had even insisted on taking charge himself. Now, not only had the matter gone awry, but the scale of the disaster was perhaps beyond even the Supreme Commander's ability to contain. This was the deep sea, the only supercarrier in the Dragon Nation personally named by the Commander-in-Chief. If it were truly destroyed, the Supreme Commander wasn't even sure he could keep his head. As soon as Zhou Hongtu answered the phone, the Supreme Commander barked and ordered Zhou Hongtu, have Jiang Yan come to Nanhai Heavy Industry immediately to help. Zhou Hongtu had no idea what was going on, nor did he want to know. He promptly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Before long, Jiang Yan boarded a mecha and flew toward Nanhai Heavy Industry. Jiang Yan was utterly bewildered. Earlier, when he had insisted on going, they wouldn't allow it. Now scarcely any time had passed, and they were urgently summoning him. But Jiang Yan quickly calmed himself. Ah well, the other party was the Supreme Commander after all. It was only natural that he had a few quirks. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander received an urgent phone call. His expression turned grave as he said, foreign representatives are making an emergency visit. They want to test our stance. Very well. Inform the Commander-in-Chief that we'll be there immediately. After hanging up, the Supreme Commander asked Guo Haodong to accompany him to the meeting. However, Guo Haodong was deeply worried about the deep sea. Commander Feng, if we leave, what about the deep sea? Leave technical matters to the technicians. I've already called for reinforcements from the Nankai Institute. Worrying about it now won't do any good. Upon hearing this, Guo Haodong cast one last anxious glance at the seemingly crippled deep sea. With a heavy heart, he left with the Supreme Commander. Shortly afterward, Jiang Yan arrived at Nanhai Heavy Industry. The moment he stepped off, he was awestruck by the colossal structure before him. Jiang Yan knew that the deep sea as the Dragon Nation's first aircraft carrier was enormous, but he had never imagined it would be this vast. When it finally loomed before him, a primal fear of such a gigantic object surged within him. This sense of megalophobia was far more intense than when he had first seen the prototype mecha. The deep sea mothership docked in the bay was over 40 meters in width and more than 400 meters in length. Even Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, truly a national treasure. Jiang Yan stepped onto the deck of the deep sea. Thousands of engineers were bustling about in a frantic frenzy, some dragging cables, some measuring with multimeters, some welding furiously, and some testing with instruments. Their feverish energy almost moved Jiang Yan. Still a bit behind the young folks at our southwest production base, he mused. Meanwhile, the two mechas that the Supreme Commander had borrowed earlier were basking in the sun on the deck. Jiang Yan looked around, but didn't see the Supreme Commander. Instead, a middle-aged man he didn't recognize was directing the crowd on the deck. There was a bruise on the right side of his face as if he had just been punched. But Jiang Yan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. A man capable of commanding so many people at work couldn't be an ordinary person. How could he have been beaten? It must be a birthmark. Jiang Yan dismounted from his mecha and walked toward the middle-aged man with the birthmark. Excuse me, where is the Supreme Commander? He called me here, but he's gone. Shui Guoqing looked Jiang Yan up and down bewildered and said, are you the one sent from the Nankai Institute to support us? Just you alone. Jiang Yan replied calmly, President Zhou didn't say anyone else needed to come with me. Shui Guoqing knew that the Supreme Commander had called the Nankai Institute for help. He had assumed the Supreme Commander was requesting reinforcements from the Nankai Institute, since the Institute had built mechas, a testament to the skill of its technical staff. Even if they had never worked on an aircraft carrier, a transfer of skills could still be a great help. If a few hundred people showed up, he was confident that even if the damaged engine was tricky, he could restore all the circuits within a few months. But he never expected that Zhou Hongtu would send only one person. What a perfunctory response. And the young man looked far too inexperienced. Shui Guoqing couldn't help asking, are you an intern from the Nankai Institute? Hearing the other person ask if he was an intern, Jiang Yan was instantly stunned. How could someone not recognize him, given his remarkable abilities? Yet thinking this might be due to the excellent confidentiality of the Southern Science Academy, Jiang Yan didn't take it to heart. He countered, how did you know I joined the Southern Science Academy just over a month ago? Just over a month. Could one master the craft in a month? Hearing this, Shui Guoqing was utterly speechless. That Zhou Hongtu had actually sent an intern. He had heard of Zhou Hongtu's absurdity before, but he never imagined it would reach such a level. Clearly he simply didn't want to help. If he didn't want to help, why not just say so directly? Why go through this charade? Having an intern under his command not only proved useless, but could even be a hindrance. At this critical moment of repairing the deep sea, who had the time to teach an intern how to work? Yet Chief Engineer Shui could only sigh helplessly. After all, an extra pair of hands meant some rough work could be assigned. He pointed helplessly toward the team stripping cables. You there, go help them strip the cables. Remember, only strip the cables. Do not under any circumstances participate in the wiring work. This is not the time for learning. Even a single wrong connection could lead to irreversible consequences. Chief Engineer Shui emphasized the precautions with utter seriousness. But he never expected Jiang Yan to simply wave his hand with a smile and walk away. Jiang Yan strode directly toward the two mechas of the Southern Science Academy that were basking in the sun. This infuriated Shui Guoqing. How could the chief engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industry be ignored by an intern? The two mechas also noticed Jiang Yan's arrival. They snapped to attention and shouted in unison, greetings, Minister Jiang. The hollow metallic voices carried immense penetration, drawing the attention of everyone aboard the vessel. Seeing the reaction of the mechas and hearing their words, Shui Guoqing was taken aback. Minister Jiang. He is Jiang Yan. Though he had never known Jiang Yan's appearance, the name Jiang Yan had been thundering in Shui Guoqing's ears over the past 2 days. It was mentioned everywhere. As the most mysterious minister of the Southern Science Academy's Southwest production base, Jiang Yan single-handedly designed the next-generation super mecha. In the military equipment competition, he simultaneously claimed the top spots for both fighter jets and land battle tanks. Moreover, he caused the rising stars of various research institutes to defect en masse. Shui Guoqing, recalling how he had treated this super genius as an intern and only allowed him to do rough work like stripping cables, was overcome with shame. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan inquired about the situation through the internal channel with the two mechas. He had noticed something amiss the moment he boarded the deep sea. Everything was in chaos. Several large holes on the deck, a pool of molten iron, and thick smoke billowing from the entire vessel. How could this be a refit site? After asking the mechas, he learned that the Nanhai Heavy Industry workers had connected the cables to the charging port of the first-generation mecha, and this was the result. On hearing the answer, Jiang Yan was both amused and exasperated. Even I wouldn't dare to try that. How could they? When he had conducted the power-on test on the first-generation mecha, without the energy buffer device, direct contact between the electrical energy and the superconducting particles would have caused far more than a grid oscillation. The entire grid of the Southern Science Academy would have been instantly destroyed. Jiang Yan didn't need to look to know that the interior of the deep sea was in an even worse state. He shook his head and sighed. He had already said that the people from Nanhai Heavy Industry couldn't handle it, but the general commander refused to believe. Now forget about refitting. Whether they could even restore it to its original state was uncertain. Just then a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Temporary mission issued. The rebirth of the deep sea. Due to severe damage, the main engine of the deep sea is completely beyond repair and no one can fix it, leading to its demise. This concerns the nation's prestige. The host can choose to restore it to full strength in a short time and make it even stronger. Mission reward 6000 technology points. Does the host accept this mission? A reward of 6000 technology points. Jiang Yan had never seen such a massive technology point reward. At this moment, he felt an impulse to take action. Moreover, the consequences of the deep sea being crippled would be severe. Although he wasn't responsible for the damage, he had already arrived at the scene and would inevitably bear joint liability. Rather than passively suffer, it was better to take the initiative. With that thought, Jiang Yan replied in his mind, accept. This mission must be accepted. Ding. Mission acquired successfully. The host must complete the mission within 2 weeks. Thinking of the enormous size of the deep sea and the tight deadline, Jiang Yan immediately felt a surge of tension. Just then Shui Guiqing approached. Despite his reluctance, he decided to apologize to Jiang Yan. After all, who would dare to offend the brightest rising star of the Dragon Kingdom at the peak of his brilliance? Jiang Yan, why did you start joking with me the moment you came aboard? I was so careless with my words. My apologies. But Jiang Yan had no time for him. His mind was entirely occupied with the urgent task of rebuilding the deep sea. The top priority was to create a work environment free from interruptions. To quickly disperse the onlookers, Jiang Yan even imitated the demeanor of the general commander, emitting a palpable pressure. He hardened his face and raised his voice, making sure not only Shui Guiqing, but also many on the deck heard clearly. Take your people and leave immediately. If anyone dares to interfere with the Southern Science Academy's aircraft carrier refit work, they will be executed on the spot. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Almost everyone stood frozen, utterly confused. Wasn't this refit work the responsibility of Nanhai Heavy Industry? When did it become the Southern Science Academy's? Though they were seething with anger, no one dared to utter a word. Because everyone had heard in recent days that the Southern Science Academy had joined forces with the military. The general commander had even ordered that anyone who obstructed the Southern Science Academy would be opposing the entire Dragon Kingdom military. With that in mind, no one dared to step forward. The pilots of the two Southern Science Academy mechas were initially bewildered, but after a moment of hesitation they began to feel excited. They had never seen Minister Jiang exhibit such a domineering side. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the railguns in their hands finally had a chance to be fired. Every member of the Southern Science Academy knew that the railguns possessed devastating power. Yet those who had personally fired a railgun were few and far between. Whenever those who had fired one were asked about the experience, their faces were full of lingering delight. This filled those who had never had the opportunity with boundless longing and an itch they couldn't scratch. But now their chance had finally arrived. Maybe Jiang Yan would soon order them to fire a few shots into the sea as a show of force. Thinking this, the two pilots maneuvered their mechas to hover in the air, lifting the railguns mounted behind them into their hands. The overwhelming pressure from the first-generation mecha radiated outward, enveloping the entire mothership. Even the staff working inside the hull felt a sudden chill. The eager posture of the two mechas startled even Jiang Yan. I was just putting on an act. Why are these mechas so excited? They're acting even better than I am. Come on, the mechas' eyes are glowing. Are they really going to do it? The people from Nanhai Heavy Industry were seeing the Southern Science Academy mechas operating at full power for the first time. The terrifying pressure caused their scalps to tingle and their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The sudden coup staged by Jiang Yan caught everyone at Nanhai Heavy Industry off guard. His blatant seizure of another's project ignited a fury that burned within them all. With the military personnel now departed, the Nanko Institute, possessing a special status, could speak on behalf of the military, coupled with the bone-chilling pressure emanating from the two prototype machines. At this moment, even though Jiang Yan had gone to such extremes, no one dared to speak out. Shui Guiqing hesitated for a long time before finally stepping forward, trembling. As the chief engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industry, how could he so easily surrender this historically significant refit? Moreover, this aircraft carrier was originally built by Nanhai Heavy Industry. Bracing himself against the pressure of the two mechs, he forced out a loud voice. Jiang Yan. What do you mean? The military specifically assigned us the deep sea refit project. This is outright theft. When the general commander and the others return, they will surely. Just then the two mechs behind Jiang Yan suddenly rose into the air. The terrifying oppressive force sent chills down everyone's spine. Before long, only the three members of the Nanko Institute remained on the vast deep sea. With time pressing, Jiang Yan immediately ordered the two mechs to ascend and issue a warning. The two mechs shot high into the sky, a sonic boom thundering like a roar that shook the entire Nanhai Heavy Industry. Then the mech's hollow voice echoed across the area. The Nanko Institute is working here. Anyone who dares approach will be executed on the spot. In an instant, the tens of thousands of employees at Nanhai Heavy Industry, filled with both rage and terror, dared not linger and dispersed. Their hearts churned with fury and fear. Crazy. The people of the Nanko Institute had lost their minds. This was Nanhai Heavy Industry's territory, yet they had forcefully usurped it. Shui Guiqing, unable to swallow this humiliation, felt even more aggrieved. Spitting out the sand in his mouth, he immediately called Guahaodong. After all, it was Guahaodong who had brought them to Nanhai Heavy Industry. Now that Nanhai Heavy Industry was being bullied by the Nanko Institute, he had no choice but to seek justice through Guahaodong. But on the other end of the line, no one answered. At this moment, Jiang Yan, unwilling to waste any more time, directly summoned the system. Analyze the deep sea refit plan. Ding. Inspection of the scrapped deep sea mothership complete. Ding. Generating refit plan. Deep sea mothership reconstruction plan generated as follows. 1. Deep sea super battleship template. 2. Hull stealth technology. 3. Mothership class superconducting particle power system. 4. Supergiant railgun. 5. Mothership class super alloy hull. 6. Ding. All technologies and materials consume a total of 4,000 points. Remaining 9,000 points. Required materials have been placed in a special space. After receiving the future technology and required materials, Jiang Yan felt immense pressure. The workload for rebuilding the deep sea was far greater than anything before, and he lacked confidence to complete it alone. Thus Jiang Yan directly called Zhou Hongtu to request assistance. "Hey Lao Zhou, I need to tell you something." Zhou Hongtu was still busy accelerating the construction of the mecha assembly line. He seemed to have become addicted to building the assembly line. Although he had already far exceeded the general commander's requirements ever since Jiang Yan complained that continuing to build would push production capacity to 100, Zhou Hongtu, for some inexplicable reason, had actually taken that 100 capacity as his goal. Zhou Hongtu answered impatiently, "Hurry up and say it. I'm pressed for time. I'm one step closer to my little goal." Jiang Yan then poured out everything. How he had seized the aircraft carrier project from Nanhai Heavy Industry and usurped their territory, to Zhou Hongtu. After hearing Jiang Yan's account, Zhou Hongtu's face turned pale, his expression horrified, and the hand holding the phone trembled involuntarily. Nanhai Heavy Industry and the Nanku Institute were of equal rank. Jiang Yan had essentially wiped out the entire Nanhai Heavy Industry. "Jiang Yan, you'd better leave the Nanku Institute now. I can't cover for this. I'll find a safe place for you to hide for a while. When the storm passes, I'll bring you back." Jiang Yan cleared his throat. "It's too late. I did all this under the banner of the Nanku Institute." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtu nearly coughed up blood. "Jiang Yan, are you trying to destroy me? I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to drag me down with you?" Jiang Yan immediately spoke with heartfelt pain, because they destroyed all the circuits and heavy oil engines of the deep sea in just one day. That was the deep sea, the face of our dragon kingdom, the treasure of our navy, the great national instrument of our people. As a scientific worker of the dragon kingdom, when I witnessed the fall of the deep sea with my own eyes, I was filled with rage. I hate that I couldn't stop the deep sea from being ruined by incompetence. I hate that I didn't act sooner. This string of fabricated nonsense from Jiang Yan actually moved Zhou Hongtu to tears. "All right, stop. They deserve it. What do you need me to do?" Jiang Yan immediately switched to a serious tone. "Quickly arrange 50 mechas and skilled engineers. Bring the materials I need and come immediately. I'm going to rebuild the deep sea." Rebuild the deep sea? Was that possible? So far no one in the Dragon Kingdom had been able to create a mothership that could rival the deep sea. But thinking of Jiang Yan, Zhou Hongtu suddenly felt it might indeed be possible. And now that the matter had escalated, if there was no satisfactory conclusion, both he and Jiang Yan would be finished. Zhou Hongtu had no choice but to agree. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Hongtu looked at the material list Jiang Yan sent. Seeing the dense array of supplies and the staggering quantities, Zhou Hongtu coughed up blood. This Jiang Yan is going to drain the entire Nanku Institute dry. Though Zhou Hongtu was on the verge of collapse, half an hour later all of Jiang Yan's materials were quickly assembled. When the engineers at the Southwest production base heard that Jiang Yan was about to do something big at Nanhai Heavy Industry, they eagerly signed up. Soon a squadron of 50 elite engineers in mechas flew majestically toward Nanhai Heavy Industry. Meanwhile, Chief Engineer Xue paced back and forth in anxiety. He was truly anxious but dared not approach the scene. The mere dispatch of 2 mechas earlier had already exerted an unbearably strong deterrent. The image of being picked up by a mech and thrown onto the beach was still vivid in his mind. Later 50 more mechas arrived. The mere thought sent chills down Chief Engineer Xue's spine. But he eventually found a way. He manipulated a surveillance drone and quietly flew it above the deep sea. However, when the drone's footage came through, Chief Engineer Xue was so enraged that he spat blood on the spot. The scene was utterly appalling and outrage to humanity. Mechs swarmed like bees working frantically. "Minister Jiang, shall we cut these decks directly into whole pieces, eh?" "Of course. Cut them quick." "Minister Jiang, should we discard this load-bearing core steel frame too?" "No need. Tear it down, tear it down." "Minister Jiang, can we also dismantle the heavy oil engine?" "Why not? Dismantle it fast." The parts of the deep sea that were removed were sorted and tossed into several huge furnaces, melting into scorching molten iron. When Chief Engineer Xue saw the heavy oil engine, the heart of the deep sea, being thrown into a furnace and melted directly, he fainted from the shock. Chief Engineer Xue regained his senses and intended to use the drone to continue recording more evidence of the crimes at Nankyuan. But a mecha spotted it. "What's that fly doing here?" In its confusion, the mecha directly crushed the drone. Then it continued working. The video signal cut off and Chief Engineer Xue collapsed again. Fortunately, he had already recorded the key evidence of the mecha dismantling by Nanhai Heavy Industry. Now he only had to wait to contact Guahaodong and have him seek justice. A few days later, Chief Engineer Xue, with tears in his eyes, received a call back from Guahaodong. But Guahaodong's anger was not only unquenched, but even fiercer. Thinking that under Xue Guiqing's operation the circuits of the deep sea were almost completely destroyed, he now wanted to beat the hell out of that Xue again. "Xue Guiqing, why so many calls? Don't tell me you've broken something else on the deep sea." Xue Guiqing, with tears streaming, recounted the whole story to Guahaodong. First he mistook Jiang Yan for an intern, then made him strip cables, after which Jiang Yan, in a fit of rage, seized the project, usurped the nest, and furiously disassembled the aircraft carrier. Especially the part about the furious disassembly of the aircraft carrier, Xue Guiqing described every detail he had seen with vividness. By the end, even Xue Guiqing himself shed mournful tears. Fearing that Commander Guo wouldn't believe him, Chief Engineer Shui even sent him the video recorded by the drone. At that moment through the phone, he could even hear Guo Haodong's furious breathing. Chief Engineer Shui thought that the next moment Guo Haodong would definitely fly into a rage and go after Jiang Yan. But he never expected that Guo Haodong's subsequent words would shatter him on the spot. Why the hell did you provoke Jiang Yan? Do you know who Jiang Yan is? He is the designer of the 7th generation superfighter of the Dragon Kingdom. He is the only supernova in the Dragon Kingdom in 100 years. And you still thought he was an intern? You made him do heavy labor. You made him strip cables. You're trying to piss me off. And you drag my deep sea into this Shui Guiqing. I'm not done with you. If anyone else had dismantled the deep sea, Guo Haodong would have charged over without hesitation. But the other party was Jiang Yan. The terrifying image of Jiang Yan's mecha forming a circle and firing the railgun salvo during the arms race was still vivid. Although the deep sea was precious, it was far inferior to the technology Jiang Yan possessed. Guo Haodong was well aware of this. Guo Haodong's reaction directly shattered Chief Engineer Shui. He never expected that even though Jiang Yan had done the wrong thing, he would end up being the one getting a scolding and possibly a beating that was yet to come. Even after seeing the video of the deep sea being violently dismantled, Commander Guo was still unwilling to scold Jiang Yan, not even a word. Guo Haodong hung up the phone, but his head was now pounding. He wasn't agonizing over the loss of the deep sea, he was agonizing over the fact that his soldiers would find out about it. The deep sea mothership was not only their glory, but also their spiritual anchor. If they saw the horrific recorded video, some weak-willed individuals might do something crazy privately. Although he himself had witnessed Jiang Yan's power and knew what Jiang Yan meant to the Dragon Kingdom, his soldiers did not have that understanding. Now that the deep sea had been violently destroyed, if there was even one person who didn't consider the overall situation, Jiang Yan and even Nanqiuan would be in danger. Guo Haodong felt that he might not be able to handle this alone. After a few days of hesitation, he eventually reported the situation to the General Commander. After listening to the report, the General Commander also got a headache. This was indeed a thorny issue. He thought for a moment and said to Guo Haodong, "How about this? You put on a show. I will also contact Jiang Yan to cooperate with you. You act indignant, and then Jiang Yan will be forced to yield. Finally, let him apologize in front of all the soldiers of the Southern Navy to calm their anger. I will also help soothe the soldiers' emotions." Guo Haodong nodded. It seems that's the only way. A few days later, at Guo Haodong's call, the 5 soldiers under his command began to assemble. Guo Haodong didn't even dare to show them the shocking footage. He only roughly explained the gist of what had happened. The soldiers' anger was ignited one after another. If not for strict military discipline, some would have already rushed to Jiang Yan's place. Under Guo Haodong's unified organization, 20 destroyers, 15 cruisers, and even an aircraft carrier participated in this operation to demand an explanation from Nanqiuan. The soldiers drove their warships, charging fiercely toward the direction of Nanhai Heavy Industry. Along the way, Guo Haodong also acted indignant, making them see that he was indeed on their side. But along the way, he played down the key points, occasionally mentioning that the Dragon Kingdom's 7th generation fighter was created by Jiang Yan. He even sighed at times about the importance of that era-defining mecha which surpassed even the deep sea. It could influence the kingdom's fate in the long run and deter the six-nation military exercises in the near future. When they were about to arrive, the soldiers' killing intent had mostly dissipated. But their anger remained. They demanded that Jiang Yan give an explanation and apologize publicly. At this point, Guo Haodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had exhausted nearly half his brain cells along the way, carefully weighing every word, afraid to say even one wrong thing. Through his efforts, he had managed to reduce the soldiers' bloodlust. Now it all depended on whether the General Commander could persuade Jiang Yan to apologize. At that moment, the General Commander was going mad. For a whole week, he couldn't get through to Jiang Yan, whose phone was always out of service. He also contacted Zhou Hongtu, but that guy couldn't find Jiang Yan either. Even Zhou Hongtu had lost contact with the 50 engineers he had sent. Jiang Yan and those engineers seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, giving the General Commander a bad feeling. After the General Commander informed Guo Haodong that he couldn't reach Jiang Yan, Guo Haodong felt terrible. Because at that moment their main force had already arrived at the sea area where the deep sea was docked. Guo Haodong gave a bitter smile. Let fate decide. I've done my best. A dark mass of warships like an overwhelming tide roared toward the coast. The employees of Nanhai Heavy Industry, hearing the commotion, spontaneously formed a crowd of 10,000. Now with the backing of the Southern Navy, they grew bold. Encouraged by Chief Engineer Shui, they swore to reclaim their Nanhai Heavy Industry and the deep sea. But when they reached the coast, both the Southern Navy soldiers and the Nanhai Heavy Industry crowd were utterly dumbfounded. Because at that moment, there was not a single person on the coast. Even the deep sea had disappeared. The entire coast was empty, leaving only some scraps of debris. At this moment, Guo Haodong's heart was racing with panic. He felt something ominous was about to happen. The people from Nanhai Heavy Industry were extremely puzzled. Although they had dared not approach earlier, they had been nearby all along and had not seen any mecha flying off the coast. This scene was truly beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, 6,000 meters beneath the sea, a colossal behemoth was undergoing underwater tests. Engineers were reporting various data. Diving depth has reached 6,000 meters. Pressure resistance normal. No deformation of the hull. No water leakage. Full-range perception radar normal. But numerous vessels detected above the mothership. Power level is low, only 4, but the propulsion system is currently normal. Hearing the reports, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Time was tight, and there was no support for building a dedicated charging station. For now, the deep sea had to rely on reverse power supply from 50 mecha. And achieving 6 power, Jiang Yan considered it quite good. The underwater tests were completely normal. Jiang Yan immediately ordered, next item, surface test. Yes. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, the soldiers were extremely frustrated. So many people had traveled so far only to find that the instigator of the incident was nowhere to be seen, let alone getting him to apologize. The employees of Nanhai Heavy Industry were all indignant. They had thought that with the full mobilization of the Southern Navy they would surely make Nankyuan suffer, but they never expected them to escape. Just then a vast and deep voice echoed from the depths of the ocean, as if it were the voice of the ocean's overlord. Or like the ocean's own lament. The voice, brimming with infinite energy, caused the entire sea surface to tremble uncontrollably. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Hey, can you hear me? Can those little boats up there move aside? You're blocking me. This voice, as if from the depths of the ocean, left everyone utterly astounded. Many recognized the voice. Guahaodong Shui Guiqing and all who had watched the video of the violent dismantling of the deep sea recognized it. It was the voice of Jiang Yan. As everyone marveled, a colossal, boundless shadow rose from the deep sea. Dozens of warships on the surface were instantly shrouded by this shadow. Before this shadow, the warships were like mere ants. Even though the deep sea had not yet surfaced, everyone present was stricken with a sense of overwhelming fear. Goosebumps erupted on every person. The terrifying voice came again from the massive shadow. Those little boats up there better move away. If I come up and capsize you later, don't blame me. The soldiers on the warships, staring at the darkening sea, felt a chill in their hearts. Though they were called little boats, they could not argue. What in the world was this thing? How could it be so enormous? Guahaodong immediately ordered, all units retreat. Receiving the commander's order, the soldiers dared not delay and swiftly moved away. Shortly after they departed, a behemoth burst through the sea surface. In an instant, the entire sea surface erupted. Towering waves surged, tossing the warships like leaves in a flood, utterly uncontrollable. A sense of helplessness permeated the entire southern fleet. Then a supercarrier of indescribable magnitude appeared. Had it not announced its presence and chosen to surface directly, the entire southern fleet would have been annihilated. At that thought, cold sweat poured down every soldier's back. A simple ascent could have wiped out the entire southern fleet. This shattered everyone's common sense. Every soldier felt a fear that resonated from the depths of their soul. As the mist cleared, they saw its full form. The word, enormous, could no longer accurately describe it. The entire carrier's volume was over 100 times that of the deep sea. Its total length exceeded 1,000 meters. This exaggerated size could not even be called a carrier, it was truly a sea fortress. Before it, warships and aircraft carriers were but ants. Moreover, its appearance differed from any carrier that had ever existed in the world. Its body was more rounded and futuristic, with forward-swept wings. The terrifying sense of sci-fi made everyone both thrilled and afraid. Just then a soldier suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look at the emblem. It's the emblem of the deep sea. That's our deep sea." Seeing the massive emblem, the soldiers were nearly in tears. They now knew their deep sea was not destroyed, but reborn. Their grand expedition to demand an explanation now seemed utterly childish. Instantly, all soldiers saluted the deep sea. They saluted the engineers of the Southern Academy. Guahaodong's heart was filled with complex emotions. He found his own superfluous actions ridiculous. No one had the right to question the capabilities of the Southern Academy. Guahaodong also deeply saluted the new deep sea. Meanwhile, the staff of Nanhai Heavy Industry on the coast recognized the emblem. This emblem, personally painted by the former chief engineer, held extraordinary significance. He intended it to inspire every engineer at Nanhai Heavy Industry to dare to break through, to dare to innovate, to dare to change. These demands were not met by the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry, but the people of the Southern Academy succeeded. Today the deep sea was reborn, yet the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry felt deeply conflicted. All of them fell into contemplation. Even the arrogant chief engineer Shui showed admiration in his eyes. He knew that from the moment his mistake caused severe damage to the deep sea's engine, the deep sea was likely doomed. His previous efforts were merely to let the deep sea perish with dignity, not to become a heap of ugly scrap metal. But the engineers of the Southern Academy not only revived it, but granted it a rebirth. Now Chief Engineer Shui felt not only admiration, but also gratitude. The Southern Academy far surpassed Nanhai Heavy Industry. He could now be certain that institutions like the Southern Academy were the future of Dragon Country. Shui Guiqing walked to the shore and shouted at the carrier, "From today, I voluntarily resign as Chief Engineer of Nanhai Heavy Industry. I apply to join the Southern Academy. I can start as an intern." He had intended to speak only to the young talents of Nanhai Heavy Industry, hoping to guide them toward the right path with his own example. The Southern Academy was the future of Dragon Country's technology. But to everyone's surprise, the voice from the deep sea echoed again, dominating the surroundings. "All right, I approve. Report to the Southern Academy tomorrow." This scene left everyone stunned. But soon the young engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry grew excited. They imitated Shui Guiqing rushing to the shore and loudly registering their names. The scene was chaotic. I Lu Tianhu apply to join the Southern Academy. I can start as an intern. I Sun Tiantian apply to join the Southern Academy. I can also start as an intern. I Chen Zihao apply to join the Southern Academy. If one comes then a crowd. Jiang Yan was speechless. He spoke again through the Deep Sea's microphone, so many at once. I don't have that many authorizations. Report to Lu Tianhe at the Southern Academy tomorrow for an interview. Though not directly hired, the chance for an interview at the Southern Academy brought joy to the engineers. They felt grateful to Shui Guicheng for his bold move. Seeing so many people present, Jiang Yan had an idea. This was a golden opportunity to earn technology points. He cleared his throat and announced through the microphone, next the maiden voyage ceremony of the Deep Sea officially begins. Everyone board the ship. At these words, tens of thousands present erupted in excitement. No one expected Jiang Yan to invite everyone to board the carrier. The soldiers of the Southern Navy were especially thrilled. Previously, boarding the Deep Sea was the highest honor. Now each eagerly awaited Gua Haodong's permission. Gua Haodong smiled and ordered, all personnel, board the ship. Then over 50,000 soldiers and 10,000 engineers from Nanhai Heavy Industry joyfully boarded the supercarrier. Learning that Gua Haodong had led the team to find Jiang Yan, the chief commander, sensed trouble. He had not yet contacted Jiang Yan. He boarded a helicopter and rushed over. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, again ordering the pilot, full speed ahead. The pilot replied helplessly, Chief Commander, you've already ordered full speed 3 times. This is indeed the helicopter's maximum speed. The Grand Commander knew that Gua Haodong must be in a state of utter disarray at this moment. Yet he could not resist making the call. However, the very instant the phone was answered, the Grand Commander was completely stunned. The background noise on the other end was extraordinarily noisy, filled with laughter and merry chatter. Fucking awesome. The interior is absolutely breathtaking. My God, look at what this equipment is. I have never seen anything like it. This spatial sense. It is truly a world of its own. The Grand Commander was utterly bewildered. Gua Haodong, where in the hell are you? Why do I have the feeling you are checking out an auto show? How is everything going with Jiang Yan? Sensing the urgency in the Grand Commander's voice, Gua Haodong immediately replied in a solemn tone, Grand Commander, I apologize. I had just boarded the Deep Sea and had no time to notify you. The conflict between the soldiers and the Southern Academy of Sciences has been completely resolved. The Deep Sea has been successfully remodeled by the Southern Academy of Sciences. Please come quickly. The Deep Sea's maiden voyage ceremony is about to begin. The Deep Sea had been remodeled. The maiden voyage ceremony had already begun. Hearing this, the Grand Commander was completely perplexed. One moment he had been fearing a fierce battle, and the next it had become a maiden voyage ceremony. With confusion in his heart, the Grand Commander replied, We will arrive in half an hour. The helicopter sped forward with all possible speed and soon reached the coast. A colossal object immediately came into view. At that moment, not only the Grand Commander, but even the helicopter pilot involuntarily drew a sharp breath in, for it was simply too enormous. Even 100 aircraft carriers combined might not compare to it. Instantly, the Grand Commander's megalophobia flared up and goosebumps rose across his entire body. This has to be some kind of fortress, right? This volume is simply absurd. It was only when they recognized the insignia on the supercarrier that the Grand Commander could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is the Deep Sea. At that moment, the Grand Commander remembered that Gua Haodong had indeed mentioned the Southern Academy of Sciences remodeling the Deep Sea. But who would have imagined that after the remodeling, the Deep Sea would be so colossal, absurdly, limitlessly massive? Such a supercarrier transcended all warships and all aircraft carriers, a terrifying existence beyond any imagination. If a foreign fleet were to encounter it head-on at this moment, the expressions on their faces would surely be spectacular. Soon a mecha flew toward them from the side of the carrier. Guided by the mecha, the helicopter smoothly entered through the side of the carrier. The instant they passed inside, multiple heavy bulkheads slowly closed behind them. This structural design reminded the Grand Commander of the airlocks used on spacecraft. It left him utterly baffled. Why would an aircraft carrier need such airlock doors? When he ventured deeper inside, his heart was immediately shaken to its core. The interior space was unbelievably vast, as if it were its own miniature world. He estimated that dozens of aircraft carriers could be parked inside without any issue. He also noticed that several dozen mechas were connected to the hull via special apparatuses. That must be the carrier's integrated mecha charging system. He found it hard to imagine how the Southern Academy of Sciences had completed such a monumental project. The Grand Commander could not help but draw another sharp breath. He had severely underestimated the construction capabilities of the Southern Academy of Sciences. Following the guidance of the mecha, the Grand Commander entered the carrier's main control room. The space of that control room was extraordinarily vast, easily large enough to hold several aircraft carriers without any trouble. And the scene that unfolded before his eyes left the Grand Commander utterly frozen in astonishment. At that moment, tens of thousands of people had gathered here. There were soldiers of the Southern Navy, engineers from Nanhai Heavy Industries, and engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences. All of them were in cheerful harmony, laughing and chatting animatedly. There was absolutely no tension or hostility as the Grand Commander had previously imagined. This place looked far more like a lively gathering. Seeing the radiant smiles on everyone's faces, the Grand Commander could only shake his head in amused disbelief. He thought of his own anxious and fearful state from earlier and found it absurdly funny. He shook his head. He had severely underestimated Jiang Yan, and he had severely underestimated the Southern Academy of Sciences. At that moment, everyone noticed the Grand Commander's arrival and began calling out, "Greetings, Grand Commander." The Grand Commander also nodded with satisfaction, a smile gradually forming on his face. Just then Jiang Yan called out loudly from the main console area toward the Grand Commander, "Grand Commander, why are you only now arriving? We were just waiting for you." Hearing this, the Grand Commander was momentarily speechless. He was complaining that I am too slow. I was flying the helicopter so fast it was about to catch fire. But he dared not tell the truth, for it would cost him too much face. It would make him appear as though he cared deeply about the other party's safety. He cleared his throat lightly. "Were you not going to hold the deep-sea maiden voyage ceremony? Let us begin." Hearing this, Jiang Yan was instantly filled with excitement. In truth, he had already been barely containing his impatience. If it had not been for Gua Haodong telling him the Grand Commander was coming, he would have started earning technology points long ago. Rarely did he get so many people gathered together. Had he not taken this opportunity to make a substantial profit? At this moment, Jiang Yan gazed toward the horizon, his eyes brimming with greed, and loudly issued orders to the carrier's AI Deep Sea. "Advance to 4th speed." As Jiang Yan's command rang out, a deep crimson glow rippled throughout the interior of the entire carrier. That solemn atmosphere instantly made everyone present feel a wave of tension. The previous laughter and merry chatter came to an abrupt halt. The interior of the carrier issued a looping warning. "Warning. The Deep Sea is about to enter 4th speed. All personnel immediately enter Deep Sea mode. Warning. The Deep Sea is about to enter 4th speed. All personnel immediately enter Deep Sea mode." Before anyone could react, LCL solution began pouring in frantically from all directions. The assembled crowd was instantly thrown into panic. Only the engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences remained calm and composed, seemingly entirely unbothered by this terrifying sight. The Grand Commander, however, had already completely lost his composure. His heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Was Jiang Yan trying to drown everyone here? He roared directly, "Jiang Yan, what the hell do you think you are doing? Are you trying to?" But before he could finish his sentence, the LCL solution had already filled the entire control room. The Grand Commander immediately held his final breath. Although he was not afraid of death, he feared dying without purpose. He feared dying in such a bizarre and incomprehensible manner. But the next moment, an extraordinary scene occurred. Jiang Yan turned around, and smiling faintly within the liquid, spoke softly, "Everyone remain calm. Xiaotiani, you explain it to them." At that moment, a girl slowly surfaced within the liquid, and she too began to speak. "This is LCL solution, short for life fluid. Its constituent matter is the foundational element of life formation. It can directly supply oxygen to the lungs while simultaneously slowing physical impact, blocking mental damage, and sustaining the pilot's life. When energized, its molecular structure will change, allowing it to serve as..." As Xiaotiani gave her detailed explanation, one person after another ran out of oxygen and could no longer hold their breath. They all opened their mouths in succession. Between disbelief and panic, they let the strange liquid flow into their lungs. Before long, everyone gradually acclimated to the LCL solution. At that moment, they were astonished to discover that they could actually breathe normally in this liquid. This bizarre scene utterly shattered the common sense of everyone present. Jiang Yan was immensely satisfied with their astonishment, as a considerable number of technology points had already been credited to his account. But the true highlight was only just beginning. As the entire crew entered the deep sea state, the deep sea was activated with a resounding roar. The violent propulsion system spun wildly, emitting a terrifying howl from within the mothership, as if from some abyssal leviathan echoing across the heavens and earth. That howling sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. In an instant, the colossal mothership shot out toward the horizon of the sea. The speed was inconceivably fast. The seawater around the deep sea was violently repelled by an invisible force, momentarily triggering a massive tsunami that seemed ready to devour the entire coastline. A vast expanse of mist also formed in that instant, shrouding the entire coastal area. No one could have imagined that a simple activation of the deep sea could directly alter the weather. Now it was racing across the surface, its momentum as if it would cleave the sea itself, causing every person aboard the deep sea to shudder with awe. The overwhelming G-force made them feel as though they were inside a rocket ascending into the sky. At this moment, the General Commander was already drenched in cold sweat. Had the people present not been protected by the LCL solution, that terrifying instantaneous acceleration would have killed them on the spot. He couldn't help but look toward Jiang Yan. But then he noticed that the young man was actually smiling, and on his face appeared an expression of satisfaction and enjoyment. For a moment, even the General Commander felt a flicker of fear. This Jiang Yan was truly a little monster. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was reveling in the pleasure of technology points flooding in like a tidal wave in exhilarating torrent. Under Jiang Yan's mental command, the mothership continued its swift journey across the sea. To further astonish the onlookers, he began to perform various maneuvers. The deep sea suddenly came to a screeching halt, unleashing a massive tsunami that surged forward like a predator. This elicited gasps of surprise from the crowd. No warship could possibly withstand this tsunami onslaught. A sudden stop can kill the enemy. I wouldn't dare to pull such a stunt even in my dreams. At the sight, the general commander and Guo Haodong's eyes both lit up. As if they had unlocked a new skill, both felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. Just as the crowd's emotions were about to settle, Jiang Yan maneuvered the deep sea into another sudden acceleration. When the speed reached its peak, he abruptly turned the direction. At that moment, the colossal deep sea began to drift on the sea, and the tsunami it generated was no longer a straight line, but a massive fan shape. Moreover, the wave was more violent, more immense, and more awe-inspiring than before. It was as if the world itself was about to be destroyed. Amid the renewed gasps of the crowd, the general commander and Guo Haodong firmly etched this new AoE skill into their minds. One day they would definitely use it, because this area of effect skill was incredibly practical. Once deployed, it could wipe out the enemy in a single encounter. Jiang Yan's series of maneuvers left everyone aboard the mothership utterly stunned. They could hardly believe that such a massive supercarrier could be so agile. But gradually, everyone began to adapt to the emergency acceleration of the deep sea and the strange sensation of the LCL solution. In fact, many were starting to enjoy it. Jiang Yan, let's do another drift. Jiang Yan, let's do another emergency stop. Haha, the deep sea is incredible. Right now I feel like the king of the seas. Huh. By now the technology points Jiang Yan could harvest had dwindled to a trickle. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. It was time to trigger the next wave of astonishment. He had gathered such a large crowd, he must make the most of it. Jiang Yan issued another command to the deep sea mode. As the command was given, the interior lights of the deep sea shifted their color once more. Now the entire interior of the ship turned a deep, mysterious purple. Then a cyclic warning echoed from within the mothership. Warning. The deep sea is about to enter deep sea mode. All personnel immediately enter the deep sea state. Warning. The deep sea is about to enter deep sea mode. All personnel immediately enter the deep sea state. As the crowd looked on in bewilderment, the deep sea had already completely submerged beneath the water. At this moment, aside from the general commander, everyone else was shocked, but not entirely surprised, since they had personally witnessed the deep sea emerging from beneath the sea. But the general commander had never seen such a thing. He never dreamed that a mothership could be operated in this way, directly functioning as a submarine. If there were an arms race between aircraft carriers and submarines, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly win both competitions simultaneously. As the deep sea rapidly descended, the depth display on the transparent glass in front of the bridge changed at an astonishing speed. Watching the numbers, many people exclaimed aloud, the depth has already reached 1300 meters. That's already surpassed the maximum depth of Bear Country submarines. It's broken the world record just like that. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the next moment, everyone gasped again. Depth 2600 meters. That's double the world's submarine diving limit. But then a new cry, 3200 meters. By now everyone was merely exclaiming in astonishment, without even bothering to praise. The depth figures refreshed so rapidly that their minds couldn't conjure enough words of amazement. 4000 meters. 5000 meters. 6000 meters. The deep sea has touched the seabed. It had descended all the way to the seabed. The terrifying diving capability of the deep sea left everyone present utterly incredulous. At that depth, the water pressure was so immense that even steel plates would be crushed. If an ordinary submarine were at the deep sea's position, it would be crushed by the water pressure in an instant. The general commander fell into deep thought. At 6000 meters, no sonar or radar in the world could detect the existence of the deep sea. In other words, the deep sea was now invisible. It could silently approach the coast of any coastal nation without being noticed. By the time it was detected, the enemy would already be within striking range. Such a vessel was simply undefendable. At that moment, the general commander finally grasped the true terror of the deep sea. He even immediately came up with a plan to shock all visiting nations during the year-end military exercise. This time, Dragon Country would definitely leave them all bewildered. Just as everyone thought the deep sea had finished its descent, it adjusted its course and headed toward a fathomless trench. Then everyone panicked. They realized that Jiang Yan intended to go even deeper. Fortunately, the general commander stepped in to stop him. Jiang Yan, that's enough. We've already reached the seabed. Truly, it's enough. Jiang Yan retorted, are you sure it's enough? Enough, it's really enough. At this depth, no one can possibly detect the deep sea. At that moment, the general commander even began to wonder if Jiang Yan had forgotten the original purpose of inventing submarines. It wasn't to explore the limits of the world, but merely to avoid detection by enemy forces. At the urging of the commander-in-chief, Jiang Yan abandoned his decision to dive further. On one hand, he considered the commander's palpable anxiety. On the other, the submarine's remaining power had dropped to a mere 3%. Jiang Yan trusted the abyssal deep's pressure-resistant capabilities, but if it ran out of power and couldn't surface, they would be in truly dire straits. Let us call it a day. Just then, the system mission reward of 6,000 technology points was credited. Combined with the 10,000 technology points garnered from leaving the crowd in awe, Jiang Yan had for the first time earned over 10,000 in a single day. Adding his previous surplus of 9,000 points, and roughly 2,000 more obtained from various schemes. Jiang Yan's wealth had now reached a staggering 27,000 technology points. This left Jiang Yan feeling extraordinarily elated. He then addressed the assembled crowd. Due to insufficient power, the maiden voyage ceremony of the Abyssal Deep is now concluded. The true core capability test will be held at a later date. A true core capability test. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly stunned. Drift tsunami attack, 6,000-meter seabed dive, and neither of these counted as the true core capabilities. Just how formidable could the Abyssal Deep possibly be? The commander-in-chief could not resist asking curiously, Jiang Yan, what exactly is the true core capability of the Abyssal Deep? At this, Jiang Yan spoke with pride, Mothership-class railgun test fire. Mothership-class railgun. These words left everyone present frozen in disbelief. The Abyssal Deep could also serve as a battleship. Yet for the commander-in-chief and Guo Haodong, the shock at hearing the word railgun far surpassed that of the others. During the arms competition, 10 railguns firing in unison. The terrifying image of the great desert vanishing instantly flashed through their minds. The apocalyptic power was so overwhelming that merely recalling it caused both men's bodies to tremble. Recalling that scene, the commander-in-chief felt a growing concern and asked Jiang Yan, how does the mothership-class railgun on the Abyssal Deep compare in power to the railgun salvo from the arms competition? Jiang Yan calculated and compared briefly. Though I have not conducted specific tests, theoretical calculations suggest it should be approximately 10 times the power of a full salvo. 10 times. At the mere thought, Guo Haodong felt a chill run down his spine. The commander-in-chief, however, looked absolutely devastated. Previously, it had simply erased the desert. Now, with power increased tenfold, the commander could not help but worry whether this sea would even remain. But aside from the commander and Guo Haodong, whose expressions were extraordinarily shocked, the reactions of others seemed comparatively mild. Noticing this, Jiang Yan immediately conceived an idea. He approached the commander and requested, Commander-in-Chief, I have a proposal. Once I am prepared, I wish to invite all military personnel to witness the Abyssal Deep's test fire together. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, he worried his request might put the commander in an awkward position. Yet what surprised him was that the commander only paused for a moment before immediately agreeing. Very well, everyone will attend. The commander had long considered that more troops needed to witness Jiang Yan's true strength firsthand. Jiang Yan's flamboyant and reckless nature made it possible he might provoke another public outcry incident. However, Jiang Yan was simply too extraordinary. His existence was of vital importance to the military and even the entire Dragon Nation. His safety could influence the nation's very future. If the soldiers could witness Jiang Yan's strength with their own eyes, they would naturally understand his significance. At that point, more people would support and trust him, and he himself would no longer need to worry about Jiang Yan's safety day and night. Receiving the commander's promise, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. He never expected the commander to show him such deference. What Jiang Yan did not know was that the commander had already decided to make every single person in the entire military, from top to bottom, into the backing for both Jiang Yan and the Southern Academy of Sciences. At that moment, the commander turned toward Guo Haodong, but had not yet spoken when Guo Haodong immediately replied, "Then all soldiers of the Southern Navy must come. This is our own Abyssal Deep railgun test. How could we not attend?" He even went so far as to declare harshly, "I will personally make phone calls to everyone. If any other military branch dares to absent themselves, they simply refuse to give Guo Haodong face." Seeing Guo Haodong's resolute declaration, Jiang Yan was visibly delighted. At that moment, he could vaguely sense the deep trust the commander and Guo Haodong held for him. Jiang Yan solemnly responded to both men, "The Abyssal Deep railgun test will absolutely not let the military down." The Abyssal Deep returned to port amid cheers and laughter, with everyone discussing the submarine's extraordinary capabilities and eagerly anticipating the day it would officially enter service. In order to successfully conduct the mothership-class railgun test, Jiang Yan temporarily retained the Abyssal Deep rather than handing it over to the Southern Navy. But Guo Haodong did not mind. He proactively contacted the Southern Academy of Sciences headquarters to inquire about the materials consumed during the Abyssal Deep's transformation. This completely caught Zhou Hongtu off guard. Originally, Zhou Hongtu had only intended to pay money to avoid further trouble, but he never expected the biggest payer in this incident would proactively approach the Southern Academy of Sciences to offer compensation. When Guo Haodong stated his intention to immediately compensate the Southern Academy of Sciences for all expenses, Zhou Hongtu was utterly stunned. Upon learning from Guo Haodong that Jiang Yan had not only restored the Abyssal Deep, but had also endowed it with unmatched power, Zhou Hongtu froze in place. After 2 hours of brief shock, he finally regained his composure. Zhou Hongtu suddenly felt that allowing Jiang Yan to stay during the crisis had been the most correct decision. He suddenly felt that him who had drawn upon more than half of the Southern Academy's reserves to support Jiang Yan was remarkably wise. As for Guo Haodong's compensation request, Zhou Hongtu did not dare inflate the figures. He simply sent the material and supply list Jiang Yan had originally sent him untouched. Upon seeing the contents of the list, Guo Haodong was taken aback. The sheer variety and quantity of materials on the list made him break into a cold sweat. Furthermore, many of the rare materials were unlike anything he had ever heard of. Yet precisely because of this, Gua Haodong came to deeply admire both Jiang Yan and the Southern Academy of Sciences. He recognized that this list was the very same screenshot Jiang Yan had urgently sent to Zhou Hongtu for help. Gua Haodong found it difficult to imagine the immense pressure Jiang Yan had endured while overseeing the Abyssal Deep's reconstruction. Had any step been executed carelessly, the Southern Navy soldiers might have gone berserk. Risking his own life and facing scrutiny from all sides, he vowed to see the Abyssal Deep reborn. What magnanimity! What courage! And the Southern Academy of Sciences had spared nothing, laying bare their entire reserves. Prior to this, the Southern Academy had received not the slightest promise from the military. Even so, the Southern Academy had not once considered their own gains and losses. What other research institution could demonstrate such selflessness and fearlessness? Gua Haodong knew that if he had not reached out to Zhou Hongtu likely would never have contacted him. The Southern Academy of Sciences could be neglected, but the Southern Navy must be sustained. After that, whenever Gua Haodong had the opportunity, he would recount to the troops the moving story of how the Southern Academy had exhausted its reserves to rebuild the Abyssal Deep. Every soldier suddenly understood. Not only were they deeply moved by the selflessness and resilience of the Southern Academy engineers, but they also felt profound remorse for their previous misunderstandings of them. Even those who prided themselves as unwavering warriors who shed no tears found their eyes stinging with unshed emotion. Many shouted vows with broken voices. Even if we have to sell our pots and pans, we will repay the Southern Academy's kindness. We must not allow the Southern Academy to suffer even the slightest loss. And so the Southern Navy not only advanced 3 years' worth of military funding, but the soldiers themselves began organizing fundraising efforts. 1 week later, military trucks bearing the Southern Navy insignia formed endless lines transporting batches of materials and supplies to the Southern Academy of Sciences. Military trucks rushed tirelessly delivering various materials and supplies to Nankyuan. This caused quite a stir throughout the entire Nankyuan community. Such a scene was unprecedented in the history of Nankyuan. The soldiers of the Southern Navy would even take the initiative to salute when they saw the engineers of Nankyuan. They shouted, "You have worked hard." This also left the engineers of Nankyuan feeling flattered. They quickly responded, "Not at all, not at all. It is you soldiers who protect our country, who have worked hard." This puzzling scene left the engineers of Nankyuan bewildered. Were our soldiers of Longhua always this enthusiastic? Amid the bewildered gazes of the Nankyuan crowd, a steady stream of supplies and materials was frantically transported by the soldiers of the Southern Navy. In just a few days, they completely replenished all the previous losses of Nankyuan. In fact, there was even a surplus. A few days later, when Zhou Hongtu saw the total statistics, he panicked. He immediately wanted to return the excess materials and funds. He told a soldier from the Southern Navy responsible for transporting supplies, "You must stop transporting. These materials far exceed our consumption at that time." But to Zhou Hongtu's utter surprise, the other party directly ignored him. That soldier outwardly smiled and said okay. But the next day, Zhou Hongtu found that he had brought even more materials. The more Zhou Hongtu refused, the more rare materials and precious supplies were loaded and transported over. This reckless frantic feeding made Zhou Hongtu feel both blissful and panicked. In his entire life apart from his two relatives, no one had ever been so kind to him. For a moment, Zhou Hongtu did not know what to do. But at this moment, every soldier of the Southern Navy truly felt that compared to the brand new Shanghai that Nankyuan had given them, what they could offer was still far too little. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was leisurely building the dedicated giant charging station for the Shanghai. Now that he was no longer burdened by system task deadlines, and with the material warehouse of Nankyuan having expanded to an unprecedented level, Jiang Yan boldly started to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Yan never took any materials needed for building the charging station from the special space. He could scavenge most of the materials from the Nankyuan warehouse. If he couldn't scavenge them, he would go to Zhou Hongtu, who would be forced to use some of his relatives' connections to obtain those materials for Jiang Yan. And some of the rare materials that Zhou Hongtu simply couldn't find were eventually obtained smoothly with the help of the Southern Navy's coercion and bribery. Gradually, Jiang Yan realized that he didn't need to extract any materials from the special space. So with a grand gesture, he converted all those materials into points. This crazy act of taking advantage brought Jiang Yan immense pleasure. He even had an illusion that he wasn't just taking advantage of a little, he was taking advantage of the whole sheep. At this moment, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to have many friends. That makes taking advantage so much smoother. A few weeks later, the dedicated charging station for the Shanghai was completely built, situated on the coastline owned by Nanhai Heavy Industry. Initially, Jiang Yan thought that the people of Nanhai Heavy Industry would not tolerate a building being constructed right on their doorstep. But to his utter surprise, they could tolerate it. Not only could they tolerate it, they were even very welcoming, and many employees even came to help for free. Not long ago, the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry, led by their chief engineer, wanted to collectively jump ship to Nankyuan. But they were flatly rejected by Zhou Hongtu. If it were just a few individuals, it would be acceptable, but a collective resignation like this, Zhou Hongtu simply dared not agree. It wasn't that Nankyuan couldn't accommodate so many technical talents, it was that the impact was too great. If it were in a novel world, it would undoubtedly be an act of destroying another sect. Zhou Hongtu resolutely dared not do such a thing. But after being rejected by Zhou Hong, to the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry fell into deep disappointment. They were very sad. They always felt that Nanqiuan looked down on them, and even Chief Engineer Shui, the most technically capable person at Nanhai Heavy Industry, was not valued by Nanqiuan. This feeling of having one's existence value completely obliterated plunged the entire atmosphere of Nanhai Heavy Industry into a low point. Until one day Jiang Yan proposed to build the dedicated charging station for the Shanhai on the coastline of Nanhai Heavy Industry. It was then that they realized Nanqiuan actually did not look down on them. Because once the charging station of the Shanhai was established at Nanhai Heavy Industry, the Shanhai would be firmly bound together with Nanhai Heavy Industry. Such a supercarrier was destined to shock Longhua and the world. The technology it possessed would be enough for the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry to study closely for a very long time. And once Nanhai Heavy Industry firmly grasped the opportunities brought by the Shanhai, it would surely become stronger. So when Jiang Yan proposed to build the dedicated charging station for the Shanhai on the coastline of Nanhai Heavy Industry, Chief Engineer Shui was the first to jump up and agree. Moreover, no one raised any objections. They all expressed support. At that moment, the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry had already voluntarily regarded Nanhai Heavy Industry as an affiliate of Nanqiuan, determined to firmly cling to the powerful leg of Nanqiuan. And Jiang Yan indeed did not let them down. The entire construction project of the Shanhai carrier's dedicated charging station was completely open in front of Nanhai Heavy Industry. All the blueprints were directly laid out before the engineers of Nanhai Heavy Industry. As long as they didn't take photos or leak them, they could look at them as much as they wanted. Even when they raised questions, the engineers of Nanqiuan would explain in detail without any reservation. Especially when the young super geniuses like Xia Tianyi, Zhou, Yingchen Tiansong, and Xikong Yu came forward to explain, the people of Nanhai Heavy Industry were completely stunned by the technological depth of Nanqiuan. After weeks of confusion, lectures, shock, and baptism, with the completion of the Shanhai's dedicated charging station, everyone at Nanhai Heavy Industry had fully regarded Nanhai Heavy Industry as an affiliate of Nanqiuan. And when they saw the finally completed charging station, an unparalleled sense of pride rose deep within their hearts. Initially, when they first heard the term charging station, they had no particular feeling. Even if it was dedicated to the Shanhai, it couldn't be associated with the word awe. But at this moment, the charging station, standing 500 meters tall, connected to dozens of cities by countless thick cables, and appearing like a divine miracle, came into view. Everyone associated the charging station with the word vastness. The inaugural firing ceremony of the deep-sea railgun was finally approaching. The night before, after receiving notification from Jiang Yan, the commander-in-chief directly issued orders to the entire military: all non-duty officers and soldiers must report to the South Sea Heavy Industry coast by 8 a.m. tomorrow to attend the inaugural firing ceremony of the deep-sea railgun. The commander-in-chief even added a note at the end: deep-sea railgun design engineer, Southern Science Academy, Jiang Yan. Although the order was smoothly passed down through the ranks, it stirred discontent among many soldiers. Unable to vent their frustration openly, they could only confide in one another privately. In a private chat group formed by soldiers, the atmosphere was buzzing with agitation. Wait, I'm in the army. Why do I have to attend a Navy ceremony? Does this mean the Army and Navy are no longer separate? It's probably the Army, Navy, and Air Force altogether. I'm in the Air Force. You received the order too? Yes, I did. I think the scope of this order is problematic. The commander-in-chief must have made a mistake. All non-duty personnel. How many people will that be? Alas, since it's an order from the commander-in-chief himself, what can we do if it's wrong? We lower-ranking officers should just pretend we didn't notice and follow along. It's just a railgun firing ceremony, not a nuclear missile launch. Why make such a big fuss? Perhaps the commander-in-chief wants to do someone a favor. Is there anyone from the Navy here? I am. I serve in the Navy. This statement immediately ignited the group. Quick, tell us the inside scoop. What's so special about that railgun? Is it a relative of some big leader showing off their skills, requiring the whole military to be there to cheer? Is that Engineer Jiang Yan the commander-in-chief's son? Actually, I serve in the Eastern Navy, so I don't know about the Southern situation. Get lost. Go away. Seriously, go away. At that moment, another person's comment caught everyone's attention. It seems I have to reveal the truth to everyone. Are you from the Southern Navy? Yes, I serve in the Southern Navy. This statement silenced everyone, waiting for the Southern Navy friend to continue. Based on my experience in the Southern Navy, my observations these days, and my own speculation, the commander-in-chief issued this order because of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan is the greatest engineer in the world. He single-handedly led the Southern Science Academy engineers to rebuild the damaged deep-sea aircraft carrier overnight. He increased its volume 100-fold, transforming it into a super mothership. A super fortress. Its size is large enough to accommodate dozens of aircraft carriers. Its diving depth can reach 6,000 meters. Straight to the seabed, and the railgun on the deep sea. Being able to endure his rambling up to this point was the limit for everyone. At this moment, no one was willing to listen to his wild fabrications. Everyone started speaking on their own behalf. Is there anyone from the Southern Navy here? Someone with a clear head. What should I bring to the ceremony, fries or cola? They're not mutually exclusive, thanks. I'm telling the truth. Jiang Yan's strength and the Southern Science Academy's power are what I saw with my own eyes. And the reason the Commander-in-Chief wants to. Is the group admin still alive? Can you kick out this spy from the Southern Science Academy? Why didn't the admin screen people before adding them? Letting anyone in? The Southern Navy soldier wanted to continue revealing the truth, but found that he could no longer send messages. You have been kicked out of the group chat. On the day of the railgun test, firing Guahaodong called each Army, Navy, and Air Force commander in every region. These commanders had all witnessed Jiang Yan's capabilities during the armament competition. Thus, without Guahaodong's reminder, they had already responded after seeing the Commander-in-Chief's notice. However, the resistance from their subordinates was considerable. The Navy soldiers from other regions were slightly more tolerant, but the Army and Air Force soldiers felt resentful. Why should they have to show face for the Southern Navy? Yet since it was an order from the Commander-in-Chief himself in the end, except for those on duty, or with important matters, everyone chose to go together. Thus waves of Dragon Country soldiers gathered. Although they carried some resentment, they still arrived on time at the South Sea Heavy Industry site. At this moment, Guahaodong was greeting the soldiers from various military branches. Since the Deep Sea was still charging, and this was its first charge, Zhou Hongtu suggested that the military not approach too closely. If an explosion occurred due to a mistake, the entire Dragon Country military would be wiped out. After hearing Zhou Hongtu's advice, Guahaodong found it extremely reasonable. So he took the lead in directing hundreds of thousands of people to line up and wait on a spacious open ground 5 kilometers away from the coastline. But when the soldiers heard this reason, they couldn't understand. Wait, we traveled thousands of miles to support him, and now we can't even see what the railgun looks like. Didn't you hear Guahaodong just now? The new Deep Sea is charging for the first time with a charging pile. If an explosion occurs, we might all perish. That's hilarious. The Southern Navy's thinking is so bizarre. We have hundreds of thousands of people gathered here. Hundreds of thousands. A single missile would at most kill 1%. And he thinks a charging pile explosion could wipe out hundreds of thousands of us. He actually claims it could annihilate us all. I'd love to see what kind of ridiculous charging pile this is. Just then many people shouted in low voices, "Quiet. The Commander-in-Chief is here." In an instant the hundreds of thousands present fell silent. The arrival of the Commander-in-Chief made Guahaodong breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was technically the host of this ceremony, he felt he was about to lose control. The Commander-in-Chief had been on the Deep Sea earlier. After learning that everything was ready, he flew in by helicopter. Now he issued a direct command: all soldiers, follow me in an orderly manner to observe the ceremony. Yes. Hundreds of thousands responded in unison, the thunderous sound echoing through the skies. They marched in neat steps following the Commander-in-Chief toward the coast. But when they turned the corner, when the mountain-like charging device came into view, when the fortress-like super mothership appeared before their eyes, a sense of vast and overwhelming power slammed violently into their hearts. Their breathing became unsteady, their steps faltered. Starting from the front rows, gasps of astonishment rippled through the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, creating a spectacle in itself. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had harbored resentment earlier suddenly stood dumbfounded. The sheer enormity of the charging station and the deep-sea vessel was beyond anything they could have ever imagined in their wildest dreams. In an instant, megalophobia seized everyone present. The hundreds of thousands of people all felt a tingling numbness crawl across their scalps. The sense of collective order that the Commander-in-Chief had just established crumbled once again. Is that the Deep Sea? Just looking at it sends chills down my spine. It's terrifying. Same here. Wait. I've seen the Deep Sea before. It can't possibly be this enormous. It's 100 times bigger. Good heavens. It must be the Deep Sea. Look at that emblem, there's no mistake. Does our long nation really possess such a powerful mothership? How could I have never known about this? It's beyond description. It's practically a floating fortress. The Southern Academy of Sciences actually built this. This is absurdly exaggerated. The administrator of a certain chat group was utterly stunned. He turned to those around him and said, "I heard rumors that the Deep Sea had been rebuilt to accommodate dozens of aircraft carriers." I didn't believe it, and actually kicked the person out of the group. Now I look like an idiot. Look at that charging station. It's massive like a mountain. How tall could this charging station be? 500 meters. I tried using my phone's AI measurement feature. And, what was the actual measurement? My phone crashed. Who was the one making fun of the charging station just now? Go on, say something else. You call that thing a charging station? You clearly misunderstand the very concept of a pile. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's technology points were pouring in like a tidal wave. Wave after wave, each surging harder than the last. The exhilaration was intoxicating, pulling Jiang Yan deeper with every passing moment. Jiang Yan already knew the main body of the military had arrived at the coastline. The massive influx of technology points was proof enough, until the increase in technology points gradually slowed. Only then did Jiang Yan clear his throat and address the assembled military personnel through the Deep Sea's intercom. The Deep Sea Mothership-class railgun maiden fire ceremony officially begins. His voice, carrying the overwhelming presence of the ocean's sovereign, reignited reverence for the Deep Sea in everyone's hearts. Jiang Yan did not hesitate, deciding to strike while the moment was right and reveal the main battery. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the hatches at both the bow and stern of the Deep Sea slowly opened. A colossal electromagnetic railgun spanning the entire length of the vessel appeared before their eyes. The sight drew a collective gasp from the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. No one could have imagined that a railgun could possess such magnificent structure. As Jiang Yan issued the firing order, the entire mothership hummed with gathering energy, concentrating its power to the absolute limit. A massive special alloy projectile tore through the kilometer-long hull. Accompanied by violent energy, it erupted outward. Around the projectile's trajectory, the ferocious red cyclones were incomprehensibly more colossal than those of the previous railgun. Heaven and earth roared, thunderclouds churned. This single shot had literally altered the weather. When the soldiers steadied themselves from the aftershock, on the horizon of the ocean, a colossal wave rose as if to swallow the sky. A circular crater spanning tens of miles wide appeared dramatically upon the sea. Within that circular pit, the seawater had completely vanished, revealing the seabed below. The commander-in-chief was utterly speechless. He could not believe it, that the sea had truly disappeared, and yet the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, as their bodies trembled, grimly clenched their fists, their hearts surging with pride. This was the power of Long Nation's technology. This was the strength of Long Nation today. From this moment forward, which nation would dare to invade again? And in their hearts, they would forever remember the Southern Academy of Sciences and the name Jiang Yan. It was precisely through the efforts of these scientific researchers that Long Nation could possess such power. From this moment on, Jiang Yan and the Southern Academy of Sciences had become the very people the soldiers of Long Nation's military would swear to protect with their lives. The circular crater persisted for several minutes before the surrounding seawater slowly began to refill it. Meanwhile, a colossal tsunami approached toward them. Amid everyone's terror, the deep sea shifted, its hull positioning itself directly in front of all of them. With that simple maneuver, the terrifying tsunami could not advance a single inch. Once again, everyone was profoundly shaken by the might of the deep sea. Such a super mothership was built by Long Nation. An unparalleled sense of pride rose fiercely within every soldier's heart. Once everything settled, Jiang Yan had collected a total of over 2,000 technology points. Combined with the previous 2,000, Jiang Yan's wealth suddenly reached an astonishing 23,000. An overnight fortune. Jiang Yan was overjoyed, and Jiang Yan once again broadcast. The deep-sea railgun maiden fire ceremony is now officially concluded. Testing confirms the mothership-class super railgun can destroy multiple cities with a single shot. A single shot capable of destroying multiple cities. If anyone had said this before, they would have been met with scoffs. But now, after the hundreds of thousands of soldiers witnessed this ocean-destroying shot with their own eyes, they all understood a single shot capable of destroying multiple cities was no empty boast. Jiang Yan glanced at his notes and continued. Now the Southern Academy of Sciences officially hands over the deep sea to the Southern Navy. May the reborn deep sea become a force for the Southern Navy. May the reborn deep sea become a force for our Long Nation. The Southern Academy of Sciences hopes that one day, our Long Nation will grow so powerful that no one will dare to invade us again. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and finally finished reading the closing speech Zhou Hongtu had prepared for him. At these words, tears filled the eyes of the Southern Navy personnel, who enthusiastically raised their voices in unison. Long live the Southern Academy of Sciences. Long live Long Nation. This touching atmosphere infected every soldier of the Long Nation military. They joined the Southern Navy personnel in chanting together. Long live the Southern Academy of Sciences. Long live Long Nation. The commander-in-chief witnessing this scene was also swept up in the fervor. He couldn't help but reflect. Even without actual combat, the entire military could experience such a moment of unity. If war were to come, who could oppose them? Just as the commander-in-chief was lost in thought, an urgent, encrypted call came through. On the line, the other party's tone was extremely grave. Tiangang, the situation has changed. Return immediately. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief's brows furrowed immediately. He knew exactly what this meant. Yes. The commander-in-chief immediately ordered a level 4 combat readiness alert. All soldiers returned to their respective military districts to await further orders, while district commanders would accompany the commander-in-chief rushing back to the capital. Before departing, the commander-in-chief only left one sentence for Zhou Hongtu. Focus all production on mecha. The soldiers departed suddenly, and Jiang Yan aboard the deep sea had no idea what was happening outside. Jiang Yan couldn't help but wonder if he had gone too far this time. Had he offended everyone? The sea had disappeared, but everyone had also seen it restore itself. No significant damage had been caused. After handing over command of the deep sea to Guahao, Jiang Yan boarded a mecha and sped back to the Southern Academy of Sciences with the Academy's personnel. Along the way, Jiang Yan nervously asked Zhou Hongtu through the internal communication channel, "Did we cause trouble again?" Zhou Hongtu immediately put on a resistant expression. "From now on, when you speak, please consciously remove that 'we' pronoun." "Thank you," Jiang Yan exclaimed. "Damn it, did we really cause trouble this time?" At this moment, Zhou Hongtu's expression also turned serious. "I don't know. Just before leaving, the commander-in-chief told us to focus all production on mecha. My older brother just sent me a text saying to focus all production on mecha. My uncle also just sent me a text saying to focus all production on mecha. I have a strong feeling that something major is about to happen. An urgent meeting was now underway. We have received reliable information that the joint military exercise we thought was scheduled for the end of the year was actually a smoke screen released by Baogu country to make us lower our guard. Our comrades in Gali country have obtained credible intelligence that Gali country will rendezvous with the joint fleet next month. That is to say, the joint fleet is likely to arrive at the coastal waters of our Long country next month. Our comrades in Hongshu Tudo and Fanxia countries have also sent messages confirming this speculation. The frequency of their naval movements has increased by more than 500%. Recently, even the belligerent Wando country has seen a sharp rise in naval activity. I hope my conjecture is wrong, but we must be prepared. If their joint fleet suddenly arrives at our coastal waters ahead of schedule, we cannot be caught off guard. At these words, the high-ranking officials present immediately tensed up. 5 years ago, Baogu country had planned a joint military exercise targeting Long country. Back then, they were very disciplined. The time of the exercise was exactly as announced. Not a minute off. Last time, they gave Long country ample time to prepare and deploy, yet even so, Long country's GDP that year still dropped by 7% compared to previous years. This time they are breaking the rules by launching the exercise early, giving Long country no time to prepare and catching it completely off guard. Once Long country's international prestige declines, even more severe sanctions and restrictions will follow, just like last time. The high-ranking officials couldn't help but worry. Before we discuss, I would like to hear the opinion of the military department. Feng Tiangong, if our Long country fleet were to face the joint fleet, what are the odds of victory for the military department? At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to the chief commander. Feng Tiangong, as the head of the military department, indeed, had more authority to speak on this matter. The odds of the military's victory could even determine whether Long country would swallow its pride or launch a desperate counterattack. Feng Tiangong then stood up. His resounding voice was clearly heard by everyone present. If we engage in a direct confrontation, we have a 100% chance of victory. He spoke with absolute certainty, without any reservation or estimation. Even if the mecha mass production plan couldn't be completed by the end of the year as scheduled, he dared to make such a bold claim based solely on the Shanghai. The Shanghai's undetectable diving capability, coupled with its devastating mothership-class orbital cannon, if used properly, would be enough to send them fleeing in disarray. Moreover, the South Academy of Sciences now possesses at least 200 mecha suits. As long as they protect the Shanghai, no matter how many troops the joint forces bring, they will be nothing but a rabble. Even if they had to rely on old fighter jets and aircraft carriers to cooperate, the chief commander couldn't imagine any possibility of defeat in a direct confrontation. The chief commander's words were firm and resolute, but the high-ranking officials present frowned. 100%. What was wrong with Feng Tiangong? He used to be very measured in his words. Why was he being so unrealistic now? At that moment, someone stood up and raised a question. Although Long country's military strength is not inferior to Baogu country's in a one-on-one confrontation, this is a multinational coalition, even involving those madmen from Wando country. 100%. Chief Feng, are you overestimating the military's capabilities? Then another person stood up to speak. Don't be so harsh. Commander Feng only wants to boost our confidence. After all, it's a multinational joint fleet. Who among us isn't afraid? If we are defeated before the battle even begins, we are doomed. At that moment, Zhou Jinshan stood up and declared loudly. Our chief commander said it's 100%. 100% it is. If we give the South Academy of Sciences a bit more time, not only do we have 100% certainty in a direct confrontation, but we also have 100% certainty in capturing them all alive. At these words, many high-ranking officials were speechless. The Northern Air Force commander stood up and spoke frankly. How are you still advertising? Why are you bringing up the South Academy of Sciences again? Everyone knows you dote on your nephew, but you don't have to mention the South Academy of Sciences at every meeting, big or small. Do you realize what occasion this is? But at this moment, the chief commander spoke again, his powerful voice overriding everyone else's. Zhou Jinshan is not lying. Feng Tiangong, if the joint fleet arrives, and you have the power to decide, what choice would you make? It was the same question he had been asked before. This time, Feng Tiangong answered without hesitation. Actively prepare for war. Announce a simultaneous military exercise on the day they arrive. Let them taste what it's like to be caught off guard. Also, if the South Academy of Sciences has the capacity, build another Shanghai. Let Gua Haodong operate it personally. On the day of the joint exercise, we will also go to the coastal waters of Baogu country and conduct a massive military exercise right at their doorstep. After hearing Feng Tiangong's words, the high-ranking officials present were utterly dumbfounded. This Feng Tiangong not only wanted to challenge the joint fleet, but also openly provoke the most powerful country at the same time. Our Long country doesn't have 9 lives to spare. But before the officials could start a tirade, a voice rang out. Good. Deploy according to your plan. All other departments give full cooperation. Do not slack off. The meeting ended. Although the senior executives remained bewildered, they could only do their utmost to cooperate with the military. They could only hope that this expedition of the Dragon Kingdom's military would not be a campaign leading to the nation's downfall. Soon after, the commander-in-chief arrived at the Nankai Institute once more. He needed the institute to build another deep sea, otherwise the idea of a two-front operation would be impossible. Seeing Zhou Hongtu's simple grin, the commander-in-chief casually asked, "How many mecha does the Nankai Institute have now?" Zhou Hongtu thought for a moment and nervously reported, 2,000. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that his casual question would reveal a problem. The number was clearly off. How could there be so many? According to Zhou Hongtu's report to the military, the assembly line had only just been completed. The commander-in-chief had always assumed that the Nankai Institute had at most around 200 mecha. Where did the 2,000 come from? The commander-in-chief immediately demanded of Zhou Hongtu to say that again. How many mecha? Seeing the commander-in-chief's stern expression, Zhou Hongtu's heart sank. It's over. Could it be that the commander-in-chief had found out about his secretly multiplying the mecha production capacity tenfold? For this he had burned through a lot of the military's money unnecessarily. Seeing the commander-in-chief's terrifying expression, Zhou Hongtu immediately changed his answer. 3,000. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief was shocked once again. Say that again. Zhou Hongtu was about to cry. 4,000. Say that again. 5,000. At this moment, the commander-in-chief seemed to have noticed a pattern. His expression became even more severe. Say it again. 6,000. Under the commander-in-chief's stern interrogation, Zhou Hongtu finally revealed the complete truth. 12,543. Upon hearing the final number, the commander-in-chief was inwardly thrilled. Zhou Hongtu, however, wore a grimace. Commander-in-chief, please don't be angry. I didn't intentionally multiply the capacity tenfold. He said, it's mainly because that kid Jiang Yan told me we could produce 100,000 a year, and I couldn't resist. The feeling of achieving small goals step by step is truly addictive. This extra capacity and mecha are indeed a bit wasteful, burning through your money unnecessarily, but I know I was wrong. Besides, our Nankai Institute has also contributed a lot. Before Zhou Hongtu could finish, the commander-in-chief burst into loud laughter, patting his shoulder and exclaiming, well done. Keep up the good work. Well done. Keep up. This left Zhou Hongtu utterly bewildered. What he didn't know was that the commander-in-chief didn't care about money at all. If money could be exchanged for mecha, he would have gladly traded for 100,000 all at once. After the commander-in-chief told Zhou Hongtu about the early arrival of the joint fleet, Zhou Hongtu felt relieved, grateful that he had been wise and prescient. How far-sighted it was to insist on increasing capacity back then, otherwise it would have delayed the commander-in-chief's major plans. The commander-in-chief directly ordered Zhou Hongtu, I command you, continue producing mecha. Build as many as you can. As long as the military's funds can keep up, don't stop. Zhou Hongtu immediately accepted the order with excitement. Yes. The commander-in-chief arrived at the southwest production base. By then, Jiang Yan, having been informed in advance, had already started pretending to supervise the work. That day, after the deep sea's railgun fired, the commander-in-chief and his entourage suddenly left. To this day, Jiang Yan hadn't figured out what he had done wrong. But putting on a good attitude of admitting fault was definitely the right move. Soon the commander-in-chief's terrifying smile suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan. Even though Jiang Yan had prepared himself, he was still drenched in cold sweat. He immediately put down his tools, straightened up, and shouted loudly, hello, Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief smiled and nodded, then asked, Jiang Yan, can you build another deep sea within a month? Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly calculated the material inventory in the Nankai Institute's warehouse and replied, to answer the Commander-in-Chief, we can build 2 more within a month. 2. On hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief's expression changed instantly. If what Jiang Yan said was true, he could make his plan even more stable and complete. Good, report the materials directly to Zhou Zhinshan. Whatever you need, someone will deliver it. Jiang Yan immediately replied, nothing needed, the current materials at the Nankai Institute are sufficient. Hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief was deeply moved by the Nankai Institute's selfless spirit. You may not need anything, but we the military must give. Before leaving, the Commander-in-Chief asked Jiang Yan one last question. How is the deep sea's full charge endurance? Can it support me taking it for a military exercise around various coastal countries? The Commander-in-Chief wanted to know to what extent he could use the deep sea to annoy those countries. But this question immediately put Jiang Yan in an awkward position because the deep sea's endurance was indeed not great. The main reason was that the deep sea was too heavy and each firing of its mothership-level railgun required enormous energy. At most, it could circle the Earth once and fire a few shots before running out of power. Firing a shot at every coastal country was clearly not possible. Jiang Yan felt that telling the truth would undermine his status as a super genius. But since the Commander-in-Chief asked, he had to tell the truth. Just as Jiang Yan was struggling, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Temporary mission released. Keep the deep sea running forever. The Commander-in-Chief wants to use the deep sea to annoy the various invading countries, but its endurance is worrying. The host can choose to upgrade the deep sea's energy system to make it run forever. Mission reward 7,000 technology points. Does the host accept this mission? This time Jiang Yan did not hesitate at all. Not only because the mission reward was high, but also because the deep sea was his own creation and he wanted to make up for its final shortcoming. Jiang Yan calmly said in his mind, accept the mission. Temporary mission, keep the deep sea running forever. Accepted successfully. Please complete the mission within 1 month. Seeing such a long time limit, Jiang Yan was momentarily a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps there were some unprecedented difficulties inside. But Jiang Yan knew that worrying about it now was useless. After accepting the mission, Jiang Yan answered the commander-in-chief's question. Currently, the deep sea can only circle the Earth once and fire a few shots. But I, Jiang Yan, guarantee. Within a month, I will make the deep sea run forever. Forever. Hearing Jiang Yan's bold declaration, the commander-in-chief was deeply moved. Although the answer of circling the Earth once and firing a few shots was already satisfactory, at least enough to annoy the United States to death, he was even more looking forward to Jiang Yan's success. But he was even more eager for Jiang Yan to succeed. The commander-in-chief smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "The entire military looks forward to your achievements." After the general commander left, Jiang Yan summoned Xia Tianyi and Shen Tiansong. The mecha assembly line construction had long been completed, and the mindless automated mass production of mechas no longer required their elite expertise. This left the two of them exceptionally idle. Moreover, having previously participated in the reconstruction of the Shanghai, it was the perfect moment to strike while the iron was hot. Jiang Yan immediately issued orders to the duo. "You two will split into 2 teams, each commanding 100 mechas. You must build 2 super motherships within a month. Put the energy system on hold for now. I'm still researching alternative solutions. Once you've completed the other parts, come find me." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi and Shen Tiansong realized that Jiang Yan had decided to let them take charge independently. He was entrusting 2 major projects entirely to their hands. Both felt the depth of Jiang Yan's trust. They immediately accepted the mission with fervor. "Yes, sir." After they left, Jiang Yan mentally addressed the system. Analyzed the energy system modification plan for the Shanghai. Ding. Based on the Shanghai model, the plan is being generated. Ding. Plan generated as follows: 1. Plasma confinement nuclear fusion technology. 2. Fully superconducting non-circular cross-section stellarator technology. 3. Stellar level temperature generator. 4. Stellar level pressure maintainer. 5. Tritium rapid extraction device. 6. Deuterium rapid extraction device. 7. The plan and materials consumed 200 tech points, with 1000 remaining. Required materials have been delivered to a special space. Host, please retrieve as needed. Seeing the consumption of 200 tech points, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been thrown back to square one overnight. But considering this was controlled nuclear fusion capable of propelling human civilization into the next era, he could only swallow his frustration. Jiang Yan had no choice but to endure, planning to find a way later to recoup these tech points through controlled nuclear fusion. After receiving the futuristic technology, he found nothing unusual. Still puzzled as to why the system had given him a month, Jiang Yan decided not to overthink it and began working immediately. To be safe this time, Jiang Yan didn't cut corners. He chose to use only the materials provided by the system. In a massive, undisturbed warehouse, he turned off his phone and locked the door. Jiang Yan worked steadily and methodically, preferring to take it slow rather than risk a single mistake. 5 days later, he had constructed a nuclear fusion stellarator. As he fed in the startup electrical current, a deep blue light flared up, illuminating the entire warehouse. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a dragon's roar emanated from the stellarator. Jiang Yan was ecstatic, for this was the sound of nuclear fusion. Hearing it, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Success! But before he could celebrate for long, the blue light dimmed and the dragon's roar faded. A pungent smell of scorched metal spread, signaling trouble. The sight made Jiang Yan collapse in despair, for he knew the plasma confinement device had been destroyed. He quickly pinpointed the only possible cause: particle drift. He was certain his manufacturing process had been flawless, and he realized the greatest challenge of this task lay in the daunting probability of failure. Even with perfect procedures, the success of a nuclear fusion stellarator depended on luck. Jiang Yan considered himself a man of pure skill, but when it came to luck, he could only shake his head. He racked his brain, trying to recall who in the Southern Research Institute had the best luck. As he went through his memories, a name came to him. There was indeed one person: Zhou Ying. Back when Zhou Ying's railgun had exploded, the blast radius was 4.8 kilometers, destroying everything within that range. Yet miraculously, not a single person died. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan immediately called Zhou Ying. She answered, surprised. "Hello, Director Jiang. What do you want from me? You want me to come assist with scientific research? Aren't you afraid I'll blow up your product?" "What? My railgun explosion was a matter of skill, not luck." "That's not exactly comforting to hear." "What? Nuclear fusion? Can I skip this? Why are you threatening to dock my pay and vacation time?" "Fine, I'll come. But you'd better take safety precautions first." "I'll do the same." An hour later, Jiang Yan retrieved 3 sets of required materials from the Southern Research Institute warehouse. Zhou Ying arrived clad in a heavy protective suit. "Director Jiang, I'm here. Where's your nuclear fusion stellarator?" Seeing Zhou Ying's exaggerated outfit, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Afraid of yourself that much?" Jiang Yan was both amused and exasperated. "My stellarator blew up. Now it's your turn." Hearing this, Zhou Ying panicked and tried to flee. But Jiang Yan grabbed her and locked the warehouse door. Through coercion and persuasion, he forced Zhou Ying to absorb all the knowledge of the nuclear fusion stellarator. Fortunately, Zhou Ying absorbed the futuristic technology, rapidly surpassing Jiang Yan's expectations. A week later, with Jiang Yan's assistance, she completed a stellarator built by her own hands. Zhou Ying looked at the stellarator she had built with a sense of foreboding. Director Jiang, could you let me out before you turn on the power? As she spoke, Jiang Yan flipped the switch. He turned to Zhou Ying. What did you say? By then Zhou Ying was on the verge of tears. As the electrical current flowed in a deep blue light, blazed illuminating the entire warehouse. Simultaneously a dragon-like roar emanated from the stellarator. The sound made even Zhou Ying's heart tremble despite being the one who made it. Jiang Yan was thrilled, for this time the dragon's roar seemed more stable and deeper than before. There was no sign of particle drift. Jiang Yan had a feeling this would succeed. He looked at the bewildered Zhou Ying and explained, "This is the sound of nuclear fusion." The dragon's roar continued for a full hour without any issues. Jiang Yan was certain that Zhou Ying's luck was extraordinary. Over the following week, Jiang Yan forced Zhou Ying to build 2 more nuclear fusion stellarators. This time he powered them both simultaneously, causing Zhou Ying to shut her eyes in terror. But 2 deep blue lights flared up again. 2 pure dragon roars echoed once more, passing the 1-hour stability test with no trace of particle drift. At that moment, Jiang Yan said to Zhou Ying with excitement, "Comrade Zhou Ying, I hereby dub you the child of supreme luck." Zhou Ying gazed at the 3 nuclear fusion stellarators that could change the era, feeling utterly incredulous. Such a highly challenging and failure-prone divine artifact was all created by herself, and the key was that they had all succeeded. While Zhou Ying was astonished, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Discovering Zhou Ying's precious hidden attribute this time was a huge surprise. If there were tasks requiring luck in the future, just send Zhou Ying. She would surely be invincible. After the 3 nuclear fusion stellarators were completed, Jiang Yan immediately contacted Guahao. He instructed him to sail the deep sea and rendezvous with Xia Tianyi and the others. On the coast, 3 colossal supercarriers were lined up in a row. The 3 massive nuclear fusion stellarators were also transported here, but no one recognized what they were. Jiang Yan looked at the 3 supercarriers and nodded in satisfaction. Xia Tianyi and Chun Tiansong had indeed not disappointed him. The 2 supercarriers were also completed smoothly. Jiang Yan carefully inspected them and found that except for the power system, the craftsmanship of the other parts was nearly identical to that of the first deep-sea carrier. Jiang Yan returned to the shore and expressed praise and commendation to Xia Tianyi, Chun Tiansong, and all the engineers who had participated in the construction of the carriers. Everyone present received Jiang Yan's recognition, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Then Jiang Yan pointed at the stellarators and said loudly, "These are nuclear fusion stellarators. Due to limited materials and time, we only have enough to make 3. They can provide unlimited power for the supercarriers. Time is extremely tight now. We must quickly enhance the endurance of the deep sea and the 2 newly built carriers. The electronic version of the design drawings has been sent to the NEG group. Listen to my commands for installation later. Alright, let's start working." Although Jiang Yan issued the command, none of the over 100 engineers present moved. They were still deeply stunned and bewildered. Nuclear fusion. Did Director Jiang just say nuclear fusion? As scientists, they knew exactly what those 3 words meant. It meant that humanity would have infinite energy. It meant that humanity would step into the next era. It meant that whichever country fully mastered it would become the world's leader. After the initial shock, the engineers fell into a daze. Such a world-shattering technology was just passed over by Jiang Yan in a single sentence. Why did it feel like enhancing the endurance of the deep sea was the priority? Shouldn't this nuclear fusion be explained properly? At least praise yourself a little, for crying out loud. It was Chun Tiansong who couldn't help asking, "First Director Jiang, don't you plan to explain those 3 nuclear fusion stellarators to everyone?" Jiang Yan realized that everyone was distracted by the nuclear fusion technology. This was very bad. Time was tight, and if they weren't focused, what if the task couldn't be completed on schedule? Wouldn't all the technology points be wasted? Jiang Yan immediately said, "Stop worrying about the stellarators. Nuclear fusion and all that are just incidental. Don't forget, our primary task now is to enhance the endurance of the deep sea and the new carriers. Don't forget, we are facing a great enemy." Upon hearing this, all the engineers perked up and replied in unison, "Yes." Guahao, watching all this from the side, was stunned into a daze. It felt like he might crack open any second. This world-shaking nuclear fusion technology was just incidental. Just to enhance the endurance of the carriers, they had developed nuclear fusion technology. Was it necessary? A week later, the general commander and the senior military officials arrived at the coast with their troops. They had received news that the joint fleet had just assembled. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, they would reach the coast of Longhua. The soldiers gazed at the distant horizon. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. The general commander could only hope that the Nank Institute would finish their work as soon as possible. Although Zhou Hongtu and Jiang Yan had promised to deliver within the day, he still felt uneasy until the items were in his hands. Just then Zhou Hongtu's phone rang. "General Commander, it's bad." The general commander immediately tensed. "Tell me quickly, what happened?" Zhou Hongtu stammered as he explained the situation. "Well, all the materials are used up now. My uncle told me the military doesn't have any money left either." The general commander felt something was off, so he asked directly, "How many mechas have you mass-produced?" Zhou Hongtu answered truthfully, "This time only 17456 units. Plus the previous 12543 units. That makes exactly 29999 units. Just one more, and we'd have 30000. General Commander, could the military allocate some more supplies so I can hit that nice round number of 300? After hearing Zhou Hongtu, the general commander was both angry and relieved. He roared, "You haven't shipped yet because you wanted to make it a round number. The enemy is about to attack, and you're still worried about rounding up. Get those soldiers who have completed synchronization training to pilot the mechas and report to me at the coast immediately." The general commander's fury frightened Zhou Hongtu, who immediately obeyed yes. After hanging up, the general commander finally felt at ease. 30,000 mechas. Not only could they take on the joint fleet, but they would probably be enough to trample the invading countries directly. Just then, at the corner of the coast, a spine-chilling pressure swept over. 3 terrifying naval superfortresses burst through the sea's surface, roaring in. Their pressure overlapped, and even from a great distance the senior military officials present found it hard to breathe. They were 3 supercarriers. Their appearance brought even more joy to the general commander. The Nank Institute had truly done it. Not only had the deep sea returned, but now there were 2 more supercarriers. The general commander's strategic plan immediately changed again. It became more aggressive. As the 3 supercarriers approached, Guahaodong broadcast through the deep sea. His majestic and crisp voice lifted everyone's spirits. "Deep sea reporting for duty." Then a strange girl's voice came from another supercarrier, Natural Selection, reporting for duty. Then a strange man's voice came from the last supercarrier, Blue Space, reporting for duty. This thrilling scene made the soldiers present shout, "Long live the Nank Institute! Long live Longhua!" These 3 national treasures were like 3 sea-stabilizing pillars, filling every soldier present with a full sense of security and confidence. Deep sea, Natural Selection, Blue Space. The report of the 3 super motherships filled the commander-in-chief with elation. However, the commander-in-chief could only recognize Guahaodong's voice. The other 2 eluded his memory. Just then Jiang Yan hurried over. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, a smile immediately spread across the commander-in-chief's face. He knew that the peak combat strength of the Dragon Kingdom's military was entirely due to Jiang Yan. He was about to offer praise, but Jiang Yan spoke first. "Commander-in-chief, my apologies, but there is still a problem. Due to the tight schedule, the other 2 super motherships have only just been completed, and there is no time for handover." Hearing this, the commander-in-chief asked, "Who are the captains of the 2 motherships now?" Jiang Yan continued, "Captain of Natural Selection, Xia Tianyi. Captain of Blue Space, Chen Tiansong. Both captains are engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences." The commander-in-chief frowned slightly and asked, "Can't we replace the captains?" Jiang Yan shook his head and replied, "No. If we replace them now, it will take at least a month of selection and training. Otherwise, the 2 newly built motherships won't be able to move at all." The commander-in-chief let out a long sigh. In truth, he didn't care whether the captains were military personnel. What troubled him was that this operation was extremely perilous. If they were mecha pilots, they could be stationed in the rear, and the military could guarantee their safety. But as captains of super motherships, they would not only have to cross the ocean alone, but also penetrate deep into enemy territory. They were heading to the most dangerous place of all. Now that the captains could not be replaced, the arduous task of defending the Dragon Kingdom's coastal front line could only rely on Guahaodong's deep sea. Xia Tianyi and Chen Tiansong would have to execute the surprise attack mission. Xia Tianyi and Chen Tiansong were not soldiers. They had no obligation to risk their lives for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet according to Jiang Yan, there seemed to be no other choice. At this moment, the commander-in-chief felt a heavy heart. He connected to the internal channel of the motherships. "Xia Tianyi, Chen Tiansong." The 2 replied, "Present. You are not soldiers. You have no obligation to take risks. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never send you to the battlefield. But the upcoming mission concerns the future of our Dragon Kingdom. The military will confront a multinational joint fleet. Guahaodong's deep sea cannot be diverted. And you will go to the other side of the ocean. Not only will you cross the sea alone, but you will also penetrate deep into enemy territory. Where you are going is the most dangerous place. And I, Feng Tiangong, cannot guarantee your safety. Of course I will not force you. I want to hear your personal opinions now." The commander-in-chief had just finished speaking when something completely unexpected happened. At that moment, 2 resounding voices echoed through the internal channel. "I, Xia Tianyi, request to go into battle. I, Chen Tiansong, request to go into battle. Even if I must die for my country, I will not regret it." The final chorus was utterly resolute. There was no hesitation, no fear. At that moment, even a man of iron like the commander-in-chief felt tears of emotion welling up. They were not soldiers, yet they possessed the awareness and courage of warriors. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, they chose to face danger without hesitation. Such were the engineers of the Southern Academy of Sciences. Such were the engineers of the Dragon Kingdom. Tears glistening in his eyes, the commander-in-chief smiled and said, "Good. Today we will make those powers who look down on the Dragon Kingdom understand that there is a nation they absolutely cannot provoke. Today we will also make those wavering nations know who the true ruler of Blue Star is." These words ignited the hearts of Xia Tianyi, Chen Tiansong, and Guahaodong. The 3 responded in unison, yes. At the Southern Academy of Sciences, under Zhou Hongtu's relentless efforts, the last mecha was finally built. 30,000 mechas ascended into the sky. The vast sea of mechas blotted out the entire blue sky, turning day into instant night. They accelerated to 5 times the speed of sound, streaking toward the commander-in-chief's location. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a dense layer of sonic boom clouds. The booming sounds exploded and overlapped with one another. Heaven and earth roared, the firmament trembled. It seemed as if the sky itself could not bear the strain and would shatter at any moment. In every city they passed, people stopped and looked up at the suddenly darkened sky. Confusion and fear filled every pair of eyes. They gazed at the terrifying immense black cloud that covered the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their scalps went numb. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the land, making everyone feel an irresistible urge to kneel. They felt compelled to welcome the ruler of this world. A celestial phenomenon. A celestial phenomenon. A UFO swarm. Oh my God. Has the Dragon Kingdom fallen? Has the world fallen? Why do I suddenly feel like kneeling? Me too. I feel as if I see gods. When the 30,000 mechas reached the coast, they instantly turned the daylight into night. All the soldiers gasped as they looked at the sky. Is this our military's mecha fleet? This is absolutely terrifying. Though they knew these were their own, their bodies still trembled uncontrollably. The pressure from the 30,000 mechas overlapped and amplified, surpassing even that of the 3 supermotherships. Under that pressure, everyone felt compelled to submit. Even the commander-in-chief's heart trembled. He knew he had underestimated the sheer terror of 30,000 mechas. Yet because of this, the commander-in-chief could already clearly see the outcome of this joint military exercise. The mechas descended, hovering over the sea, and spontaneously formed a neat matrix that seemed to cover the entire ocean surface. The 30,000 terrifying mechas glowed blue, awaiting only the commander-in-chief's command. He opened the internal communication channel, stepped forward, and his voice thundered, left, center, right. Divide into 3 groups of 10,000 each. Enter the corresponding motherships and stand by. Left group, deep sea. Center group, natural selection. Right group, blue space. As his voice fell, the commander-in-chief waved his hand. The 30,000 mechas responded in unison, yes. The resonance of their voices caused the sea's surface to erupt in spray, a truly awe-inspiring sight. 30,000 mechas were taking their positions in accordance with the commander-in-chief's orders. At that moment, through the internal communication channel of the super carrier, the commander-in-chief issued the first directive for deployment to the 3 fleet commanders. Xia Tianyi, Chen Tiansong, you two must remember this. Once you penetrate deep into enemy territory, do not act recklessly. If you assess there is any possibility of being surrounded, dive immediately. Given the endurance limitations of supercarriers, if you are trapped for an extended period, you risk facing destruction. Just as the commander-in-chief paused, Chen Tiansong interrupted. Reporting, commander-in-chief. All supercarriers no longer have endurance issues. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief was stunned. No longer having endurance issues. He completely failed to understand what Chen Tiansong meant. Chen Tiansong continued, currently the deep sea, natural selection, and blue space have all completed modifications to their controllable nuclear fusion energy systems. Moreover, just moments ago, all 3 successfully completed 100 hours of nuclear fusion stability testing. Therefore, we dare to report this to you now. Currently, the fusion systems of all 3 carriers are stable. No particle drift detected. No signs of carrier overload. No signs of system malfunction. As long as the 3 supercarriers do not leave the ocean waters, they can achieve unlimited endurance. Controllable nuclear fusion energy system. Unlimited endurance. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was overwhelmed with shock and excitement. When Jiang Yan had vowed to make the deep sea possess unlimited endurance, the commander-in-chief had assumed it was merely a jest to please him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan had actually accomplished it. And what he had achieved was controllable nuclear fusion technology capable of fundamentally transforming the entire world. The mere 5 characters, controllable nuclear fusion, were enough to send every major technological conglomerate worldwide into a frenzy. They were enough to send every nation into a frenzy as well. Because a breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology meant unlimited energy. It meant the complete restructuring of the world's energy landscape. Humanity would also step into a new era. The commander-in-chief now desperately wanted to immediately telephone the old man at the energy department. He could already imagine the exquisite expression on that old man's face upon learning that the Southern Academy of Sciences had mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. But the commander-in-chief restrained himself. He knew full well that now was no time to be distracted. A formidable enemy loomed ahead. Everything would be addressed after the military exercises concluded. After listening to Chen Tiansong's report, the commander-in-chief immediately expressed his praise for the Southern Academy of Sciences. Subsequently, he carefully explained his plan to the 3 fleet commanders. Half an hour later, under the watchful eyes of the assembled personnel, the natural selection and the blue space submerged into the deep sea. From within both carriers, a departure order rang out almost simultaneously. Natural selection, advance at 4. Blue space, advance at 4. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, a superjoint fleet comprising thousands of warships had already assembled. Their numbers were so vast that they nearly blanketed the entire sea. At General Hilton's command, thousands of warships roared to life. Their destination was Long Country's coastal waters. The magnificent momentum filled every soul aboard those vessels with soaring morale. In an instant, cheers and shouts rose one after another. Long live the Joint Fleet! The Joint Fleet is invincible. The Joint Fleet will crush everything. I, representing Curry Nation, propose renaming the Joint Fleet to the Invincible Fleet. Because a fleet this powerful is more than capable of sweeping across the entire world. And at this very moment, I can already envision the trembling of the entire Long country. At this point, a sweet potato country soldier rolled his eyes and remarked, "We're only going to intimidate Long country, not launch an actual assault on them. Why are you curry people so worked up? Curry. You sweet potato people have no idea about our curry nation's grievances. Our curry nation's economy has been nearly crushed by Long country's products. From food to clothing, from infrastructure to automobiles, everything bears the mark of made in Long country. How many of our own domestic enterprises have gone bankrupt as a result? As a curry citizen, I harbor an intense hatred toward Long country." Upon hearing this, the sweet potato nation soldier reflected upon his own country's situation and found himself deeply empathizing. His own nation had also suffered enormous pressure from Long country's industrial chain. At that moment, he raised his voice and shouted, "Crusade against Long country! Crusade against Long country!" In no time, the excited atmosphere began to spread, and before long, cries of "Crusade against Long country" echoed from every direction. Crusade against Long country! Crusade against Long country! Aboard the largest nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, generals from all nations observed the scene of unified chanting. Upon witnessing this, General Hilton shook his head. These lower-class soldiers, so simplistic in their thinking. Do they truly believe war is something that can be initiated at will? The sweet potato nation general immediately chimed in. Exactly. Are they not afraid of triggering all-out nuclear warfare? The world still requires peaceful development. Other generals also began expressing their opinions one after another. Just as the other generals had finished voicing their perspectives, the Watermelon Nation general finally shared his thoughts. General Hilton speaks truthfully. In fact, the primary objective of our military exercise is not to wage war against Long country. Rather, it is to humiliate them publicly. It is to strike at Long country's international prestige, thereby curbing their reckless momentum of development. In recent years, they have developed far too aggressively, lacking any sense of propriety. They fail to understand a simple principle. The core nation is the helm steerer of global stability. Whichever nation wishes to develop must first obtain permission from the core nation. Otherwise, they will not only disrupt natural balance, but also shatter global equilibrium. Upon hearing these words, General Hilton immediately displayed his approval. Some matters he found it inconvenient to voice directly, and now the Watermelon Nation had spoken on his behalf, which pleased him greatly. At this point, General Hilton could not help but regard the Watermelon Nation with newfound respect. A nation that understood the times so well would surely have extensive cooperative opportunities in the future. And the purpose of the core nation organizing multinational military exercises was precisely to make Long country understand this simple principle. The core nation permits which nation to develop, and that nation shall develop. The moment the Watermelon Nation's general finished speaking, the other generals began whispering among themselves. The Curry Nation general asked in confusion, "Isn't the Watermelon Nation a neutral country? Why are they participating in the joint military exercises as well?" Regarding the Curry Nation general's confusion, the Sweet Potato Nation general also offered a quiet explanation. The fact that they have arrived already demonstrates that they have abandoned their neutral status. Let me tell you, the Watermelon Nation's ability to read the situation is quite remarkable. Each time they previously declared neutrality or chose a side, they ended up gaining considerable benefits. Their declarations of neutrality and alignment were never truly about their attitude. Rather, they were strategies formulated after careful deliberation. Now that they have made the same choice as us, it indicates that the core nation's power has become unstoppable, and our choice is most likely the correct one as well. Upon hearing the explanation, the Curry Nation general suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Our Curry Nation's choice proves to be the most correct after all. As the Allied fleet was about to arrive at the coast of Longguo, a powerful fleet swiftly joined them. Everyone in the Allied fleet recognized it. That was the fleet of Jiang. Since Jiang was relatively close to the coast of Longguo, they had been waiting nearby to rendezvous with the main force. The arrival of Jiang stirred great excitement among the Allied fleet. Although Jiang, as a former defeated nation, was not allowed to possess aircraft carriers among their nearly 1,000 warships, there were 20 battleships, each even larger than Baogu's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The massive cannons mounted on these battleships were terrifying. What's more, every battleship bore a nuclear warning symbol. This was a fleet with 20 nuclear-powered battleships. Seeing this, even General Hilton couldn't help but frown, for he had no idea that Jiang possessed such power. Jiang had secretly concealed its strength, and today they chose to reveal it, meaning they were fully prepared. This military exercise was not merely a show for Longguo, but also for Baogu. Yet General Hilton knew that today was not the time to confront Jiang. The Allied fleet still needed to borrow Jiang's deterrence. After Jiang successfully joined the Allied fleet, grew even more formidable. Several hours later, the imposing fleet appeared off the coast of Longguo. They halted just outside the territorial waters of Longguo. Thousands of warships packed densely together, exuding a presence so overwhelming it seemed as if they could devour Longguo in an instant. Now the generals from various nations were all eager to get started. Everyone was impatient to showcase their country's advanced military equipment. The general of Galiguo was the most restless. "General Hilton, may I ask when we will begin the military exercise?" General Hilton did not answer him. Under General Hilton's orders, a blonde female journalist wearing a level 3 bulletproof helmet appeared on the deck of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As the female journalist adjusted her attire, 10 drones equipped with cameras suddenly took to the air. They positioned themselves at various angles to ensure that the live broadcast had full, unobstructed coverage. This scene thrilled everyone in the Allied fleet. Baogu intended to broadcast the joint military exercise live to the entire world simultaneously. This move was utterly ruthless. Before long, a live broadcast link from the official Baogu channel was promoted globally through the most powerful search engine. The title of the live video was "Striking World-Class Joint Military Exercise Live Broadcast." Immediately, the number of online viewers soared. 200,000, 3 million, 100 million, 2 billion. At this moment, the female journalist gave General Hilton an okay gesture. Hilton nodded, and the live broadcast officially began. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are now located in international waters near Longhua. And the colossal vessel beneath my feet is Baogu's latest nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Today, under the leadership of Baogu, 6 other nations have actively responded and participated in this joint military exercise. They are Wandogua, Shiguagua, Tudogua, Jimagua, Hongshugua, and Galigua. At this moment, the billions of onlookers watching the live stream became excited. My God, Baogu is so aggressive they've directly sailed the joint fleet to Longgua's doorstep and broadcasting live globally. This time Longhua is definitely going to be embarrassed. Just then the female journalist suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, look, that's our Baogu's 7th generation supersonic stealth fighter. They actually took off vertically from the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Unbelievable. Sonic boom. It's a sonic boom." With a sonic boom, 10 sonic boom clouds appeared. 10 7th generation stealth fighters streaked across the sky at incredible speed. The terrifying pressure made the generals and soldiers of other nations tremble. 7th generation supersonic stealth fighters. Their speed had increased dramatically. After a brief acceleration, Baogu's 7th generation fighters directly reached Mach 7. Cheers and shouts erupted from the scene. Mach 7. Oh heavens. A 40 improvement. That's insane. With such a speed, it's completely undefendable. No country can match this. This is true technological power. The unveiling of Baogu's 7th generation supersonic stealth fighter caused a worldwide sensation. Such performance and RD capability proved the continued strength of Baogu. In no time, the stock of Heitan Company, which produced the 7th generation stealth fighter, surged by 200, simultaneously driving Baogu's defense sector up by 38. Both the sudden military exercise and the unexpected emergence of the 7th generation stealth fighter far exceeded everyone's expectations. The exchange rate of the Gu Yuan appreciated sharply, and foreign exchange market tycoons rushed to purchase Baogu-related assets. Confidence in Baogu soared, and the entire stock market of Baogu was bathed in red. In contrast, everyone was dumping assets related to Longhua. The stock market plummeted, the exchange rate collapsed, and the real estate market crashed. It seemed everyone could foresee that Longhua opposing Baogu was doomed. The exchange rate of Longhua kept falling, though there were several strong rebounds orchestrated by countless giant conglomerates of Longhua. Despite the patriotic efforts, they could not stop the frenzied downward trend. At this moment, the spectators watching the live stream grew excited. Baogu's 7th generation fighter is so powerful. This is a true technological powerhouse, unlike Longhua, which only shouts slogans. Longgua's 6th generation fighters are far inferior to Baogu's 6th generation, and now they've already reached the 7th. Upon hearing this, his friend laughed. Speaking of Longgua's fighters, I recall a video that might be about Longgua's 7th generation fighter. There was a toy car in Longhua that broke the sound barrier, flew through the atmosphere, crashed into the moon, leaving a huge crater, and then a little girl scratched her head and walked out looking like she had caused trouble. Haha, that had me in stitches. That might be Longgua's 7th generation fighter. Another friend also laughed. What you saw is nothing. I saw an even more outrageous one. They even have mecha. Their mecha descended from the sky, obliterating the desert, then crashed through the Earth's crust through the core, and emerged from the other side of the planet heading straight for Mars. Now that's impressive. Another friend chimed in excitedly. What you've seen are too ordinary. They also have a super aircraft carrier. That carrier is half the size of the ocean. When it entered the sea, it flooded half the planet. When it started moving, it lifted off directly and headed for the sun. Eventually, it used the sun as its sea. A Baogu security official even liked that video. Tell me that's not impressive. Longhua must have burned all its budget on special effects, haha. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Longgua's Strategic Deception Bureau, the whole world now believed that Longhua had made no progress in military equipment in the past 2 years, presenting a stark contrast to Baogu's powerful 7th generation stealth fighters. For a moment, shock and amusement filled the globe. Just then, Longgua's Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly issued a notice to the world. Large-scale military exercises in Longgua's territorial waters officially begin. The notice was issued in a plain, concise manner without much elaboration, as if it were an insignificant matter. But the information and energy contained within were immense. At this moment, every Longhua citizen who saw the notice clenched their teeth. In their hearts, hope arose. After Long Country issued its announcement, General Hilton quickly received the news. However, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth and his heart stirred with excitement. He immediately halted the joint fleet's military exercise. At that moment, generals from multiple nations also received word that Long Country was about to conduct a simultaneous military exercise. But they were utterly perplexed by General Hilton's decision. General Hilton, why are we stopping the exercise? Are we actually afraid of Long Country? The Gali country was the most anxious as their homemade cannons hadn't even had a chance to debut. General Hilton, could we at least let our super invincible giant cannon make an appearance? It won't take much time. General Hilton explained slowly. We have a live broadcast, but they might not be able to see it. Isn't this perfect? Since their main force is coming, we'll demonstrate right in front of them. Hearing this, everyone understood General Hilton's intent. Their hearts now burned with even greater fervor. They nodded in agreement, knowing that a slap in the face delivered in person is the most resounding. Then General Sheldon said to the Gali general, except for your Gali country. If you want to show off, you can do it now. It won't interfere. Hearing this, the Gali general scratched his head in confusion. Though he didn't grasp the full meaning of General Hilton's words, he was indeed eager to display their might. But since everyone else was waiting, he had no choice but to wait as well. The joint fleet waited for a long time, yet there was no sign of the Long Country fleet. The sonar radar worked tirelessly, detecting no submarines at all. Just as everyone in the joint fleet grew puzzled, 20 Long Country drones slowly flew in, each equipped with a livestream camera. The drones dispersed to every corner, ensuring no blind spots. Simultaneously, Long Country's online livestream link was promoted worldwide through various channels. Although most viewers clicking the link were from Long Country, the online count skyrocketed instantly. 200,000, 3 million, 100 million, 2 billion. Long Country's live stream had no reporters or commentators, but the footage was 4K ultra-high definition with AR panoramic functions. Additionally, the video supported bullet comments. In an instant, it diverted hundreds of millions of viewers from the Baogu Country stream. Let the bullet comments fly. Long Country's feed is so clear and smooth. Baogu's stream keeps freezing. So annoying. Please speak Long One. Oh, we don't understand bird language, thank you. This is a direct confrontation. Long Country is so brave. If even a small mistake happens, the military exercise could turn into war. Everyone stop fighting. World peace is most important. If it escalates into a world war, chaos could last decades. Then a netizen with a Baogu IP mocked, huh? Decades? You're overestimating Long Country. If war breaks out, our Baogu country will level Long Country in at most half a year. These words instantly ignited a firestorm of fury. Billions of insults in Long One struck back, drowning the entire bullet comment window. On the joint fleet side, the generals started with a hint of anticipation, but soon turned to disdain. Long Country wants a military exercise. Where are the warships? At least let me see a fighter jet. What's the point of these livestream drones? Could this drone swarm be their so-called military exercise? No way, haha. At that moment, the Gali generals suddenly became excited. Previously, only the Big Rice country had a live stream, and Long Country might not have seen Gali's formidable power. But now it was different. Long Country's online live stream was also up. Preliminary estimates showed at least 4 billion people watching. Thinking of this number, the Gali general could no longer contain himself. The entire world was watching. Now Gali country wanted not only Long Country, but the whole world to witness its might. Moreover, General Hilton had just said that Gali could start its military exercise immediately. With that thought, the Gali general sprang into action. He boarded a battered Gali aircraft carrier and immediately ordered, Gali fleet, attack. Hearing the general's command, all Gali soldiers erupted in excitement. Warships roared to life, breaking away from the joint fleet and heading toward Long Country's maritime border. Even the war-prone P country general frowned. P was warlike, but not brainless. What were these Gali people trying to do? Had Gali country already prepared to face a full-scale nuclear strike from Long Country? He immediately asked, General Hilton, shouldn't we stop them? Hearing this, General Hilton smiled. Let them go if they want. It's Gali that will cross the line, not us. Under the Gali general's command, the Gali fleet quickly crossed Long Country's maritime boundary. But with their clumsy maneuvers, the entire fleet soon circled back. As the fleet crossed back and forth, homemade cannons fired in a dazzling array of patterns. The billions of viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but marvel, quite flashy. Within 10 minutes, the Gali fleet repeatedly danced across Long Country's border. Even the joint fleet generals gasped at the sight. Such courage to teeter on the edge of death was beyond most nations. One by one, they admitted their inferiority. Just then, all warships in the joint fleet issued warnings simultaneously. Warning. Detecting a massive unknown object rising rapidly from the sea. It's enormous. Looks like an island. No, we've detected massive metal reactions. It's a metal island. We've calculated its emergence coordinates inside Long Country's maritime boundary, posing no threat to the joint fleet. A metal island rising at extreme speed. Baffled by such inexplicable information, everyone in the joint fleet frowned. General Hilton was even more puzzled. Could it be tectonic activity? What a coincidence. If it were tectonic, how to explain the metal properties? While the joint fleet was in confusion, the Gali fleet, right in the attack zone, panicked completely. On their sonar radar, a massive green dot covered the entire screen. A captain shouted, General, our radar is broken. But the general was already paralyzed with fear. He watched the sea darken. A colossal, terrifying shadow loomed like a giant maw, completely enveloping them. It seemed ready to swallow them whole in the next moment. He could even feel an inexplicable pressure compelling him to kneel in submission. Sea god. It must be the legendary sea god. He frantically screamed, "Run! Golly fleet, run! The sea god is coming!" As the Curry Nation fleet fell into disarray, a voice seemingly from the overlord of the oceans erupted from the deep sea. That voice carried a surging, violent energy, causing massive splashes to erupt across the sea surface. "You have entered the waters of Dragon Nation. Leave immediately. You have 10 breaths to escape." This command seemed to carry unfathomable divine authority. All Curry nationals trembled with fear, none daring to disobey. The entire Curry fleet was utterly terrified, on the verge of collapsing to their knees. The battleship captains and all the crew members at their posts were thrown into complete chaos. The sophisticated maneuvers they had practiced so meticulously were completely beyond them now. The Curry general was trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined he would witness the legendary appearance of a sea deity in his lifetime. And this sea god appeared to be from Dragon Nation. Hundreds of Curry warships raced desperately. Though they escaped the shadow of the colossal darkness, they could not escape their fate. 10 breaths later, the entire sea level began to swell. As the sea level swelled to its limit, it exploded outward in every direction, unleashing towering waves of destruction. At the epicenter of that explosion, a super fortress emerged, a vessel dozens of times larger than an aircraft carrier. The moment it materialized, an overwhelming pressure swept across the waters in every direction, declaring itself as the true sovereign of these seas. Everyone present, whether from the Curry fleet or the United Fleet, felt a fleeting urge to fall to their knees. The Curry general couldn't resist glancing back, and when he finally saw it, his pupils dilated wildly, and cold sweat poured down his face. It was the first time in his life he truly understood megaphobia, the terror of enormous objects. Compared to it, his aircraft carrier was nothing more than gravel beneath a boulder. When he made out the red flag emblazoned on the super fortress, he felt as though he were shattering inside. It wasn't a sea deity at all. It was unmistakably a Dragon Nation supercarrier. The colossal wave he had unleashed was now roaring toward the Curry fleet. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Curry Nation fleet, full speed ahead. We can outrun that wave." But barely had he finished speaking when screams erupted throughout the Curry fleet, rising and falling like a chorus of despair. The hundreds of Curry warships couldn't even withstand a single breath against that tsunami. Nearly every vessel capsized. The aircraft carrier they held so dear, the king of the universe, split cleanly in two under the wave's impact and plunged into the depths. Countless Curry soldiers clad in life vests drifted helplessly across the endless ocean. Stripped of all thought, they realized the crushing insignificance of their existence before such an imposing fortress. They were but ants. On the United Fleet's warships, everyone stood frozen in shock. They had witnessed everything that just transpired. Yet understanding made it impossible to comprehend. That super fortress had merely ascended, triggering a tsunami that annihilated the Curry fleet in an instant. Before ascending, it had even granted the Curry fleet 10 breaths to flee. Could a creation this terrifying truly be the product of their era's technology? Confronted with this reality, soldiers from all nations questioned everything they thought they knew. "This is horrifying. I suddenly want to go home to my mother." The super fortress had only revealed itself, done nothing, and the Curry fleet is already destroyed. I have suddenly become fond of peace. Thankfully, our sweet potato general held his ground, or I'd be drifting in the ocean right now. The mustard country soldiers wore grim expressions. They had hoped revealing their hidden strength would make Dragon Nation reconsider them, but instead their years of endurance and effort were nothing but a joke. On the nuclear-powered carrier, the generals faced the super fortress, directly finding it difficult to breathe. Their minds struggled to process what they were witnessing. A mere appearance had annihilated the Curry fleet. Was this even possible? Was it scientifically plausible? Before the colossal super fortress, the United Fleet was as powerless as children. The P-country general furrowed his brow and spoke first. "You've all seen it, that red flag. This terrifying entity belongs to Dragon Nation. We Ps may love war, but we're not suicidal fools. Please excuse us from continuing with these military exercises. Farewell, gentlemen." With that, the P general led his fleet away. General Hilton watched in disbelief. Seeing P retreat, several other generals considered following suit, but dared not act on it. Because P country stood apart from the others, they feared no corn country and held no leverage over them by the big rice nation's hand. Their participation in the exercise was purely for amusement. Other nations, however, faced genuine fear, with vital resources controlled by corn country. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same helpless resignation. Among them, Watermelon country regretted most. Their general stood frozen. Watermelon had willingly surrendered its honorable neutral status. Desperate for acceptance by the Corn Country Alliance, Watermelon now ceded control of key enterprises to Corn Country Holdings while simultaneously purchasing significant stakes in Corn Country corporations. Now Watermelon and Corn Country were bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. They would live or die as one. The Watermelon general shook his head in resignation, cursing inwardly. This game Watermelon played terribly. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast worldwide were equally stunned. Comments flooded the Dragon Nation livestream. Where's that friend from Corn Country who claimed they could level Dragon Nation in 6 months? Come out and talk. What lost your nerve? That super fortress only revealed itself, and the Curry fleet is gone. The Curry fleet is dead. They treated our Dragon Nation border as a jump rope jumping back and forth. Deserved it. Exactly. Is that our Dragon Nation carrier? Don't you recognize the Dragon Nation flag? Look at that emblem. It matches our Dragon Nation deep sea carrier's distinctive mark. Good heavens, I've confirmed it. It is. This is our Dragon Nation deep sea carrier. The deep sea. The deep sea looks like this. Impossible. I have high-precision models of the deep sea at home. Now you're telling me the real deep sea doesn't look like that. I remember a special effects video, exaggerated yet incredibly realistic, where the carrier flew straight to the sun. The carrier in that video is this very ship. Yes, I've seen it too. The War Deception Bureau. It must be them. Exactly. To conceal the real deep sea, the Bureau Director deployed a double deception strategy. The first layer was a standard low-spec deep sea, the second layer, an exaggerated super deep sea. Even we Dragon Nation people can't distinguish between them. How could foreign intelligence agents possibly unravel the truth? What an ambitious gambit by the Bureau Director. Goodness, the War Deception Bureau even deceives their own people. Isn't that the pinnacle of deception? Hail the Bureau Director. Hail the Bureau Director. Hail the Bureau Director. As everyone stood in shock, Guahaodong took a deep breath and announced through the deep sea carrier, Dragon Nation maritime large-scale military exercise commences now. Upon hearing this declaration, people worldwide were left devastated. Had the earth-shattering waves unleashed by the deep sea merely been the opening ceremony? Considering this, the entire world pitted Curry Nation. The Curry fleet hadn't even survived the opening ceremony. The moment Guahaodong announced the commencement of the military exercise, the cabin doors on both sides of the deep sea slowly opened, and one of the mecha instantly flew out. Their sheer number was like a swarm of bees. A vast dark mass of mecha for a moment seemed to directly blot out the blue sky. The members of the joint fleet, along with those watching the live broadcast, saw this terrifying sight and could not help but furrow their brows, their minds buzzing. At that moment, countless people on the joint fleet holding telescopes exclaimed in shock, those are actually mecha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the joint fleet was stunned to the point of doubting their own existence. Mecha? Is that possible? Does this technology really exist? But considering that the Dragon Kingdom had even built a super fortress capable of submerging, it seemed no longer surprising that they could also create mecha. At this moment, General Hilton was already strongly tempted to order a retreat. However, if they retreated, the international prestige of the Baogu Kingdom would plummet to rock bottom and vanish completely. The consequences of this decision were too severe. He was merely a general and had no authority to decide the fate of the Baogu Kingdom. He immediately contacted the Council of 500 of the Baogu Kingdom. As the body that could determine the fate of the Baogu Kingdom, the Council of 500 had also seen this terrifying scene on the live broadcast. Each of them wore a grave expression. But as General Hilton had thought, this concerned the national destiny of the Baogu Kingdom, and they had to consider it cautiously. In response to General Hilton's request, they only gave one sentence. We are in a meeting. Contact you later. Upon hearing this, General Hilton nearly spat blood, still discussing at a time like this. But he had already devised a plan. If the Dragon Kingdom fleet did not attack the joint fleet would simply watch from a distance. If those terrifying things charged toward the joint fleet, they would flee without a second thought. Meanwhile, the billions of people watching the live broadcast were also utterly dumbfounded. Mecha, does this kind of sci-fi thing really exist? The Dragon Kingdom's technology is too outrageous. They've even created mecha, something out of science fiction. Then what do we other countries have to play with? Netizens from other spectator countries discussed animatedly, while netizens from the Baogu Kingdom remained silent. But the billions of netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were so thrilled they stood up. Mecha, this is freaking mecha. Our great Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Long live the motherland. We even have mecha. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I didn't even know. Neither did I. Who could have imagined this? Was the strange celestial phenomenon yesterday caused by these mecha? Yesterday, I thought I saw the gods, and I almost fell to my knees. With my weak will, I immediately knelt and prostrated myself in worship. Anyone else who knelt too? Me, and me. Amid the excitement and confusion, the Truth Emperor spoke up. Director Ju. It must be Director Ju's masterpiece again. In a special effects video, a mecha crashed into a desert, pierced through the earth. Those mecha are exactly the ones appearing in the military exercise. As soon as these words were spoken, they resonated widely. I saw that special effects video too, thought it was a parody, never expected part of it to be real. Mecha really exist. That's right, it's Director Ju's masterpiece. Director Ju is mighty. Director Ju is mighty. Director Ju is mighty. For a moment, cheers erupted continuously. At that moment, watching the live stream comments, Director Ju and the behind-the-scenes workers of the Strategic Deception Bureau all let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, no more late night overtime. From the moment the toy car ascended with a sonic boom, for months the entire Strategic Deception Bureau had not rested for a single moment. Now each of them sported deep dark circles under their eyes. But witnessing the Dragon Kingdom's successful rise on the world stage, their weary eyes shone with boundless pride. Just as global netizens were stunned and astonished, another announcement came from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The strike range of the Dragon Kingdom's large-scale military exercise in its waters north of latitude XXXXXX east of longitude XXXXXX. This announcement revealed the coordinates of the strike range for the Dragon Kingdom's military exercise. Once again, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not offer much explanation, as if it were just a trivial notice. But this time, billions of people around the world were nervous and paid close attention. As soon as the announcement was made, countless people immediately took out maps and marked the corresponding coordinates. A few seconds later, a geography enthusiast exclaimed the calculation result: the strike range of the Dragon Kingdom's military exercise just announced by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is exactly the location of the joint fleet. As soon as these words were spoken, billions of netizens erupted. Mom, this is the biggest scoop I've ever tasted. It's delicious. The Dragon Kingdom is actually picking a fight with the joint fleet. National essence. Awesome. There's going to be a great show next. Why am I a citizen of Baogu Kingdom also inexplicably excited? Because your heart already belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Is it hard to get a visa and green card for the Dragon Kingdom? Same question. Same question. Same question. Visa is not hard, but the green card is. So hard that you can give up the illusory fantasy of getting a green card right now. At that moment, on the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Joint Fleet, General Hilton had already seen the strike coordinates announced by the Dragon Kingdom. The military exercise range announced by the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs clearly covered the entire joint fleet. This announcement was both an order to leave and a death warrant. At this moment, General Hilton felt a chill down his spine, trembling all over. Truly what he feared most had come to pass. The Dragon Kingdom's army was about to attack the joint fleet. Now he could not wait for the decision of the Council of 500 of the Baogu Kingdom. He feared that if he hesitated even for a second, the Curry fleet was a precedent. He immediately issued a retreat order to the joint fleet. All units of the joint fleet retreat at maximum speed immediately. As soon as the order was given, all warships immediately sped away at full speed. The speed of their escape was so fast that even General Hilton was startled. What he did not know was that the captains of all warships had secretly issued a pre-start command for their vessels. They were just waiting for his retreat order. On the other side, in front of the deep sea, 100 mecha hovered above the sea surface. At this moment, they had formed a neat mecha matrix. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying blue light. They stood ready, waiting only for Guahaodong's command. Then a vast resonant voice came from the deep sea warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Clear the field. With the command, all 100 mecha accepted the order in unison. The intense resonance of their voices erupted splashes of water on the sea surface. This shocking scene made everyone in the joint fleet shudder with fear. It also made billions of netizens around the world tremble in their hearts and minds. Their scalps tingled. Guahaodong issued the command, and 100 mecha ascended into the sky. Then tens of thousands of sonic boom clouds materialized, replacing the entire sky. The sonic booms overlapped and amplified each other. For a moment, heaven and earth roared. The firmament shattered. The bone-chilling mecha swarm at 5 times the speed of sound thundered toward the joint fleet. An unprecedented and overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire sea area, forcing everyone on the joint fleet to only want to kneel. This terrifying sight left the joint fleet utterly petrified. Was the order just issued by that super fortress to clear the area? What does this order mean? Are they going to dispose of us like garbage? At this moment, even General Hilton's face turned pale. He did not know whether Longwo would decide to kill. If Longwo wanted to, none of them present could escape. No, the 7th generation supersonic fighters might be able to flee. The 7th generation fighters, 7 times the speed of sound, was already the limit of world aviation technology. No matter how powerful those mecha and warships were, they could not possibly match the speed of the 7th generation stealth fighters. With that thought, General Hilton immediately issued an order: all 7th generation fighters emergency takeoff. Run. As the command was given, every stealth fighter pilot unleashed unprecedented potential, terrified that any slower operation would mean death here. 40 stealth fighters rapidly ascended. 40 sonic booms resounded. All pilots unhesitatingly pushed their fighters to the maximum output. Their speed quickly reached 7 times the speed of sound. They fled for their lives. After a short while, the pilots noticed that the distance between the 7th generation fighter group and the mecha swarm was growing, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they could escape successfully. General Hilton watched the departing 7th generation fighters and shook his head helplessly. Let as many escape as possible. Just then, 100 mecha suddenly accelerated their speed, climbing at an astonishing rate, and they chased after the 7th generation fighter group. 10 times the speed of sound. 20 times. 30 times. 50 times the speed of sound. At that moment, General Hilton's mind shattered. 50 times the speed of sound. How the hell is that possible? Bao would spend a full 10 years just to increase the stealth fighter's speed from 5 to 7 times the speed of sound. 50 times the speed of sound. He wouldn't dare to dream of it, even in his next life. Meanwhile, the stealth fighter pilots found that a dense swarm of mecha had already arrived beside them in the blink of an eye. Every mecha exuded an irresistible pressure, and there were a terrifying 1000 of these monstrous machines. All pilots felt their scalps tingle and their common sense crumble. They instinctively tried to increase engine output only to realize they had already reached the maximum. Everyone was disheartened, believing today was their certain death. But after catching up, the mecha swarm suddenly decelerated, matching the fighter's speed. They flew in formation. The 40 stealth fighter pilots were tense to the extreme. A leading Longwa soldier among the mecha forcibly cut into the stealth fighter's internal channel. Hello, can you hear me? A stealth fighter pilot replied in broken Longwa language nervously. I can't hear you. The Longwa soldier continued. Good that you can hear. Can you fly faster? Flying so slowly is seriously affecting our Longwa military exercise. If we make a mistake and accidentally shoot down you little birds, we'll have to bear the public pressure. Don't you think so? Although these words were extremely insulting, the stealth fighter pilot was not angry at all. Instead, he saw a glimmer of hope. Since the Longwa mecha said that, didn't it mean there was a chance to survive? With that thought, he immediately spoke again in broken Longwa. I guarantee we will leave the Longwa military exercise area within 10 minutes. After saying that, still uneasy, he added another sentence. We promise we will never come back. Feeling it was still insufficient, he added, we promise never to be Balwa pilots again. After saying that, the fighter pilot was almost in tears. Hearing this, the Longwa mecha nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and flew back toward the joint fleet to rejoin the main force. In fact, they had come only to carry out Commander Guo's crowd-clearing task. Now that they knew those fighters were fleeing, there was no need to waste effort persuading them. The stealth fighter pilots, having narrowly escaped death, were all filled with lingering fear. God bless, they're finally gone. They actually spared us. Lieutenant Steve, thank you very much. Thank goodness you know Longwa, or we would all have died today. When I get back, I'm going to sign up for a Longwa class. At a critical moment, it can really save your life. If I can make it back alive today, I'll apply for discharge immediately. I'll apply for discharge too. Not only will I apply for discharge and learn Longwa, I'm also going to get a Longwa green card. Are you dreaming, Lieutenant Corgi? Do you think Longwa's green card is that easy to get? Lieutenant Corgi immediately said proudly. I'm not pretending anymore, I'll come clean. Actually, my father is second on the Fubushi rich list. One day I will definitely become a regular soldier of Longwa. One day I will definitely pilot that mecha. Lieutenant Corgi's words instantly made the other pilots show envy and jealousy, because they knew that if what Corgi said was true, with his family background, he really did have a good chance of becoming a pilot of that Longwa mecha. How enviable. I wish I could too. The scene of Longwa mecha instantly catching up to Bao's 7th generation supersonic stealth fighters. Instantly the comments in the live video exploded. Am I blind? Did those mecha just teleport? Actually no. It's because the camera's frame rate couldn't keep up with the mecha's movement speed, giving you the illusion of teleportation. In fact, the Longwa mecha's speed has reached 50 times Mach. When these words were seen, everyone gasped. 50 times the speed of sound. Is this scientific? The existence of mecha itself is unscientific, so don't talk about science in front of Longwa mecha. Perhaps the appearance of Longwa mecha has already proven that traditional physics may not exist. What we know are all wrong or partial truths. In other words, the real truth lies in Longwa. The real truth lies in Longwa. This statement made everyone who saw it gasp. At the same time, many physicists, mathematicians, and materials scientists from various countries began to stir with thoughts and aspirations, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Does the truth really lie in Longwa? At that moment, the joint fleet, which boasted thousands of warships, found itself tightly encircled by 10,000 mechas. Only upon encountering these mechas up close did the crew members fully grasp their terrifying power. Each of the 10,000 mechas seemed to have defied the very bonds of gravity, effortlessly hovering in midair. Every single mecha radiated an oppressive aura so suffocating that it stole one's breath. These tens of thousands of intimidating presences overlapped and amplified one another, and beneath their combined weight, everyone felt compelled to kneel to the ground. At that moment, every person aboard felt as though they stood face to face with gods. Not a single soul on the joint fleet dared to lift their gaze and meet the mecha's eyes. Though thousands of heavy weapons were mounted upon the warships, every man and woman aboard had already surrendered any thought of resistance when faced with 10,000 divine beings. For they all understood, in the face of overwhelming power, one might survive without resistance, but any act of defiance would mean certain death. Just then one mecha descended from among its ranks, touching down upon the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. An ethereal and bone-chilling voice emanated from within it. I am Li Yong, captain of the Deep Sea Squadron of Dragon Country's mecha unit. Which one of you is General Hilton? This terrifying mecha legion, capable of laying waste to any nation, actually referred to itself as a mere squadron. Hearing this, all the assembled generals collapsed inwardly. Yet despite their inner turmoil, not a single person dared to step forward as the first to respond. All kept their heads bowed. None could even summon the courage to glance at that mecha's eyes. At this moment, Hilton adjusted his crooked general's cap, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and forced a show of toughness. I am Hilton. What does Dragon Country intend to do with us? General Hilton assumed every member of the joint fleet was already a prisoner of the Dragon Country mechas. Whether they lived or died rested on a single word from their captors. But as a general of the Bagu country, he would die with dignity. He would never allow the Dragon Country people to witness the weakness of a Bagu country general. Just then that ethereal voice spoke again. Dragon Country's military exercise is about to begin. Since you are located within our strike range to avoid annihilating you completely, we will assist you in rapidly leaving this sea area. Please hold on tight and remain seated. Upon hearing this, General Hilton was stunned. Help us leave this sea area quickly. How? And what did hold on tight and remain seated mean? Hilton asked, but Li Yong did not respond. At that moment his mecha had already shot into the sky. Amid the bewildered gazes of all present, Li Yong's mecha waved its massive hand. The 10,000 mechas descended one after another. They positioned themselves at the sterns of each warship, supporting the hulls with a single hand. A sense of foreboding gripped everyone aboard the joint fleet. Following Li Yong's command, those near railings clutched them, while others firmly grasped the handrails of their seats. Then the mecha's power surged instantly. Under their tremendous thrust, the thousands of warships of the joint fleet were pushed forward at breakneck speed. The speed was so extreme that it reached 800 kilometers per hour in an instant. The terrifying force pressing them into their seats made each person feel as though they were about to meet God himself. It was the first time anyone aboard a warship had ever experienced the sensation of a rocket launch. The phenomenal capabilities of these mechas shattered everyone's understanding once again, and their terror of the Dragon Country mechas was branded directly onto the depths of their souls. Throughout the entire joint fleet, cries of anguish erupted endlessly. I will never come to Dragon Country again. Oh God, save me. The generals of other nations all wore expressions of distortion and extreme agony under the terrifying gravitational acceleration. In that moment, they all regretted not having fled, just as the P country had done. If only they had escaped back, then they would not have had to endure this trial of life and death. After dozens of nerve-wracking minutes at sea, the joint fleet, which had possessed thousands of warships, was pushed out of the military exercise area by the Dragon Country Mecha Legion as easily as a toy. Though no one on the joint fleet perished, all of them endured to the end. Many collapsed from sheer exhaustion, fainting away. At that moment, a gigantic palm print was imprinted upon the stern of every warship. Some vessels, unable to withstand the tremendous thrust, even cracked apart. Yet not a single person dared to utter a single word of protest, even as the ships sustained damage. A short while later, a group of curry people were fished out of the sea by the Dragon Country mechas and callously tossed onto the deck of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. At that moment, the live stream's comment section exploded. My God, the powerful joint fleet reduced to mere toys before the Dragon Country mechas. The performance capabilities of these mechas are simply too terrifying. Has the joint fleet's military exercise ended like this? This has completely turned into a one-sided show by Dragon Country. The reversal happened far too quickly. Those curry people looked so pitiful. At that moment, every citizen of Bagu country felt utterly dejected, and the Bagu country military exercise live stream was shut down and could no longer be accessed. Meanwhile, people from across the world who wished to continue watching the Dragon Country military exercise flocked to the Dragon Country livestream link. The number of online viewers for the Dragon Country military exercise livestream surged once again, reaching 4.6 billion. Just as the citizens of Bagu country had completely lost the will to speak, they suddenly discovered that their nightmare was only just beginning. At this time, the Dragon Country Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued two more announcements. Dragon Country, Sea Area Large-Scale Military Exercise Strike, Zone 2 North Latitude XXXXXX, East Longitude XXXXXX. Dragon Country Sea Area Large-Scale Military Exercise Strike, Zone 3 North Latitude, YYYY East Longitude, YYYYYYY. Soon after, a geography expert beat everyone to announcing in the comments, both of these locations are situated along the coastal areas of Bagu country. They have directly blockaded two of Bagu country's most critical international shipping routes. Upon hearing this, the comment section erupted completely. Dragon Country is returning the favor in kind. And even more devastating, striking directly at the vital point. Dragon Country is directly challenging the position of the world's hegemon. What do you mean challenge? Dragon Country is directly declaring its status as the hegemon. Oh my God, I'm so excited. You're not a Dragon Country citizen, what are you so excited about? At that moment, every person of Dragon Country harbored both tension and excitement within their hearts. For decades, Dragon Country had endured humiliation under the oppression of the great powers. Today, they had finally awaited the day to raise their heads with pride. Meanwhile, upon learning this terrible news, all major fleets of Bagu country fell into complete disarray. They already knew the immense power of those mechas and dared not confront them head-on. Yet guarding their homeland remained their responsibility. This placed every general of the various fleets in a state of deep vexation. But they all made the same choice. Since the 500 People's Congress had not issued a direct order, all the generals chose to pretend they had seen nothing. Just then, two deep-sea vessels broke through the ocean surface, sending towering waves crashing upon the two crucial shipping routes along Bagu country's coast. Boats in the distance, upon witnessing this, were overcome with panic and turned around to flee. 40 drones equipped with live broadcast cameras flew out from the natural selection and blue space respectively. Following the drones, 20,000 Dragon Country mechas also emerged. The live broadcast screen multiplied from 1 to 3. All those watching the live stream instantly understood, oh my god, Dragon Country actually possesses 2 super fortresses. Look at those newly appeared mecha formations. Together there must be over 20,000. Are they planning to lay waste to Bagoo Country outright? At that moment, all members of Bagoo Country's 500 People's Congress found themselves swallowing hard. The figure among them sweated upon his forehead, felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. The special briefcase in his hands had been opened, the password had been entered, and his finger hovered trembling above that terrifying red button. Should Dragon Country ultimately choose to lay waste to Bagoo Country, he would have no choice but to choose mutual destruction. The world held its breath. 3 locations. 3 super motherships. 30,000 Longwa mecha. At this moment, the 30,000 mecha stood before the motherships, forming 3 perfectly aligned matrix formations. Every 10 mecha interlocked their fingers tightly, forming densely connected circular ring structures. Almost simultaneously, all 3,000 rings pushed their output to maximum. Fierce sonic booms erupted across the sea surface. Even those miles away could feel the tremor. The sea surface beneath the mecha suddenly arched upward in a massive curve, as though the entire ocean recoiled in terror and yielded passage. This sight sent chills down the spines of everyone on the joint fleet. Yet they were relieved. They had been pushed away by the Longwa mecha earlier. Had they remained, the collective sonic blast from the mecha swarm would have obliterated them instantly. Billions of viewers watching the live stream gasped in shock. The mecha ring formation alone, through nothing more than sonic force, had made the sea part. It was unprecedented. The first time in history that the entire world collectively drew breath in awe, a spectacle beyond compare. In barely an instant, all mecha ascended to 10,000 meters above sea level. Suddenly, all mecha drew the electromagnetic railguns from their backs. Meanwhile, the 3 super motherships underwent a transformation. Before the astonished gaze of the entire world, the front and rear hatches of the super motherships slowly opened, revealing the monstrous vessel-class super railgun that loomed before all eyes. A chill ran down the spines of netizens worldwide. What the hell is that? A cannon. A cannon several kilometers long. I'm already spooked just looking at it through the screen. Do you think this super cannon could knock the moon out of the sky? Just then the captains of all 3 super motherships issued orders simultaneously. Fire. 30,000 terrifying special alloy shells erupted from 10,000 meters altitude, at once hurtling toward their designated targets on the sea surface. 30,000 crimson trajectories wove through the sky like a swirling maelstrom of blood, instantly replacing the heavens. This horrifying spectacle sent shivers down every spine. 40 billion minds conjured the same word: the end times have come. 30,000 shells carried terrifying potential energy, as though divine retribution rained from the heavens. Simultaneously, the 3 vessel-class super railguns had reached maximum charge. 3 massive special alloy slugs tore through the enormous hulls. The pressure each emitted rivaled that of 10,000 cannons firing at once. Where the giant alloy projectiles passed, the sea surface vaporized instantly. A straight massive underwater passage formed in an instant. Finally, all projectiles struck their designated targets simultaneously. 3 blinding white flashes erupted above the sea surface. Even through their screens, billions of viewers instinctively squeezed their eyes shut, exclaiming, "Holy crap. Fuck." The heavens roared and the oceans trembled. When netizens opened their eyes, 3 circular craters, 200 li in diameter, had appeared upon the sea. From each circular crater, super tidal waves rose as though ready to devour the sky. These were mega tsunamis. They reminded everyone of the cataclysmic tsunamis from disaster films capable of swallowing entire cities. All coastal nations sounded tsunami warnings. Sirens wailed along every coastline. But what terrified billions most was not the mega tsunami. It was the utterly annihilated ocean. As the mist cleared, the seabed could be seen within the underwater craters, and the seabed itself bore a corresponding crater. That barrage had somehow punched straight through the seabed, and the 3 massive wounds upon the ocean showed no sign of closing. The residual terrifying energy was so immense that seawater itself refused to approach. Live stream comments exploded. My god. The ocean actually disappeared. The seabed was perforated. Against that kind of destructive power, nuclear bombs are nothing. I'm shattered. Longwa actually wiped out the sea, and the sea is our homeland. The art of making oceans disappear, terrifying. Longwa, you're a peaceful nation, right? This spectacle of vanishing seas shocked not only the world, but also sent the securities and foreign exchange markets into violent turmoil once more. In fact, from the moment the Shunhai surfaced and annihilated the Curry fleet, there had already been a trend of selling off Bagoo assets. Later, the mecha, at 50 times the speed of sound, easily caught Bagoo's 7th-generation supersonic fighters. The mecha swarm forcibly ejected the joint fleet from Longwa's military exercise zone. The terrifying speed of the mecha ring formation made the sea part. Each of these scenes directly accelerated the precipitous decline of Bagoo assets, and the spectacle of 10,000 cannons obliterating the ocean magnified the final panic to its peak. Bagoo's securities market, whether military industry sectors or unrelated ones, experienced a catastrophic freefall. The entire industrial index plummeted by 84%. Military sectors dropped by 99%. Hudson Corporation, producer of Bagoo's 7th-generation supersonic fighters, saw its stock crash by 99.99%, becoming worthless. The Guyuan index also collapsed, falling 78% in one stroke. Meanwhile, in Longwa's securities market, military sectors hit the daily limit up. All sectors related to military industry surged to the limit. The broader market hit the daily limit up. Strangely, even unrelated sectors such as agriculture, forestry, and animal husbandry rallied collectively. Some even called upon the Securities Department en masse. Request to lift the daily limit cap on Longwa securities. We want to push Longwa assets to the skies. The Long Coin Index soared rapidly, its value now rivaling gold. One Long Coin directly exchanged for 100 rice dollars. Every Longwa citizen with savings instantly became wealthy. Those groups and individuals who had offered aid during Longwa's hour of crisis all became overnight millionaires. Within Longwa, at the Southern Academy of Sciences in the Southwest Production Base, Jiang Yan watched the ocean-destroying spectacle on the live stream and couldn't help but whistle. This commanding general was too ruthless. When he got serious, he even annihilated the ocean. Jiang Yan felt utterly inferior. Yet he was also beside himself with joy. Precisely because the commanding general was ruthless, the massive sea of technology points now overwhelmed him. 2 billion technology points. This was 200 million in technology points. The tsunami-like wave of technology points flooded Jiang Yan's entire mind. Jiang Yan felt as though he could swim through an ocean of technology points. This exhilarating sensation was simply indescribable. If not for the commanding general's ruthlessness, he would never have dared dream of 200 million technology points in his lifetime. Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Commanding General, thank you." Throughout the entire Southern Academy, jubilation reigned. Every face bore an unprecedented sense of pride. Pride not only for the Southern Academy, but even more so for Longwa's rise. Zhou Hongtu's phone was ringing off the hook. Research institutes from across the nation called to congratulate him. He even received thank you calls from senior officials. For they all knew, the success of Longwa's military drills was largely due to the Southern Academy's contributions. From this day forward, the Southern Academy had ascended to the top of Longwa's scientific hierarchy. No one dared dispute it. And today Longwa had undeniably become the new hegemon of the Blue Star. This fact across the entire world no one dared contest. At that moment, within a Baowa skyscraper, 500 people had gathered. From their grim expressions, it was plain to see how dire their mood had become. In the past, every gathering was marked by fierce disputes and endless wrangling over the interests of their respective conglomerates. Yet now the room was extraordinarily still, so much so that even the buzz of a single fly could be heard with perfect clarity. At that moment, one of the elderly men, his face obscured by a thick beard, suddenly spoke. "I say it's high time we activated Area 51. Activate Area 51. The moment those words left his lips, the hall erupted into a flurry of whispered conversations once more. Their expressions grew not only grave but tinged with palpable fear. Just then an elderly woman rose abruptly and shouted, "Activate Area 51. Cole, what do you mean by this proposal? Do you intend to destroy all of human civilization?" The elderly man named Cole stood up at once and declared excitedly, "If we continue to waver and hesitate, the greatness of Baowa will end here and now." "And how do you know that Pandora's box will certainly destroy human civilization rather than mark the glorious dawn of a new era for humanity?" The elderly woman showed no sign of relenting and continued her rebuttal. "You cannot be certain, nor can I be certain. None of us present can be certain. But precisely because of that uncertainty, we must not gamble unless absolutely forced. We cannot take this risk, nor do we dare to. Our Baowa may decline, but we must never become the scourge of all mankind. You would wager the entirety of human civilization on this. I, Anita, shall be the first to firmly oppose it." Just as the two were on the verge of coming to blows, a man in a sharply tailored suit seated at the center suddenly rose to his feet. The moment he stood, both of them fell silent. "Cole, Anita," he said, "enough of this bickering. Let me have a word." His voice carried clearly across the room. When he momentarily paused, the rustling whispers of the audience fell abruptly silent as well. "Esteemed colleagues present, I ask that you first listen to my view. I believe we have not yet reached the point where activating Area 51 becomes necessary. Even if our military strength cannot currently rival that of the Longwa, leaving us scorned by the world. Even if our securities market has crumbled and the hegemony of the Gubi has been shaken. Even if this may drag us into a fresh economic crisis. But all of this is merely temporary. Baowa will not fall. For we still hold the oil hegemony. The energy resources of Blue Star remain firmly in our hands. Our foundations are still rock solid. However mighty Longwa's military may be, would they dare to openly plunder? They would not dare. Among our 5 great powers today, any single nation possesses nuclear arsenals sufficient to obliterate Blue Star several times over. The joint military drills and mutual deterrence among us are nothing more than performances staged for other nations to witness. It is simply that in this particular act we lost. But as long as the oil hegemony remains, any nation seeking development must still bend to our will. As long as we can weather this period with stability, the development of Baowa will not face any fundamental disruption or irreversible impact. Our century-old reserves of resources are more than enough to carry us through this shock. Our losses are all temporary. Now that these Longwa technologies have surfaced, we will inevitably reverse engineer them in due course. Before long, our Baowa shall be great once more. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for us to unleash Pandora's box hidden within Area 51 at this time. With those final words spoken, the 500 attendees in the hall nodded in agreement. As long as the oil hegemony endured, Baowa still held the throttle of global energy. Any nation aspiring to develop would ultimately have to play by Baowa's terms. Once this brutal winter had passed, Baowa could still rise rapidly. Subsequently, they hastily passed a bill dubbed Grudging Concession, designed to confront the series of shocks Baowa would face following Longwa's large-scale military exercises. Not long after, events unfolded exactly as predicted worldwide. Countless Baowa business tycoons found themselves bankrupt overnight, while headlines of celebrities leaping from buildings flooded Baowa's major television networks, leaving its citizens utterly numb. Meanwhile, countless citizens of Longwa ascended to the global billionaire rankings overnight, many of them none the wiser about how they had come to be listed. Those individuals or groups who had extended a helping hand during Longwa's currency crisis saw their fortunes skyrocket overnight. The sheer magnitude of their wealth left them trembling with disbelief. The once affluent people of Baowa, by contrast, tightened their belts and prayed fervently to survive the long winter ahead. Countless former Longwa citizens who had renounced their nationality abroad now petitioned to return to the embrace of their motherland, only to be met with cold, merciless rejections. Meanwhile, top-tier talents from every field across the globe submitted visa and permanent residency applications to Longwa. In an instant, Longwa consulates and embassies worldwide were overwhelmed by teeming crowds. The queues alone stretched along entire city blocks, severely impeding traffic and daily movement. Yet Baowa endured all of it, for at that moment they had no choice but to endure. Soon after, Baowa even voluntarily relinquished its role as the convener of international affairs, nominating Longwa to shoulder the responsibility of coordinating global development. At the International Assembly, every nation raised its hand, and the vote passed unanimously. Simultaneously, Baowa's Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a series of announcements that astonished the world. They not only abolished a range of restrictive measures targeting Longwa, but also promulgated numerous foreign trade policies favorable to Longwa. Their securities market was now fully open to Longwa. They not only permitted any Longwa enterprise to list directly on Baowa's securities market, but the Baowa Securities Department also sent a clear signal for Longwa. The review process was merely a formality. Any Longwa company that applied would be approved without delay. Only after Baowa publicly conceded did various sectors of its securities market begin to show faint signs of recovery. Meanwhile, the Gubi index started to rebound from its nadir. A glimmer of hope emerged that Baowa's latest economic crisis might yet be averted. Baowa's capitulation further inspired other nations to follow suit. Whether or not they had participated in the joint military drills against Longwa, all nations and alliances issued proclamations overnight. Every foreign trade policy pertaining to Longwa was completely redirected in Longwa's favor. All restrictions previously imposed on Longwa worldwide were lifted overnight. The swiftness of those nations' responses left some elements of Longwa's top leadership genuinely taken aback. Once all matters had stabilized, a formal Dragon Kingdom military exercise summary and commendation ceremony was convened. All high-ranking officials of Longwa, along with several key figures from the Nankyuan Institute, gathered together. Every face radiated confident and joyful smiles. Nearly every senior official, upon seeing Zhou Hongtu and Jiang Yan from Nankyuan, would nod in acknowledgement, casting approving glances. Zhou Jinshan and Zhou Hongyuan at this moment looked upon Zhou Hongtu with immense satisfaction, finding him more agreeable with each passing glance. This troublesome fellow had finally made something of himself. The assembly proceeded in a delightfully harmonious atmosphere. After 3 hours of summaries and commendations, the ceremony concluded smoothly. The summary portion of this commendation ceremony was remarkably brief, for the entire military exercise had been far too short and too smooth. The main focus of the ceremony was placed on lauding the outstanding performance of the Longwa Military Department and the Nankyuan Institute. Concurrently, the highest level of praise and affirmation was bestowed upon Nankyuan's research and development capabilities. The entire commendation process accounted for a full 90% of the ceremony. This torrent of praise was so overwhelming that even the commander-in-chief found himself somewhat embarrassed. Because throughout the entire military exercise, the commander-in-chief had only issued a few commands at the very beginning, and after that he had nothing to do at all. He had previously assumed that the joint fleet and the coast of Baogu Kingdom would at least put up some resistance. After all, they were soldiers, they ought to have that much backbone. He had prepared countermeasures for every possible turn the battle could take, simulating them in his mind countless times. He had already transformed the battlefield into a chessboard, merely waiting for the opponent to make a move. But he had never imagined that the soldiers of those nations possessed not a shred of backbone. The moment the deep sea appeared, they were so terrified that they gave up resistance one by one. They had utterly disgraced the honor of soldiers. The commander-in-chief could not help but sigh. It seemed not all soldiers were cut from the same cloth as those of Longwa. After the meeting adjourned, senior officials came one after another to offer their congratulations to the commander-in-chief. With each arrival, his embarrassment deepened. At that moment, a lean, elderly man also approached. He had really not wanted to come, but after all, Feng Tiangang had indeed made outstanding contributions to Longhua. Thus, after offering his congratulations to the Nanqiuan group, he pursed his lips and reluctantly made his way toward Feng Tiangang. Congrats on making those blockheads look like fools. Seeing his approach, the commander-in-chief was immediately delighted. The newcomer was none other than Feng Jitong, the Minister of Energy. Feng Jitong had always believed that Longhua should not continue to escalate military spending. After all, when a nation's military strength was already sufficient for self-defense, any further investment was simply wasteful. Moreover, the nuclear arsenal Longhua now possessed was enough to annihilate the world several times over. With such military might, which nation would truly dare to attack? Military exercises were nothing more than mutual displays of muscle. He had always advocated that Longhua should concentrate its resources on breaking the energy blockade imposed by Baogu Kingdom. Consequently, in every meeting, large or small, Feng Jitong never missed an opportunity to make things difficult for Feng Tiangang. Yet he had not anticipated that this time Nanqiuan would prove so formidable, bringing those terrifying next-generation weapons to fruition in such a short span, leaving Baogu Kingdom no chance to obstruct or restrict. These next-generation weapons were far more terrifying than nuclear arms. Not only were they immensely powerful and free of nuclear radiation, but they also showcased to the world the future of technological development. And the global landscape had been utterly transformed overnight. He could only concede that Nanqiuan was truly formidable and that Feng Tiangang's vision was indeed sharp. Seeing Feng Jitong's awkward expression, Feng Tiangang was thoroughly amused. But even greater joy lay ahead, for Feng Tiangang could no longer contain the news he had been holding back for so long, eager to share it with Feng Jitong. He did not even listen to Feng Jitong's congratulations. He simply spoke directly. The 3 supercarriers that participated in this military exercise all utilized controlled nuclear fusion technology for their power systems. Feng Tiangang deliberately emphasized the 5 words, controlled nuclear fusion, enunciating them with exceptional clarity for fear that Feng Jitong might not hear or understand. Controlled nuclear fusion, already directly applied to supercarriers, and taken out to participate in military exercises. After hearing Feng Tiangang's words, Feng Jitong stood frozen in stunned disbelief. He took a moment to compose himself before asking nervously, Feng Tiangang, this is no joking matter. Tell me again, what technology? Seeing Feng Jitong's utterly priceless expression, Feng Tiangang was overjoyed. He repeated loudly with clear enunciation, controlled nuclear fusion technology. This time the commander-in-chief's voice was very loud. Not only Feng Jitong heard it, but many of the senior officials present also caught it. Those officials, upon hearing controlled nuclear fusion, were shaken to the core and immediately gathered around. They too wanted to hear the latest news on nuclear fusion. After all, controlled nuclear fusion technology signified the third energy revolution. It had the potential to propel human civilization to the next level. At this moment, when Feng Jitong received Feng Tiangang's affirmative answer, once more he began to doubt his very existence. Because under Feng Jitong's repeated advocacy over the years, Longhua had annually expended vast resources on the research and experimentation of controlled nuclear fusion. But after burning through enormous funds for over a decade, controlled nuclear fusion had only just reached the preliminary stage of feasibility testing. Moreover, every experiment was extremely unstable, with a very high failure rate and immense cost. The plasma experimental base, after consuming tens of billions in funds and more than a decade of effort, had achieved its most successful first trial, barely sustaining nuclear fusion for a mere 100 seconds. How to maintain stability in nuclear fusion remained utterly elusive. How to convert the energy generated by fusion was still an unsolvable puzzle. The very concept of controlled was something they dared not even contemplate. And now Feng Tiangang was telling him that their supercarriers were already equipped with controlled nuclear fusion power systems. Not only equipped, but also taken into battle. Was this scientific? This was utterly unscientific. At this moment, Feng Jitong's head was shaking like a rattle drum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Nanqiuan possessed such technology, how could I have received no news all these years? You have no idea what controlled nuclear fusion truly means. You must have just made up a name. Seeing Feng Jitong's expression on the verge of madness, the commander-in-chief was even more delighted. I knew you wouldn't believe it. The engineer who developed controlled nuclear fusion is right here. Wait, I'll call him over. With that, the commander-in-chief called out with a smile to Jiang Yan, Xiao Jiang, come over here. Jiang Yan, hearing someone call him, turned his head and saw the commander-in-chief's unsettling grin again. A wave of nervousness immediately washed over him. Before long, Jiang Yan cautiously approached the commander-in-chief. Commander, you called for me. The commander-in-chief burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Jiang Yan, please explain to Minister Feng here. What power system do our supercarriers use? And how does that power system work? Explain in detail. Jiang Yan immediately accepted the order. Yes, Commander. The 3 supercarriers produced by Nanqiuan are all equipped with a plasma-controlled nuclear fusion stellarator power system. Through the lithium collision method, elements such as deuterium and tritium can be directly extracted from seawater. Then the stellarator forces the nuclei of multiple elements to undergo fusion reactions, thereby releasing immense energy. At present, based on the reserves of deuterium and tritium in the ocean, even if our deep-sea natural selection and blue space operate daily, they can achieve a range of at least 50 million years. Upon hearing this, Fang Jidong and the dozen or so senior officials who had come to eavesdrop were utterly shattered. A range of 50 million years. It truly was controlled nuclear fusion technology. Longhua had truly mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Fang Jitong's heart was a turmoil of shock and excitement. His voice began to tremble. Young friend Jiang Yan, may I ask when Nan Qiyuan mastered this controlled nuclear fusion technology? As the Minister of Energy, I have received no news at all. This is most peculiar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan spoke calmly. Minister Fang, it's only natural that you didn't know. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is something Nan Qiyuan only began researching recently. Before the multinational joint military exercise, the commander-in-chief was concerned about the deep seas range being insufficient. Then I thought that we really should increase the deep seas range a little, otherwise it would be too weak. Then I thought controlled nuclear fusion could solve the deep seas range problem. And then we started developing controlled nuclear fusion. And then, as you can see, the range of the deep sea and the other two supercarriers has indeed improved considerably. At these words, every senior official present was instantly petrified. Only began researching recently. To increase the deep seas range. Why was it that he could understand every word and every character individually, but when they were strung together they made no sense? At this moment, they felt as if they and Jiang Yan lived in two entirely different worlds. Yet they roughly understood what Jiang Yan meant. That is, to improve the deep seas range, Jiang Yan had taken the lead in cracking controlled nuclear fusion technology. They were shattered, every single one of them. Was it really necessary? To improve range, they cracked controlled nuclear fusion. This was controlled nuclear fusion, for heaven's sake. What was even more incredible to Fang Jidong was that the Ministry of Energy had not allocated any research funds to Nan Qiyuan, nor sent any technical personnel to support them. In other words, Nan Qiyuan Jiang Yan, starting from scratch with nothing but his own abilities, had created the greatest miracle of the century. After the meeting concluded, Fang Jitong and Feng Tiangang promptly reported to the higher authorities regarding the Southern Academy of Sciences' achievement in controlling nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, at the Commander-in-Chief's instruction, the Academy members remained nearby to enjoy some sightseeing rather than returning immediately. Ever since the commendation conference details were broadcast across all media platforms, the Southern Academy of Sciences had become renowned throughout the land. In the hearts of the Dragon people, those unsung scientists working behind the scenes were the true national heroes who had made this victory possible. Once the Southern Academy delegation was recognized by passers-by, a wave of exclamations erupted. Good heavens! Look over there. They're from the Southern Academy of Sciences. They represent the absolute pinnacle of our Dragon nation's military technology. No, they are the pinnacle of global military technology. The super aircraft carrier I admire most was built by them. I find the mech formations even more thrilling. Their coordinated ring maneuvers give me goosebumps. I still prefer that devastating strike upon the ocean. Though the seas have since recovered, I shall never forget that scene in my lifetime. Esteemed scholars of the Southern Academy, could you kindly sign something for us? I want a signature too. Me as well. Is the Southern Academy still hiring? I'd like to apply for an interview. Don't entertain such fantasies. A mere PhD from a 211 university. They'd be playing a fool's game if they accepted someone like you. Without groundbreaking research that could shake the world, they wouldn't give you a second glance. The Southern Academy is the most sacred institution in the hearts of Dragon Nation's scientific researchers. The members of the Southern Academy were utterly overwhelmed by such reverence. They had never imagined in their lifetime that the Academy would be treated with such honor. Zhou Hongtu, however, was completely immersed in this jubilant atmosphere. He thoroughly savored the feeling of being revered and admired. He displayed a warm and approachable smile. Please don't rush or crowd. Line up properly, and everyone will receive a signature. Moreover, the Southern Academy is not as untouchable as some might imagine. We do not place excessive emphasis on academic credentials at the Southern Academy. If you believe you possess genuine ability, you are welcome to apply for an interview. Take Jiang Yan, for instance, our most outstanding engineer director of the Southwest Production Base, who enjoys the same treatment as a vice dean. He never even graduated from high school. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yan nearly spit out blood in astonishment. What the hell? Why drag me into this? Besides, if Elder Liu hadn't insisted I skip school back then, would I have failed to graduate? At that moment, everyone gazed at Jiang Yan with profound envy. In many hearts, that intangible hope was instantly ignited. Tomorrow I'm going to the Southern Academy for an interview. Take me with you. I'm going to. Me as well. I graduated from high school. And I independently developed a new generation of drones. I also graduated from high school. I can construct homemade explosives. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Yan successfully slipped away and began leisurely exploring the largest city. To his astonishment, he noticed that many children riding toy cars were all operating vehicles from the Jiangjiang toy factory. As he walked along, he discovered no fewer than dozens of diverse toys, all bearing the Jiangjiang toy factory logo. He thus visited various shopping malls for a look. Upon inspection, he was thoroughly amazed. Today, the toy markets across every street and alley had been completely monopolized by Jiangjiang toy factory products. Jiang Yan found himself puzzled. Even if the toy designs he had provided to his father were extraordinary, it seemed unreasonable that they could seize the toy market of the largest city within merely half a year. Jiang Toy Factory had essentially become the largest toy empire in Dragon Nation. Jiang Yan casually asked a mall owner, "Boss, why does such a massive shopping center exclusively stock Jiang Toy Factory products? I barely see other brands anywhere." The boss replied with a smile, "Young man, you haven't been watching much television recently, have you? Primetime advertising slots on all major core television channels have been completely captured by the Jiang Group. They even have the connections to insert advertisements during official news broadcasts from the highest authorities. Who knows how formidable their background truly is? But their toys are genuinely exceptional. Each one features astonishing cutting-edge technology. The market response has been extraordinary. They have even been designated for export restrictions by Dragon Nation. Whether passing through customs or boarding flights, they face rigorous inspections. As a result, numerous overseas visitors have come specifically to experience Dragon Nation's toys, traveling thousands of miles to reach our country. Today, the Jiang Group's toys have become a source of national pride for the Dragon people. Why not purchase a few? I guarantee your younger siblings will absolutely love them." Having heard the boss's explanation, Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively. "No thanks, I was just asking." Jiang Yan roughly guessed the reason. This must be the higher authorities providing indirect benefits to him. Even without their assistance, Jiang Toy Factory would have risen rapidly. But now with this tenfold acceleration buff, things were quite excellent indeed. Furthermore, this feeling of being valued warmed Jiang Yan's heart. Continuing his leisurely stroll, Jiang Yan noticed several temporary missions appearing, likely due to having arrived in a larger city. However, Jiang Yan declined them all directly. Ding. Temporary mission released. Defective drone detected. Mission reward 600 points. I refuse. Ding. Temporary mission released. A little girl desires an artificial bird. Mission reward 800 points. I refuse. Ding. Temporary mission released. An elderly gentleman's wheelchair is outdated and slow. Mission reward 1200 points. Refused. Now in possession of 2.3 billion in technological capital, Jiang Yan not only dismissed these minor missions, but found even the grand missions worth thousands of points utterly unworthy of his attention. Jiang Yan suddenly realized how extraordinarily powerful he had become and couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful feeling it was to be wealthy. Not long after Zhou Hongtu's phone call came through. "Jiang Yan, where have you run off to? Hurry back. There's another emergency meeting." Half an hour later, Jiang Yan arrived directly at the venue and rejoined the Southern Academy delegation. The venue for this meeting resembled a scientific forum. It was personally presided over by Energy Minister Fang Jidong. Hanging prominently above the stage was a banner. Dragon Nation Future Energy Development Symposium. The Southern Academy had been summoned in advance. Jiang Yan too had been called backstage by Fang Jidong. "Jiang Yan, the higher authorities have issued an irrevocable order. We must dismantle the prolonged energy blockade that Bagua has maintained against Dragon Nation. We wish to request your assistance in building a controlled nuclear fusion ring network for our country. Let the lights of Dragon Nation burn eternally." After speaking, a fire of hope seemed to blaze within Fang Jitong's gaze. Regarding this request, Jiang Yan was not particularly surprised. Since the commendation ceremony concluded, he had already anticipated that the nation's leadership would inevitably harness this technology to benefit Dragon Nation. Jiang Yan also hoped to earn another substantial sum of points through the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Therefore, he agreed directly, but with one requirement. When the ring network activates, it must command global attention and astonish the entire world. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's peculiar demand, Fang Jidong merely paused briefly before expressing his agreement. This was an achievement that would be remembered through the ages. If they did not make a grand announcement and ensure the entire world witnessed it, they would be doing a disservice to the very concept of controlled nuclear fusion. Fang Jitong immediately burst into hearty laughter. "Jiang Yan, rest assured we will maximize publicity and broadcast it globally. Once this fusion ring network activates, they will be impossible to ignore." Hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he could almost envision a massive wave of technology points about to be credited to his account. The two discussed further, and Jiang Yan shared with Fang Jitong the feasible plans for constructing the ring network. Shortly afterward, leading figures from various energy sectors arrived one by one. They had originally been reluctant to attend, for such symposiums had been convened far too many times. Time and again the discussions followed the same pattern: solar power, wind energy, hydroelectricity, nuclear research. The conclusion was always the same: nuclear fusion research represented the future. First, develop other clean energy sources to break through the American energy blockade. Finally, intensify the enormous expenditures on nuclear fusion research and experimentation. Although they had all anticipated the outcome of this conference in advance, everyone still arrived punctually as required. After all, this meeting was personally chaired by the energy minister. If they dared to absent themselves, they would never again thrive in the energy circle. Once all attendees were present, suddenly, the main door side entrances and rear exits were all locked from the inside. A large contingent of armed forces directly sealed off the venue. No one was permitted to enter or exit. Simultaneously, high-energy signal jammers began operating immediately. All mobile phone signals were instantaneously deactivated. These changes were far too sudden and rapid. Everyone couldn't help but startle. Just as everyone felt increasingly uneasy, Fang Jitong appeared at the center of the stage and began addressing the crowd directly. Please remain calm. Because this meeting is of extraordinary importance, no information may be leaked to anyone. Fang Jitong projected the stellarator video obtained from Jiang Yan directly onto the large screen. Displayed upon the screen was precisely the controlled nuclear fusion stellarator installed aboard the Shun Haihao vessel. In the video, engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences were conducting final stability testing on the controlled nuclear fusion power system. Within the footage, a dazzling blue light flashed brilliantly. That dragon-like roar resonated even further, sending tremors through every heart present. Meanwhile, Fang Jitong loudly proclaimed to all the directors of energy corporations in attendance, I hereby announce, Dragon Nation's controlled nuclear fusion mega ring network initiative shall officially commence implementation. From henceforth we shall refer to it as the Everlight Project. As the video played, the hearts of everyone present trembled and exclamations erupted. This is the controlled nuclear fusion power system of our nation's supercarrier. Heavens, our Longhua has truly mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology, and it's already been deployed at the military exercise. The Nankiyuan has been hiding too deep. After the several-minute video concluded, all the energy titans were left stunned to the point of questioning reality. The Nankiyuan had indeed mastered mature controlled nuclear fusion technology, because the performance of the three supercarriers during the military exercise was the ultimate proof. Their output power and stability were flawless. At that moment, Fang Jitong continued, now, let us welcome Jiang Yan, the nuclear fusion research and development engineer from Nankiyuan, to introduce our Longhua's controlled nuclear fusion technology. Those present were all magnates in the energy sector, while Jiang Yan was only well known in the military equipment circle. Hence they were unaware of the existence of such a super genius as Jiang Yan. When Jiang Yan stepped onto the stage, everyone present was dumbfounded. He developed the controlled nuclear fusion stellarator. How could he be so young? My child is taking the college entrance exam this year, but he looks even younger than my child. Our Longhua actually has such a super genius. He is truly the chosen one. Subsequently, Jiang Yan briefly explained the working principle and manufacturing process of the stellarator. The complex principles were elucidated by Jiang Yan in a few simple sentences, leaving the audience dazed. Although most of them only grasped the general idea, the shock of having their worldview upended left them unable to snap out of it for a long time. Finally, Jiang Yan got to the point. Since this time the controlled nuclear fusion energy system we are to build must supply energy to the entire Longhua and even neighboring countries. Considering the future development pace of Longhua, we must also leave sufficient capacity. In other words, the small-sized stellarator used on the deep-sea vessel does not meet our requirements. We need a larger-scale stellarator. So this time we not only upgrade the stellarator into a miniature sun, but we will also create 100 of them. 100 miniature suns. Jiang Yan's words left everyone present stunned, their inner shock and impact beyond words. Yet they couldn't help but begin to doubt and lose confidence. An artificial sun, such a miracle. Does our Longhua truly have the capability to achieve it? If they simply replicated the existing products of Nankiyuan, it might be possible. But from Jiang Yan's implication, a further upgrade was needed, which introduced more uncertainty. Is the technical level of our Longhua engineers truly sufficient? Subsequently, Fang Jitong, ignoring their doubts, directly assigned tasks to each energy group. The heads of each energy group immediately accepted their orders. The entire Eternal Flame project would be under the full authority of Jiang Yan from Nankiyuan. Moreover, Longhua granted Jiang Yan the highest authority, even allowing him to directly deploy military forces within a certain scope. Fang Jitong reminded everyone once again. Remember, any individual or organization that obstructs Longhua's Eternal Flame project can be regarded as an enemy of Longhua. The gravity with which Longhua treated this project made everyone's hearts tighten, and none dared to be negligent. Not long after the monumental project of the Eternal Flame officially commenced, countless funds and material resources flowed from various groups converging toward the Eternal Flame Project department. This was nearly draining the very foundation of Longhua. Tens of millions of Longhua citizens participated, and artificial seawater channels formed across the land of Longhua, creating a vast seawater ring network. At each of the 100 nodes of the ring network stood a mysterious black, giant cube. Each cube was as massive as a pyramid, its sheer size triggering a sense of megalophobia in anyone who beheld it. Groups of construction mechs busily worked around. Fully armed mechs cordoned off the perimeter with warning ropes, standing guard in formation. No one dared to approach, and no one knew what those awe-inspiring giant cubes really were. Yet no one dared to doubt their purpose. Because the organization leading this colossal project was none other than Nankiyuan, the very research institute that had made Longhua shine brightly during the military exercise. This grand project also attracted widespread attention across the globe. Netizens from all over the world debated on various forums. Longhua is up to something big again. I don't get it. What are the mysterious Longhua people trying to create? A seawater ring network. Are they going for environmental protection? As long as they don't blow up our oceans again. I'm so excited. What kind of surprise will Longhua bring to us and the world? I guess it's a seawater purification system. Maybe Longwa wants unlimited fresh water. Are you brain dead? Longwa doesn't lack fresh water. Those 100 giant cubes they're building remind me of alien priest temples. What a wild imagination. I saw a leaked video. Those mysterious cubes are actually being built by mechs. Longwa mechs are so powerful, they can even do construction. Are they creating the world's fifth wonder? I suddenly want to go to mysterious Longwa, but I'm broke. Even if you had money you couldn't go. Our Longwa embassy and consulate are completely overwhelmed. Visa appointments are booked for over 2 years, and they might not even approve you. It's really impossible to go to Longwa even with money. A few days ago several billionaires had their visa applications rejected. The reason was, no special skills, no entry. Sci being born in Longwa saves you several lifetimes of detours. Sci, why wasn't I born in Longwa? So frustrating. The 500-strong delegation from Baogu Kingdom also had no clue what Longwa's mysterious project was about. The 100 giant cubes were guarded by mech legions and Baogu's spies, and Longwa dared not approach. They gave up speculating, for they had the heavy burden of reviving Baogu's economy on their shoulders. After Baogu's show of weakness, the risk of a new economic crisis was finally contained. Through their influence over oil hegemony, they gradually distributed their domestic pressure. Before long, all industries in Baogu managed to catch their breath. Although everything unfolded as discussed in their meetings, the pressure to revive Baogu's economy remained immense. They also had to concentrate their efforts on breaking through mech technology. At present, almost all of Baogu's top engineers were conducting various mech simulation experiments in their respective labs. By replaying videos, they analyzed the mech's performance and used supercomputers to simulate reproduction, though they still had no clue whatsoever. Yet they were not discouraged. They firmly believed that since the Longwa people could build them, they, the clever Baogu people, would certainly be able to do so. It was merely a matter of time and luck. Unnoticed, another year passed. Countless people toiled day and night for this mysterious project. Many had visibly slimmed down. But Jiang Yan was fine, he wasn't too tired. The tasks he assigned were taken very seriously by everyone, and they were all carried out with full effort. During that year, the person who worked the hardest was Zhou. She had become noticeably slender. Zhou single-handedly completed the most difficult part, the 100 enlarged stellarators. Although she only handled the construction of the core components, it still exhausted her to the brink. At the completion ceremony of the Eternal Flame project, Zhou found a random corner and fell asleep. Everyone saw how hard she had worked during this period, but there was no other way, because Jiang Yan had said that the key components of the stellarator could only be made by Zhou in the entire world. So no one could help her much. At the completion ceremony, dozens of live-streaming drones lifted off. Longwa's live stream link was broadcast to the world again, with a simple, unremarkable title: Longwa Eternal Flame Project Completion Ceremony. This time, without much promotion, the online viewer count surged past 4 billion in one go. Under the gaze of the world. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of Longwa compatriots. Under the gaze of the tens of millions of engineers from the Eternal Flame Project, Jiang Yan walked alone onto a crimson platform. The fierce wind at the height tousled his hair, but his expression was resolute, and his eyes were like blazing torches. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. On behalf of Longwa, he shouted to the world, "Ladies and gentlemen, hear the dragons roar." As Jiang Yan's command was issued, the 100 colossal cubes emitted an eerie, piercing howl. Meanwhile, the drones surrounding each cube transmitted real-time footage to the auxiliary screens within the live stream link. Under the gaze of the entire world, the colossal stellarators completed their startup. At that moment, at the center of each of the 100 cubes, a blue patch of light abruptly appeared. The patch of light gradually brightened, dazzling and brilliant. Bathed in the blue glow, the giant cubes turned into translucent black glass. Immediately after, a series of dragon roars suddenly emanated from the cubes. It was as if furious dragons were roaring. Each roar instantly caused netizens worldwide to feel their spirits tremble and their scalps tingle. Is that howling sound the dragons roar? I've got goosebumps. What kind of technology is this? I can't understand it at all. I don't know either, but I feel that cube is so magnificent and beautiful, and the dragon's roar sounds wonderful. Maybe Longwa is really going to create the world's fifth great wonder. Amid the confusion and speculation of the crowd, slowly the blue patches of light inside the giant cubes began to take shape. A perfectly round blue orb of light was gradually forming. At the moment the blue orb formed, a blinding white light blazed forth. Under this dazzling white light, the translucent cubes became nearly invisible in shape. 100 miniature suns blazed into existence. Through the energy extraction of the cubes, only 0.001 of the core energy leaked to the outside. Although these blinding white lights seemed dazzling among the billions of viewers, no one realized that they were suns. Longwa has built 100 lamps. I don't understand this. What's the point? I heard someone say that this project is called the Eternal Lamp Project. Could it really be just lamps? Such a grand spectacle just to build 100 lamps. I think it's a bit wasteful. Not at all. I think it's spectacular. These 100 giant lamps can already be considered the world's fifth great wonder, and they are so beautiful. At this moment, Chen Tiansong came to the platform and loudly reported the latest data from the stellarators to Jiang Yan. The global audience also heard Chen Tiansong's words through the live stream. The internal data of all 100 stellarators are completely consistent. Temperature 16 million degrees Celsius. Pressure 250 billion atmospheres. All within normal range. No signs of particle drift. No signs of system disturbance. Voltage and frequency both meet grid connection conditions. After hearing Chun Tiansong's report, even Jiang Yan was astonished. He had originally prepared to accept a failure rate of 30 to 40, but unexpectedly all 100 stellarators had succeeded. And the data was so perfect. Jiang Yan couldn't help but murmur in admiration, "Zhou, you are not a child of fortune, you are a damn god of fortune." At this moment, the billions of netizens watching the live stream finally understood. Stellarator. 16 million degrees Celsius. 250 billion atmospheres. Voltage. Frequency. Grid connection. This is controllable nuclear fusion technology. This is a controllable nuclear fusion ring network. The dazzling lamps made by Longhua were actually suns. Longhua has actually built 100 suns. Oh my god. In an instant, billions of people worldwide trembled simultaneously, their hearts shocked to the extreme. The live stream's comment section had also completely exploded. Some the ones inside those cubes are actually the sun. I'm going crazy, Longhua has actually built 100 suns. Oh my god, Longhua has completely mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. We have actually witnessed the third energy revolution with our own eyes. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Doesn't this mean our launching has ushered in an era of infinite energy? Yes, you are absolutely right. From today onward, all countries that are friendly with Longhua will no longer have energy problems. The prerequisite is to be friendly with Longhua. Fortunately, our Xiong kingdom has a good relationship with Longhua. Then what about our Baogu kingdom? You can continue burning oil. Burning natural gas is also a good choice. You can also burn coal. Our country's coal, oil, and natural gas can all be sold to you. Excited emotions had already spread across the world. No one knew who started it, shouting out, "Long live Longhua." Then it became unstoppable, and people from countless countries followed suit, shouting in unison, "Long live Longhua! Long live Longhua! Long live Longhua forever!" In an instant, people all over the world were cheering and shouting for Longhua. This scene was even unexpected by the high-ranking officials of Longhua. A powerful sense of national pride surged not only in the hearts of the officials, but also rose abruptly in the hearts of over 1 billion Longhua people. The entire world was cheering and shouting for one country. This was a miracle never before seen in human civilization. At this moment, in the eyes of the leaders of countless weak nations and developing countries, a glimmer of hope was shining. The advent of controllable nuclear fusion means infinite energy, and infinite energy means that energy will become cheaper and cheaper. This affects not only Longhua, but the entire human civilization, and brings hope to those countries whose throats are choked by the oil hegemony. However, the tens of millions of engineers who participated in the Eternal Lamp project were all dumbfounded at this moment, yet their hearts were pounding wildly. Wait, we actually helped manufacture these suns. Yes, didn't you just hear those parameters? Those are the parameters of the sun. Oh my god, I can brag about this for a lifetime. I built a sun. What Eternal Lamp project? This is clearly a sun-making project. At this time, Jiang Yan on the red platform spoke loudly again, "All plasma stellarators connect to the grid." With Jiang Yan's command, in the huge underground space beneath the cubes, 100 super substations simultaneously began to operate, and the underground live streaming equipment also started working, synchronizing real-time footage to the world. As those giant knife switches rapidly closed, a loud hum of massive electrical energy resounded. The entire Longhua power grid was injected with unprecedented tremendous energy. A brand new ring-shaped electrical network had formed. This was the controllable nuclear fusion ring network. The world was shocked. Immediately after Jiang Yan spoke again, all decommissioned power stations disconnect. As soon as the command was issued, all thermal, hydro, wind, solar, and nuclear power stations, all non-fusion power stations in Longhua executed the disconnection operation. In just a few tens of minutes, Longhua completed the replacement of its power grid. Controllable nuclear fusion clean energy completely replaced all traditional energy sources. At this moment on the platform, Jiang Yan once again announced loudly to the world. His voice was sonorous, making it clear to everyone in the world. Longhua's plasma controllable nuclear fusion ring network is operating successfully. From today onward, Longhua's lights will shine forever. At this moment, all the world's attention focused on the young man standing upon the crimson dais. Meanwhile, a tsunami of technological points surged anew within Jiang Yan's mind. The technological points this time reached a staggering 3 billion. It utterly stunned Jiang Yan, leaving him profoundly puzzled as to why this yield surpassed even that of the previous military exercise. Jiang Yan could discern only one possibility: the impact of the controlled nuclear fusion ring network upon the world this time may well prove more profound than ever before. During the last military exercise, whether the supercarrier or the mecha convergence, most had merely delivered shock and trepidation to the masses. Yet now, beyond mere astonishment and dread, the controlled nuclear fusion ring network seemed to have stirred within humanity a richer tapestry of emotion and meaning. As billions of gazes turned toward Jiang Yan, their inner landscapes proved vastly more complex and divergent. Within those eyes flared pride, aspiration, shock, reverence, desolation, despair, and resentment. Yet every sentiment sprang from a single shared source: The man upon the dais had thrust the blue star into a new epoch. This signified not merely the birth of an order, but the crumbling of the old. In that moment, within a towering edifice, the 500 members of the Bagu Congress War features utterly contorted, their spirits thoroughly shattered. Chaos reigned within the assembly hall. Our petroleum hegemony stands on the verge of collapse. Not on the verge, it has already collapsed. Behold the trajectory of oil futures. Plunged into negative territory. Good heavens. From this day forward, crude oil proves worth less than water. Then what of our vast oil fields, our hoarded reserves concealed across every nation? Have they all been rendered vain? Indeed, all in vain. How could the Long Country possibly possess controlled nuclear fusion? Did they not hold but a single plasma research institute pursuing such technology? Were not their fusion trials failing only recently? Could our embedded agent have been turned to feed us deception? A likely scenario. Or perhaps the Long Country's strategic deception apparatus has once again set its wheels in motion. Have we not suffered enough from their stratagems? Speculation now serves no purpose. Our Bagu nation is undone. Debate persisted in that mournful, despairing atmosphere for over half an hour, until at last the 500 fell silent, their wills thoroughly extinguished. No effort by Bagu could reverse such a tide. Then the man in the immaculate suit seated at the center rose once more. His rising silenced the hall instantly. With renewed conviction he proclaimed, "Activate Area 51." The words "Activate Area 51" summoned a fresh wave of dread, deeper and more visceral than any fear invoked by the Long Country's supercarrier. Whispers rippled through the assembly. Kale, the bearded man, rose first in assent. "I support the activation of Area 51. Addressing the assembly, he declared, "What remains of your hesitation? Bagu stands on ruin. Before long, every nation we once oppressed shall rise against us. Shall we, the people of Bagu, endure humiliation for centuries to come? Moreover, that Pandora's box may elevate human civilization beyond all imagining." His words severed the remaining hesitation. One by one, the assembled 500 rose. "I endorse the activation of Area 51. I too give my approval. I concur. My vote is affirmative." In moments, 499 figures stood in unison. Finally, Anita, with a sigh of resignation, rose as well. "I, Anika, give my consent." At her declaration, Kale clenched his fist in triumph. Unanimous. At last unanimous. Unlike ordinary resolutions, which required merely a majority, the activation of Area 51 demanded complete consensus. For its consequences threatened the fate of the world itself. And Kale had awaited this moment for countless years. Now, boundless anticipation swelled within him. With the resolution passed, he naturally emerged as the prime candidate for the mission, given that the mysterious Area 51 had long rested under his jurisdiction. Kale set forth without delay, eager beyond restraint, to unveil that Pandora's box. Within the hall, the central figure closed his eyes, interlaced his fingers, and pressed his hands devoutly to his breast. "Let us join in prayer," he intoned. "May Pandora's box bring radiance to humanity, not oblivion." Immediately, the 499 followed his example. Eyes closed, hands clasped, they offered their solemn invocation. A chorus of devout supplication filled the chamber. Soon after, a formation of Bagu military attack helicopters sped toward their destination. Aboard those aircraft sat the elite of Bagu's intellectual ranks: astrophysicists, quantum mechanicians, sociologists, mathematicians, linguists, and even theologians. Each had been briefed by Kale beforehand. Their purpose: first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Their expressions grew grave, their spirits a tumult of apprehension, fear, unease, and for some fervent expectation. Whither human civilization would journey, perhaps today would reveal. The helicopters soon arrived at the heart of a barren desert. There, nestled within a ring of mountains, lay a place invisible from without, its secrets shielded by natural and artificial barriers alike. Perimeter fences carried lethal voltage along their length. Any living creature making contact would be reduced to ash. Dozens of concealed sentry posts crowned the peaks, manned around the clock by elite snipers, empowered to eliminate intruders without warning. This was one of the most clandestine military installations on Earth, Bagu's Area 51. At its core, the landscape stood empty save for a nondescript concrete structure. Kale approached and waited in silence. A verdant scanning beam descended, traversing his form from crown to sole. Upon verification, a square concrete panel slid aside, unveiling a metallic keypad. Kale entered a 10-digit cipher. Instantly, the earth shuddered, and the ground beneath them began to stir. Before them, the true entrance to Area 51 emerged into view. The secret entrance to Area 51 slowly opened. A pungent odor of decaying earth emanated from within, causing many scientists to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. The stench of decay is so intense, this base must not have been opened in many years, Cole said in a flat tone. Unless the Bagu kingdom faced an imminent catastrophe, this place might never have been reopened. Hearing this, no one spoke further, and everyone waited as the odor gradually dissipated. After a while, a soldier finished testing the air quality at the entrance with his instrument and nodded to the group. A squad of fully armed soldiers entered ahead, clearing a path for the scientists. Following Cole, the researchers proceeded through the entrance. Carrying flashlights, they descended a narrow staircase into the depths below, walking for an unknowable distance. Half an hour later, they finally reached a flat, open area. At that moment, all the lights illuminated sequentially from near to far. The vastness of the underground base made everyone's heart tremble. Dozens of scientists could not help but express their astonishment. What an enormous engineering feat. Beneath this desert lies a test base rivaling a small city in scale. Within the base, countless experimental chambers crafted from transparent glass formed orderly matrices. Their sheer numbers stretched beyond sight. The ultramodern, almost futuristic precision instruments displayed inside the chambers were truly breathtaking. Did our Bagoo Kingdom's technology already reach such terrifying levels decades ago? Good heavens, that is the prototype of a nanolithography machine. My God, that is a design model for a super high-yield atomic bomb. It was actually engineered based on massive celestial models. Absolutely incredible. My God, look at that strange serpentine creature specimen. What is it? It has a human face. And this black liquid, it appears to be alive. When I approached it just now, it seemed to respond to me. The scientist exclaimed in continuous amazement, but Cole did not stop. He seemed entirely accustomed to such sights. He called out loudly, "Most of these are purely research projects without any commercial value. Stop gawking and keep up. Don't fall behind." Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace to follow Cole. The group walked an unknowable distance, passing through a vast maze formed by experimental chambers. Eventually, they arrived before a massive metal door. The military squad fanned out to both sides and stood at attention. Cole also halted before the door, entered the password once more, and the door slowly moved. The metal door consisted of 3 thick layers, inner, middle, and outer. Each layer slowly retracted in different directions. As the doors gradually opened, a vast, dimly lit chamber appeared before their eyes. At this moment, all the scientists curiously gazed toward the depths of the chamber. They knew the legendary Pandora's box was inside. As the interior lights automatically activated, a massive alloy sarcophagus loomed before them. Yet no one dared step forward, for they discovered, surrounding the sarcophagus were countless lethal laser beams. Only after Cole performed another iris recognition scan at an inconspicuous aperture did the chilling laser beams gradually dissipate. Then Cole entered, and the other scientists followed cautiously. Cole removed a set of 3 keys, safeguarded for years by the Committee of 500, combined them together from a cipher box. He then carefully inserted them into the keyhole of the metallic sarcophagus. With a gentle turn by Cole, the alloy coffin slowly opened. Upon seeing the special device within the sarcophagus, Cole's breathing quickened, and his heart pounded wildly. At this moment, a gigantic black metal sphere appeared before everyone. It floated inside the sarcophagus without touching any surface. Its metallic surface resembled liquid. If observed closely, one could see the metal on its surface flowing slowly. An indescribable beauty filled Cole's heart. This was Pandora's box. Although Cole had taken charge of Area 51 over a decade ago, this device, said to be capable of contacting alien civilizations, was something he was seeing for the very first time. Even though he was now eager to communicate with extraterrestrial civilization. But the proper procedures still had to be completed. Cole took a deep breath and explained to the scientists, "Half a century ago our predecessors built it, and it has been sealed here ever since. Never activated. Do you know why?" The scientists all shook their heads in confusion. Cole continued, "Because it is a quantum communicator constructed based on alien technology." At this, one scientist seemed to grasp something and asked, could it be that they feared the coordinates of Planet Blue would be discovered by alien civilizations? Hearing this, Cole nodded. Exactly so. Half a century ago, we intercepted partial information from extraterrestrial civilization through radio telescopes. Thereafter, countless technologies ahead of their era emerged. Not only did they involve military industry, but nearly every aspect of our daily lives: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Among them, this quantum communicator as well. Since its inception, no one dared activate it. Because the other end of this communicator connects precisely to the alien civilization whose signal we intercepted. Currently, we have only received information unilaterally. They likely do not yet know of our existence, nor our planetary coordinates. But if this communicator is activated, humanity's existence and Planet Blue's location will both be exposed. Whether the arrival of alien civilization will bring prosperity or destruction to humanity remains unknown. Today, unless the Bagoo Kingdom faced imminent catastrophe, this quantum communicator would never see the light of day again. And how long this conversation with alien civilization can last, how much contact we can establish, none of us knows. In a moment, I request your assistance in gathering as much information as possible and establishing as many connections as we can. After explaining the situation to the scientists, Cole ordered the recording equipment to be activated. Meanwhile, satellite video communication was connected, synchronizing the footage to the Committee of 500. With everything ready under everyone's tense gaze, Cole followed the instructions left by his predecessors, placing his hand gently upon the metallic sphere and sliding his palm along a specific path repeatedly. Once Cole completed all operations, the surface of the metallic sphere rippled like water. A mysterious energy wave seemed to emanate from within, passing through the Area 51 military base, reaching Planet Blue, leaving the solar system, and heading into the vast cosmos. Everyone waited patiently. Approximately half an hour passed, and the surface of the metallic sphere, without being touched by anyone, began rippling again. Simultaneously, a voice emerged from the metallic sphere. Are you people from Planet Blue? To everyone's surprise, it spoke flawless Valley-style English. The sphere apparently had built-in translation capabilities. But that was not important. What mattered was that first contact between Planet Blue civilization and alien civilization had begun. Cole's excitement was beyond words at this moment. The dozens of scientists present along with the committee of 500 watching on screens all held their breath. Cole responded cautiously, yes. We are from the Bagoo Kingdom on Planet Blue. After Cole finished speaking, the sphere fell silent for a moment as if contemplating. The next moment, the metallic sphere suddenly produced massive ripples. It startled everyone, and the voice emanating from it clearly carried intense emotion. Is there something wrong with the Bagoo Kingdom on Planet Blue? You built a quantum communication device over 50 years ago and only now remember to contact us. Forget it. We are coming to Planet Blue right now. Upon hearing these words, all the scientists present were stunned. Cole was stunned. The committee of 500 was stunned. After a roar from the giant egg, it fell silent again. At this, Kuer panicked. The scientists panicked too, and the crowd of 500 panicked even more. Kuer worried that they would no longer communicate with him. Others, however, were concerned that the alien civilization was about to arrive on Earth. Amidst the dead silence, everyone was utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, on the other side, after completing the everlasting lamp project, Jiang Yan brought unparalleled shock and hope to the world. Jiang Yan's total technology points had reached a horrifying 5 billion. Such an enormous amount of tech points even made Jiang Yan feel like giving up and lying flat. So many tech points, it's impossible to spend them all. Why bother taking any more missions? But just then the mechanical prompt sound in Jiang Yan's mind suddenly rang out. Ding. Main quest released: defeat the Proxima Centauri civilization without taking damage. Bagoo State has already made contact with the alien civilization, and the Proxima Centauri civilization has obtained the precise coordinates of Blue Star through the quantum communicator. This will cause the Proxima Centauri civilization to arrive ahead of schedule. It is estimated that the Proxima Centauri fleet will reach the solar system in 7 years. This concerns the survival of Longhua. It concerns the continuation of human civilization. Host, please complete the mission. First stage mission: annihilate the apostles. Mission reward: 1 billion tech points. Second stage mission: establish a solar system defense array, making the solar system invincible. Mission reward: 10 billion tech points. Third stage mission: defeat the Proxima Centauri civilization without taking damage. Mission reward: 100 billion tech points. Currently, the host can only accept the first stage mission. First stage mission: annihilate the apostles. Mission content: because Bagoo State is about to acquire the apostle technology of the Proxima Centauri civilization. This will bring great disaster to the world. Although the first-generation mecha is powerful, it still has shortcomings. Although Longhua can protect itself in this disaster, other countries may be erased from the map of Blue Star. The population of Blue Star will sharply decrease. This will severely affect the diversity of human civilization. Please find the shortcomings of the first-generation mecha and perfect them. Annihilate all the apostles. Friendly reminder: there are many apostles, and like the first-generation mecha, they also possess at fields. Mission reward: 1 billion tech points. Mission time limit: within half a year. Host, would you like to accept the first stage mission? This sudden mission information surprised even Jiang Yan. Main quest. This was the first time a main quest had appeared since he obtained the system. Not only was the reward enormous, but its content also shocked Jiang Yan. Alien civilization. This world actually had an alien civilization. To resist this Proxima Centauri civilization, the system actually split a single mission into 3 stages. For the first stage, annihilating the apostles, the system has already provided detailed information. For the second and third stages, the system only gave the mission names, but just by looking at them, Jiang Yan felt there was a lot to do. In the first stage, the name, Apostle, and the system's mention of it fields reminded Jiang Yan of the strange life forms in the EVA anime. However, the system's mention of a large number of apostles puzzled Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remembered that in the EVA anime there were only 18 apostles. Why use the description numerous? For this reason, the system even prompted him to fix the shortcomings of the first-generation mecha. Jiang Yan didn't fully understand. But never mind, let's help Blue Star get through this first hurdle first. Now that he had a massive amount of tech points, what was there to be nervous about? Besides, the Proxima Centauri civilization wanted to reduce the population of Blue Star. Touch the source of my tech points. Did they have my Jiang Yan's permission? Without hesitation, Jiang Yan replied in his mind, accept the first stage mission. Ding. First stage mission: annihilate the apostles. Acceptance successful. Host must complete the mission within half a year. Meanwhile, in Area 51, Kuer frantically tried to activate the metal giant egg again using the same procedure, but there was still no response. At this moment, everyone was stunned. After tens of minutes of dead silence, ripples appeared again on the surface of the metal giant egg. But this time the ripples were much gentler, and the shape changed as if a different alien was speaking. Hey, are you still there? Seeing the metal giant egg respond again, Kuer's spirits lifted. He immediately replied quickly, yes. The gentle ripples undulated again. This is the Proxima Centauri fleet, and I am the chief navigator of the fleet. You can call me Xia. Sorry everyone, but our fleet's general has a bit of a temper. But this is mainly your fault. When the quantum communicator was built decades ago, we obtained your approximate location. But you never activated the communicator, causing us to be unable to locate you precisely and veering off course severely. In the end, we spent a full 20 years to get back on the correct course. Otherwise, we would have arrived at Blue Star long ago. But now that you've activated it, we can make a slight course correction and increase the fleet speed. Thank you very much. Hearing this, everyone was both shocked and conflicted. No one had expected the alien civilization to have departed long ago. The delayed activation of the communicator had only postponed their arrival. Between his joy, Kur couldn't wait to ask the question, "Honorable Lady Xia, may I ask what is the purpose of your visit to our Blue Star?" This question was not only what the scientists cared about, but also what the crowd of 500 urgently wanted to know. At this moment, everyone present was tense and held their breath. The metal giant egg rippled gently again. "Well, actually, we just want to find a new home for the people in the asteroid belt." Kur asked in confusion why. The giant egg rippled again, but this time the voice seemed tinged with a hint of sadness. "Our home was originally on Proxima Centauri, but then a high-level civilization coveted the rich resources there. They waged war against us. After we were defeated, we were driven from our home and forced to wander the stars. To obtain resources, we moved from one unclaimed asteroid belt to another. But we have been wandering for so long, and we still want a home. So we sent out some of our civilization's technological information across the universe, but no civilization has deemed us worthy. Until you built our communicator. Since you admired our technology and built it, that means you are inferior to us." Upon hearing this, everyone present was filled with a chilling realization. So this was how human civilization had been targeted. Xia continued, "The general sent me to talk to you to gather more information about Blue Star and make some preparations for the future settlement plan." After Xia finished, everyone fell into deep thought. Such a powerful civilization that could easily traverse galaxies was actually a defeated civilization. Moreover, they had wandered for centuries without daring to return to their former home. How powerful must the civilization that defeated them be? And when the Proxima Centauri civilization arrives, where will human civilization go? Kur had the same doubt. He respectfully asked, "Honorable Lady Xia, may I ask, on the day you descend upon Blue Star, where should human civilization go?" Xia thought briefly and replied calmly, "It should be like what other civilizations did to us. You can choose to wander in the universe, or let the entire flame of civilization perish along with Blue Star. However, in my judgment, your civilization's technological level may not even be able to let Blue Star be buried with you. That makes it much simpler. It seems we hit the jackpot, he. Only 7 years until we arrive. I'm so looking forward to the new home." Xia's words were very gentle, sounding like a kind and lovely girl. But the content of her words made everyone who heard them shudder with horror, their hair standing on end. If they didn't want to wander, then extinguish the flame of civilization. As if what she said was the most ordinary thing in the world. And human civilization's existence was like an ordinary flame. Whether to extinguish it or not, who would care? At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked and terrified. After 7 years, human civilization would also come to an end. Because according to Xia, humans could only choose to wander into the universe. But humanity was not at all prepared to venture into the vast universe. 7 years was too short. For thousands of years of civilization, even a live moon landing was impossible. Even though Longhua had now displayed astonishing mothership mecha and controlled nuclear fusion technology, they were still confined to Blue Star. They only needed to attack Blue Star from outer space, and no matter how strong Longhua's armaments were, they would be nothing but sitting ducks. Alternatively, after 7 years, humans could choose to use nuclear bombs and cobalt bombs to let human civilization and Blue Star perish together. But the alien civilization probably wouldn't fear nuclear radiation, because the technology of nuclear bombs and cobalt bombs was also obtained from the information they sent. This point they should have known long ago, but Xia still concluded that there was no need to worry about Blue Star's destruction. At this moment, everyone fell into contemplation. Seeing Kutter silent, Xia's voice came again. "You finished asking. Now it's my turn to ask. Can you now live on satellites and travel freely between them?" Kur answered truthfully, "We cannot." "Then you're so pitiful. You haven't even reached Type 1 civilization. You can't even take the first step of interstellar wandering." Hearing this, everyone fell into deep despair again. Kur asked back, "Honorable Lady Xia, may I ask what level of civilization are you Proxima Centauri people at?" Xia said mockingly, "I won't tell you. Anyway, below Type 2 civilization, all are ants." People were again shocked and terrified. After that, Xia asked Kur many detailed questions about the current state of Blue Star. Kur answered all truthfully. One point even surprised Xia. "You received so much of our technology, yet you are not the overlord of Blue Star." Kur replied shamefully, "Honorable Lady Xia, we are truly ashamed. The overlord of Blue Star changed only recently. Longhua rose too quickly, their super mecha appeared too suddenly, we didn't have time to detect it." As he said this, a brilliant idea struck Kur. He continued, "Lady Xia, Longhua's technological development has shown exponential explosive growth during this period. Although 7 years is short, when you descend, it is very likely that you will suffer a great loss at Longhua's hands. Even if they eventually lose after 7 years, it's possible that Longhua will develop enough power to annihilate Blue Star. With the spirit of Longhua's people, it's hard to guarantee they won't choose mutual destruction, and your hard-earned new home may end up as a dream bubble." Hearing this, even Xia fell into thought. Realizing that his bluff had worked, Kutter immediately struck while the iron was hot. Honorable Lady Xia, we the people of Baogu State are willing to follow you. We Baogu State are willing to clear obstacles for the Proxima Centauri civilization. Strangle them in the cradle while Longwa's wings are not yet full. We only ask that after the Proxima Centauri civilization descends upon Blue Star, you give human civilization a glimmer of hope to continue. After Kutter finished, the giant egg fell completely silent. But Kutter was elated, knowing that silence was the best omen. And none of the 500 people or scientists stepped forward to refute. Because the plan Kutter proposed was exactly the most beneficial plan for Baogu State. It was also the most beneficial plan for human civilization. Everyone waited nervously and anxiously. Finally, after an hour, ripples appeared again on the surface of the giant egg. It was Xia's voice again. I've discussed with the general. He agreed. If you can clear the hidden dangers for us Proxima Centauri people within 7 years, we will allow you to continue living on Blue Star as slaves until you have the ability to travel interstellar. Hearing this, Kutter was overjoyed. He prostrated himself before the giant egg. My honorable goddess Xia, please grant us the power to rival Longwa's mecha. After Cole made his request, Xia instead demanded that Cole provide more information about Blue Star. Though puzzled, Cole complied and provided everything as she requested. From culture to history, from science to science fiction, from mythology to the origins of humanity. After Xia had acquired the information, she sought another 2 days of silence passed. Suddenly, a vast array of patterns and runes materialized on the metal egg. Unmistakably the technology of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Moreover, those runes automatically transformed into symbols comprehensible to the Blue Star civilization, sending everyone present into ecstasy. Because these technologies no longer required secondary decryption, this would save a tremendous amount of time. About 3 more hours passed before all the information was fully transmitted and the recording equipment had captured everything. At that moment, Xia began to explain, considering the limited time, we thought we could offer you a shortcut. The information we just transmitted is precisely the apostle technology. Based on the information you provided earlier, we speculate that your Blue Star very likely possesses a primordial civilization. Because the evolutionary history of your humanity has a severe gap. In other words, it is highly likely that humans did not evolve. The shock of this information left everyone present stunned. Cole asked in bewilderment, if we humans did not evolve, then where did we come from? Xia pondered for a moment. I don't know about that. Perhaps we are the orphans of some civilization, or perhaps the food stock planted on Blue Star by a higher civilization. But based on the mythological records you provided, we surmise that there should be apostles on your Blue Star. Apostle technology is the most common technique used by higher civilizations to disseminate genetic information. Although apostles are merely tools for spreading genetic information, their own power is still considerable. If you can comprehend the technology we transmitted, it will be sufficient for you to obtain power infinitely close to a 1-0 civilization. Eliminating the threats to Longwa will certainly be more than enough. Upon hearing this, the crowd of 500 was immensely excited. At that moment, Xia suddenly thought of something and warned, however, the failure rate may be quite high. I hope your luck is good enough. Also, our fleet is about to cross the high-energy radiation zone. For the next few months, don't contact us. We'll be busy. With that, Xia terminated the communication. After the communication ended, the scientists eagerly began to analyze the technology transmitted from the Proxima Centauri civilization. Although it had been translated into the common scientific language of the Blue Star civilization, most scientists furrowed their brows, because the majority simply could not understand it. Only one scientist specialized in the field of biology exclaimed, a brand new DNA nucleic acid sequence, a brand new molecular chemical composition, modeling of basic life elements. This is biotechnology. What astonishing biotechnology. That scientist grew more and more excited, almost to the point of madness, when a familiar, yet shocking life form took shape in his mind. He was completely stunned. How is this possible? They want us to resurrect angels. Angels. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled involuntarily. Resurrect angels. Could such a mythical thing really be possible? The crowd of 500 began to murmur among themselves. Soon after, thousands of top biologists and hundreds of theologians set off for Area 51. At this time, at the Southern Academy of Sciences, the engineers there, after fully completing the military exercise tasks and the Everlasting Lamp project, were also preparing to rest and recuperate for a period as requested by the higher-ups. After all, high-intensity work could crush each engineer at the Southern Academy of Sciences, which would be the greatest loss for Longwa. Zhou Hongtu looked at the vast stretches of mecha production lines that had stopped operating, and a feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. How reluctant he was. Now that the military exercise had been over for so long, Zhou Hongtu knew that these mecha lines created for the exercise would soon be ordered to be dismantled by the higher-ups. After all, 300 mechas were more than enough to replace Longwa's active tanks and fighter jets. Moreover, this production capacity was clearly excessive for the military. He recalled the days of striving alongside these production lines, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Just then, the Minister of Science and Technology of Longwa called him personally. Xiao Zhou, I'm truly sorry. I originally wanted your Southern Academy of Sciences to have a good rest. But in the end, I couldn't withstand the decision of the highest level. Alas. Now the higher-ups have issued a firm order requiring your Southern Academy of Sciences to deliver 100 mechas annually. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtu was stunned and asked with excitement and confusion, why? The Minister of Science and Technology immediately explained apologetically, Xiaozhou, I know how hard your Southern Academy of Sciences has worked these past few years with the military exercise and the Everlasting Lamp project, but there's no other way. You see, our Longhua is now prosperous with so much money that we don't know where to spend it. Plus all countries want to cooperate with us, scrambling to sell rare materials to us. The higher-ups couldn't refuse, and after much thought, only the Southern Academy of Sciences can consume so many rare materials. We did a rough calculation and found that Longhua indeed needs that many mechas. Let me calculate for you. Look, 500 mechas are just the standard complement for one supercarrier. And we have 3 supercarriers. Currently, the mecha shortage for the Navy's supercarriers alone is as high as 12000. The Navy needs 15000 mechas. Then the Air Force will definitely be unhappy. They'll demand 15000 as well. Since both the Navy and Air Force are equipped with 15000 mechas, if we don't equip the Army, they'll revolt. So the Army also needs 15000. Then consider the special border defense mechas on Longhua's land borders. We need at least 100 just to form a line. That's the bare minimum to make Longhua's presence impressive enough, right? And considering they work in 4 shifts, that's 400. Moreover, these are just the minimum military mecha allocations. Then consider the civilian public services. That's even more. Firefighting, rescue, emergency response. Which of these doesn't require a large number of mechas? For nationwide deployment, without at least 2 million, it's simply not enough. And before the minister could finish, Zhou Hongtu suddenly interrupted. Leader, please stop. Our Southern Academy of Sciences has a heavy responsibility and a long way to go. I think the mecha production capacity of our academy still needs to be improved. And we are confident we can complete the task. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Science and Technology said with heartfelt sympathy, Hongtu, you've worked hard. Thus, the maniac of mass mecha production once again entered a frenzied work state. Under his plan, the area of the Southern Academy of Sciences would have to increase tenfold, and the mecha production capacity was about to undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, Jiang Yan also found Zhou Hongtu. Jiang Yan knew that the Southern Academy of Sciences mecha production capacity was now severely excessive, and it was likely that before long an order to cut production would be issued. But to deal with the apostle crisis, this production capacity must not be reduced. Jiang Yan's purpose in coming was to persuade Zhou Hongtu to convince the higher-ups to preserve the Southern Academy of Sciences mecha production capacity. Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Hongtu, who was unfolding a map to select a site. Dean Zhou, I have a request. I know I cannot give a reasonable explanation for this request, but please trust me. Please be sure to apply to the higher-ups to preserve our academy's mecha production capacity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtu was taken aback. What do you mean, preserve the capacity? What are you talking about? The higher-ups require us to produce 100 annually. And I always feel uneasy, so we need to increase our mecha production capacity tenfold. Jiang Yan, you've come just in time. Come take a look. Our academy needs to expand its area tenfold to fully expand mecha production capacity. Which areas do you think are suitable for building mecha production lines? Hearing this, Jiang Yan was stunned. Logically, shouldn't Longhua be reducing production capacity? Could the higher-ups really agree to something like expanding the Southern Academy of Sciences mecha production tenfold? How much money would that cost? Could it be that Longhua's top brass also foresaw the impending danger? Thinking this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Besides himself, there were other wise men in Longhua. After accompanying Zhou Hongtu in selecting the expansion site for the Southern Academy of Sciences, Jiang Yan wanted to find Xia Tianyi to deeply discuss the flaws of the first-generation mecha. The system had hinted that the first-generation mecha had shortcomings which might affect the first phase of the mission to eradicate all apostles. But Jiang Yan simply couldn't figure out, how could the first-generation mecha, already so perfect, have any flaws? Perhaps that woman with 100 synchronization rate with the first-generation mecha could offer some unique insights. At this moment, in a special mecha training ground, Xia Tianyi was piloting a mecha performing final synchronization training. To be safe, she had also invited 100 military mechas as sparring partners. Others' problem was insufficient synchronization rate, unable to unleash the full performance of the first-generation mecha. But Xia Tianyi's problem was just the opposite. Her synchronization rate was too high and she risked being completely assimilated by the mecha's consciousness. Although Jiang Yan had designed a runaway prevention switch, Xia Tianyi was still not entirely reassured. If the switch failed and the first-generation mecha went completely berserk, the entire Southern Academy of Sciences could be destroyed along with it. So she decided to keep a contingency plan. If she went berserk and became uncontrollable, she would have the 100 military mechas jointly suppress her physically. After continuous synchronization training, Xia Tianyi could now freely control whether to enter the 100 synchronization state, and she could maintain that state for 10 hours without going berserk. But even such results were not satisfactory to Xia Tianyi, because even so she still risked being completely assimilated. After finishing her rest, Xia Tianyi entered the 100 synchronization state again. Every time Xia Tianyi entered this state, the performance of the first-generation mecha would skyrocket to an unbelievable degree. Even watching from afar, the 100 military mechas would feel chills down their spines. No one knew where this power source came from. It was simply unscientific. At that moment, Xia Tianyi suddenly wanted to experiment. Would the field in this state affect consciousness assimilation? Previously, when she was alone, she didn't dare to test the field in this state, because even in her normal state, her field would cause slight energy fluctuations. She wasn't sure what would happen if she deployed the field in the 100 synchronization state. But now, with 100 military mechas present, she felt reassured. At this moment, Jiang Yan also arrived at the training ground. Seeing that Xia Tianyi was still training, he decided not to disturb her. He stood together with the 100 military mechas, waiting for Xia Tianyi to finish. Just then, a sharply defined spatial barrier suddenly unfolded. Unlike ordinary fields, this energy wall could expand infinitely, and in an instant it enveloped the entire mecha training base. In an instant, all the buildings in the training base were reduced to powder by the thrust of this energy barrier, and the 1001 mechas on the training ground were violently flung away. For a moment, the vast training ground seemed annihilated. In its place was a massive spatial barrier spanning 3 kilometers in radius. The mechas that were flung away scattered in all directions like blooming flowers, a truly spectacular sight. And cries of "holy crap" rang out across the internal channel. Jiang Yan's voice was among those shouts. After experiencing Xia Tianyi's terrifyingly violent power, everyone felt dizzy and broke out in cold sweat. This Xia Tianyi, is she going to take on 1,000 alone? 1,000 military mechas were instantly blasted away by Xia Tianyi, and a sense of utter helplessness, as if being completely overwhelmed, immediately spread through the hearts of every soldier. This was especially true when the pilots of those blasted mechas were the unyielding warriors of Longhua men who bled but never shed tears. Their intense feeling of powerlessness amplified manifold. All it took was Xia Tianyi alone, without exerting the slightest effort, to physically subjugate every one of them. But this, what on earth was this suppression? Xia Tianyi single-handedly, with negligible effort, could physically suppress all of them. Jiang Yan was likewise rendered speechless by the overwhelming might of Xia Tianyi's field. Was this their own developed mecha? Even Jiang Yan found it hard to believe. It defied all reason. But after witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Jiang Yan finally understood what the first-generation model was missing. The first-generation model lacked a weapon, a close combat armament capable of breaching the field. If the apostles of Proxima Star could possess an field as formidable as Xia Tianyi's, it would be dire straits indeed. Jiang Yan also recalled the details from the system mission prompt. Longhua could defend itself without concern, but other nations might simply vanish from the planet's map. Only the super railgun could breach in field of this magnitude. And it might not be those apostles that destroyed other nations. It could be the super railgun they themselves had developed. Once those apostles surged into densely populated cities, the railgun would dare not fire recklessly. Otherwise, the city would vanish alongside the apostles. With their fields, the apostles could run rampant, existing as though invincible. At this thought, Jiang Yan's brows drew together in alarm. Such a scenario must never come to pass. Jiang Yan immediately shouted within his mind, "System, I want a mecha saber capable of piercing the strongest apostles field." Feeling that was insufficient, Jiang Yan added another remark. "Make it overwhelmingly powerful." Ding. System is generating saber blueprint. Ding. Saber blueprint generated as follows: 1. Nanometal blade forging technique, Tang, sword template. 2. Nanometal material generation technique. 3. Nanometal high-frequency vibration technique. 4. Nanometal extensibility technique. 5. Nanometal self-repair technique. 6. This blueprint and materials have consumed a total of 20 million tech points. Remaining 98 billion tech points. Required materials have been delivered to the special space. Please retrieve them as needed. Upon seeing the tech points consumed, Jiang Yan couldn't help but be startled. He double-checked the unit. It was indeed 10,000 correct. Jiang Yan had never imagined that forging a single saber would require 20 million. Yet it was precisely this staggering cost that confirmed Jiang Yan's hypothesis was correct. The strongest apostles field was incredibly formidable, so powerful that it demanded 20 million tech points to breach. Had he not realized that the first-generation model's shortcoming was the saber? Once the apostles descended, the consequences would be simply unthinkable. After Jiang Yan absorbed the future technology, it further validated this conjecture. The sheer might of this saber was simply horrifying. High-frequency oscillating nanometal was simply invincible, and its extendable property could suddenly elongate the blade to lengths beyond imagination. It could even be wielded like a firearm. This instantly reminded Jiang Yan of an anime from a parallel world. That squinting man named Jin, his blade also possessed such properties. After absorbing the future technology, Jiang Yan also understood why crafting this blade consumed so many tech points. Because its manufacturing process was essentially a monumental undertaking. The scale of this project and the quantity of materials required were already comparable to the ever-burning lamp project. Because it needed a specially designed ultra-long-range particle accelerator. Its entire structure resembled a 3D printer that used superparticles as raw materials. Moreover, its production process was extraordinarily slow, taking approximately 1 week to forge a single saber. This pitiful output greatly troubled Jiang Yan. If he only used system materials to forge one after half a year, he could produce at most 24 sabers. Far too few. Jiang Yan left the mecha training ground and sought out Zhou Hongtu once more. He shared his plan to build 10 super-large particle accelerators with him. Dean, I know that 10 particle accelerators require enormous amounts of materials and will undoubtedly consume a great deal of the nation's funds. I also feel deeply troubled about wasting public resources in this manner. But it is of great importance to Longhua and even the entire world. Although I cannot yet explain how, do you please trust me? Could you help me apply to the higher authorities? Seeing Jiang Yan's anxious expression, Zhou Hongtu burst into hearty laughter. Young Jiang, you are still far underestimating the prosperity of our Longhua today. What we have the most of in our Longhua is money. What we lack least is resources. Rest assured I will handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Zhou Hongtu made a phone call to the Minister of Science and Technology of Longhua right in front of Jiang Yan. In just a few words, upon hearing it was Jiang Yan's project and learning that it would consume massive amounts of resources and funds. Without hesitation, without even asking about the project's purpose, he approved it directly. Jiang Yan's reputation had long become thunderous among Longhua's upper echelons. Anything produced by Jiang Yan was bound to be a product transcending the era. The reason Longhua could achieve today's accomplishments owed overwhelmingly to Jiang Yan. Moreover, Longhua was so flush with money that there was nowhere to spend it. Finding a worthy project to invest in was not easy. The Minister of Science and Technology even thanked Zhou Hongtu, saying, "Thank you, Xiaozhou. If not for your Southern Academy's capability and Jiang Yan's brilliance, I fear I would not be able to complete the annual task of distributing hundreds of trillions in research funding." Not long after, a monumental project led by the Southern Academy's Southwest production base was officially launched. For this project, Jiang Yan required funds as high as 20 trillion, and the quantity of materials required was unprecedented. But within just a few days, Longhua's Ministry of Science and Technology had delivered all the funds and supplies Jiang Yan needed. This terrifying speed caught even Jiang Yan off guard. The delivery was far swifter than the original ever-burning lamp project. Other infrastructure groups, upon hearing it was a Southern Academy project, eagerly vied for cooperation. Because the previous day creation project had been so utterly staggering, all infrastructure groups that participated in the day creation project experienced a qualitative leap in both reputation and wealth. Jiang Yan also selected dozens of the strongest infrastructure groups among them for simultaneous cooperation. Everything proceeded incredibly smoothly, and Jiang Yan went all out this time, deploying all his connections. Witnessing Jiang Yan's desperate determination, the high-ranking officials of Longhua also stepped in to assist with coordination. 30,000 military mechas plus 30,000 Southern Academy mechas fully committed to the construction of 10 particle accelerators. 60,000 mechas, capable of leveling the world, were deployed in such a manner that it was absolutely terrifying. Throughout the entire construction process, engineers kept multiplying and countless talents continuously fell under Jiang Yan's command. 3 months later, a super particle accelerator spanning several cities began its power-on test. Though buried hundreds of meters underground, its emergence undoubtedly shocked the world once again. Good heavens! An 800-kilometer-long particle accelerator. And they built 10 of them at once. Those mysterious Longhua people truly dare to play big. These particle colliders, bordering on divine miracles, might finally unravel the secrets of neutrons and protons. Consequently, the entire basic physics community, from both Longhua and other nations, submitted numerous highly feasible particle collision proposals to the Southern Academy. They all fervently hoped that under the leadership of Longhua's Southern Academy, basic physics would take a significant leap forward. But their suggestions and applications were rejected by Jiang Yan one after another. His rejection uniformly contained only 2 sentences. "Who told you I'm accelerating particles for collision experiments? They are actually 3D printers that merely look like colliders." Upon reading the reply, all the basic physicists were completely shattered on the spot. Jiang Yan's reply sent fundamental physicists abroad into a state of despair. How can Longhua people be like this now? If they look down on us, just say it plainly. Making up some 3D printer as an excuse. This is absurd. They're obviously trying to fool us, aren't they? Alas, it's only because the Nankai Academy is currently the most prestigious research institution in Longhua. Even if they claim these particle accelerators are merely donuts, what could one possibly say in response? Perhaps we should circumvent the Nankai Academy and approach the Ministry of Science and Technology in Longhua directly through diplomatic channels. Given our nation's long-standing relations, they might persuade Nankai to conduct the particle collision experiments we require. Precisely. The data from particle collisions holds immense significance for the fundamental physics community. With Longhua now possessing such an extraordinary particle collider, it would be a profound waste not to utilize it for experiments. Regardless of the obstacles we face for the future of all physics, we must never abandon this pursuit. Well said. You are absolutely right. For the future of physics, we will never give up. Shortly thereafter, Longhua's Ministry of Science and Technology received an enormous volume of request letters forwarded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a chest overflowing with them. This substantial collection of pressing correspondence was also delivered to Minister of Science Hua Jinkun. Every single request letter had been personally authored by world-renowned physicists. Among them, many held such stature that even the Minister of Science himself would address them as teacher. This placed an enormous burden of responsibility upon him. Hua Jinkun immediately contacted the Minister of Foreign Affairs, bewildered. What era is this? Why are there still so many handwritten letters? What exactly do they mean by this? The foreign minister shook his head helplessly. These physicists sent their emails too, but they insist that paper correspondence conveys their sincere feelings more effectively. They all request that the Longhua Nankai Academy consider the future of physics and conduct the critical experiments involving 16 particle collisions. Moreover, they've already filtered the experimental models 3 times over, ensuring they won't ask Nankai to perform even one additional test. These come from the world's top physicists, delivered through diplomatic channels. This is quite a significant matter. But ultimately this belongs to the physics community, and we cannot make the decision ourselves. We kindly ask your Ministry of Science and Technology to help coordinate. These esteemed physicists show such genuine sincerity, their letters deeply moving, almost as if they're on bended knees pleading with us. Minister Hua, please have your ministry assist with this matter. Not long after, Minister Hua also received numerous letters from domestic physicists, each submitted in duplicate, one electronic and one handwritten, demonstrating their earnest commitment with content so moving it was as though they were begging the Nankai Academy. Observing the physics community's response, Hua Jinkun had already guessed. Nankai Academy must have rejected everyone's experimental applications. Not only foreign physicists were denied, but domestic ones too. Minister Hua was puzzled. It was merely a matter of conducting a few experiments, nothing extraordinary about it. The Nankai Academy couldn't possibly be so arrogant as to reject all experimental requests. After all, the purpose of building these particle accelerators was precisely to conduct collision experiments and explore how matter exists at the microscopic level. What harm would come from running additional experiments? Wealthy Longhua certainly has the resources. Moreover, conducting more experiments with different approaches would likely yield data closest to the truth, which would benefit the entire physics community. Hua Jinkun immediately called Zhou Hongtu and informed him about the collective plea from physicists worldwide to Longhua's Ministry of Science and Technology. Zhou Hongtu felt equally puzzled. Although Jiang Yan was usually stingy, he shouldn't be this unwilling. Leader, rest assured, I'll handle this matter. At this moment, within one of the massive particle accelerators, countless high-energy metallic particles were being continuously accelerated, ultimately colliding with the blade forging chamber at 0.99 times the speed of light. Countless atoms collided, shattered, and recombined under conditions approaching the speed of light, eventually reforming into brand new superatomic nuclei within the forging chamber. Each acceleration impact involved tens of thousands of particles. Yet despite the sheer volume, the entire forging process remained extraordinarily slow. In the control room, Jiang Yan monitored the gradual formation of the super sword through an observation window. The forging process appeared almost dreamlike, with each acceleration impact resembling the eruption of spectacular fireworks. It moved and stunned Jiang Yan deeply. The engineers beside him were equally captivated. If Minister Jiang hadn't already told us this was sword forging, who would have imagined such a dreamlike method? It's so beautiful. How powerful must a blade forged this way be? I can hardly imagine. Just then Zhou Hongtu's call came through. Hey Xiao Jiang, there's a big problem. Your rejection of all requests from the physics community has reached the foreign ministry. Now the Minister of Science and Technology is insisting we must agree to those physicists' demands. I've read the letters. They're filled with genuine sincerity and desperate pleas. Those top physicists are practically on their knees begging you. Look, just run 16 experiments for them. It's not a big deal. Why not just agree? Jiang Yan replied helplessly. If these accelerators could actually run experiments, I'd gladly agree. I'm not that stingy. The problem is they simply can't be used for experiments. I built this accelerator for other purposes. Zhou Hongtu still couldn't fathom what purpose particle accelerators could serve beyond collision experiments. Wait, if they're not for collision experiments, then what are they for? Don't tell me they're actually 3D printers. Jiang Yan nodded affirmatively. Exactly. You see, you already know they're 3D printers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtu was utterly devastated, but before he could retort, Jiang Yan said anxiously, I'll explain later. My sword is about to finish printing. Bye. Zhou Hongtu froze, still reeling from the call. A collider is a collider. Why insist on calling it a printer? He pondered for a long time, but couldn't grasp what Jiang Yan meant. A sudden thought struck him. What if Jiang Yan had failed? The possibility made Zhou Hongtu uneasy. Since joining Nankai Academy, Jiang Yan had achieved nothing but success, never once experiencing failure in his research and inventions. This terrifying streak of perfection was simply unnatural. But science and creation inherently require progressing through constant failures. Failure is the norm, success is the exception. That's the very essence of scientific research. Yet Jiang Yan had never encountered any obstacles or setbacks. This itself defied logic. Precisely because of this, Jiang Yan might have developed a fragile mindset, unable to accept failure. Furthermore, this project consumed hundreds of trillions and mobilized countless people, placing enormous pressure on Jiang Yan. And now Jiang Yan continued to insist he had built a 3D printer. Zhou Hongtu then conceived another possibility that made cold sweat pour down his face. Could Jiang Yan, unable to bear failure, have actually gone mad? Zhou Hongtu immediately panicked at the horrifying possibility. If Jiang Yan lost his mind, his entire Nank Academy would be destroyed. He immediately decided he must never contact Jiang Yan again. Zhou Hongtu recalled that he himself had once endured equally agonizing moments. Once such a situation arose, no one could intervene. He could only let Jiang Yan adapt on his own. After all, experiencing failure was an essential part of life. Zhou Hongtu promptly called Hua Jinquan. Sir, I believe we should no longer disturb Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's situation could have failed. Since I've known Jiang Yan, he has never failed. I fear this may be the most devastating blow he has ever faced. And I have begun to suspect that Jiang Yan's mental state may have become abnormal. Therefore, let us not mention the experiment or the particle accelerator anymore, shall we? Let us pretend none of this ever happened. Hearing this, Hua Jinquan grew exceedingly tense. If it truly were so, then everything suddenly made sense. That so-called impossibility of conducting experiments, that 3D printer, everything suddenly fell into place. After all, Jiang Yan was still so young, merely a boy. He truly should not have been subjected to such enormous pressure. If Jiang Yan's mental state had indeed deteriorated, it would be the greatest loss in the history of the Long Kingdom. Scientific progress advances through countless failures. Although this project cost 20 trillion, the Long Kingdom's immense wealth today, some might even say it was brought by Jiang Yan himself. The Long Kingdom should also grant Jiang Yan ample room to fail. Hua Jinquan nodded. I understand. Let this matter rest here. Let us pretend the particle accelerator project was never initiated. We will also give Jiang Yan time to adjust himself. Do not assign him any further tasks on your end. Zhou Hongtu nodded. I understand. A week later, 10 unprecedentedly terrifying blades materialized within 10 massive particle accelerators. Jiang Yan powered down one of the particle accelerators and boarded his mecha. With utmost caution, he retrieved a blade. Even his hands gripping the hilt trembled, for he could already sense the blade's terrifying power. The weapon was forged after the ancient Tang swords of the Long Kingdom. A straight obsidian black blade vibrating at an incomprehensible frequency, emitting a chilling hum that froze one's marrow. Were it not for the specially crafted hilt, Jiang Yan's mecha arm would have already been annihilated on contact. Furthermore, the blade could shift its shape freely according to the wielder's will, like a fluid, supple, yet unyielding. And simultaneously it remained indestructible. These two entirely contradictory properties were perfectly fused within this single blade. Even Jiang Yan could not help but marvel. A magnificent sword. Jiang Yan inserted the blade into a specially crafted massive scabbard. Within the scabbard, air was sealed out, creating a vacuum. The horrifying aura emanating from the blade finally began to diminish. Only then did Jiang Yan breathe a sigh of relief and sheathe it at his mecha's waist. Jiang Yan immediately contacted Xia Tianyi. If he were to test whether the blade's strength met the required standards, only Xia Tianyi Supreme at Force Field could accomplish this. The others at Force Fields were simply pathetic. Tianyi, I have forged a blade and need your cooperation to verify its strength. Hearing this, Xia Tianyi readily agreed. All right. At that very moment, atop the newly constructed giant mecha training arena, Xia Tianyi casually backhanded a military mecha that had come to challenge her, sending it flying into the sky. Ever since Xia Tianyi dominated that mecha, 1,000 from the military, more and more military personnel had come to challenge her. They simply could not believe she was truly that formidable, 1 versus 1,000. Through these continuous battles, Xia Tianyi's combat stability at 100 synchronization rate had steadily improved. Yet she never once unleashed her terrifying at Force Field again. And still she remained undefeated across the land. At first, only a handful of military personnel came to challenge her each day. But after being soundly defeated to the point of questioning their existence, they surprisingly discovered that their synchronization rate had risen, just by a fraction. Although barely noticeable, they could all confirm their synchronization rate had indeed increased. This was the most difficult synchronization rate to improve in mecha piloting. Through normal channels, raising synchronization by even a fraction required weeks or even a month of training. Yet after being beaten by Xia Tianyi, it could be raised rapidly. This sent the military pilots desperate to improve their synchronization into absolute ecstasy. They felt as though they had discovered a secret cheat code. Every day, countless soldiers came in orderly lines requesting Xia Tianyi to beat them senseless. This news even reached the commander-in-chief. Since his own mecha synchronization rate was not high and his training had yielded diminishing returns over long periods. So he too arranged a sparring match with Xia Tianyi. And today marked the highly anticipated showdown between the commander-in-chief and Xia Tianyi. Countless soldiers gathered well in advance to witness the spectacle. Everyone eagerly awaited whether the commander-in-chief could defeat this ultimate boss. News spread like wildfire, and soon nearly 10,000 spectators assembled to watch. Even before the commander-in-chief arrived, the spectators had completely surrounded the training grounds. Taking advantage of the delay, soldiers lined up to challenge Xia Tianyi one by one. As wave after wave of mechas were sent flying by Xia Tianyi's strikes, the commander-in-chief finally arrived. Seeing the dense swarm of mechas, even he was taken aback. Had he not received prior notice of the massive spectator turnout, he might have mistaken the scene for an impending military mutiny. The commander-in-chief's mecha landed upon the training arena. All present held their breath. The commander-in-chief had never before clashed with Xia Tianyi. On one hand, he hoped to improve his mecha synchronization rate. As rumored, On the other, he wished to verify whether Xia Tianyi was truly as overwhelmingly powerful as legends claimed. Although the commander-in-chief's synchronization rate was only 75%, his wealth of combat experience placed him among the elite tier of mecha pilots. Among all training exercises, few pilots could claim victory over the commander-in-chief in direct one-on-one combat. Both parties took their positions, and all the soldiers held their breath in anticipation. Such a legendary clash was rarely witnessed. Everyone eagerly anticipated what breathtaking battle would unfold. Seeing Xia Tianyi remain motionless, the commander-in-chief chose to seize the initiative first. Though the commander-in-chief's synchronization rate was not particularly high, everyone could plainly observe his seasoned combat expertise. Rather than charging in a straight line, he advanced in an unpredictable S-shaped maneuver, weaving through the battlefield. No one could predict where the commander-in-chief would appear next. Just as he closed in on Xia Tianyi from a devious rear angle, spectators could not help but exclaim, "The commander-in-chief's positioning is incredible. How can anyone dodge an attack from such a position?" This may well be Xia Tianyi's first real setback. As the commander-in-chief executed a sweeping kick, even he himself felt certain he had struck successfully. But in the very next instant, Xia Tianyi vanished from the spot, as though teleporting. She appeared directly behind the commander-in-chief, and a piercing yell of "What the hell?" echoed through the internal communication channel. That shriek instantly summoned vivid memories for everyone present of their own brutal beatings at Xia Tianyi's hands. It also caused every mecha on the field to shake their heads in sympathetic recall. For Xia Tianyi, combat experience was entirely unnecessary. Pure mechanical superiority alone was enough to render her invincible. At this moment, everyone present truly understood what it meant to face an existence beyond compare. Invincibility itself. After being sent flying by the assault, the chief commander remained unconvinced and was about to launch a second challenge against Xia Tianyi. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yan had already arrived at the training ground. When he appeared with his side sword, many present immediately noticed the blade fastened at his waist. A mecha-graded saber. Though it remained sheathed, the sword's straight, slender profile and formidable aura were unmistakable. It was an extraordinary match for the prototype unit, and the chilling energy emanating from the blade instantly drew gasps from the assembled warriors. When did the Southern Academy of Sciences develop a military blade for mechs? What an impressive sword. And what is with that terrifying presence? His instincts warned him this blade was dangerous. Now Jiang Yan couldn't wait to test whether this mecha-grade sword could actually shatter an angel's field. The fields of others held no value for testing. They'd collapse at the blade's touch. Only Xia Tianyi's 100 synchronized field was sturdy enough to serve as a proper test subject. Jiang Yan spotted the chief commander among the crowd, clearly intending to duel Xia Tianyi. With time running short, he cut them off without hesitation. "Apologies, Chief Commander, and all soldiers of Longhua. Xia Tianyi and I need to conduct an urgent weapons test. Resume your engagement once we're finished. I'll be striking Xia Tianyi's field while she maintains 100 synchronization. For everyone's safety, maintain a minimum distance of 3 kilometers from Xia Tianyi." Those who'd been hurled back by her at field alone understood the gravity of that warning. They departed without hesitation, certain they never wanted to experience that crushing impact again. The sensation of being struck by a train was something they'd rather not endure twice. But the chief commander and others who'd never felt the full force of Xia Tianyi's field firsthand remained puzzled. "Jiang Yan, why require such a distant withdrawal? Our high-sync soldiers can all project at fields. They typically shield only a few meters around the user. You're simply testing a blade against Xia Tianyi's field. Shouldn't standing back a few dozen meters be more than sufficient?" At that moment, several soldiers who'd backed by Xia Tianyi's field stepped forward urgently. "Chief Commander, we should heed Jiang Yan's warning. Her field is nothing like ordinary ones." "Exactly, Chief Commander. Its destructive power rivals that of a nuclear weapon. We must withdraw immediately, sir, or it may be too late." Hearing this, the chief commander hesitantly followed the others to a safe distance. Jiang Yan had already positioned himself. He issued a command through the internal channel, "Xia Tianyi, deploy your field at 100 synchronization." Xia Tianyi's voice came back through the channel, tinged with uncertainty. "Jiang Yan here. This is a newly constructed mecha training base." Jiang Yan responded casually, "It's merely a training ground. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. Zhou Hongtu will handle it. We're running short on time and have no better venue available. Xia Tianyi, this next test is crucial, not just for Longhua, but for the entire world. Stop wasting time and deploy your field now." Though she didn't fully understand what Jiang Yan meant, she nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, beneath the watchful eyes of over 10,000 soldiers, a massive angular spatial barrier erupted outward from Xia Tianyi's position. That feral wall of energy swept across everything in its path, obliterating every structure until nothing remained but dust. Within moments, the entire mecha training facility was consumed, replaced by a spatial barrier that seemed to span from heaven to earth. This was Xia Tianyi's field at 100 synchronization, and fortunately all mechas had evacuated this time, sparing them from the disaster of being launched into the air en masse. Yet even so, its sheer power left every onlooker trembling with awe. Is this really Xia Tianyi's field? This range is absurdly vast. My field measures in centimeters, but Xia Tianyi's extends by kilometers. How can the gap between two mecha pilots be so enormous? The entire training ground just vanished. Good heavens. If we hadn't evacuated, we'd have been wiped out instantly. At this point, the chief commander was rendered speechless by the shock. This was Xia Tianyi's true power, the prowess of a 100 synchronized mecha pilot. Moments ago, he'd foolishly considered challenging her. Looking back now, it was nothing but delusional arrogance, a mayfly trying to topple a tree. Even without activating her at field, Xia Tianyi could easily overwhelm everyone present. With her at field engaged, she could annihilate every person here in an instant. At that moment, the chief commander desperately wanted to recruit Xia Tianyi into the military. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly become Longhua's Valkyrie. She would serve as the finest ambassador for Longhua's armed forces. Just then, Jiang Yan's voice crackled through the internal channel. Xia Tianyi, prepare yourself. I'm about to attack. Xia Tianyi replied coolly, understood. Then before Jiang Yan's mech, an astonishing sight unfolded. As Jiang Yan drew the straight blade from his waist, a piercing metallic ring shattered the air, so sharp it made everyone's scalp tingle. All eyes followed the sound to see a jet-black long sword gripped firmly in Jiang Yan's mech's hand. That sword exudes such overwhelming power it's enough to make one forget Xia Tianyi's might just moments before. What kind of blade is that? Good heavens, what monstrous creation has the Southern Academy of Sciences produced this time? To think a mere sword can counterbalance Xia Tianyi's formidable presence, it's utterly inconceivable. The unsheathing of this blade sent chills down even the chief commander's spine. Gathering all his strength, Jiang Yan brought the blade down upon Xia Tianyi's powerful at field. As the edge met the spatial barrier, a sound like shattering glass echoed sharply. Xia Tianyi's mighty at field had been cleaved in a single strike, a sight that drew simultaneous gasps from every observer present. The chief commander found it nearly unbelievable. Based on the at field's intensity, he reckoned it would take at least the deep sea's rail cannon to breach it. Such an impenetrable spatial barrier had been shattered with a single stroke. Was this even a sword? Was this scientifically possible? But before the moment could register, another cracking sound rang out as a second barrier fell. Xia Tianyi's spatial barrier wasn't limited to a single layer. While everyone was still processing the first fracture, yet another shattering echoed, followed immediately by another. Another fell, then another, and another. By the time Jiang Yan's blade could no longer descend, he had shattered a staggering 56 spatial barriers. In that instant, Jiang Yan himself felt as though he were cracking open dozens upon dozens of spatial barrier layers. Was Xia Tianyi some kind of monster? This defied all logic. Jiang Yan swung his blade, and the result left everyone utterly stunned. Jiang Yan himself was the first to be astonished. This saber's formidable power required no doubt whatsoever. It was beyond reproach. Jiang Yan was certain that the system had forged it specifically to the standard of crushing the mightiest apostles at field. He was also in awe of its devastating, almost monstrous destructive force. Ordinarily, even a single layer of Xia Tianyi's at field would require at least a mothership-grade orbital cannon to breach. Yet this saber sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting paper. But unfortunately, Xia Tianyi's at field was not a single sheet of paper. It was a book. Not just one book, but a colossal stack of encyclopedias. The blade simply could not cut through to the bottom. At this moment, Jiang Yan finally witnessed just how formidable Xia Tianyi truly was with her 100 synchronization rate. If gods existed in this world, would they tremble at the sight of Xia Tianyi? Jiang Yan certainly was afraid. The military officers were even more shattered, their worldview fractured. Wait, isn't the spatial barrier of an at field supposed to be just one layer? That's common knowledge. How many layers did Jiang Yan shatter with that single slash? 50 layers? Don't ask me. My common sense has already collapsed. And what the hell is that blade of Jiang Yan's? It takes at least an orbital cannon to blast open a spatial barrier, yet he shattered dozens of layers with one strike. Does that mean Jiang Yan's single slash equals dozens of orbital cannons firing simultaneously? How is that possible? Don't ask me. I've already fallen apart. The Supreme Commander's eyes glittered as he stared at the saber in Jiang Yan's hand. It was the dream weapon of his life. Even Xia Tianyi was stunned at this moment. The blade Jiang Yan held actually made her sense a flicker of fear. This was the first time since piloting the first-generation mecha that she felt her life might be threatened within its cockpit. Just as Jiang Yan sheathed his blade, countless layers of Xia Tianyi's spatial barriers rapidly regenerated. This shocked everyone once again. Wait, shouldn't spatial barriers take at least several hours to recover after being shattered? Isn't that common knowledge? Don't ask me. My common sense has collapsed again. Dozens of spatial barriers aside, even her recovery speed is 100 times faster than ours. Is Xia Tianyi a monster? Don't ask me. I'm completely shattered. While everyone was still reeling in shock, Jiang Yan made another move. Since a single slash couldn't reach the bottom, he switched to a thrust. Jiang Yan suddenly changed his grip, turning the chopping motion into a lunging stab. He thrust with all his might, aiming not at Xia Tianyi, but at the ground beneath her feet. Immediately, another series of cracking sounds echoed as spatial barriers shattered. The sound of breaking repeated at least 100 times. The straight, slender black blade stretched out at an eerie breakneck speed, not by a mere fraction, but by a full 2 kilometers. When the crowd witnessed this unbelievable sight, their jaws dropped. The blade can extend. Is this even a sword anymore? I have no words to describe such a weapon. After Jiang Yan's thrust, the blade seemed to almost reach Xia Tianyi, but it had also reached its limit. Xia Tianyi's field held on with difficulty, and the long blade in Jiang Yan's hand could advance no further. At this point, if Jiang Yan charged forward rapidly, he might have broken through a few more layers, but he felt it was unnecessary. The test had already yielded enough results. Aside from Xia Tianyi, the other outcomes matched his expectations. The blade's destructive power was truly formidable, and Xia Tianyi's monstrous level was also terrifying. Jiang Yan restored the blade to its original length, and sheathed it while Xia Tianyi withdrew her at field and exited the 100 synchronization state. Both of them, contemplating each other's terrifying combat power, felt a chill run down their spines. Seeing both of them stop, the mecha pilots from the military quickly swarmed around. Urgent questions exploded in the internal channel. Xia Tianyi, how did you deploy multiple at fields? Why are you so strong? Can you teach us? Jiang Yan, what's the deal with that blade of yours? Can the military use it in the future? Xia Tianyi gave her explanation. This is a special ability of the first-generation mecha that becomes available only after reaching 100 synchronization. Once you reach 100 synchronization, you'll naturally understand. It doesn't need to be taught. Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. An 80 synchronization rate was already astronomically difficult. 100 was probably something for the next lifetime. But Jiang Yan's side delivered exciting news. The production capacity of this saber is very low. Only 10 can be made per week. Supreme Commander, place your order. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were thrilled. This terrifying weapon could actually be mass-produced. Although the production capacity was low now, the Southern Research Institute's ability to ramp up production was notoriously fast. In a few months, the output might catch up. The Supreme Commander's hearty laughter echoed through the internal channel. Haha, buy. We must buy. How many of these sabers does your Southern Research Institute have? The military will take them all. This blade can slay gods and demons. Receiving such high praise from the Supreme Commander, Jiang Yan felt proud. This saber was indeed the most satisfactory weapon he had ever crafted. Jiang Yan hoped these sabers would shine in the hands of the military, cutting down the Proxima apostles. Jiang Yan, hand over the saber you're holding to me directly. I'll take it to the higher-ups. That way I can ask for the budget. After taking the saber, the Supreme Commander did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to Xia Tianyi and asked, Xia Tianyi, are you interested in joining the military? At these words, Jiang Yan was immediately displeased. Supreme Commander, that's going too far. You want my sword, and now you're trying to poach my people. The Supreme Commander quickly explained, Jiang Yan, don't get worked up. I'm talking about a part-time position. Xia Tianyi can become the Valkyrie of the military's mecha corps. We only need her to be a cover figure. Besides promotional work, she's free to go wherever she wants. And having someone from the military close to you makes communication easier, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan reluctantly nodded. Xia Tianyi, however, was indifferent. She would follow her leader's arrangements. A few days later, a military recruitment advertisement video flooded the prime advertising slots of every television station. In the ad, Xia Tianyi piloted her mecha, leading the mecha corps in a sonic boom formation, patrolling the borders of Dragon Country like a god. To protect her homeland, Xia Tianyi deployed a massive spatial barrier single-handedly, withstanding missiles from all directions. Although it was just a promotional ad, the overwhelming sense of oppression and the passionate image of the Valkyrie made it hard to breathe and stirred the blood. Coupled with Xia Tianyi's heroic bearing and striking features, the advertisement ignited a fervor for military service across the entire Dragon Country. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander was demonstrating the might of the mecha saber to the high-ranking officials. Amid a range of test mountains, the Supreme Commander, piloting a mecha, thrust the blade forward. The pitch-black straight blade extended infinitely, piercing a mountain 1 kilometer away. With a deep low shout from the Supreme Commander, he lifted the tip of the blade, and the pierced mountain split in two, the cut surface perfectly smooth. This scene left every high-ranking official present utterly astounded. The Minister of Science and Technology was especially shattered because Feng Tiangong's submitted materials mentioned that the saber was forged by Jiang Yan of the Southern Research Institute using a particle accelerator. At that moment, Hui Jinquan realized that Jiang Yan had not been lying. The particle accelerators he built were indeed 3D printers, and they were 3D printers capable of printing divine artifacts. The saber forged by Jiang Yan caused a huge stir among the senior officials. The astonishing sight of the commander splitting a mountain in two with a single strike left an indelible impression in the minds of all the top leadership. The blade not only extended at an unbelievable speed to several kilometers, but its edge was also invincible, and when the saber pierced through the mountain, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was like slicing through a block of tofu. Yet this further demonstrates just how sharp the blade has become, a level of sharpness beyond human imagination. Two diametrically opposed qualities have been flawlessly unified within this weapon. This defies any scientific explanation. This is technology far beyond what this era could possibly master. Without a doubt, Jiang Yan from the Southern Academy has once again shattered humanity's technological barriers. At this moment, all the senior officials felt a sense of awe and reverence toward Jiang Yan. No one dared to question his formidable strength anymore. The senior officials also realized that once the long country mechs are equipped with this saber, they would have no weaknesses in either close combat or long-range attacks. A long country mech, even if there's only one, would be an invincible presence. The commander sheathed his blade and approached the senior officials, but before he could speak, his previously proposed massive military budget request was immediately approved unanimously. I approve the commander's military budget request. It's merely 1 trillion annually. We must pay it. I agree. I agree too. With such a saber-equipped a long country mech, even just one, could sweep across any battlefield. Not just on the battlefield. I can't imagine anything on Blue Star that could stop the advance of the long country mechs. I think the production capacity mentioned by the commander is far too low. Only 10 per week. How is that enough? Exactly, only 10 per week. By the time we're buried, we'll never see the day when every long country mech operator wields their own saber. I propose we fully support the Southern Academy in continuing to increase saber production. I agree. I agree too. Agreed. Several days later, the Southern Academy received notice to significantly increase saber production. Due to the severe shortage of saber production from the Southern Academy's superparticle 3D printers, which heavily impacts the long country military's requirement for equipping future million mech formations. Therefore, we request Jiang Yan from the Southern Academy to draft a plan to increase saber production. Submit the feasibility plan to the Long Country Ministry of Science and Technology by the specified date. After reading the notice, Zhou Hongta couldn't help but remark, the top brass really want to burn through cash. Upon receiving the forwarded notice from Zhou Hongta, Jiang Yan was taken aback. Configure based on a quantity of 1 million mechs. Does Long Country really have that much money? Jiang Yan felt that the current saber production capacity was already sufficient to handle the Apostle crisis. Continuing to increase production would undoubtedly be a waste. But Jiang Yan, following the requirements, still sent over a draft of the maximum saber production capacity for Long Country that he had prepared earlier. After all, it was good to give the senior officials some concept beforehand. The particle accelerator was too large. If there was no long-term planning, Long Country's limited land area would be completely insufficient. So Jiang Yan had already made long-term plans for the future. But that was a plan for many years down the road. It wasn't worthwhile to pursue this matter at present. Fearful of misunderstanding from the senior officials, he added a sincere note at the end. Resources are scarce, act according to your means. But it seemed this final remark touched a nerve among the top leadership. Not long after Jiang Yan submitted his plan, an epic project named Long Country Super Ring was directly announced to officially launch. And the particle accelerator designed by Jiang Yan was also formally named Long Country Super Ring. This plan designated Jiang Yan from the Southern Academy as the main person in charge, fully responsible for the implementation of the Long Country Super Ring project. In the plan, it is expected to build 1,000 particle accelerators, forming an accelerator matrix. This was directly quoting Jiang Yan's original words, and Jiang Yan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry about it. Wait, I just casually wrote down the maximum possible value. Why did they take it seriously? Jiang Yan immediately reported it to Huajinkuan, but it was rejected. 1,000 super rings are absolutely necessary. But you can phase it in. Start with 100 units for the first phase, and we'll discuss the rest later. Jiang Yan helplessly shook his head and designated the entire southern region as the first phase's construction scope. After all, there were still several months until the mission's deadline, so he might as well pass the time. Under Jiang Yan's call, the military voluntarily dispatched 100 mechs to actively participate in the construction of this project, but even just the first phase, with its vast engineering scale, left the world astonished. The Long Country Super Ring project. What is Long Country trying to do? 100 particle accelerators. Are they truly attempting to unravel the truths of this world? Though the world was puzzled, not a single nation dared to question Long Country's decisions. Because that was Long Country. In no time, nearly 100 nations stepped forward to respond, and countless rare materials and supplies from around the world converged. The sheer magnitude of materials and resources this plan required made everyone frown involuntarily. But upon realizing these were materials needed by Long Country, almost every nation scrambled to supply them. And to gain more recognition and trust from Long Country, many nations even chose to provide them free of charge. No matter how many materials and supplies they provided, they outright refused payment, as if supporting Long Country was their sacred duty. It was their highest honor. Some nations even adopted desperate measures, selling everything they had. Even if it meant compromising their own foundations and liquidating assets, they would fill whatever gaps Long Country needed. This moved many senior officials in Long Country, and for the first time the people of Long Country deeply felt that their nation had so many true friends across the globe who stood by them through thick and thin. For those nations that had generously assisted Long Country, the senior officials of Long Country were equally generous, since they gave peaches Long Country would return with plums. Tens of thousands of Long Country infrastructure mechs went directly to overseas nations, leading countries lagging behind Long Country in completing ultramodern industrial and urban development. Countless materials unrelated to the Super Ring project also flowed continuously to the rest of the world. Countless technologies that didn't involve military applications were generously shared by Long Country. Before the powerful infrastructure capabilities of Long Country mechs, countless extremely time-consuming projects were completed almost overnight. Among them, the most inspiring and anticipated was the ultramodern, ultra-high voltage power grid built with Long Country's assistance. Some nations that had established goodwill with Long Country early on had already completed their ultra-modern, ultra-high voltage power grids and successfully connected to Long Country's controlled nuclear fusion ring network. They all enjoyed unlimited cheap energy, and their comprehensive national development seemed to soar like a bullet train, achieving continuous success. Amidst everyone's anticipation, one nation after another completed their ultra-high voltage power grids and successfully connected to Long Country's power network. Long Country's massive electricity flow like surging blood radiated from this heart of Long Country to sustain the world. Its reach of influence actually spanned half of Blue Star. A community of shared destinies centered on Long Country was also quietly taking shape without anyone noticing. On the other side, Zone 51, hundreds of experimental teams composed of biologists were working simultaneously. Using the latest DNA editing technology bestowed by Proxima Star, they began attempting to create a cell that had never existed in this world. They failed over 10,000 times until finally one team held their breath as all members leaned in. A lead biologist carefully carried a culture vessel and placed it into a special apparatus. As the device sealed tightly shut, its interior was instantly filled with an intense cold capable of freezing everything. At this moment, that biologist finally let out a long sigh of relief. He excitedly announced loudly, "We succeeded. We have cultivated angel cells." With those words, the entire Zone 51 erupted in excitement. And Cole was equally thrilled. With this cell, they could use Proxima Civilization's genetic resonance technology to activate all the angel eggs. After the first angel cell was cultivated in Zone 51, the entire facility swiftly shifted its operations from cell cultivation to cell replication. The high command of Bagoo Nation was elated. The most daunting hurdle had been overcome, and the subsequent replication process would proceed with ease. Not long ago, Bagoo Nation had utilized the positioning technology of the Proxima Civilization to locate nearly 100,000 angel eggs across the globe. Once the angel cell replication was complete, they could manufacture an ample supply of genetic resonators to resurrect 100,000 angels. What terrifying power that would unleash! Meanwhile, Bagoo Nation's leadership regarded Long Country's mysterious program with thinly veiled disdain. In their estimation, the Super Ring, however astonishing, remained merely experimental equipment, incapable of posing any tangible threat. Unable to constitute a genuine threat, Bagoo Nation chose to fully support Long Country's Super Ring initiative as a means of concealing their true intentions. They not only refrained from obstructing Long Country's global procurement efforts, but actively supplied vast quantities of materials, projecting unwavering commitment to the project. Over 2 months later, the first phase of the Super Ring project in Long Country was successfully completed. Jiang Yan had initially only wanted to pass the time, but the military's 100,000 mechas were charged with uncontainable energy. Many had witnessed the devastating power of the saber blades firsthand, and they knew these weapons were forged by Long Country's Super Ring. They were convinced that with greater effort, they could earn their own saber blades. Fueled by this belief, the 100,000 military mechas fought relentlessly day and night. Jiang Yan and thousands of skilled workers from the Southern Academy of Sciences were thrust into equally intense labor, and the first phase of the Super Ring project was completed at breakneck speed. 100 Super Ring installations stretched deep across Long Country's southern territories, interlocking and layering upon one another. Though only the first phase, they stood as a superlative achievement since the controlled nuclear fusion ring network. With all 100 Super Rings operating simultaneously, production of the saber blades accelerated to 100 units weekly. By the time construction of each installation was completed, over 400 of these formidable mecha blades had already been forged. Long Country's military distributed these weapons among elite mecha pilots with the highest synchronization rates. Xia Tianyi became the first to wield one. Jiang Yan had given these saber blades a straightforward name, Long Country Military Blades. As the deadline for the mission drew near, Bagoo Nation completed its preparations and secretly transported thousands of genetic resonators across the globe. Disguised as mundane appliances, microwaves, televisions, no one suspected these everyday devices carried the power to annihilate human civilization. Each resonator could awaken all angel eggs within a 100-kilometer radius. 2 weeks later, deployment was complete across most nations, though Long Country and Bear Nation, with their strict controls, received only minimal placements. The majority of other countries had been fitted with extensive arrays of these devices. Within Zone 51, nearly 100,000 consciousness synchronization pods stood ready, networked via satellite to every resonator. Once the angels awoke, these pods would forcibly inject the operator's consciousness into the angel bodies for possession. 100,000 Bagoo Nation soldiers donned oxygen masks and specialized neural interface helmets, their bodies threaded with life support tubing. They entered the synchronization pods, awaiting only the angel's awakening. Bagoo Nation had initially planned 2 strategies. The first involved gradually resurrecting the angels in batches, concentrating their forces, then launching a full-scale assault on Long Country. But that approach proved too risky, given the high failure rate of angel assimilation and the likelihood of Long Country detecting their movements. So they opted for the second plan, resurrecting all angels simultaneously. A sudden appearance of 100,000 apostles would catch Long Country entirely off guard. Under the consensus of the 500 assembly, the activation command was issued. Thousands of resonators fired in unison and countless invisible angel eggs stirred to life beneath the earth. Immediately 100,000 synchronization pods attempted to possess all the angels simultaneously. But possessing angels proved far more difficult than anticipated. Nearly half of the operators experienced violent spasms and painful convulsions. Then they descended into madness, alternating between manic laughter and despairing sobs. The moment possession failed, their minds shattered irreparably. Only half of the soldiers succeeded in possessing their angel hosts. Their consciousnesses surged through rivers of light into the angel bodies. At that point, the resonators became irrelevant. The Bagu Nation soldiers who succeeded in possession now fully controlled their angel hosts. But they remained immobile. The angels had not yet finished hatching. They waited for the angel eggs to complete their transformation from cocoon to butterfly. Once awakened, the angel eggs devoured the earth's vitality at an alarming rate. Vegetation withered instantly around them, and soil and rock turned to desert sand in moments. Across the lifeless gray wastelands stretching kilometers in every direction, colossal stone cicada cocoons, each the size of a truck, emerged from the earth. Endless power gathered within these cocoons. For the angels that escaped possession, a single primal directive remained: upon awakening, destroy all civilization on the surface and reset the blue star. The emergence of these giant eggs triggered global panic and suspicion. Nearly 100,000 photographs and videos of the mega eggs flooded the internet. Online forums erupted in chaos. What the hell are those gigantic eggs? One of them turned an entire forest near me into a desert. This is terrifying. Is this the end of the world? Oi. Mommy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Maybe these are gifts from alien friends. Look, the sandification has stopped. And they're not harming anyone. Exactly. Maybe these giant eggs will hatch into something harmless like Teletubbies. The moment these colossal eggs appeared, Jiang Yan knew. The mission had begun. Jiang Yan immediately relayed all his intelligence to the commander-in-chief and senior leadership. He had stayed silent before because he lacked proof and refused to be dismissed as delusional. He couldn't possibly tell them about his system. That would be revealing all his cards at once, something Jiang Yan would never do. But now that the anomalies had manifested, his words carried weight. So setting aside the system matter, Jiang Yan disclosed everything he knew. The existence of an alien civilization and Bagu Nation's acquisition of their apostle technology weighed heavily on the commander-in-chief and senior leaders. Intelligence that the apostles would annihilate half of Earth ignited murderous intent in everyone present. Though they never learned how Jiang Yan obtained this information, they chose to trust him outright. This trust had been forged through Jiang Yan's repeated demonstrations of extraordinary power on Long Country's behalf, building incrementally until it became unshakable. The commander-in-chief didn't even question Jiang Yan's sources. He immediately ordered the mobilization of all military mechas. Soon 400,000 Long Country mechas hovered in the skies, forming an impenetrable matrix that blanketed the horizon. The 400,000-strong army was organized into 400 squadrons of 1,000 pilots, every squadron commander bearing a military blade at their hip. The presence of those military blades gave the 400 commanders an aura distinctly different from ordinary mecha pilots. An aura of dread radiated from each blade, enveloping its wielder and transforming every commander into a living avatar of slaughter. Mere exposure to their gaze would weaken the knees and chill the spine of any who met them. At that moment, the commander-in-chief stood before the mecha matrix, the figure radiating the most lethal intent of them all. Through the internal mecha channel, the commander-in-chief barked orders to his troops: follow the marching routes previously assigned. Wherever Long Country's mechas tread, destroy every alien organism. Leave none alive. 400,000 mechas responded in unified thunder. Yes, sir. The resonant chorus shook heaven and earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Even the gathering storm clouds scattered at the sound. At that moment, hundreds of giant eggs also appeared within the territory of Longhua. Compared to the thousands of giant eggs in most other countries, this number was far too few. Because from beginning to end, most resonators from Baogu Country could not be imported into Longhua. Whether it was microwaves or televisions produced by Baogu Country, the quality was simply too poor, and no matter how cheap, Longhua citizens would not buy them. The smuggled resonators were intercepted by Longhua customs and confiscated as contraband. Therefore, when Zone 51 simultaneously activated the resonators, only a few scattered areas in Longhua had their angels awakened. Among those few areas happened to be a fortunate biotechnology research institute. Upon discovering giant eggs appearing near their facility, the biologists inside instantly erupted into ecstasy. We are truly blessed. Longhua is vast, yet there are only a few hundred eggs in total. Who would have thought we'd get one right in our district? These giant eggs might be fossilized eggs from prehistoric giant dinosaurs. But what kind of dinosaur could produce eggs this enormous with such bizarre sandification abilities? It's absolutely inconceivable. Quick. Before the military seals off the site, let us measure whatever data we can. If we act fast enough, we might beat other institutions and publish our research first. Then we'll become famous. Exactly. We might even win the Nobel Prize this year. The money isn't much, but it represents the highest honor for a scientist. After a brief discussion, all the scientists at the Biotechnology Institute immediately set out. They nearly mobilized as a group, loading all required instruments onto a minivan. About 15 minutes later they arrived near the closest giant egg. At this moment the surrounding earth had been completely sandified, making it impossible for the vehicle to proceed further. A dozen biologists, already clad in protective suits, jumped directly from the vehicle. Carrying their testing equipment, they trudged through the thoroughly sandified terrain until they reached the giant egg. They quickly affixed various detection probes to the surface of the giant egg, and within moments the data appeared. Gazing at the electrical pulse readings, one scientist shouted excitedly, "They actually show signs of life. These colossal stone eggs are alive." While they were still overcome with excitement, another biologist reviewing the DNA sequence test results let out a startled cry. The DNA test results are also in. Unprecedented. Truly unprecedented. This giant egg contains an entirely new species. Let me see. Good heavens, it really is a new species. This could be the greatest discovery in human history. Absolutely incredible. What manner of life form could this be? Never heard of anything like it. The director of the Biotechnology Institute immediately squeezed his way forward. After examining the data, his expression turned to utter disbelief. Indeed, the DNA of any organism on this planet is vastly distant from theirs. But then he suddenly noticed something amiss. This can't be. There is actually one species whose DNA shares some similarity with theirs. None other than humanity itself. Upon hearing this, all the biologists present sucked in their breaths simultaneously. Now this is rather bizarre, isn't it? What kind of prehistoric species is inside these giant eggs? How could a dinosaur's DNA resemble human DNA? At that moment, another group of people carried a large piece of equipment through the sandified ground. Make way, make way. The device they carried was an ultrasonic imaging scanner. As the instrument was positioned, the second group applied a special liquid to the surface of the giant egg, with the probe gliding across the egg's exterior. The image inside the giant egg began to appear on the ultrasonic scanner. When they saw what materialized on the screen, everyone present was utterly stunned. At that moment, the shock they felt was beyond words. Because through the scanner they saw, inside that giant egg there existed a gigantic female, humanoid figure with wings. It was curled up like an infant, its body nearly a perfect golden ratio, and though its face bore no expression, it was exceedingly delicate, resembling a sculpture displayed in an art exhibition. All the biologists present breathed heavily, their expressions filled with intense excitement. Because it was without a doubt the angel of Western mythology. How is this possible? Do angels truly exist on this planet? This could be the greatest discovery in human history. A mythical creature. Am I dreaming? Quick, prepare the biopsy. We must extract its DNA. Just then the Mecha Squad 1000 roared into view. A pitch-black straight blade extended infinitely from the sky, piercing directly through the giant egg. The angel core inside the egg shattered under that single strike. Immediately after, a terrifying wail erupted from within the egg, a sound that seemed to pierce straight into one's soul. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Then the giant egg disintegrated like quicksand, and the angel within revealed itself only briefly before dissolving into sand grains scattered away by the wind. The Mecha Squadron leader reported over the internal channel, "Giant egg No. 124 has been successfully destroyed. The angel inside has been confirmed eliminated." Then Mecha Squad 1000 once again surged forward with a sonic boom, heading to their next objective. Amidst the gray sand, the group of biologists stood completely bewildered. The director of the Biotechnology Institute was the first to snap out of it. Now trembling with rage, he bellowed at the sky. "What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea what you've destroyed? You've obliterated the greatest miracle in human history." They were angels. But by now the Mecha Squadron had already flown far away. Even if they could hear, they would never explain themselves, nor would they waver in the slightest. No one had the authority to question the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Such incomprehensible scenes rapidly unfolded across Longwa's vast land. In less than an hour, every giant egg on Longwa's territory was destroyed, and every angel was strangled in its cradle. The biologists of Longwa expressed their dissatisfaction with the military's brutal actions. Though they dared not reproach them to their faces, the internet forums erupted. What is the military doing? No warning at all, they just destroyed the giant eggs. All the giant eggs in Longwa have been destroyed. I've confirmed it. Oh, how tragic. We didn't even get a chance to study them. This was the most significant discovery in history, one that could reveal the origins of humanity, and it was all ruined. Such a pity. Fortunately, our institute moved fast enough to obtain ultrasonic imaging of the interior of a giant egg. What species was inside the giant egg? Was it a dinosaur? Tell me quickly, I'm dying to know. Please click the link below. Our Biotechnology Institute has already published the relevant paper first. But indeed I can tell you the conclusion. Inside the giant egg was an angel. Upon hearing this, netizens erupted once again. Alongside their astonishment, they were filled with indignation. But before they could even lodge complaints against the ruthless behavior of the Longwa military, a video news report exploded across the internet, spreading like wildfire. Carmelan giant egg successfully hatches. Angels manifest hell on earth. In the video, a Carmelan journalist hid within a narrow alley, her hair disheveled, breathing heavily, her expression one of pure terror. Outside along the main street, despairing screams rang out in unison. A massive crowd was surging frantically. Every single person was fleeing for their lives. Countless people were trampled and instantly became stepping stones for others. Within mere breaths, they would be crushed to death. Everyone was running for their lives, caring nothing for others. In the sky, armed helicopters and fighter jets approached at extreme speed from the distance. The journalist had given up on escaping. Her voice broken with despair, she spoke, "We may not escape. Angels. Angels have appeared. The final judgment has arrived." The cameraman also seemed to have abandoned escape. He extended his camera lens out of the alley, aiming directly at the source of the chaos. Through the lens, a gigantic angel flapped its wings in the sky. Its expression was devoid of emotion, almost innocent, and it tilted its head slightly as it gazed upon the fleeing crowds below, as if puzzled why they were running. Then its mouth slowly opened. A series of ultra-high-frequency sonic screeches suddenly erupted from within. Those sound waves struck the panicked crowd below in an instant. Under that angel's scream, over 100 people exploded on the spot, disintegrating directly into mist of blood. This horrifying sight sent paralysis through every onlooker. That terror originating from the very soul instantly robbed people of their ability to think. In the footage, the armed helicopters and fighter jets simultaneously launched attacks on the angel. Just as the heavy machine gun bullets and multiple missiles were about to strike it, they were all blocked by an invisible energy barrier. The bullets were deflected while the missiles detonated midair. This bizarre spectacle left the Carmelan soldiers in the video utterly frozen. The angel emitted another sonic screech, and several helicopters caught in its sweep erupted into sheets of bloody mist. The helicopters then crashed. The residual waves of the sonic screech accidentally swept toward the journalist's position, and the video cut off there. Upon seeing this video, all the biologists felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring. At this moment, they sincerely thanked the Longwa military. If the military officers had not made the decisive call to destroy all the giant eggs, they might well have become nothing but pools of blood mist by now. At the Nankai Institute within the southwestern production base, inside a mecha assembly line workshop, Jiang Yan and Jiang Xiaomeng were awestruck by the futuristic production line. After the war began, Jiang Yan had ordered that Jiang Yan and Jiang Xiaomeng be brought directly here. Now, with the Angel War already underway, the Nankai Institute, boasting numerous engineering mechas and a garrison of one of its own military mechas, was the safest place in the entire Long Kingdom. Yet to be safe, Jiang Yan decided to have them master the ability to pilot mechas, for only within a mecha could they withstand the terrifying sonic shriek of the angels. Although the Long Kingdom's mecha army could easily crush those angels, there was still a risk if a few slipped in unnoticed. At the very least, they needed the ability to retreat into a mecha and hole up. Only then would it be foolproof. But from the moment they entered the Nankai Institute, both of them seemed noticeably uneasy. After all, the Nankai Institute was now the Long Kingdom's most top-tier research facility. Jiang Yan couldn't help worrying. Jiang Yan, is it really a good idea to bring us to the Long Kingdom's most confidential place? I know you're thinking about our safety, but I'm really worried. I've heard that the Nankai Institute was already fairly secretive, and recently its security clearance has been raised to an unbelievable level. If any unauthorized person dares to barge in, they'll end up in prison, and the Nankai Institute even has the authority to shoot on sight. If your superiors find out you brought two outsiders in, would they fire you directly? Would they lock us all up? Would we be shot? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately reassured him, "Dad, stop worrying about nothing. I've already applied for the paperwork myself and approved it myself. I'm a vice director at the Nankai Institute. Besides, what's wrong with bringing my family in? Do you know why the Nankai Institute's security level is so high? It's because they're worried about my technology leaking." Jiang Yan was being completely honest, but Jiang Xiaomeng couldn't bear to listen anymore. She put on a strange, knowing smile. TSK. Bro, haven't seen you in years, but your skill at boasting has really grown." Jiang Yan immediately grew anxious. "What? Xiaomeng, you don't believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Let me tell you, the technology I've mastered is enough to astonish heaven and earth. Above it can subdue the gods, and below it can slay the demons. Countless foreign spies have lost their lives without managing to steal a shred. That has become their greatest regret." Jiang Yan was about to continue, but Jiang Xiaomeng immediately raised her hand to cover his mouth. "Bro, stop. I believe you, okay?" Jiang Yan pressed again. "Really?" Jiang Xiaomeng nodded frantically. "Really?" Just then Xia Tianyi also arrived at the mecha assembly line workshop. But Xia Tianyi's appearance instantly caused Jiang Xiaomeng to lose control. Jiang Xiaomeng's eyes widened, afraid she was seeing things. But she wasn't mistaken. The visitor was none other than the Valkyrie of the Long Kingdom, Xia Tianyi. Jiang Xiaomeng immediately shouted excitedly, "The Valkyrie of the Long Kingdom. It's really the Valkyrie of the Long Kingdom. Dad, look. Bro, look. Xia Tianyi, the Valkyrie of the Long Kingdom. She's my idol. She's everyone's idol at our school. Oh my god, she's coming this way, I can't breathe." Xia Tianyi approached Jiang Yan and asked, "Minister Jiang, you needed something?" Seeing Jiang Xiaomeng's loss of composure, Jiang Yan was delighted. Jiang Yan cleared his throat, his tone suddenly becoming mature and experienced. Tianyi, you can set aside your current work. Now I'm assigning you a critical task. You're the most skilled mecha pilot in the Long Kingdom, so I need you to teach my father and sister how to pilot mechas. You know the war has already begun. As a key figure at the Nankai Institute, I'm worried that someone might target my family. If they can pilot mechas and have the protection of the first-generation units, I can relax a little and focus on ending this war as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaomeng felt like her mind had gone blank. Jiang Yan's outrageous boasts knew no bounds. He even dared to directly assign a task to the Valkyrie. Wouldn't the Valkyrie just cut Jiang Yan down on the spot? At that moment, Jiang Xiaomeng was worried for Jiang Yan's safety. But the next second, Jiang Xiaomeng was completely dumbfounded. Xia Tianyi thought for a moment, and then actually nodded. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. If the Bagua Kingdom finds out that you are the core of the Long Kingdom's technology, they will definitely use every means regardless of cost or consequence to kidnap and threaten your family. That is highly likely. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaomeng was stunned. She took a few steps back, her face full of disbelief. She was shattered. Completely shattered. My brother's boasting actually came true. Just then Jiang Yan added, I'm counting on you, Tianyi. This task is extremely arduous. Mainly because my sister here isn't too smart. At these words, even Xia Tianyi was taken aback. And Jiang Xiaomeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Before Jiang Xiaomeng could pummel him, Jiang Yan chose to make a quick escape. After leaving, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that his earlier thinking was wrong. The safest place in the Long Kingdom was not the Nankai Institute, but beside Xia Tianyi. Now that Xia Tianyi wielded the Long Kingdom's saber, she was not only the Long Kingdom's strongest combatant, but also the world's strongest. With Jiang Dashan and Jiang Xiaomeng under Xia Tianyi's protection, Jiang Yan's mind was fully at ease. After settling his family's affairs, Jiang Yan had to continue observing the overall situation. In the country of Jima, the appearance of the angels had sounded a global alarm. These angels within the giant eggs would not bring happiness to humanity. What they brought would be the true apocalypse. They were the true harbingers of doom. But strangely, so far aside from the premature emergence of the angels in Jima, the angels in the giant eggs of other countries had not hatched. After analysis, many experts concluded that the premature hatching of the angels in Jima was most likely due to nuclear radiation. Because not all the angels in Jima had hatched, only those near the leaking nuclear power plant had emerged prematurely. And this conclusion led to another chilling inference that sent shivers down the spines of all nuclear powers. These angels were not afraid of nuclear bombs. In fact, they might even become stronger from nuclear radiation. This directly tore away the nuclear power's trump card. Countless nations began to imitate the Long Kingdom, attempting to destroy the giant eggs in advance. But they were overestimating themselves. After the nuclear option was ruled out, no country had yet been able to breach the shells of those giant eggs. Those shells were indestructible. All nations were curious about how the Long Kingdom had managed to destroy all the giant eggs within its borders. Numerous countries appealed to the Long Kingdom for assistance, but before they received a reply, all the giant eggs worldwide simultaneously cracked open. 10000 angels descended upon the world. Across the globe, 100,000 gray desolate zones, each with a cracked colossal eggshell at the center of a gray circle and a giant angel emerging from it. Among them, 50,000 angels that were not possessed upon hatching stood expressionless, their gazes vacant, yet they swiftly launched indiscriminate attacks against all non-angelic beings around them. In an instant, the world was shrouded in a mist of blood with endless cries of anguish. Their sole purpose was to eradicate all civilizations and life forms on the surface and reboot the Blue Star. Fortunately, before the angels hatched, most nations had already chosen to adopt the strategy of shrinking their territories and awaiting rescue from Longwa. In reality, not many people were discovered by the angels. It was precisely the early demonstration by Jimagua that prompted many countries to abandon resistance in advance and adopt a more correct evasion strategy. It was only when the angels appeared prematurely in Jimagua that the world realized angels were an invincible force. And it was also then that the world learned just how much terrifying military power Jimagua had concealed. Countless ultramodern weapons emerged, truly astonishing to behold. Had Longwa not risen, Jimagua's military might would have sent a chill down the spine of the world. But even so, in just 1 week after a few hundred angels appeared in Jimagua, the nation was nearly annihilated. All their high destructive weapons proved ineffective. Those angels seemed blessed by the gods, and no matter how powerful the attack, it could not even approach them. A formidable energy barrier would manifest whenever they were struck, shielding them from all harm. This nearly drove everyone to despair. The energy barrier defied scientific explanation entirely. It was a technology that had completely surpassed human civilization. The soldiers of Jimagua could not inflict any real damage on the angels, yet the angels could easily turn them into mist. This was an utterly hopeless battle. In just 1 week, tens of millions of soldiers in Jimagua were almost entirely wiped out. Had it not been for the forceful intervention of Longwa's 1,000-strong mecha squad, which slew over 100 angels in the core cities of Jimagua and rescued countless women and children, there might be no Jima people left in the world. And the world once again witnessed the formidable power of Longwa's mechas. Unfortunately, by the time the Longwa mecha squad acted, Jimagua was already on the brink of extinction, with all infrastructure shut down and communications paralyzed. People only saw the sight of Longwa transporting large numbers of Jima women and children back to its territory. The means by which Longwa's mechas killed the angels remained unknown. Yet everyone assumed that the mecha squad must have endured a fierce battle to save so many from Jimagua, and perhaps many Longwa mechas had already fallen. At this moment, the spirit of the Chinese nation in Longwa was once again magnified across the globe. Longwa was willing to provoke such a fearsome existence as the angels for the sake of such a small nation. It was a pity that the world never got to witness the earth-shattering battle between Longwa's mechas and the angels within Jiang. If they could have seen it, they would have been utterly astounded. They would have witnessed Longwa's mechas tearing apart the angels' energy barriers with their bare hands, while the angels' sonic screams could not penetrate the field of the Longwa mechas. A Longwa military saber radiating terrifying killing intent extended infinitely, piercing through the fields of dozens of angels in a single strike and shattering their cores. The battle was over before the Longwa mechas had even finished their warm-up. The campaign in Jiang left the mecha squad feeling utterly bored. Though the world remained ignorant of the truth, they arrived at a correct conclusion: only Longwa's mechas could contend with the angels. Thus almost all nations issued the same directive: everyone retreat underground, abandon all feudal resistance. At the same time, they sent pleas for rescue to Longwa. They could only pray that Longwa's mechas would soon launch a global rescue operation. Meanwhile, most angels, having lost their targets after hatching, turned their gaze toward the most prosperous nation, Longwa. This brought a surge of joy to the command center at Area 51. Unexpected, truly a delightful surprise. Nearly all nations have cowered, choosing to hide, and Longwa has become the target of the mindless angels. Although only half of our possessed angels succeeded, now almost all the angels serve our power. At this moment, the 50,000 possessed angels also began to move according to orders. Some returned to the border of Baogugwa to drive away the nearby angels and guide them in the right direction. Meanwhile, a portion of the angels was responsible for gathering the large numbers of angels at Longwa's border, preventing them from launching an impatient assault on Longwa. Because the Longwa mechas had remained inactive, they feared falling into an ambush. They chose to conceal themselves, first awaiting the arrival of the main force. At the border of Baogugwa, under the guidance of thousands of angels, not a single angel entered Baogugwa's territory. This peculiar behavior of the angels filled the people of Baogugwa with astonishment and excitement. Some angels are helping us. Unbelievable, this is a miracle. Look, the angels are leaving. Indeed, we Baogu people are favored by God. My great God, thank you for providing us shelter when the apocalypse descends. As wave after wave of angels were redirected, nearly 70,000 angels gathered and marched toward Longwa. Countless angels joined the main force along the way, their presence growing ever more formidable. This overwhelming world-ending terror filled the high-ranking officials of Baogugwa with confidence and deepened their awe for the power of the neighboring star civilization. The outcome of this war is beyond doubt. Longwa cannot even hold out for a week. Yes, Longwa now has at most around 40,000 military mechas. On our side, even the 50,000 mindless angels alone possess strength comparable to Longwa's mechas. Each angel has an energy shield that can withstand Longwa's orbital cannons. This is utterly unstoppable. The angels under our control are even more formidable than the mindless ones. They can coordinate and employ tactics, forming a crushing force. If the power bestowed upon us by the neighboring star is this great, how immense must their true strength be? It is almost unimaginable. The only mystery now is how Longwa managed to rescue so many women and children from Jiang. Unfortunately, our angel possessions in Jiang all failed, so we couldn't uncover Longwa's methods. There were only a few hundred mindless angels in Jiang. Rescuing people was not that difficult. Now we command 100,000 angels. This is a force capable of destroying the world. No matter how extraordinary Longwa's means, they cannot escape this calamity. Just then, in the cockpits of the 50,000, a dozen soldiers suddenly cried out in excitement. It's me. I've been chosen. I am an apostle. And me, I am the man chosen by God. I too have been chosen, or at this moment I feel as if I am a deity. My angel has also evolved. Now I am a true apostle. At that moment, 16 warriors began shouting excitedly one after another. Meanwhile, the angels controlled by these warriors underwent a sudden mutation, transforming into entities utterly distinct from ordinary angels. Through the surveillance footage, Qer caught sight of those mutated angels, his fists clenching with uncontrollable excitement. 16 angels have successfully evolved into apostles. Heaven favors our Baogu nation. The successful evolution of 16 angels sent waves of jubilation through all the high-ranking officials of Baogu nation. This was the true apostle technology as described by the Proxima Star civilization. When a lucky angel spontaneously completes its evolution, it gains power capable of shattering nations. In comparison, ordinary angels are but mere children before them. However, this requires the favor of the goddess of luck. According to the Proxima Star civilization, some planets, so cursed by fate, have seen hundreds of thousands of angels, yet fail to produce even a single apostle. And now, with only 50,000 angels under its control, Baogu nation had produced 16 apostles. What unimaginable fortune! At that moment, within the army of 100,000 angels, more than a dozen monstrous figures stood out conspicuously. Both in size and in the energy surging within their bodies, they far surpassed all other angels. They were true apostles. One apostle appeared as a colossal patterned sphere, its surface covered in intricate markings that played tricks on the eye. Another apostle took the form of a towering blue cubic prism, floating in the sky, like some immense architectural structure so alien that no one could associate it with any living being. A third apostle resembled a giant spider, its massive legs splayed wide and spanning across thousands of angels. 16 apostles in all, each one a terrifying monster. They radiated an incomparable sense of oppression. Even the ordinary angels nearby instinctively recoiled, keeping their distance. Yet among them one apostle was utterly unique, completely unlike the rest. Its form resembled a massive flattened eyeball. The great eye hovered aloft into the sky, and its size grew at an astonishing rate. Before long it had enveloped the heavens for tens of miles around. That terrifying eye radiated an unmatched aura of dread, stirring even the hearts of the other apostles. It was the nation-destroying apex apostle recorded in apostle technology, the strongest of all, the Sky Angel. Its appearance drew collective gasps from the 500 observers. Hewer himself was beside himself with excitement. What incredible luck! God bless us! A Sky Angel has appeared. He immediately issued his order with breathless urgency: capture the unconscious angels and feed them to the Sky Angel. With the command issued, countless angels sprang into action, hurling the unconscious angels around them toward the Sky Angel. High above the Sky Angel voraciously devoured the unconscious angels being thrown to it, and its bulk continued to swell. This was the apostle-devouring ability possessed only by top-tier apostles like the Sky Angel. It allowed top-tier apostles to grow even stronger in a short span of time. Finally, after consuming nearly 20,000 unconscious angels, the Sky Angel's growth ceased, having reached its devouring limit. By then its size was already vast enough to blanket an entire province of Longhua. Following the instructions from the Area 51 Command Center, the Sky Angel continued its slow ascent, flying steadily toward outer space. It would become the ultimate trump card of Baogu Nation in this campaign. A life form like the Sky Angel had already transcended the bounds of a Type 1 civilization, surpassing even the limits of human imagination. This filled the high-ranking officials of Baogu Nation with unease. Would the Blue Planet even be able to withstand the Sky Angel's attack? The Angel Army continued its advance toward Longhua. Just as they were about to reach Longhua's borders, a portion of the angels were drawn away by another nation. Many broke from the main formation and veered toward that country. This surprised the Area 51 observers. That nation was Xianghua. Xianghua had initially ordered all civilians to take shelter underground, but when they observed the monster capable of covering an entire province ascend into the sky, they immediately reconsidered. They knew that if Xianghua chose to stand aside, Longhua would be in grave danger, and they deeply understood the principle of interdependence. If Longhua fell, Xianghua would surely perish as well. With this thought in mind, a sense of existential crisis surged through every one of them. The warrior blood of their nation seemed to awaken within their veins. Even if it meant certain death, even if every Xianghua soldier fell on the battlefield, they would give Longhua every possible chance of victory. Only if Longhua triumphed could the people of Xianghua hope to survive. Along the Xianghua border, every general and every soldier of Xianghua assembled. All of them were prepared to lay down their lives for their nation. No longer holding anything in reserve, 100 super thermobaric warheads were retrieved from their most classified underground vaults and loaded onto Doomsday fighter craft. Each thermobaric warhead weighed 10 tons with an explosive yield equivalent to 100 tons of TNT. Although thermobaric weapons were technically classified as subnuclear devices, when their tonnage reached the 10-ton level, that prefix could be entirely discarded. Without any nuclear material, their destructive power still far surpassed that of conventional nuclear weapons. These super thermobaric warheads were Xionghua's final ace in the hole, originally reserved for a life-and-death confrontation with Migua. But Xionghua's leadership feared that their nation might not survive to see that day. Once again, just as before, they would protect Longhua at all costs. Before Longhua's rise, Xianghua had always stood as its bulwark, drawing the fire of the great powers away from Longhua. With nothing but their own strength, they had halved the aggression directed at Longhua by the world's major powers. Longhua had thereby gained a precious period of peaceful development, and Longhua's rise had never disappointed Xianghua. Xianghua was the first nation to connect its grid to Longhua's controllable nuclear fusion network. When the giant eggs first appeared, not a single angel egg was found within Xianghwa's territory. They implemented a complete boycott against all Migua products. Yet just beyond their borders, the number of angel eggs was second only to those along Longhua's frontier. It went without saying how thoroughly they had been targeted by those pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Seeing so many angels appear in their neighboring country, Xianghua could almost guess who the true mastermind behind this apocalyptic disaster was. Before launching their attack, Xianghua transmitted a final message to Longhua's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A monster whose size can cover an entire province of Longhua has ascended into the sky. It poses a dire threat to your nation. But Longhua is not fighting alone. Xianghua will strike first. Allow us to test exactly how formidable these angels truly are. Before Longhua could even respond, 100 Doomsday fighter craft from Xianghua had already ascended at full speed. Carrying hundreds of thermobaric warheads, they sped toward the angel army. And shortly thereafter, a 100,000-strong mecha army from Longhua also ascended at tremendous speed. Utilizing mecha formation linkage, they charged forward at the sound barrier. Their destination was the Xianghua border. The Xiong country had already completed the concealment of its entire populace. the angels would only be drawn to the Long country and would not notice them. However, once the Xiong country launched an attack, the angels would inevitably swarm in. The entire Xiong country could be annihilated as a result. As a rare ally of the Long country would never allow such a catastrophe to occur. Just as they had shielded the Long country time and again, before this time the Long country would shield them. One mecha suddenly soared into the sky, merging into a ring formation and advancing with sonic booms, determined to intercept the angelic army before it could ravage the Xiong country. The high-ranking officials of the Long country also understood the purpose of the Xiong country's attack, to probe the angelic forces for the Long country's sake, and simultaneously to create a pivotal opportunity for the Long country. As for the intelligence on the colossal monsters that the Xiong country had provided, the Long country had already been aware of it, and had taken corresponding precautions. One mecha had already been deployed on high alert over the Long country's airspace. Nevertheless, the Long country's leadership felt a warmth in their hearts over the Xiong country's act of sharing intelligence. At that moment, 100 doomsday fighters of the Battle Bear had quietly arrived above the enemy forces. However, they were spotted by the angels. Tens of thousands of terrifying angelic sonic shrieks instantly assaulted them. Yet all the Battle Bear pilots remained resolute, roaring in unison, "Ura!" Simultaneously, they pressed the red button to deploy the super thermobaric bombs. Following that, 100 plumes of blood mist exploded in the sky. At this moment, on the border of the Xiong country, hundreds of thousands of Xiong country soldiers gazed solemnly, saluting in unison to express their highest reverence for the 100 pilots who had voluntarily sacrificed themselves. In truth, those 100 fallen pilots had long been prepared to lay down their lives for the Xiong country, not just when they boarded the doomsday fighters, but from the moment they stepped out of their bunkers. Compared to the angels, they were mere mortals, while the angels existed as godlike supreme beings. Yet if the gods sought to destroy the Xiong country, even with their mortal bodies, they would strike the gods down. The 100 super thermobaric bombs relied not only on their own gravity for forward momentum, but were also propelled by powerful boosters at their tails, accelerating them into a swift spiral trajectory, so fast and erratic that interception was nearly impossible. The 100 thermobaric bombs, with autonomous navigation and targeting, evenly distributed themselves across the entire angelic legion. In mere seconds, the 100 bombs met the angelic legion. As the thermobaric bombs descended, the angels and apostles controlled by the United States even showed a hint of disdain. For conventional weapons were ineffective against the angels at fields. 80,000 angels activated there at field simultaneously. But what followed left everyone stunned. The 100 super thermobaric bombs instantly drained all the air within hundreds of miles, and 100 blinding flashes of light erupted. In that instant, the earth shattered and the heavens quaked. The terrifying explosions could be heard from any corner of Blue Star. The entire Blue Star seemed to tremble. 100 super explosions, each more fearsome than a nuclear bomb, unleashed a high-energy shockwave capable of annihilating everything, instantly engulfing the entire angelic legion. This scene caused the previously composed 500 elites to rise to their feet abruptly. Horror was written on every face. This isn't a nuclear weapon. How could it possess such destructive power? At that moment, the earth had already turned to molten lava under the extreme heat and energy. Many angels were blasted into the sky, and the explosion was far from over. A relentless chain of detonations grew more violent with each wave. Cracks began to appear in the fields of numerous angels. Following that, countless piercing screams of angels rang out. To the ears of the Xiong country people, those chilling cries were remarkably sweet, for the angels, revered as gods by the world, had finally been wounded. Yet the angels' plight was even more dire than the Xiong country imagined. Thousands of angels had their cores destroyed in the great explosion, turning to ash. Another 2,000 angels, though their cores remained intact, suffered severe bodily damage. They turned to sand on the spot, reverting to their original giant eggs to await nirvana. Inside Area 51, countless soldiers in sync pods coughed up blood uncontrollably, their bodies convulsing violently. The entire combat center of Area 51 was thrown into chaos. Why didn't the energy wall hold? Those missiles from the Xiong country weren't nuclear, were they? They seemed to be thermobaric bombs. Can a thermobaric bomb have such immense power? Fortunately, the 15 apostles were unharmed, though some of their energy shields were damaged. Just a little recovery needed. Otherwise, we would have truly been taken down by the Xiong country this time. The 500 elites were now enraged, never expecting the Xiong country to have hidden such combat capabilities. They were uncertain whether the Xiong country could launch another such attack. If the Xiong country struck again during the decisive battle with the Long country, the war situation would become unstable. The central figure among the 500 elites issued a direct order. Cole, dispatch one apostle to annihilate the Xiong country. Soon an apostle resembling a luminous thunderbird flew toward the Xiong country, accompanied by the angels that had been drawn there. The remaining angels and apostles were forced to wait for the angels that had transformed into giant eggs to recover quickly. Although the Xiong country's attack had not caused severe casualties, it had slowed the advance of the angelic army. Moreover, it had wiped out thousands of angels. Every soldier of the Xiong country felt immense pride, believing they were worthy of the name Battle Nation. At this moment, thousands of angels were about to reach the Xiong country's border, and an even more terrifying thunderous bird was approaching at breakneck speed. The Xiong country had exhausted its trump cards, possessing no weapons left capable of destroying the angels' energy shields. Yet they remained prepared to continue fighting. From the moment they left their bunkers, they had never expected to return alive. They must not allow the angels to locate the non-combatants. All Xiong country soldiers shouted in unison, "Ura!" The thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of Xiong country soldiers charged directly. They would strive to die as far away from the bunker complexes as possible, ensuring the non-combatants of the Xiong country were not harmed. The world could not witness this scene of hundreds of thousands of Xiong country soldiers resolved to die. Yet if any soldiers from other nations knew of this, they would surely be ashamed of their own resolve. Just then a terrifying sonic boom resounded in the sky. Within a few breaths, the entire sky was replaced by contrails. 100 mecha disengaged from their ring formation, and 100 mecha of the Long country descended upon the Xiong country. They formed a long line standing on the Xiong country's border. They aimed their railguns at the approaching angels while turning their backs to the Xiong country soldiers. The 100 mecha shouted in unison, "Soldiers of the Xiong country, you have worked hard. The next battle will be handled by our Long country." For some reason, this scene brought tears to the eyes of hundreds of thousands of Xiong country's battle nation soldiers. They answered in unison, "Ura!" Long country's 100 mechas appeared at the border of Xiong country, and the 500 people of Baogu country were instantly stunned. Doesn't Long country only have about 500 military mechas? These mechas supporting Xiong country are directly 100. No, isn't Long country's mecha production capacity only 100 per year? Previously 300 in military exercises, now less than 2 years, at most 500 mechas. Damn, who provided the false intelligence? And who is so insane as to mass-produce so many mechas within 2 years? At this moment, Zhu Zhua and Zhou Hongtu both sneezed at the same time. Just as the high-ranking officials of Baogu country were astonished, another 100 mechas flew out from Long country's territory. They split into thousands of squads of vast dark mass heading to various countries to provide support. At this moment, the 500 people of Baogu country panicked. Another 100. Long country has already sent out 200 mechas for support alone. How many mechas does Long country actually have? Why didn't they use such power earlier? At this moment, the commander-in-chief stationed at Long country's military headquarters expressed his own helplessness. He had once again severely overestimated the opponent's strength. This time it was all Jiang Yan and Zhou Hongtu's fault. If not for Jiang Yan telling him that the situation was extremely serious, coupled with Jiang Yan's description of the alien civilization as very powerful and terrifying, how could he have been so overly nervous and made such an overestimated judgment? Moreover, Zhou Hongtu at the last moment delivered 300 mechas in one go. It left him with no mental preparation at all. The reorganization of 400 mechas alone took the commander-in-chief considerable time. After clearing the giant eggs inside Long country, the 400 mechas had been hidden in Long country's territory. They were waiting for the opponent to make the first move to determine their true strength. As a result, the angels outside Long country's border also hid. This made the commander-in-chief even more nervous, constantly feeling that the opponent was preparing some big move. Then indeed over a dozen bizarre apostles appeared among the angel army, looking quite formidable. However, under the attack of Xiong country's thermobaric bombs, although those dozen apostles were not injured, yet fields of a few did shatter. And thousands of angels were directly destroyed by Xiong country. So why was he panicking? He was just worrying needlessly. Thus, besides the 100 mechas previously sent to support Xiong country, the commander-in-chief then dispatched another 100 mechas to support the entire world. Dealing with the angel army, perhaps only 100 men would be enough to crush them. At that moment, on the border of Xiong country, 100 Long country mechas fired their railguns simultaneously. 100 crimson trajectories immediately appeared. After the railguns hit 100, dazzling white lights blinded everyone. 100 terrifying mushroom clouds also rose instantly. For a moment the earth trembled, the sky shattered, and the entire blue planet shuddered once. 100 shells were fired, but there were only 400 angels. On average, each angel would be hit by 25 railgun shells. As for the apostle shaped like a thunderbird, it received special attention and was hit by the most railgun shells, fully 100. After the violent explosion began, before it could react, its field was directly shattered, and it turned to ashes in terror. Its hard apostle core couldn't hold for even a microsecond in this terrifying explosion. At the center of the explosion, a giant crater 100 miles in radius appeared, and within the crater, even the rock layers were pierced. Countless rocks had melted into magma, a shocking expanse of red. This was also the first massive unhealable scar that Long country had left on the surface of Blue Planet. This terrifying scene made the soldiers of Xiong country tremble. Their feelings were complex at this moment. On one hand, they were terrified by the horror of Long country's mechas, but on the other hand, thinking that Long country was on their side, they felt a sense of security. At this moment, the captains of the 100 mecha squads saw that the angel army had been wiped out by their single volley. They immediately regretted it deeply. They complained on the internal channel. If only we hadn't fired. Yeah, they can't take a hit at all. I haven't even drawn my sword yet. At this moment, they turned their gaze to the main angel legion in the distance, their eyes filled with longing. But no matter how eager they were, they couldn't go. The commander-in-chief had only ordered them to defend Xiong country. If they charged over now, it would break discipline and be considered insubordination. On the other side, the 500 people were already thoroughly panicked. The bird angel was instantly killed. If those 100 railguns fire simultaneously and hit the angel army, I doubt the other apostles would fare any better. I say, is there any point in continuing? We've come this far, can we still turn back? We still have the trump card of the Sky Angel. If it can crash in a long country comparable to a meteor impact, we still have a chance. We can only grit our teeth and go on. The man in the very center of the 500 people also spoke. The angel army should not wait for those ordinary angels to revive, all attack long country. As a feint to cover the Sky Angel. Soon after, the angel army abandoned the 200 angel eggs that were recovering. They directly set off to join the 200 angel troops hidden near Long Country's border. Over 700 angels prepared to launch a general offensive on Long Country. Their final assembly point was exactly Curry Country. A large number of innocent Curry people who were unable to take shelter underground were discovered by the unconscious angels and instantly turned into blood mist. At this time, the 100 mecha army that had been hidden in Long Country's territory also appeared. This time, the Thunder Angel, which had been humming a strange hymn with haha, made a decisive move. Before the Long Country mechas could fire their railguns simultaneously, it launched an attack first. It soared into the sky, and its regular octahedral prism suddenly transformed. In an instant, it manifested 4 apostle cores. Around those cores, blue mirror-like components resembling artworks began to flip backward continuously. As they flipped, the components became increasingly large and sharp. All 4 cores exhibited a terrifying high-energy reaction, as if they had charged to the extreme. 4 high-energy laser beams merged into one. A cross seemingly formed by high-energy beams swept directly toward the Long Country Mecha Legion. The emission of this high-energy ray shocked the other 14 apostles. The 500 people also clenched their fists in excitement. The immense energy contained in the laser ray was unprecedented, far exceeding the explosive energy of a nuclear bomb. The Thunder Angel was still passively humming a song, as if that song was a death hymn. It thought that this high-energy laser sweep would surely destroy a large number of Long Country mechas, gaining the upper hand in this final battle. But the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. When the high-energy laser ray was about to touch the Long Country mechas, a sharp-edged transparent energy wall appeared around all the Long Country mechas. The high-energy ray slammed into those energy walls. The Thunder Angel's pupils contracted. It considered this its strongest attack among all apostles, yet it didn't even break the energy shields of the Long Country mechas. Among the attacked mechas, only one Long Country mecha pilot synchronization rate was insufficient, making his field slightly weaker, and it was almost shattered. He was also startled by the terrifying destructive power of the high-energy laser. But the next moment, the formation near him immediately changed, and he himself went from the front row to the last row in the blink of an eye. He could safely recover his field in the rear. This mind-boggling scene blew everyone away. Long Country mechas actually have energy shields. And every single Long Country mecha has an energy shield. And these energy shields seem to be even better than the Apostles' energy shields. 100,000 super powerful energy shields. The Thunder Angel was blown away, the Apostles were blown away, the Angels were blown away, the 500 people were all blown away. Isn't this energy wall a defense ability unique to Apostles? Does that mean Long Country has already mastered Apostle technology? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a level 1.0 civilization technology that only alien civilizations can possess. How could Long Country have mastered it silently? Long Country is hiding too deep. At this moment, the commander-in-chief sneezed. He thought that Long Country's field ability finally had a chance to be shown. During the previous military exercises, he had wanted to display it, but the joint fleet was too cowardly. They surrendered without even fighting. Baogu Country was no better. They had come to their doorstep for exercises, yet they didn't resist at all. As a result, from beginning to end, no one dared to touch a Long Country mecha even once. The strength of Long Country's field had never had a chance to be displayed. At this moment, the 100 Long Country mechas had also prepared their railguns. 100 crimson trajectories appeared blasting toward the Angel Army in Curry Country. After the railguns hit, 100 dazzling white lights blinded everyone. 100 mushroom clouds rose instantly. For a moment, the earth trembled, the sky shattered, and the entire blue planet shuddered once more. Under this terrifying explosion, another hideous giant crater appeared. This was the second unhealable scar that Long Country caused on Blue Planet. Fortunately, this scar did not spread into Long Country's territory. Within that terrifying red crater, hundreds of miles in radius, 700 angels were mostly annihilated directly. Only over 300 remained, and most of these 300 angels directly fell into the pit and turned into eggs. They plummeted into the magma within the deep crater. At the center of the crater that had turned into lava, the Power Angel spit out a mouthful of colorful blood. The Thunder Angel behind it, and the other angels, though their fields were shattered, miraculously survived. Good thing the Power Angel can take a beating. Ooh, I thought I was dead. Good thing we have the Power Angel. The Power Angel spat out another large mouthful of blood. Let's take advantage of this opportunity charge. The Thunder Angel transformed again, preparing the next high-energy laser beam. The Power Angel's metal arms like tissues beside its sleeves trembled violently, ready to strike. All the apostles were preparing to unleash their signature moves, but the next second 100 strange black metal rods suddenly shot out from the black blades in the hands of 100 long country mechas. The pitch-black straight blades emitted a chilling, murderous aura, and the blades extended infinitely, at incredible speed, instantly piercing through the Power Angels, at field its core, and also the Thunder Angel hiding behind the Power Angel. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of all surviving apostles. The 500 people were even more drenched in cold sweat. What kind of weapon is this? The Power Angel's energy shield, which could withstand a volley of railguns, was like paper before it. Amid everyone's astonishment and fear, the 100 mecha captains suddenly turned their blade tips, exerting force with their arms. The 100 terrifying straight black blades swept outward violently. A black blade net composed of long country military sabers instantly spread out. Where they swept there was no earth-shattering commotion. Everything was so silent. But the next second the angels and apostles swept by the black light were instantly sliced apart, like cutting vegetables. Their hard apostle cores also exploded, directly turning to ashes. Power Angel deceased. Thunder Angel deceased. Night Angel deceased. Day Angel deceased. Rain Angel deceased. Inside Area 51, tens of thousands of synchronization pods were in turmoil. The soldiers inside the pods writhed in agony. Heart-wrenching cries of agony filled the air. That terrifying scene was truly shocking. After the apostles were killed, the controllers' minds could not be restored. The entire command center was in chaos. They looked at each other at a loss. The 500 people were all ashen-faced, unable to speak. This angel army capable of destroying the world was utterly vulnerable before the long country mechas. The formidable legion of angels could not withstand even a few breaths before the ones of the mechas of Longhua. They crumbled instantly. The apostles, serving as the core combat force, found themselves utterly powerless against the terrifying black blades. Annihilated in an instant. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the assembly of 500 slumped into their chairs, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been drained away. The tens of thousands of surviving angels, though their cores remained intact, turned to sand on the spot, entering a passive state of recovery. Yet those fearsome black blades struck again, granting the angels not a single moment of respite. Each black blade with a single sweep shattered dozens of giant eggs, instantly reducing the angels within to sand that drifted away with the searing heat of the deep crater. Just then a colossal meteor descended from the sky, hurtling from outer space and plummeting straight toward the heartland of Longhua. Its appearance reignited the dying embers of hope in the hearts of the 500. The Sky Angel. We still have the Sky Angel. Yes, we have not lost yet. The Sky Angel is the ultimate combat power of apostle technology. Although the Angel army has been annihilated, all of Longhua's mechas have been lured out. That means the heartland of Longhua has no defensive forces. Everything is still within our calculations. As long as the Sky Angel strikes Longhua, the impact of the meteorite will level the entire nation. The Sky Angel descended from space, tearing through the clouds. It carried an immense and overwhelming kinetic energy falling from the heavens. Its size was so vast that it could cover an entire province of Longhua. This inconceivable magnitude sent a chill down the spine of all who beheld it. The vast expanse of air around it had already become distorted in the searing heat. It seemed intent on obliterating all of Longhua with this single strike. Its appearance triggered widespread panic across the nation. A meteor. A meteor is about to hit Longhua. No, why does this meteor look like a giant eye? Heavens, is this terrifying behemoth also an angel? Instantly, the 100 mechas within Longhua rose into the air, while those stationed beyond the border raced back. 200,000 mechas surged toward the dreadful meteor. Under the Supreme Commander's orders, 200 railguns fired simultaneously. A crimson rain of projectiles blanketed the entire sky. A terrifying flash ignited in the high atmosphere, bright enough to illuminate half the blue planet. After a cataclysmic explosion that seemed to tear the firmament asunder, everyone frowned in dismay. For despite the devastating blast, the Sky Angel remained. Although it had been deflected from its intended trajectory by the explosion's shockwave, its point of impact still lay within Longhua. And the countless layers of the Sky Angels at field shattered by the blast were rapidly regenerating. Even the Supreme Commander frowned. This monster was just like Xiatiani. It possessed multiple layers of at fields. The 200 blade-wielding mecha captains immediately drew their swords. 200 black blades extended infinitely, piercing the Sky Angels at field. Yet the field was far too thick. The captain's blades penetrated only 4 kilometers before the sound of hundreds of spatial barriers shattering echoed. The blades could advance no further. They could not even reach the colossal apostle. This sight struck terror into the hearts of all the captains. This creature was just like Xiatiani, perhaps even surpassing her. This realization sent a wave of panic through every soldier. For the time being, the Sky Angel could not be slain. If it struck the surface of Longhua, the soldiers within their mechas could protect themselves. But the ordinary people of Longhua would surely perish under the impact of the meteorite. The high-ranking officials of Longhua knitted their brows, an unprecedented sense of crisis gripping their hearts. Across the entire nation, air raid sirens blared in unison. People rushed to bomb shelters, gazing at the terrifying giant eye in the sky, praying for divine protection. At the moment of despair, a mecha suddenly shot out from the Southwestern Research Institute's production base, and Jiang Xiaomeng at its previous launch point cupped her hands around her mouth and jumped up shouting, "Go Tianyi! Go Valkyrie of Longhua! Smash that big monster!" The mecha that flew out wore a military saber at its waist. It moved at incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier with a supersonic boom. A lone warrior charging into battle. Its speed had reached an inconceivable level. The single mecha's velocity surpassed that of 10 mechas flying in formation. Meanwhile, in the helicopters of various live broadcast stations, journalists locked their cameras onto that mecha. It shot out like a meteor, its trailing sonic boom, clouds so massive they defied comprehension. Its formidable performance far exceeded that of any other mecha in Longhua. Alone it made the entire sky tremble, as if it were a divine being of Longhua. The mecha's distinctive silhouette was highly recognizable, identical to the protagonist in the wildly popular recruitment video advertisement from a while ago. Even stronger, she was the Valkyrie of Longhua. The moment Xia Tianyi appeared, countless children watching the live streams cried out in excitement. "Look, it's the Valkyrie of Longhua. Our Valkyrie has finally made her move. That's so cool. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Go Valkyrie. Valkyrie, you're mighty. Valkyrie, smash that ugly thing." The appearance of Xia Tianyi instantly sent all the children in Longhua into a frenzy. In an instant, children across the entire nation erupted in cheers and excitement. Meanwhile, the parents beside them were utterly bewildered. Wait, the Valkyrie of Longhua is real. Those recruitment videos weren't just special effects with actors. Heavens, I've been so blind. Even my own child knew better than me. Now, under the Supreme Commander's orders, the two mechas of Longhua abandoned their attacks and charged directly forward. There was no time left. The Sky Angel was falling too fast. Before it could be destroyed, it would crash into the land of Longhua. The 200 mechas activated there at fields at maximum power, straining every ounce of energy. They flew toward the meteor, determined to use their own bodies to halt its descent. Under the overwhelming and violent force of the meteor, countless soldiers coughed up blood. This was the first time they had sustained injuries within their mechas. Just then Xia Tianyi arrived. The sheer terror of the colossal made even her furrow her brow. This was the first time Xia Tianyi had experienced such a level of fear, and driven by that dread, her mecha's synchronization rate silently surpassed 100, reaching a synchronization rate of 104. Though the increase was slight, the amplification of Xia Tianyi's inner power was far from trivial. The savage power within her surged at an alarming rate, and her entire posture and movements became wild and ferocious. Now the unsheathed saber seemed to be affected as well, carrying not only the chilling, murderous aura of before, but also a new, tremblingly violent energy. Xia Tianyi did not slow down. Instead, she accelerated further. A black line of death shot from her hand. The Sky Angel's formidable field crumbled like paper beneath her blade, shattered upon contact. In the blink of an eye, Xia Tianyi effortlessly pierced through thousands of layers of fields. She tore straight through the Sky Angel's body. A colossal apostle core was split in two, its cut surface perfectly smooth. The next moment, the immense Sky Angel, in its final moment of disbelief, turned to sand and scattered with the wind. The Sky Angel perished. The last apostle was annihilated. After Xia Tianyi slew the Sky Angel, she needed a long while to slowly recover from her frenzied state. Only then did it dawn on her that the Sky Angel was already dead. She couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Wait, why was this thing so weak? Had she wasted all that tension and fear for nothing? The sight of Xia Tianyi annihilating the boss in a single instant left the two soldiers utterly stunned. They could only swallow hard. Their gaze towards Xia Tianyi was filled with shock and terror. This woman was no ordinary human. Even the commander-in-chief felt a chill run down his spine. Could Xia Tianyi's combat power even be measured by any standard? The Sky Angel that 200 mechas couldn't handle had been eliminated in a single strike. If their own combat power was rated as 1, then Xia Tianyi's must be multiplied by 200. The moment the commander-in-chief ran the numbers, his mind went completely blank. At that moment, the top leadership of Longhua were equally dumbfounded. Only now did they realize that besides Jiang Yan, the trump card, Longhua possessed another ace. 2 aces. Wasn't that a royal flush? The crisis of national annihilation had been effortlessly dismantled by Xia Tianyi alone in her mecha. That Sky Angel capable of wiping out the world was nothing more than paper beneath Xia Tianyi's blade. Her greatness was etched forever in the hearts of every citizen of Longhua. In an instant, the entire nation erupted in jubilation. Long live the Valkyrie! Long live Xia Tianyi! Long live the Valkyrie! Long live Xia Tianyi! Xia Tianyi, you are our eternal god. This time it was not merely the starstruck youth raising their voices, but their parents as well. Those young fans were moved to tears. It was the first time they felt genuine approval from their elders. A spirit of unity swept across the land. As global infrastructure recovered, the internet returned to normal. When footage of Longhua's world-saving battle began circulating online, The entire world was shaken to its core. Absolutely speechless. Longhua is incredible. They wiped out 100 terrifying angels in just a few days. What unimaginable strength. Our coffee nation is finally safe. Thank you, Longhua. Our kelp nation is safe too. Thank you, Longhua. Our watermelon nation is safe as well. Thank you, Longhua. Thank you, Longhua. Thank you, Longhua mechas. Thank you to all the soldiers of Longhua for saving the world. Bear Nation deserves respect too. They wiped out thousands of angels. Truly the warrior nation. Let our nation learn from Bear Nation next time. Stop being cowards. Oh my god. Longhua mechas fired 100 railguns in unison. The blue star is wounded. That massive crater is absolutely spectacular. I propose we name it the Longhua Great Crater. That crater holds profound historical significance for humanity. It marks the first time humanity triumphed over a divine species. I must visit that crater myself and feel the might of human civilization. Curry Nation has the largest crater site within its borders. How lucky are they? Curry people can experience the greatness of human civilization without leaving home. They can witness the power of Longhua's technology. Wouldn't Curry Nation's tourism industry skyrocket? I'm suddenly feeling a bit envious. When clear footage of the apostles spread across the internet, netizens around the world were stunned once more. Oh my god, angels weren't the scariest threat. Among the angels there are mutated monsters even more terrifying. Look at that 8-faced tower-like creature. It can unleash horrifying high-energy laser beams. Its power surpasses even nuclear bombs. Oh my god, a Longhua mecha took that hit head-on and not a single scratch appeared on its armor. I'm absolutely shattered. Longhua mechas have energy shields similar to the angels. What kind of technology is this? It's unbelievable. With that energy shield they're practically invincible. What weapon is that black blade Longhua mechas wield? It cuts through energy shields like paper. Those dozen or so monsters were eliminated instantly by those black blades. Too incredible. And those black blades can extend for kilometers. Can someone explain the principle behind this? Is this even scientific? When footage of the ultimate battle leaked, netizens worldwide gasped in disbelief. That angel comparable to a world-ending meteor. What on earth is that? With something so terrifying, how did Longhua still manage to win? It seems the Longhua Mecha Legion fought a grueling battle. 2 railgun rounds failed to kill it. That black blade couldn't even reach the monster's core. It was far too massive. Oh my god, what is that mecha? How is it moving so fast? An instant kill? Oh my god, an instant kill. Could she be Longhua's Valkyrie? Didn't Longhua run those recruitment ads recently? The protagonist in the video looks just like that mecha. I thought she was an actress. I was blind. I assumed it was acting plus special effects. Longhua actually used their secret weapon as a recruitment ad. Who could have guessed? This has to be the work of Longhua's Strategic Deception Bureau. Longhua's Strategic Deception Bureau. Truly unfathomable. In truth, when the 500 delegates of Baogu Nation saw Xia Tianyi's mecha in action, they realized the Valkyrie from the recruitment ads was no actress. She was the real Valkyrie, and her true combat power far exceeded anything portrayed in the advertisements. The Sky Angel, having consumed 100 apostles, was essentially a civilization-busting entity beyond Tier 1. Yet she was still obliterated in a single strike by the Valkyrie. Just how powerful was she? No advertisement would dare depict such strength. Longhua's Strategic Deception Bureau. Damn them. And at that moment, while Jiang Yan was still reeling from Xia Tianyi's overwhelming power, a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Phase 1 of the mission to utterly crush the Alpha Centauri civilization. Annihilate all apostles. Mission complete. Reward 1 billion technology points has been dispersed. Soon after, Jiang Yan was stunned speechless by the tidal wave of technology points flooding his account. Phase 1 mission complete. 1 billion technology points credited. Shocking the entire world and inspiring awe, gratitude, reverence, and worship among all people. 40 billion technology points credited. Added to the 5 billion already accumulated, Jiang Yan now held a staggering 100 billion technology points at his disposal. Seeing such an immense amount of technology points, Jiang Yan felt an unparalleled sense of euphoria wash over him. Just then the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Phase 2 mission of crushing the Alpha Centauri civilization. Established the solar system defense array. Mission brief: having suffered defeat, the Alpha Centauri civilization has wandered for too long. They seek a new home for their people. For them, the Blue Star is an ideal and habitable perfect world. Since Area 51 has fully exposed Earth's coordinates, the Alpha Centauri fleet will arrive at the solar system in 7 years. Host, please establish the solar defense array and render the solar system invincible. Task reward: 10 billion technology points. Time limit: before the Proxima fleet arrives in the solar system. Host, do you wish to accept the second phase mission? Jiang Yan finished reading the system message. Without any hesitation, since they were about to attack, would he just stand there and let them? Now with a huge fortune of 10 billion technology points, who would he fear? It was uncertain who would strike whom. Jiang Yan replied in his mind, accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Please complete the mission within 7 years. 7 years was the longest time limit Jiang Yan had ever received. but based on past experience, the longer the time limit, the greater the difficulty. Such a long time limit immediately made Jiang Yan tense up. This mission was no simple task. Just then the system notification sound rang again. Ding. Friendly reminder: because Earth's critical resources are about to be exhausted, it cannot produce more futuristic technology products. This will also place a huge burden on the system. As a result, system materials will also increase significantly in price. From now on, the technology points consumed for futuristic technology and required materials will be charged separately. The host can choose independently according to the actual situation. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Yan was surprised, but he had already anticipated it. Especially when forging the military saber, the technology points consumed that time reached a staggering 20 million. Although the particle accelerator was large, the consumption of technology points was too excessive. Now seeing the system prompt, Jiang Yan realized that Earth was running out of resources. But he didn't think it was a big problem. With his huge fortune, he wasn't afraid of material price increases. Moreover, if Earth had no materials, he could just mine from other planets. Earth's resources were pitifully scarce compared to the entire solar system. But to exploit the resources of the major planets in the solar system, the crucial first step was to build a spaceship capable of traveling to space. Thinking of spaceships, Jiang Yan suddenly had an inspiration. Didn't they have 3 ready-made ones? Deep sea, natural selection, and blue space. Their internal spaces were immense. If used as space cargo ships, it would be simply fantastic. Furthermore, he now possessed ultra-high-power reactionless propulsion technology. With a little modification, these super motherships could be transformed into space motherships. With the idea in mind, Jiang Yan began to take action. Now the Dragon Kingdom, as the world's savior, had officially become the sole overlord of Earth. All nations paid homage. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was incredibly busy during this period, far more exhausting than the previous Bureau of Strategic Deception. Meetings of all sizes were scheduled from morning to night from the beginning to the end of the year. Many countries had already arranged visits to be scheduled 2 years later. The scene where high-level officials from various countries had to take numbers and queue for visits was something the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had never dreamed of. At this time, the Bureau of Strategic Deception had become completely idle. The director looked down from a mysterious high-rise building, seeing the mighty Dragon Kingdom witnessing an unprecedented golden age. His heart was filled with emotion. The Dragon Kingdom had finally once again created a grand era where all nations paid tribute. And this time the nations did not follow out of fear of the Dragon Kingdom's power. It was more out of gratitude and respect. This was an unprecedented feat in human history, and he too would retire with honor. Now the Dragon Kingdom no longer needed the Bureau of Strategic Deception nor its director, but he wondered if the Proxima civilization still needed to be deceived. The infrastructure and functional departments of countries around the world began to operate normally. Subsequent investigations into the cause of the angel's emergence were also carried out by various countries. As the investigation continued, many countries discovered suspicious aspects. They were shocked to find that before almost every giant egg appeared, there had been traces of abnormal activities from the Baogu Kingdom. Both the time and location were extremely consistent. This was solid evidence. Therefore, countless countries reported to the Dragon Kingdom. The Baogu Kingdom is the mastermind behind the angel disaster. In fact, the Dragon Kingdom, based on the information provided by Jiang Yan, had long known who the mastermind was. But the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials had been waiting for the whole world to realize. They were waiting for the world to spontaneously form a united front against them. The Dragon Kingdom wanted the Baogu Kingdom to know it is not the Dragon Kingdom that wants you to perish, but the world. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom's slow response, countries around the world became even more anxious. They united and spontaneously formed a world military tribunal. They only awaited the Dragon Kingdom to take the seat of the chief judge. And the Council of 500, under pressure from both foreign and domestic sources, had to attend in full. Because at this point the world had spontaneously cut off all material exchanges with the Baogu Kingdom. All railway transport was suspended. All maritime trade was suspended. All airports canceled flights to the Baogu Kingdom, and all planes from the Baogu Kingdom were prohibited from landing and were sent back directly. The world had sealed them off into an isolated island. An unprecedented economic and food crisis was ravaging the Baogu Kingdom. In a short time, countless people starved to death. The ordinary people were also furious. Countless protests and demonstrations were unstoppable. They demanded that the Council of 500 must give an explanation to everyone, to the world. If the Council of 500 did not step up to take responsibility, an unprecedented nationwide internal riot was imminent. At that moment, Jiang Yan, who was in the midst of modifying the deep sea, suddenly received a notification from the highest level. Please be sure to attend the World Military Tribunal. At the same time, the Southern Academy of Sciences also received notifications for Zhou Hongtu and Xia Tianyi. The 3 of them were the great heroes of the Angel Rebellion. The venue for this tribunal was set in the Dragon Kingdom. When the team from the Southern Academy of Sciences entered the venue, it immediately caused a stir, because they recognized Xia Tianyi. The terrifying images of the final battle of the Angel Rebellion replayed in their minds. The Dragon Kingdom's Valkyrie. The final boss was directly annihilated by her alone. Terrible, truly terrible. Is she even human? I think she might have the blood of gods. In our country's legends, when a person reaches the demigod realm, they can almost be like her. Her power alone might be enough to destroy Earth. The Council of 500 felt a chill down their spines when they saw Xiaotiani. By herself, she was enough to kill all angels and apostles. Such a terrifying existence was simply unbelievable. But what surprised everyone present even more was that this godlike figure actually stood behind a young man. And many people had an impression of that young man. He was the one who at the completion ceremony of the Dragon Kingdom's Eternal Lantern spoke to the world on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Extremely handsome. His looks were more than enough to serve as the face of the world. However, the young man's background was very mysterious. No one could find out his identity, as if he didn't exist in the world. Previously, the world hadn't paid much attention, because finding a handsome young man to speak to the world was a very conventional PR move. But now even the godlike Xiaotiani only dared to stand behind him, which made the world's high-level officials curious. With the team from the Southern Academy of Sciences taking their seats, the senior officials of Dragon Nation finally arrived, and the world trial officially began. At first, the 500 refused to admit anything. As for the angels, I know nothing. Your claims are mere speculation and cannot be considered evidence. Why did the angels not attack our nation? Did they not even help drive away angels within our territory? That is because we are God's chosen people blessed by his divine protection. If you wish to know why the angel army concentrated its assault on Dragon Nation, go ask the angels yourselves. How would we know? You have no actual evidence, therefore we are all innocent. And you shall issue a public apology for the baseless accusations we have suffered. Furthermore, you must immediately lift all unjust sanctions against our nation. For a time, the 500 sat confident and unyielding, certain that no one could produce evidence. Every angel and apostle had been remotely controlled through synchronization pods. There was no way anyone could trace the connection. The resonance devices previously stationed across various locations had since degraded into mere household appliances, their core components having self-destructed following the possession operations. Even if someone had obtained an intact resonance device, no one would have been able to decipher its purpose. At this moment, the world's senior officials were rendered utterly speechless. The audacity was staggering. Yet these incriminating indications were still merely 99% conjecture, insufficient to serve as direct evidence. All eyes turned toward Dragon Nation's senior officials, yet they maintained complete silence from beginning to end. No one could fathom what lay behind their inscrutable expressions. Just as the trial reached an impasse, an elderly woman from the 500, who had remained silent throughout, stepped forward. I, Anita, am guilty. We of the 500 are all guilty. Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The remaining members of the 500 frowned, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. But they quickly composed themselves, for this too was within their expectations. Should one of them step forward to confess, they would simply assert that the individual had been under excessive pressure recently and had lost their sanity. Some among them had already reacted swiftly. Anita has been mentally unstable lately, so. But at that moment, Anita suddenly shouted aloud, Cole. As Cole's name echoed through the hall, a heavily bearded man emerged from among the 500. His appearance sent a chill through the assembly. They knew Cole was a key figure in the Angel Project. Cole ordered a peculiar metal case to be wheeled forward, and remarkably, several Dragon Nation staff members assisted him. It was clear that Dragon Nation had anticipated this entire scenario, and may well have orchestrated it. As the Pandora box was placed at the very center of the trial hall, the remaining members of the 500 were dumbstruck. Hasn't the Pandora box always been sealed in Area 51? How could it be here? In truth, before the trial even began, Cole had already surrendered to Dragon Nation under Anita's persuasion. The communication device had been personally escorted to Dragon Nation by a 1,000-person mechanized squad. What now rested in Area 51 was merely a decoy fabricated by Cole. Since only Cole himself had operated the communication device, the substitution had gone undetected to this day. The leader of the 500 roared in fury, Cole, what do you think you're doing? You would betray us all just to save your own skin. Cole replied with disdain, save myself. When have I, Cole, ever feared death? I simply refuse to let the technology of an alien civilization be squandered by people like us. We are too weak, all of us too weak. Despite possessing apostle technology from the Proxima Star civilization, we still cannot match Dragon Nation. I do not deserve this honor. None of us do. The right to contact alien civilizations should belong to Dragon Nation. These words sent the world's leadership into stunned silence. The entire assembly erupted in uproar. Proxima Star? What in the world is that? Apostle technology, what is that? Those terrifying angels were actually alien technology. Cole has confessed. They are the masterminds behind the angel disaster. Amid everyone's astonishment, Cole stood before the alloy case and continued his explanation. That's correct. We are indeed the architects of this angel catastrophe. Our purpose in orchestrating the disaster was to destroy Dragon Nation before it could reach full strength, clearing the way for the Proxima Star civilization's arrival in 7 years. Dragon Nation has already embarked upon an era of explosive technological growth, and the Proxima Star civilization fears that within 7 years Dragon Nation will possess the power to destroy this planet. For the Proxima Star civilization, Earth is a rare and precious new homeland. They also feared that Dragon Nation would ultimately choose to perish alongside this planet rather than let it fall into alien hands. Therefore we made a deal with the Proxima Star civilization. We would remove Dragon Nation as an obstacle, and in return they would provide us with angel technology. The condition was that the Proxima Star civilization would permit the continuation of human civilization. But as you can all see, we failed. After Cole finished speaking, everyone present was once again consumed by shock and dread. Yet no one spoke. All eyes turned toward Dragon Nation's senior officials, silently praying that they would find a solution. Cole waited for the hall to fall silent. Then, as he spoke, he began to open the eerie alloy case. And the means by which we contacted the Proxima Star civilization was this Pandora box. It is a quantum communication device. As the alloy case opened, a black metallic egg was revealed before everyone's eyes. It floated within the case, its surface of liquid metal flowing in slow, mesmerizing ripples. Then, with the approval of Dragon Nation senior officials, Cole placed his palm against the liquid metal surface of the giant egg and traced a specific path. Cole's excitement was beyond words. For the first time since the failure of the Angel Project, he was re-establishing contact with an alien civilization. After the project's collapse, the 500 had unanimously resolved to seal away the communication device. They simply did not know how to face the Proxima Star civilization. Some had even proposed destroying the communication device outright. After all, with 100,000 synchronization pods already annihilated, the metallic egg was the sole remaining evidence of their crime. Moreover, it had lost all utility. There was only a 7-year window, and beyond apostle technology, the Proxima Star civilization possessed no other means to rapidly strengthen Bagmao Nation. But if the metallic egg were destroyed, even if other nations suspected Bagmao Nation's involvement with the angels, they would never find proof. Bagmao Nation could simply endure the humiliation for a time, and still retain a sliver of hope. Yet if the egg were found, all 500 would face execution and Bagmao Nation would be utterly destroyed. The proposal to destroy the egg had gained considerable support. Cole had vehemently opposed it, but to no avail. In the end, they could only accept the final vote. It was from that moment onward that Cole lost his authority to contact alien civilizations. In order to re-establish contact with the Proxima Star citizens, Cole had agreed to Anita's proposal to surrender to Dragon Nation. At this moment, Cole had completed a series of operations. The 500 stared ahead, their faces ashen. Soon ripples once again spread across the surface of the giant egg, and a gentle, innocent voice emanated from within. "Have you completed your mission?" Cole immediately responded, "Respected Lady Xia, we have not. We were utterly defeated by Dragon Nation. All angels have perished. All apostles have perished. Dragon Nation remains unscathed." Even the giant egg seemed to hesitate for a moment. "You are utterly useless. Even with apostle technology, you still cannot become the rulers of this planet. Perhaps you should simply hand the communication device over to Dragon Nation. We no longer desire you." Cole immediately replied, "Respected Lady Xia, that is precisely my intention. I now cede the right to communicate to Dragon Nation." At that moment, a man in military uniform stepped forward from among Dragon Nation's senior officials. A fierce scar marred his face, and his formidable aura left everyone in the hall breathless. He took a deep breath and proclaimed in a loud voice, "I am Feng Tiangong, Supreme Commander of Dragon Nation's military. On behalf of Dragon Nation, I will hold this dialogue with the Proxima Star civilization." As Feng Tiangong stepped out, besides Kier, all guilty individuals were taken away and no one resisted. While justice's retribution followed swiftly, she had not expected that Longguo would resolve the apostle crisis so rapidly. The colossal dome remained tranquil for a moment, its surface rippling once more. "I am Xia, Chief Navigator of the Proxima Star Fleet. Congratulations, Longguo. You have attained civilization level 1.0. Indeed, Swift, quite impressive. You have truly entered the technological explosion phase. Our captain has also developed some interest in your Longguo people. Your Longguo people, are you interested in becoming our neighbors? As long as your Longguo is willing to self-lock technology and halt all weapon-related tech development, our Proxima Star civilization is willing to help you establish a habitable new home on other outer planets. We can guarantee the continuation of your civilization. These conditions are far better than what we previously offered. Consider it." After Xia finished speaking, the world leaders present were suddenly filled with dread, because they all caught a key point. The alien was suggesting that Longguo become their neighbor. Only the people of Longguo. If Longguo's commander accepted the Proxima Star civilization's conditions, Longguo could ensure its own survival. But what would become of the other nations on Earth? The mere thought sent shivers down everyone's spines. At that moment, all attendees wanted to ask questions, but they dared not. For now, only Longguo's commander had the authority to converse with the Proxima Star civilization. Everyone looked at the commander with imploring eyes, as if pleading, "Do not agree." Once Longguo agrees to halt technological development and cripple itself, when they arrive, won't everything be at their mercy? Do not agree. All prayed that Longguo's commander would understand their gaze. At that moment, the commander's expression remained unchanged, his words still resolute. Is there truly no other way for coexistence? Can human civilization and the Proxima Star civilization not live in peace? Earth is vast, ample enough to accommodate two civilizations. Seeing that Longguo's commander had not agreed, but instead put forward a highly feasible proposal, the world leaders all sighed in relief. If Longguo's commander had agreed, it would have been tantamount to directly sentencing other nations to death. and Long Guo would have fallen into the Proxima Star Civilization's trap. Xia without any hesitation replied directly. Earth is vast. Are you kidding me? Our fleet alone has nearly 2 billion people. The entire Proxima Star Civilization boasts a population of over 200 billion while Earth is merely a speck. The entire solar system would already be somewhat cramped. In the future, those of lower status in our civilization would only be able to reside on outer planets. Only nobles and royalty with distinguished merits could live on Earth. Do you think we would reserve precious habitats for insects? We have already offered you Long Guo people dwelling rights on outer planets, which is the greatest concession we can make. Upon hearing this, all present were seized by terror. 200 billion people. What a colossal civilization. If the entire Proxima Star Civilization were to migrate, there would be no room for human civilization even in the solar system. At this moment, Zhou Hongtu was extremely tense, for he knew an alien civilization was coming. And he also knew that Long Guo, now possessing the power to destroy Earth, wished to negotiate with the Proxima Star Civilization using this leverage. But he had never imagined the situation to be so dire. How could a civilization of 200 billion people possibly agree to let human civilization continue developing on Earth? Even agreeing to let Long Guo remain on Earth would be difficult. Facing difficulties, Zhou Hongtu unconsciously glanced at Jiang Yan. But upon seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Zhou Hongtu couldn't help but pause. Because Jiang Yan's expression showed no tension whatsoever. This guy was actually excited. What was going on with Jiang Yan? At this moment, upon hearing the alien civilization reveal its population, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. 200 billion people. What an immense source of technology points. With just a hint of shock, how many technology points would that yield? Thinking of this, Jiang Yan could barely contain himself. After Xia finished speaking, the commander clearly sensed something was amiss. Such a colossal civilization could never possibly allow humans to reside on Earth. Even if they permitted Long Guo people to live on outer planets, they would likely be reduced to the lowest status like slaves. The commander's expression gradually grew grave, and he exclaimed loudly, "What if Long Guo refuses? Don't you fear Long Guo choosing mutual destruction?" At this, Xia calmly replied, "When a civilization's level reaches above 3, it gains the power to reshape planets. However, this comes at a considerable cost. For our Proxima Star Civilization, reshaping Earth would merely be slightly troublesome. Not too big of a problem. Don't tell me you would destroy your own civilization just to annoy us. You wouldn't be that humorous, would you? Moreover, while Earth is certainly precious, what we care more about is the sun." Upon hearing this, all present felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelming despair. The commander and Long Guo's top officials' hearts sank simultaneously. Oh no, their true target was actually the sun. Furthermore, previous intelligence had not indicated that the Proxima Star Civilization could reshape Earth, meaning that Long Guo's bargaining chips were not as weighty as assumed. Previously, everyone thought that Long Guo, with its 4 mechas and the military swords forged by Jiang Yan, already possessed the capability to destroy Earth within 7 years, and intended to use this to threaten the Proxima Star Civilization. At worst, mutual destruction. Let no one have Earth. But unexpectedly, Earth was not indispensable to the Proxima Star Civilization, and they could even reshape it. Thinking of this, the commander's forehead broke into a cold sweat. He dared not hastily continue conversing. If he mishandled it, the entire human civilization might lose even the chance to continue existing. Xia, seeing the commander was silent, continued proudly, "See, my earlier proposal is more suitable, isn't it? We provide Long Guo people with dwellings on outer planets, and your humans can continue your civilization. And we won't need to go through the trouble either, since merely thinking about reshaping Earth exhausts me. Don't you agree? And your Long Guo needs to do nothing at all. You merely need to halt weapon-related technology development. You don't even need to interfere with other nations' weapon research, because apart from Long Guo, no matter how other countries develop, we have little to worry about." Upon hearing this, the world leaders present were immediately thrown into panic, because that alien's proposed plan was indeed the optimal solution for Long Guo. Long Guo could represent human civilization and continue surviving without doing anything. But for other civilizations, this plan was apocalyptic. Given Long Guo's current strength, no nation could prevent its decision. But if Long Guo's leadership accepted the Proxima Star Civilization's plan, besides Long Guo, all people of every country would perish. At this moment, everyone anxiously watched Feng Tiangang and Long Guo's top officials. But to their despair, Long Guo's officials were clearly hesitating. Everyone saw the conflicted expressions on Long Guo's officials. The world leaders present immediately sensed trouble. My God, would Long Guo truly abandon us? What else can we do? Is there any choice? Let Long Guo represent human civilization and continue existing for now. Otherwise, human civilization would reach its end in 7 years. At this moment, everyone present felt exceedingly complicated emotions. Here had also not expected that Proxima Star would not only conceal its ability to reshape Earth, but also fail to disclose their true target, the sun. And he had firmly believed that after Long Guo obtained the power to destroy Earth, it would gain absolute speaking authority. That was why he insisted on holding the dialogue before all world leaders, to let all humanity witness this moment that would determine human destiny together. Now, however, the situation was awkward. He didn't know how Long Guo's leadership would deal with him afterward. Just then, In the South Academy of Sciences, a remarkably handsome young man stepped out. "Commander, let me say a few words to her, all right?" Upon seeing Jiang Yan's arrival, the commander unexpectedly felt a wave of relief. He immediately looked at Long's top officials. At this moment, all officials showed no hesitation, and everyone nodded in tacit approval. Jiang Yan replaced the chief marshal and stepped forward before the metallic egg. Everyone in the audience turned their gaze toward him, hoping this most mysterious youth of the Dragon Nation could skillfully resolve the looming crisis. Jiang Yan cleared his throat softly. "I am Jiang Yan, Chief Engineer of the South Academy of Sciences. May I ask, are you certain your Proxima star civilization truly has 2 billion people? No exaggeration." With that question, everyone present was puzzled. What did Jiang Yan mean by asking such a thing? What purpose would an alien civilization have in inflating its population figures? The senior officials of the Dragon Nation were equally bewildered, yet all chose to place their faith in Jiang Yan. Without him, the Dragon Nation would never have reached its present greatness. So when Jiang Yan declared he wished to speak with the alien civilization, even without prior consultation, none of the Dragon Nation's top leaders hesitated for a moment. Their trust in Jiang Yan had, without their realizing it, risen to an unshakable foundation. She too was puzzled by Jiang Yan's question, but she answered honestly regardless. "I am indeed certain. Not only have I not exaggerated, I have actually understated our numbers. Our true population is closer to 26 billion. You need not doubt our reasoning for requesting the Dragon Nation's people to leave the Blue Planet. The truth is simply that the Blue Planet is far too small. The Blue Planet can only accommodate the nobility and royal family of our Proxima star civilization. Even I may not be able to reside upon the Blue Planet for any extended period in due time." Having received her unequivocal confirmation, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. You said you would come, so come you must. And do not dare back down. The Dragon Nation awaits the arrival of your Proxima star civilization. Furthermore, I can trace your coordinates through reverse signal analysis. If you dare renege, I shall come to you." With these words, Kerr shuddered. The Dragon Nation's leadership shuddered. The Chief Marshal shuddered. Zhou Hongta shuddered. Xia Tianyi shuddered. Even Xia herself shuddered. All those present stood in collective shock. Jiang Yan's single speech left everyone present completely stunned. When Jiang Yan first stepped forward, all had assumed he might propose some alternative compromise. But who could have imagined the man would leave no room for negotiation whatsoever and directly declare war? In a war there would be unavoidable and absolute. He's mad. He's absolutely mad. What is Jiang Yan doing? Has he actually declared war upon the Proxima star civilization? My God, why does this make me feel so electrified? Same here. We from other nations are dead anyway. Might as well fight and die together. I stand with Jiang Yan. Exactly right. If we must die, let us die standing. I stand with Jiang Yan too. Stand with Jiang Yan. But this is merely Jiang Yan's personal opinion. Declaring war will destroy the Dragon Nation's future. The Dragon Nation's leadership will never agree. Who cares? I think Jiang Yan's plan is the best option we have. Better to die with honor than survive in shame. I now finally understand the true meaning of this ancient Chinese phrase. With these words spoken, the P Nation's leaders rose in unison. Well said. Better to die with honor than survive in shame. The P Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. Then immediately the Bear Nation's leaders also rose together. The Bear Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. Afterward, leaders from countless nations stood up in unison. The Potato Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. The Coffee Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. The Sweet Potato Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. The Seaweed Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. The Curry Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. The Watermelon Nation declares war upon the Proxima star civilization. Within the assembly hall, due to Jiang Yan's impassioned words, the situation briefly spiraled beyond control. As nation after nation rose to loudly declare war, a feverish fervor began to spread throughout the hall. More and more world leaders' minds went blank. They abandoned all deliberation and hesitation. Who cared anymore? They would all perish regardless. Rather than lying down to die, it was far better to stand and fight. They rose one after another, shouting loudly as they declared war upon the Proxima star civilization. In all of human history, there had never been such an unprecedented moment of unity. After brief deliberation, the Dragon Nation's senior leadership, the Chief Marshal, walked out once more. At that moment, everyone involuntarily frowned, fearing the fragile unity Jiang Yan had so painstakingly built might shatter once more. But the Dragon Nation's Chief Marshal bore a resolute expression, his gaze burning like torchlight. He approached the metallic egg and shouted toward the Proxima star civilization with all his might. The Chief Marshal's deep steel-voiced words echoed throughout the entire venue. I, Feng Tiangong, on behalf of the Dragon Nation, declare war upon the Proxima star civilization. With that declaration, the crowd erupted once more. All leaders worldwide tightly clenched their fists in excitement. Now that the Dragon Nation had taken the lead, this war between human civilization and the Proxima star civilization would surely be extraordinary. Human civilization, though it might be destroyed, would blaze across the cosmos like a meteor's fleeting brilliance. This spectacle of all humanity's leaders collectively choosing death moved Kerr himself. At this moment shame burned through him to its deepest core. The Dragon Nation was truly humanity's future. Even if that future were brief, at least human civilization would burn brilliantly. He produced a USB drive and handed it to a Dragon Nation attendant. Inside were all the operational instructions for the metallic egg. He had also resolved to atone for his crimes. The sight of all human civilization declaring war upon the Proxima Star civilization left Xia momentarily frozen in astonishment. Had the entire blue planet lost its mind? She had never imagined the Dragon Nation would make such a foolish decision to cast eggs against a boulder. With regret she spoke. Very well, since you have made your decision. Then I have nothing more to say. Let us meet again in 7 years. The communication cut off and Jiang Yan returned to his seat at the South Academy of Sciences. Zhou Hongtu nervously asked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, you have directly declared war upon the Proxima Star civilization. You must have a plan, right? Though Zhou Hongtu was internally panicking, his trust in Jiang Yan remained unshaken. Even though the entire world now believed this declaration of war amounted to collective suicide, he knew Jiang Yan was not one to throw his life away lightly. Jiang Yan must have a way to create miracles. That is the iron law I have concluded from years of working alongside him. Hearing this, Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Hongtu with a grin. Guess. Hearing those words, Zhou Hongtu nearly spat blood from shock. But seeing Jiang Yan's utter lack of tension, Zhou Hongtu already had his answer. The Proxima Star civilization might be in danger. Xia Tianyi gazed at Jiang Yan without speaking. This was no longer a matter of belief or doubt. From the day Jiang Yan forged the first-generation prototype for her, she had become his blade. Even if they perished together, she would not furrow her brow. This trial concluded with an outcome no one could have foreseen. And Jiang Yan was entrusted with a momentous responsibility by the Dragon Nation's senior leadership. Jiang Yan became the supreme commander overseeing all plans and operations for humanity's resistance against the Proxima Star civilization. He could mobilize all resources worldwide, including every material and every talented individual. Every nation in the world responded without hesitation. Not long after, a proposal titled the Heavenly Court Project was swiftly approved by the Dragon Nation's top leadership. While continuing the modification of the deep sea, Jiang Yan also formulated the future strategic plan for human civilization. A week later, both tasks were essentially concluded. A few days later, at a large sports stadium in Longhua, major news media from around the world were invited. Today, Jiang Yan, on behalf of Longhua, would announce the general outline of the human civilization defense plan to the world. The news caused a global sensation. No one had expected Longhua to formulate a solution to the Proxima Centauri civilization crisis so swiftly. Journalists who had received advance notice flooded in. The entire vast stadium was packed to the brim, leaving no room to move. Escorted by the military mecha guard, Jiang Yan arrived at the center of the stadium. This was his first public appearance before the world since becoming the chief director. This man, the most mysterious, most handsome, and most important figure in the world, immediately drew the gaze of everyone across the globe. Though Jiang Yan's speech had not yet begun, the barrage comments and live streams worldwide erupted. The official live stream from Longhua had the highest number of online viewers. Most foreign netizens chose to watch Longhua's official broadcast. The barrage in the live stream exploded. Is he the chief director of the civilization war? I remember, he also spoke at the completion ceremony of the Longhua nuclear fusion ring network. He's far too young and handsome. Who is he exactly? Could he be the child of some high-ranking official? No, I say your country's news is far too outdated. His name is Jiang Yan, chief engineer of the Longhua Southern Science Institute. Those terrifying Longhua mechas, he created them. At these words, countless netizens from information-starved regions erupted. My God, the designer of the mecha is this young. By my gods, looks and IQ are indeed directly proportional. I'm the most popular actress in my country. I wonder if I could bear his child. I want to know too. I also want to. Your child would have a lifespan of at most 7 years. Get lost. Go to hell. Are all people from your country this annoying? At that moment the time was almost right. Jiang Yan tapped the microphone before him, and a sharp crackle of static instantly silenced everyone present, while the barrage area in the live stream also emptied. Almost everyone focused their attention on Jiang Yan. He's about to speak. Shut up. Then Jiang Yan's voice began to emanate from every corner of the world. I am Jiang Yan, chief director of the Civilization War Plan. To address the Proxima Centauri civilization crisis, Longhua has considered many feasible options. After careful deliberation, we have recently finalized the ultimate plan. Today, on behalf of Longhua, I announce to the people of the world the Heavenly Court plan capable of withstanding the Proxima Centauri civilization. At these words, exhilaration swept across the globe. Withstand the Proxima Centauri civilization. The Heavenly Court plan. Hadn't we already decided to fight to the death and perish together with Earth? Why does the name alone make me feel we will win? We no longer have to destroy Earth along with ourselves. Longhua seems to have truly devised a countermeasure. Then Jiang Yan continued his explanation. The entire Heavenly Court plan is divided into 5 phases. Phase 1, codenamed Moon Palace Plan. We will take 1 year to transform the entire moon into a space transfer station. We will fully utilize lunar resources, establish a space mothership production base on the moon's surface, and use the moon as a stepping stone for human civilization to reach Mars on a large scale. Phase 2, codenamed Gemini Plan. We will take 1 year to transform the entire Mars into the second primary planet of human civilization. We will fully utilize Martian resources to achieve a true qualitative leap in the existing strength of human civilization. Phase 3, codenamed Black Great Wall Plan. We will take 1 year to expand from the dual primary planets to other planets, constructing defense systems on all planets, forming a Great Wall defense line composed of planets. Phase 4, codenamed Star Destroyer Plan. We will take another 2 years to build an artificial planetary ring on the basis of the planetary ring Great Wall, fully absorbing solar energy. We will forge a stellar-class planet-destroying cannon that uses the entire sun as its energy source. Phase 5, codenamed Southern Heavenly Gate Plan. We will take another 2 years to gather all planetary resources and construct the first deep space strategic strike cluster. We will take the initiative to ensure the Proxima Centauri fleet never reaches the solar system. The above is the entire outline of the Heavenly Court Plan. Specific details will be adjusted as needed, but the general direction will follow the 5 phases as outlined. After Jiang Yan finished, the entire world fell into silence. Not because there was anything wrong with the phase procedures, but mainly because the timeline seemed too fantastical. The Moon Palace Plan, Gemini Plan, and Planetary Ring Great Wall Plan each required 1 year. The Star Destroyer Plan and Southern Heavenly Gate Plan each required only 2 years. It sounded like a plan that was entirely impossible to achieve. The barrage became chaotic. No, according to this plan, the time simply isn't enough. Not to mention the later visionary plans, even the first Moon Palace Plan seems impossible for humanity to achieve. Exactly. Building a space station on the moon and mass-producing space motherships in 1 year. In thousands of years of civilization, no living human has even set foot on the moon. Moreover, setting aside whether we can land on the moon en masse, where are the space motherships to be mass-produced? Longwood doesn't have any space motherships yet. Alas, I have a feeling that human civilization will ultimately be destroyed. This is an unsolvable situation. The enemy is the Proxima Centauri civilization, powerful enough to cross galaxies. We have no chance of victory. Longhua is probably trying to give the world some hope, otherwise under the constant despair of the Proxima Centauri civilization, people would go mad. Alas, I appreciate Longhua's intentions. I'm already prepared to die in 7 years. I am ready to. As an ancient saying goes, every man must die, his death may be weightier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. I am willing to be the heaviest. In the stadium venue, the journalists were also bewildered. A reporter from Longhua was the first to ask Director Jiang, "Does the first phase Moon Palace Plan you mentioned have a specific proposal? Although it's only the first phase, the timeline is too short. Human civilization's technology may not be able to achieve it. Whether it's large-scale lunar landings or the development of space motherships, there is no precedent in human history." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan confidently replied, "I will release the detailed plan for the first phase Moon Palace Plan later." Also, regarding the issue of precedent you mentioned. As he spoke, a massive projection screen descended behind him. Today, the Southern Science Institute will break both those precedents. On the screen, the real-time feed showed engineers from the Southern Science Institute performing final adjustments on the latest deep-sea mothership. The engineers reported real-time data from the mothership. Controlled nuclear fusion system stable. Internal system voltage normal. Balance control system normal. Thrusters 1 to 40, super-large non-propellant engines normal. Central stern drive units 1 to 20 normal. Xia Tianyi appeared at the center of the screen, reporting to Director Jiang. All data for deep sea is normal, ready for liftoff. Jiang Yan's expression was solemn. His eyes blazed like torches. He waved his hand grandly. His voice resounded throughout the stadium. Deep sea. Liftoff. With Jiang Yan's command issued, thousands of engineers from the Southern Academy of Sciences aboard the Deep Sea had already prepared for liftoff. Xia Tianyi also gave an order to the Deep Sea. Liftoff. At that moment, the live broadcast camera switched to an external view. Above a stretch of Longhua's territorial waters, a terrifying mothership of unimaginable size, after a brief rumble, actually lifted off from the sea surface. As it left the sea surface, countless seawater poured backward, and a terrifying tidal vortex formed in the space it had just occupied. Under the mighty thrust, it continued to accelerate upward. When the deep sea hovered in the air, all previously submerged sections became fully visible, allowing the world to directly perceive its colossal scale. People instinctively associated it with the legendary Sky Island from mythology. While netizens around the world gasped in awe, they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Longhua's super mothership actually took off vertically from the ocean. Good heavens! This behemoth must be at least 1 million tons. What kind of propulsion could possibly make it fly? According to what Jiang Yan just said, they are breaking 2 new trails simultaneously. Could it be that Longhua intends to use this super mothership to land directly on the moon? Highly likely. Live streaming a super mothership landing on the moon. Longhua's imagination is truly boundless. I wouldn't dare dream such things. Don't you remember that viral special effects video circulating online before showing a Longhua super mothership taking off and flying to the sun? I think Longhua probably planned for this super mothership to reach the skies from the very beginning. I remember now. So the Longhua Strategic Deception Bureau didn't completely deceive us. The ability to fly is actually real. I'm nearly dying of nervousness. This isn't just any ordinary moon landing. This is literally piloting a space mothership to the moon. Good lord. For such a historically significant moment, isn't Longhua required to give prior notice? They took off on a whim. My poor heart can barely handle it. At this moment the deep sea had ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Xia Tianyi once again reviewed all the data. Everything was completely normal. She shouted her command toward the deep sea. Deep sea, advance 4. The command was issued. Immediately an internal circulation alarm sounded throughout the ship. Then massive quantities of LCL solution rapidly flooded into the deep sea's control room. 40 sets of ultra-high thrust massless engines operated at full power. An unprecedented surge of overwhelming thrust pushed the million-ton deep sea forward at tremendous speed toward the cosmos. Before long the deep sea surpassed the speed of sound. An unprecedentedly terrifying sonic boom cloud appeared abruptly replacing the sky. Then an insanely violent sonic boom erupted. Heaven and earth trembled as the sound swept across the entire firmament. Inside the stadium the reporters watching the live stream were drawn by the distant sonic boom. They all turned their gaze toward the Longhua coastline. Their hearts surged with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you have also heard that terrifying sonic boom. That is precisely the sound generated when the deep sea tore through the air barrier at incredible speed. That is the mighty sound of humanity's technological prowess. The deep sea as the first space mothership in human civilization carries nearly 4,000 pioneers from the Southern Academy of Sciences traveling at supersonic speed, leaving the Earth's surface heading toward the vast universe. Its first destination will be our blue planet's moon, the moon. Perhaps we come from different nations and different ethnicities, but we are all one human civilization. At this moment, I feel proud and honored to be part of human civilization. Today, under Longhua's leadership, humanity has successfully embarked on its journey. The first phase of the Heavenly Court project, the Moon Palace project, is advancing rapidly and smoothly. I believe that within 1 year we will have a breathtaking lunar production base. I believe that within 7 years human civilization will surely defeat the Proxima Star civilization. In the Damiku section of Longhua's official livestream the comments had completely exploded. The deep sea actually took off with a sonic boom. My scalp is completely numb right now. There must absolutely be background music for this moment. A million-ton behemoth like this actually achieved supersonic takeoff. I'm utterly stunned. This is Longhua's technology. This is the technology of Longhua's Southern Academy of Sciences. This is the technology of all human civilization. Longhua is invincible. The Southern Academy of Sciences is invincible. Jiang Yan is invincible. I want to go to the moon too. I want to contribute to human civilization as well. Is there a volunteer registration desk? I am willing to dedicate the rest of my life to human civilization. I want to sign up too. I want to go to space too. The sight of the deep sea carrying thousands of Southern Academy engineers launching supersonically into space instantly set blood boiling around the world. At this moment no one doubted the feasibility of the first phase, the Moon Palace project, anymore. Because as long as the first space mothership achieved liftoff soon, there would be a second, a third. Before long more and more engineers would arrive on the moon. And with Longhua's formidable infrastructure capabilities, it wouldn't take long before human civilization could conquer the entire moon. At this moment the deep sea had already flown beyond visual range, and Jiang Yan began speaking again. The world fell quiet once more. The deep sea has entered Advance 4 mode. It will accelerate continuously to the second cosmic velocity, Mach 32. At escape velocity, it will break free from Earth's gravitational bondage, leaving low Earth orbit. Then it will accelerate again to Mach 50, until it enters lunar orbit. The entire process is estimated to take 6 hours. It is currently 9:00 a.m. in Longhua time. We expect the deep sea to reach the moon around 3:00 p.m. this afternoon. These words sent shockwaves across the world once again. Good heavens! I don't even travel 6 hours on a high-speed train, and this Earth-Moon journey takes only 6 hours. 6 hours to the moon. I'm losing my mind. Even movies wouldn't dare script this. This is faster than same-city delivery. My common sense has completely collapsed. Jiang Yan's voice rang out once more, and the world fell silent again. Now everyone should understand that human civilization's technology is far from as weak as you might have imagined. We human civilization is by no means helpless in the face of the Proxima Star civilization. I know each of the 5 phases of the Heavenly Court project sounds utterly unbelievable and impossible to accomplish. But please believe me. Believe in Longhua's strength and believe in humanity's power. Human civilization will undoubtedly complete all 5 phases of the Heavenly Court project within 7 years. Let every invading alien civilization experience what true fear feels like. Jiang Yan's words instantly ignited the entire world, and everyone's heart aflame seemed to be burning. Jiang Yan felt the time was ripe. Raising his voice once more he addressed the world loudly. Now I will once again announce to the world on behalf of Longhua, our auxiliary plan in addition to the main project, that everyone can be like a dragon project. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Southern Academy of Sciences. The Southern Academy of Sciences will differ from any form of university or college in existence. Its purpose is to cultivate and select the strongest engineers of human civilization. The Southern Academy of Sciences will admit students regardless of nationality, ethnicity, age, or region, opening Longwa's existing technologies to the entire world. Anyone capable of understanding and absorbing this knowledge will automatically qualify for advanced training at the Southern Academy of Sciences. Those who pass the Southern Academy's assessment will have the qualification to become the strongest engineers of human civilization. Representing human civilization, heading toward the stars and the sea. With these words, the entire world erupted in chaos. The Ruren Rulong plan had just been announced. The live stream's bullet comment section exploded into a frenzy. Ruren Rulong plan. Is Longwa really going to open up its existing technology to the entire world? My God, who could have imagined that? This is the hegemon of our launching today. What a breadth of mind, what a spirit. This is a true king. I wonder after the Nankek technology is open, will I not have to take the college entrance exam? Then the official website of Nankek was quickly launched. The website link was also promoted to the world through major media platforms at the first opportunity. For a moment, scholars and non-scholars alike from all over the world flocked in droves. Fortunately, the website used Longwa's most powerful supercomputer as its server, otherwise it would have been overwhelmed. At the top of the website's homepage, the slogan of Nankek was strikingly conspicuous. May human civilization, every man a dragon. Seeing this slogan, the blood of countless people was ignited once again. Inside the website, all the basic theoretical materials from Longwa's various black technologies were published online. Moreover, the content was thoughtfully divided into sections and blocks, making it easy for people to quickly locate knowledge points. The reactionless propulsion gravity algorithm zone, organic metal composition model, zone fully superconducting non-circular cross-section, magnetic confinement, zone high energy, particle nucleus composition model zone. Each zone had online explanatory videos from top engineers of Nankek. The explanatory videos were profound yet accessible, detailed, striving to enable more people to absorb this knowledge. Below the knowledge point zones, there were also related introductions about the selection exam. The basic theoretical materials of Longwa Nankek are only for the purpose of selecting talents worldwide. Do not use them for other purposes. If you understand and master the knowledge of a certain zone, you can apply for the selection exam. Since there is not much time left for human civilization, the first round of the selection exam is tentatively scheduled for 1 week later. Everyone please prepare actively. Those who pass the selection exam will automatically gain the qualification for further study at Nankek and become official students of Nankek. More advanced theories and applications will be gradually opened to official students. At the same time, top engineers of Nankek will provide face-to-face guidance to official students. If you complete the final assessment, you will be directly enrolled under Nankek bestowed with the title of the strongest engineer of human civilization and represent humanity to board the space carrier and head to the vast firmament. If you have no intention of embarking on the journey for human civilization, do not participate in the selection exam. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After reading the exam introduction, everyone was determined to succeed in the selection exam. The final warning was utterly meaningless to everyone. Every scholar yearned to go to the stars and seas. It was as if it was a deep-seated desire from the soul to explore the unknown world. This was the desire to seek the truth of the universe. This desire even transcended life and death. Countless scholars, experts, and scientists with infinite passion and longing clicked on the theoretical explanatory videos in the knowledge point zones. Each of them harbored reverence and gratitude because these theoretical knowledge represented the pinnacle of human civilization's technology. And these priceless knowledge were actually opened for free by Longwa. What selflessness and greatness! And how lucky was oneself to be able to see these knowledge points. Countless people full of confidence began their journey of swimming in the ocean of knowledge. But after only 1 hour, countless people found that before their swim even started, they had already stranded on the shores of knowledge. I can't understand this zone, give up. Move to the next zone. I can't understand this zone either, keep giving up. Keep moving. I, a world-class top theoretical physicist, must have a zone I can understand. I will definitely be able to go to the stars and seas. What the hell, it's too difficult. Why is everything so difficult? 3 hours later, the forum on the Academy's website also became lively, filled with voices of frustration. Are these technologies even understandable by humans? This is too difficult, I can't understand any of them. Me too. These technologies are completely different from the knowledge we learned before. Who exactly created these technologies? This is simply not technology that our era would have. That gravity formula drives people crazy, I'm going mad, it must require supercomputer assistance to interpret. This is much harder than the college entrance exam. It's killing me. I've already gone mad. Can any godlike person who understands explain it to me? I really want to pass the Nankek selection exam. It's really hard, but I truly want to become an engineer of human civilization. I want to go to the stars and seas. I also want to go to the vast firmament. Excuse me for being blunt, but all of you complaining here are trash. Can you understand? I'm flattered. I have already deciphered the first chapter, first section of the gravity algorithm volume. Holy crap, a master. A real master has understood. Master, can you teach me? I'm willing to pay tuition. Sorry, no time. I still have to continue swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Moreover, the teacher's explanations in the knowledge point videos are already very thorough. If you can't understand what the teacher said, then you definitely can't understand what I say. I can only say that being able to see this knowledge is a blessing from my past life. I also hope that everyone doesn't give up easily and cherishes this rare opportunity. The pressure of exam preparation is enormous. Goodbye, everyone. When people gradually claim to have understood, it further awakened the unyielding spirit of countless people. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of learning swept across the globe. Nankek in just a few hours became the only sacred temple in the hearts of scholars worldwide. All scholars in the world were eager to receive an olive branch from Nankek. Billions of people had prepared large amounts of energy drinks and were ready to study with unwavering determination. The whole world was simultaneously preparing for the Nankek selection exam. Such a spectacle was truly breathtaking. Longwa time, 3:30 p.m. A shocking piece of news that shook all of humanity once again drew everyone's attention. Countless scholars emerged from their frenzied study state and returned to the official live stream. In the video, there was a gray land. Xia Tianyi, driving the first-generation machine, led thousands of engineering mechas of Nankek standing in neat formation before the Shanghai. Behind them, a specially made huge red flag was unfurled. Then Xia Tianyi loudly announced to the world, Longwa's Shanghai has successfully landed on the moon at 1500 Longwa time. The Earth-Moon ultra-high-power communication matrix was successfully set up at 1530 Longwa time. We expect to take 3 months to build the first super-large lunar recyclable ecological base for human civilization, to pave the way for humans to arrive on the moon in large numbers. We 4,000 engineers of Longwa Nankek will stake our lives. We will complete the mission. Salute. Then the 4,000 engineering mechas saluted in unison towards the camera. The blue light in the eyes of the 4,000 mechas lit up simultaneously. This exhilarating scene caused the whole world to erupt in excitement. At this moment, the live reporter could no longer contain her excitement. A wave of emotion, as if from a higher plane, brought tears to her eyes. Dear viewers, the Longwa deep-sea space carrier carrying 400 pioneering engineers from Nankeyuan has successfully landed on the moon. This is also the first time in human history that a large-scale crewed lunar landing has been achieved. Just moments ago, engineers from Nankeyuan completed the construction of an Earth-Moon ultra-high-power communication matrix in an extremely short time. As a result, we can now see the ultra-high-definition footage transmitted from the moon. At the same time, these pioneering engineers will immediately begin building the lunar cycle ecological base. It is expected that before long, regular round trips between Earth and the moon will become the norm. This will also be a vital milestone marking humanity's formal ascension to a Type 1 civilization. Today we witness the most historically significant moment in the annals of human civilization. I am proud to be a part of human civilization. Long live Longwa. Long live human civilization. At this moment, people all over the world were moved to tears. The successful lunar landing of the deep sea meant that humanity had taken the most difficult step toward the vast cosmos. It meant that the first phase of the Heavenly Court project, the Moon Palace project, was proceeding smoothly. The Moon Palace project, which had once seemed like a fantasy, was now expected to be completed ahead of schedule. Longwa Nankeyuan has proven the feasibility of the Heavenly Court project through its own actions. The global hesitation and unease that had prevailed vanished in an instant. At that moment, Jiang Yan once again addressed the world through the camera. The Moon Palace project and the Everyone is a Dragon project are proceeding on schedule as planned. I believe that before long, countless great engineers of human civilization will successively set foot on the moon and then go on to represent humanity in the vastness of the cosmos. Next, I will announce 2 specific rules of the Moon Palace project. At the same time, please prepare yourselves mentally. The second batch of Nankeyuan engineers and the prodigies about to become Nankeyuan engineers. Please listen carefully to the following points, because these 2 rules will be on the exam. As soon as these words were spoken, all scholars nervously pulled out their notebooks, focusing intently, afraid to miss a single exam point. Jiang Yan continued his explanation. The first goal of the Moon Palace project is to collect helium. 3. The energy system of our Longwa supercarrier and the Longming Ring network both use tritium fusion-based controlled nuclear fusion technology. But if we are to conquer the solar system, we can no longer rely on the tritium in the oceans. Instead, we must look to the entire universe and use the more widely available fusion element helium. 3. Helium. 3 fusion not only produces more energy, but is also easier to collect in space. Currently, there are as many as 1 million tons of helium. 3 on the moon. That is 200 times the total reserves of helium. 3 on Blue Star. With just the helium, 3 resources on the moon, our human civilization can freely roam the entire solar system. Now we have already converted the energy system of the space carrier into a helium 3 controlled nuclear fusion system using helium 3 as the main fuel. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, countless scholars around the world nodded in understanding. That's right. If humanity intends to venture into space, we must abandon tritium and adopt helium-3 fusion. That is truly infinite energy. Exactly. I never expected Longwen Nankiyuan to break through controlled nuclear fusion technology again so quickly. Their RD capabilities are truly astonishing. What are you talking about? What is tritium? And what is helium-3? Why can't I understand a thing? Can someone explain it to me? You will never become a great engineer of human civilization. Explanation complete. The stars and the sea have nothing to do with you. Explanation complete. Just stay put on Blue Star. Explanation complete. Jiang Yan continued. The second goal of the Moon Palace project is to build large-scale production lines on the moon's surface. Key resources on Blue Star are about to be exhausted while the moon has far more rare minerals. We will directly build the production lines for future space equipment on the moon's surface, manufacture enough space gear there, and then continue advancing into the solar system. The moon is just a stepping stone. The solar system is our true goal. These words once again stirred the world. Well said. The solar system is our goal. We must not become complacent just because we've landed on the moon. Landing on the moon is only an insignificant little step for human civilization. That's right. Even if we land on Mars in the future, it will still be just a small step. Our goal is the solar system. Yes. Our goal is the stars and the sea. After the 2 specific rules of the Moon Palace project were announced, the world began to operate at full speed according to Jiang Yan's plan. On the moon, Xia Tianyi was leading Forza Zero construction matches to build the Moon Palace, a super-large recyclable ecological base capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of people. Meanwhile, at Nankiyuan, under Zhou Hongtu's leadership, more space carriers were being constructed at an accelerated pace. The world's limited resources were being supplied to Nankiyuan without reservation. After arranging everything, Jiang Yan returned to Nankiyuan. As the overall commander of the civilization, his status and importance had far surpassed that of Nankiyuan itself, but he always felt that Nankiyuan was his home. At that moment, at the southwest production base, Jiang Xiaomeng was piloting a mech sitting atop a large mountain, dangling her legs, gazing at the sky. When will Tianyi Jie come back? And Jiang Yan, always busy like a big shot, not coming home for days. Ever since Jiang Xiaomeng learned how to pilot a mech, she had refused to leave Nankiyuan. In her eyes, this mech was far more exciting than the little car Jiang Yan had built for her before. It truly lived up to the boast Jiang Yan had made to her. It could go anywhere, up to the sky, down to the earth. Jiang Xiaomeng was curious about everything in Nankiyuan, and she would pilot the mech to explore every nook and cranny. Nankiyuan was far more interesting than school. It had all kinds of novel gadgets, even more fascinating than her father's black tech toys. Jiang Xiaomeng's presence undoubtedly caused some disruption to the daily operations of Nankiyuan. During the Angel Rebellion earlier, for the safety of Jiang Xiaomeng and Jiang Dashan, the higher-ups had specially allowed them to stay at Nankiyuan. Even now, with the Angel Rebellion completely quelled and Jiang Dashan back to producing toys, Jiang Xiaomeng still refused to leave. But no one in Nankiyuan dared to drive away this little princess, because she was Jiang Yan's younger sister. Seeing Jiang Yan return to Nankiyuan, Jiang Xiaomeng instantly rushed forward with a sonic boom, startling everyone along the flight path. Jiang Yan, why are you so late? When will Tianyi Jie come back from the moon? If she doesn't return soon, I'll take you to the moon to find her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. This little girl had gotten cocky after learning to pilot a mecha. Now she wanted to take him to the sky. Jiang Yan instantly regretted letting her learn to pilot a mecha. Don't be ridiculous. What moon trip? Why do you want to fly off like this? Your big brother here still has a crucial mission to save humanity. Go play by yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaomeng pouted, clearly unhappy. Humph, Jiang Yan, I'm telling you, you don't have a sister anymore. With that, Jiang Xiaomeng flew off in her mecha, fuming. Jiang Xiaomeng and Xia Tianyi hadn't been learning to pilot mechas for long, but Xia Tianyi was already like a mentor to her. Xia Tianyi's formidable combat prowess filled Jiang Xiaomeng with admiration. When Xia Tianyi one-shot the apostle boss, Jiang Xiaomeng decided she must become as strong as her master. Now Xia Tianyi had gone to the moon without a word, leaving Jiang Xiaomeng feeling bitter. After sending Jiang Xiaomeng off, Jiang Yan strolled through the southwest production base, pondering his future plans. He had successfully ignited hope for the world and led it out of the shadow of alien civilizations. Humanity was united as one. Global productivity soared and talents from all over flocked to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet he felt something was amiss. The previously announced Tianting project was sound in its general direction and development strategy. Those plans were laid out with a steady step-by-step approach, conserving technology points as much as possible. Suddenly Jiang Yan realized the problem. Exactly, the very steadiness was the issue. He was up against a powerful alien civilization. How could he afford to be steady? With tens of billions of technology points at his disposal, he could leap forward. Reluctant as he was, now was the time to burn through them. With that thought, Jiang Yan began to consider the types of technology he should acquire. After much deliberation, he concluded that the most practical technology was still mecha technology. Mechas could fight in crises and switch to engineering mode for production. The current first-generation models were already inadequate. In the final battle, if not for Xia Tianyi's high synchronization rate, the Dragon Kingdom might have fallen to the Air Angel. The first-generation mecha was strong, but its weaknesses were obvious. It required extremely high synchronization rates and extensive training time. Now apart from Xia Tianyi, everyone else faced difficulties improving their synchronization, and their combat effectiveness lagged behind. Only Xia Tianyi could unleash combat power exceeding a 1-0 civilization, perhaps even surpassing a level 2 civilization. But that was far from enough. She was just one person. He needed to develop a super mecha with greater stability and performance. With that in mind, Jiang Yan called out in his mind, "System, I need a super cosmic level mecha that can utterly crush the Proxima Centauri civilization. Able to fight in combat and produce in peace. Easy to master, stable performance. Powerful enough to pound the Proxima Centauri fleet into submission without resistance." As Jiang Yan voiced his thoughts, the system immediately responded. Ding. Plan is being generated. Ding. Super armor Chang'ing. Completely meets the host requirements. Chang'ing. This armor came with a name. Jiang Yan was stunned. A technology with a pre-assigned name. This was a first. Ding. Due to the huge leap in civilization level and the severe shortage of materials on Blue Star technology points will be consumed drastically. Please be mentally prepared, host. Chang'ing armor plan generated as follows. 1. Moldable strong interaction force material body. 2. Helium nuclear fusion ultra high power arc reactor. 3. Superconducting ion energy transmission system. 4. Sublight interstellar propulsion system. 5. Divine Apostle core. 6. Divine Apostle at field. 7. Fully intelligent combat assistance system. 8. Nano high energy particle auto replication technology. 9. Planetary particle energy cannon. Chang'ing armor technology consumes 3 billion technology points. Material consumption 14 billion technology points. Friendly reminder, technology and materials can be exchanged separately. Also, the system detects abundant resources in the asteroid belt of the solar system. Host, do you wish to exchange all? Ding. Since the host lacks sufficient technology points, materials can be partially exchanged. Do you wish to proceed? Jiang Yan panicked at the terrifying consumption of technology points, breaking out in a cold sweat. He shouted in his mind, no, no, no. Exchange the technology first. Forget the materials. Ding. Chang'ing armor technology exchanged successfully. 30 billion technology points consumed, 70 billion remaining. If the host needs materials, you can call upon the system anytime to exchange. This will save you a lot of time. I don't need it. One mecha costs 14 billion in materials. Why not just rob me? And even if I partially exchange, I can't build the Chang'ing armor. Isn't this a scam? The system didn't respond. After exchanging the technology, Jiang Yan was speechless. What level of technology was this? The cost was absurd. He nearly went back to square one. And even if he spent everything fully exchanging materials wouldn't let him build the Chang'ing armor. That was the most infuriating part. Besides, the asteroid belt contained the materials needed for the armor. Why not get them for free? Then a flood of Chang'ing armor technology poured into Jiang Yan's mind. After absorbing the technology, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. Divine Apostle core. What the hell? And it still required synchronization rate. Only after absorbing more did his mood improve. The mecha came with a fully intelligent combat assistance system allowing for unmanned mode. It didn't even need a pilot, it could handle high difficulty battles on its own. With unmanned mode, the possibilities were endless. As he continued absorbing, Jiang Yan's breathing quickened. Nano high energy particle auto replication technology. This thing could replicate itself. That was terrifying. Just drop it on a planet rich in materials, and it would replicate and mass produce automatically. Although the replication speed wasn't fast, it was worry-free and brainless. Jiang Yan loved this technology. As he absorbed more, his heart nearly burst. The Chang'ing armor was outrageously powerful. The arc reactor provided ultra-long endurance. No more charging for the mecha. Sublight speed flight capability, absolutely insane. Before it, who could escape? The Divine Apostle at field could easily withstand attacks capable of destroying planets. This was absolute defense. Even more terrifying, the Chang'ing armor came with a particle energy cannon that could destroy planets. The strongest spear plus the strongest shield, plus the fastest speed, equals invincible. It could probably destroy the solar system single-handedly. At this moment, Jiang Yan was nearly going crazy. The Chang'ing was too powerful. But the key issue was still resources. According to the system, the asteroid belt had the materials needed to build the armor. The asteroid belt lay between Mars and Jupiter. Jiang Yan even considered abandoning the moon and heading straight for Mars. But that idea was quickly dismissed. Taking the space mothership and existing mechas directly to Mars was unrealistic. Jiang Yan estimated that mining the asteroid belt would take at least several years. Without the moon's helium, 3 resources, if the mothership went directly, its energy would run out before much mining was done. Moreover, the number of engineering mechas and engineers was insufficient. By the time mining was complete, the Proxima Centauri civilization might have already attacked. The safest plan was to fully develop the moon, first produce enough engineering mechas and space motherships, wait for the Renren Rulong project to yield results, and then bring enough Blue Star resources. Then head straight for Mars. Build a large-scale base suitable for human habitation on Mars, since engineers are human, not machines. If they couldn't live normally for long, everyone would go mad. If about 5 million engineering mechas could mine simultaneously and 5 of Israel motherships could transport personnel mechas and essential supplies, the asteroid belt could be mostly harvested in a few years. At worst, one Xingyin armor could be built, and even a single unit would be more than enough to trouble the Proxima Centauri fleet. With this thought, Jiang Yan sighed. It seemed the Yuegong project and the Shuangzixing project were unavoidable. He had hoped to speed up, but in the end he had to follow the original plan. Jiang Yan hadn't planned to go to space so soon. The Renren Rulong project hadn't shown results yet, but he couldn't wait any longer. The acquisition of Cheng-Ying armor technology made it impossible to suppress his urge. He could leave the entire Renren Rulong project to the Nankiyuan, and he himself could go to the moon to accelerate the Yuegong project. Thinking that this departure might keep him from returning to Blue Star until the civilization war ended, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of reluctance. He couldn't bear to leave Jiang Xiaomeng. This journey would last 7 years. By the time the Proxima Centauri fleet was destroyed, Jiang Xiaomeng would almost be taking her college entrance exams. Would she still recognize him by then? He hoped she would remember. After handing over the entire Renren Rulong project to the Nankiyuan, Jiang Yan contacted his family. He didn't tell Jiang Xiaomeng about his departure. He only called Jiang Dashan to say goodbye. On the phone, Jiang Dashan was silent for a long while. Then he said calmly, 7 years, that's quick. Don't worry about Jiang Xiaomeng. I'll tell her at the right time. Go ahead. You've grown up. The next day, under the world's gaze, the second super mothership Ziran Xuanza, how carrying the second batch of 4 Nankiyuan engineers and a large amount of equipment and supplies urgently launched. Heading for the moon, Jiang Yan stood at the center of the control room and shouted to the mothership, Ziran Xuanza Hao. Forward 4. Ziran Xuanza Hao broke the sound barrier, its thunderous roar echoing across the sky. A massive sonic boom cloud covered the heavens. Cheers and blessings from the world resounded throughout Blue Star. At that moment, an unregistered mecha took off from the southwest production base of the Nankiyuan. It shot toward Ziran Xuanza Hao like a bullet. Its sonic boom cloud was far larger than that of ordinary mechas, almost as vast as Xiatiani's. This scene was spotted by live broadcast reporters who focused their cameras on it. Netizens panicked. What's with that mecha? It's flying toward Ziran Xuanza Hao. What's it doing? Could it be some anti-human organization like in the movies? Jiang Yan is on that mothership. Oh no, if Ziran Xuanza Hao falls, human civilization is in danger. The Southern Air Force responsible for security also panicked. The command center became tense. A soldier immediately reported to Zhou Jinshan. Commander Zhou, an unregistered mecha has taken off from the Nankiyuan and is speeding towards Ziran Xuanza Hao. It's on a non-standard communication channel. We can't reach it. Its purpose is unknown. Should we intercept? Zhou Jinshan's expression turned grim. The Ziran Xuanza Hao carried the future of human civilization. Jiang Yan was on board. He immediately issued an intercept order. But then a soldier exclaimed in shock. Heavens! Speed, it's Mach 70. It's still accelerating. Its speed exceeds the limit of our military mechas. Its performance is approaching Xia Tianyi's mecha. We cannot intercept. The mysterious mecha that suddenly appeared sent the entire world into panic. China's top officials were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Where on earth did this mecha come from? Its capabilities. How could they be so immense? It's practically a second Xia Tianyi. If it were to attack the natural selection, the consequences would be immeasurable. What is Zhou Jinshan doing? Why hasn't he intercepted it? General Zhou has responded. He said they've already attempted interception, but to no avail. The enemy's capabilities are too overwhelming, its speed too formidable. The military's mechas simply can't catch up. What a... By the time the natural selection had nearly reached outer space, they discovered a mecha was trailing behind them. Chairman Jiang, an unauthorized mecha, has been following us. It seems unable to hear our hails. Its speed is simply too great. What kind of capabilities does it even possess? It's about to board the ship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt an unsettling premonition. The only unauthorized mechas operating on a special frequency would be the 2 he'd prepared for Jiang Xiaomeng and his father. Right. His father would never do something so reckless. The only possible answer was Jiang Xiaomeng. But the mecha's capabilities were unnaturally potent. What kind of synchronization rate would that require? No, that couldn't be right, could it? Jiang Yan immediately switched the natural selection's communication channel to Jiang Xiaomeng's private frequency. Back then, Jiang Yan had feared this little girl might cause trouble on the public channel. That was why he had routed both Jiang Xiaomeng and Jiang Dashan's communications to a special frequency band. The thought of Jiang Xiaomeng chasing them at full throttle made Jiang Yan instantly panic. Moments later, the communication connected successfully, and Jiang Yan timidly asked, Jiang Xiaomeng. Immediately, a furious roar erupted from the channel, echoing throughout the entire mothership. Jiang Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed? You actually dare to abandon me? At these words, the 400 engineers of the Southern Academy of Sciences were utterly shattered. The pilot of this terrifying mecha was none other than Jiang Yan's younger sister, Jiang Xiaomeng. At that moment, they felt both terrified and relieved. Fortunately, they hadn't forcibly driven away this little ancestor back then. If she had truly thrown a tantrum, besides Xia Tianyi, no one could possibly handle her. The entire Southern Academy would have been ruined. Moments later, a transmission from Earth also connected to the natural selection. Chief Commander's tense voice came through immediately. Jiang Yan, A mecha with terrifying capabilities appears to be attempting to board the natural selection. It may pose a threat to you. Its capabilities are too overwhelming. We can't catch it. Hearing this, Jiang Yan replied helplessly. You needn't worry. It's my younger sister Jiang Xiaomeng who's chasing us. Also, please give my father a message. Jiang Xiaomeng is with me, so he needn't worry either. Upon receiving Jiang Yan's response, the entire military command finally breathed easier. But simultaneously, the military headquarters erupted into an uproar. Did Jiang Yan give his sister some special treatment? Why is her mecha so fast? Its capabilities completely dwarf ours. That's unlikely. The mechas are all mass-produced. Her synchronization rate must be significantly higher than ours, far higher. Think about Xia Tianyi's capabilities. They're entirely dependent on synchronization rate. Does this mean after all our training our synchronization rate is still inferior to a young girl's? Sigh. Realizing their synchronization rates paled against the young girls, all the soldiers slumped in dejection. In space, Jiang Yan immediately deactivated the natural selection's forward for status and opened the mothership's hangar door for Jiang Xiaomeng. Although the first generation could sustain a pilot's life for dozens of hours in a vacuum, he feared that if he didn't open the door soon, he'd be bitten to death by Jiang Xiaomeng. Jiang Xiaomeng entered the natural selection and the hangar door closed swiftly. Seeing Jiang Yan personally come to greet her, she only eased ever so slightly. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaomeng exited her mecha, her little face pouting as she walked into the control room. Tell me, were you trying to leave me behind? Jiang Yan immediately feigned a shocked expression. How could that possibly be? Why would you think such a thing? I was only going to the moon to play for a couple of days, then I'd be coming right back. Jiang Xiaomeng eyed him skeptically. Do you really think I'd believe that? Hearing this, Jiang Yan's head began throbbing. So I forget it. If he didn't bring her along, who knew what kind of trouble she'd cause? Plus, with her first-generation mecha's capabilities, she wouldn't face much danger even reaching the moon. Jiang Yan quickly changed the subject. Oh, we're running out of time. We need to reach the moon on schedule. Natural selection engage forward 4. Jiang Yan, are you trying to change the subject? Spit it out. Did you want to leave me behind and go to the moon alone? Off full speed ahead. The LCL solution once again filled the control room. The natural selection continued its journey toward the moon. Only when Jiang Xiaomeng realized Jiang Yan wasn't sending her back did her mood begin to settle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan curiously asked, Jiang Xiaomeng, what exactly is your mecha synchronization rate? Jiang Xiaomeng immediately retorted in an exasperated tone. Look at this. You're not being a proper older brother at all. You don't even know your own sister's synchronization rate. Her tone was as if she were saying, you don't even know when my birthday is. Seeing Jiang Yan's curious expression, Jiang Xiaomeng reluctantly revealed the figure. 98. Upon hearing this, all the engineers present were completely shattered. Is Jiang Xiaomeng some kind of monster? I've been piloting a mecha for 2 years, and I only have 78 synchronization rate. Don't mention it, I'm only at 72 psi. This is practically a second Xia Tianyi. Hearing Jiang Xiaomeng's synchronization rate, Jiang Yan also shook his head in frustration. They couldn't win this fight, truly couldn't. They'd just have to wait until the Chungying battle armor was completed to deal with this little girl. Several hours later, the natural selection entered lunar orbit. Jiang Xiaomeng shouted from the control room toward the window. Jiang Yan, look. The moon. What a huge moon. Actually, it wasn't just Jiang Xiaomeng who was thrilled. All 400 engineers were equally excited. This was their first time reaching the moon. They pressed against the windows one by one, their expressions of awe and curiosity mirroring Jiang Xiaomeng's exactly. This is the moon. It feels like a dream. Just a few hours ago we were still on Blue Star, and in the blink of an eye we've arrived at the moon. Indeed, it's like traveling by airplane. You're there before you know it. This feeling is wonderful. I never imagined that lunar landing would become so simple as routine as eating or drinking water. Before long, traveling to Mars will feel the same. A half-day trip to Mars. The Earth-Moon distance is 3800 kilometers, while the closest Earth-Mars distance is 55 million kilometers, a ratio of 144.73 times. At the natural selection's maximum speed, the journey to Mars would take 36 days and 4 hours. Honestly, you steel-hearted science guys have zero sense of humor. I wonder how the first batch of colleagues is progressing with their engineering work. What else could they do? It's only been a day. You think they're gods. At most, they've probably just prepared the tools. As the natural selection rounded to the far side of the moon, a bizarre sight suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god! What is that? Within the planned area of the Moon Palace, thousands of terrifying impact craters were neatly arranged into a massive circular matrix. Those craters ran extremely deep, as if each had endured hundreds of bombardments. Half of those craters had already been cleared and connected, forming a perfect semicircular arc. At this moment, 400 engineering mechas were working in an orderly fashion, some clearing deep pits, others reinforcing the rock walls, and still others constructing the dome. The site was buzzing with intense activity. The engineers from the natural selection were completely stunned. Who on earth is the genius who came up with the plan to use orbital cannons to excavate the Moon Palace? This pace is incredibly fast. It's only the second day, and I have a feeling the Moon Palace will be completed in just a few more days. At that moment, inside one of the mechas, Chen Tiansong adjusted his glasses, gazing at the nearly finished moon palace, unable to help but think to himself, I truly am a genius. Then he resumed clearing the deep craters. The natural selection successfully reached the moon, where Xia Tianyi arrived with 4,000 construction mechs to greet them. Despite the tight schedule, they still held a brief welcome ceremony. After all, Jiang Yan had led his team to provide early support, which brought genuine delight. As the natural selection's hatch opened, the 4,000 construction mechs began unloading massive quantities of supplies. Seeing this, the previously arrived 4,000 construction mechs immediately stepped forward to help. The atmosphere on site quickly came alive. That warm sense of finding familiar faces in unfamiliar lands touched everyone's hearts. Jiang Xiaomeng spotted Xia Tianyi and rushed straight toward him, giving Xia Tianyi quite a fright. Xia Tianyi couldn't help but remark how daring Jiang Yan truly is, bringing Jiang Xiaomeng all the way to the moon directly and not worried about Jiang Dashan's displeasure. Soon, with the cooperation of the 8,000 construction mechs, all supplies from the natural selection were completely unloaded. After a brief rest, the 8,000 mechs resumed work simultaneously. Under Xia Tianyi's request, Jiang Xiaomeng surprisingly volunteered for crater-clearing duties, her well-behaved demeanor leaving even Jiang Yan dumbfounded. It was absolutely bizarre. At home, getting her to sweep the floor was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. How had she become such an obedient child now? But soon enough, Jiang Xiaomeng's formidable mech performance startled everyone. Enormous boulders that required several mechs to transport, she simply kicked flying with one stride. She was effectively doing the work of over a dozen people. The surrounding construction mechs stood utterly stunned. Who's piloting that mech? It's far too powerful. I think it's Jiang Yan's younger sister. Jiang Xiaomeng. Good heavens. This is simply absurd. Is the Jiang family genetics really that exceptional? The Moon Palace project continued smoothly. Jiang Yan piloted his mech upward into the sky. From his vantage point, he surveyed the moon and the Moon Palace below, contemplating where else might have been overlooked. He pondered which areas could be accelerated. The newly arrived 4,000 mechs quickly settled into work rhythm. They also began chatting idly while working. Your infrastructure speed is absurdly fast. In just one day, you've nearly completed the most labor-intensive foundation work. It feels like the Moon Palace will be finished before long. We still have far to go. Thanks to Chen Tiansong's proposal, the infrastructure team used orbital cannons to blast out deep craters, directly saving everyone considerable effort. But once the infrastructure phase is complete, constructing the Moon Palace's interior facilities will prove considerably troublesome. Most of the internal welding, wiring, and equipment calibration. Mechs won't be able to assist much. True. Once we switch to traditional spacesuits, efficiency will drop sharply. Sigh, if only these mechs could shrink in size. Their words, spoken as though making wishes to a genie, traveled through the public channel directly into Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan immediately took this seriously. Mechs being unable to handle fine work. This was indeed a problem. Jiang Yan pondered the various technologies at his disposal in his mind. Then, thinking of the Chang'ing battle armor, a brilliant idea struck him. Although he could not directly construct a full Chang'ing at present, if he merely slightly simplified and integrated the design, replacing materials with the most common alloys, he could produce a mini external engineering armor, far more agile and compact, capable of handling delicate tasks, all without consuming a single technology point. With the concept formed, Jiang Yan immediately gathered materials and entered the natural selection. The deep sea now served as their temporary residence, fully adequate for the purpose, so Jiang Yan had requisitioned the natural selection as a dedicated workshop. Jiang Yan sealed the hatch, declining all visits, including those from Jiang Xiaomeng and Xia Tianyi. This left everyone thoroughly puzzled, but they were all busy with work and paid it little mind. Through several days of tireless effort without sleep inside the natural selection, a brand new mini engineering armor was finally activated by Jiang Yan. Slightly larger than a normal adult, yet its fingers were slender and its joints remarkably flexible. Particle thrusters were mounted on both palms and soles, enabling rapid flight and movement. Most notably, its index finger was equipped with a laser welding component, its power and size fully adjustable, ideal for precision construction. Jiang Yan was highly satisfied with this creation. Though it possessed virtually no combat capability, it was nothing short of a worker's miracle tool. Even more pleasing to Jiang Yan was that a miniaturized helium-3 fusion arc reactor had been successfully installed in its chest. With only minimal nuclear fusion fuel, the engineering armor could operate at full power around the clock for over 10 months non-stop. When the fuel depleted, simply swapping in a new arc reactor would instantly restore it to full operational status. It was simpler than changing a battery. Moreover, it perfectly inherited the auxiliary system from the Chang'ing battle armor. In essence, this system was a super AI. Jiang Yan couldn't resist trying it out. Hello, my master. My name is Jarvis. You may speak your needs directly to me. Hearing this, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Why do you bear this name? Reporting to my master, this name was randomly generated and holds no particular meaning. This name doesn't sit well with me. Can you change it? Of course, my master. What name would you like to bestow upon me? You shall be called Shadon. Understood. From henceforth, I shall be known as Shadon. Jiang Yan ran a simple test and found it satisfactory, neither too foolish nor too dim. However, conversational ability was not the crux. Jiang Yan knew the most crucial aspect: this engineering armor, once its program was preset or allowed to observe and learn, could achieve automated mass production. This automated replication capability was precisely what Jiang Yan valued most. It would save considerable manpower. Furthermore, since it used conventional materials for its chassis, though not particularly durable, and with negligible combat power, its mass production speed was simply phenomenal. Jiang Yan coded a self-replication preset program into the engineering armor, then immediately contacted Blue Star to request materials. Jiang Yan could hardly wait to witness it mass-produce itself. The following day, the Blue Space arrived fully loaded with the supplies Jiang Yan needed. Although these were ordinary materials, gathering such vast quantities had taken considerable time. But Jiang Yan did not dwell on it. After the mothership offloaded cargo, it immediately returned, standing ready to support the moon at any moment. Jiang Yan ordered the supplies moved into the natural selection, then issued his first directive to the engineering armor: self-replicate. Upon receiving Jiang Yan's command, the engineering armor swiftly began replicating according to the preset program. Despite the preset procedures, the engineering armor stumbled with frequent errors at first. Yet under the control of the super AI, vast numbers of errors were rapidly and automatically corrected. Gradually, every movement of the engineering armor became precisely executed until finally it performed with zero superfluous motion, its hand speed far surpassing any humans. It was simply breathtakingly fast. Faster than Jiang Yan working with his own hands. Combined with its ability to operate without eating or resting after the engineering armor completed its self-calibration, nearly half a day later the second engineering armor was produced. This speed left even Jiang Yan in awe. The newborn engineering armor directly copied the program from its parent unit, instantly reaching a fully calibrated state. Then two engineering armors began producing new units at breakneck speed simultaneously. Another half-day passed, and the third and fourth engineering armors emerged as well. This terrifying replication speed was utterly chilling. They halted only when their materials were nearly exhausted. By then 8 days had elapsed. In those 8 days they had self-replicated 16 times. That was 2 to the 16th power. 65,536 units. Their growth rate was as horrifying as bacteria, a truly exponential surge. Masses of them stood densely packed within the natural selection, gazing at Jiang Yan, leaving even him with goosebumps. If material supply had not been restricted, given them another 7 years, who knew whether they could colonize the entire solar system.